Naruto, Naruto, do not be picky, eat more, and nourish your body to be strong. As she gazed at Naruto resting on the stone, Kushina could no longer hold back her tears. Remember to bathe daily, retire early each night, and make friends how many does not matter. As long as they are true friends whom you can trust, even a few will suffice. You must learn ninjutsu. I never excelled at it. But perhaps you will, for everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. So if you struggle, do not be disheartened. Pay attention to your teachers in school. And remember, there are 3 taboos for a ninja. Do not borrow money. Unless absolutely necessary, save your mission earnings, refrain from drinking before the age of 20. And, even afterward, avoid excess. And regarding women, I am not entirely knowledgeable, but there are only men and women in the world. Naruto will eventually find a girlfriend. As long as she is not too peculiar, strive to find someone like your mother. Lastly, be wary of Jiraiya sensei. With a gentle smile, Minato tenderly embraced his wife. Naruto, you may bear much pain, yet always remember who you are. Define a goal, a dream, and never forsake it until it is realized. I still have so much I wish to express. To teach you, I long to remain by your side. Mother loves you. I am sorry, Minato. I've been rambling. Kushina wiped away her tears. It's all right, your words are heartfelt. Minato smiled softly. Naruto, I am your father, so heed your talkative mother. Sealing jutsu seal. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage leaped forward. Minato, are you holding up? He inquired, concern etched on his face for the clearly exhausted Minato. Listening to the words of the handsome blonde man and the beautiful, spirited red-haired woman, the infant in the swaddling began to struggle slowly. Damn it, no. I never properly honored my parents in my past life. Must I lose everything now? As he gazed upon a colossal, wrathful, and destructive crimson fox, the small infant desperately sought to speak, his eyes fixed on Minato and Kushina, filled with pleading. He stammered for a long while, but could only emit the cries of a baby, his tiny hands reaching out, yet always falling short of his parents. 3rd Hokage, I have sealed the 9 tails within Naruto. From now on, he is in your care. Minato said softly, filled with reluctance and remorse as he uttered, I'm sorry, Naruto, before drawing his last breath. Within the village, both ninjas and ordinary villagers knew only that the 4th Hokage had defeated the 9 tails with an extraordinary jutsu. They remained unaware that their revered 4th Hokage had sealed the 9 tails within his own child. When they saw a small infant appearing where the 9 tails had vanished, this was the only truth they could comprehend. That on a warm morning, the sun rose from the distant horizon, casting a dazzling light that mingled with hints of purple. Around its golden orb, in a remote area of Konoha, a dilapidated apartment trembled as it stood alone. The surrounding region seemingly devoid of residents, save for a plump old woman who watched with a hateful gaze directed at the small figure sitting atop the abandoned building. Naruto was uncertain how he had arrived in the world of the Hokage. However, since he was there, he resolved to accept his fate, believing that existence itself justified reason. At this moment, within his dantian, a mature lotus pod floated. This was the essence that had accompanied his arrival in this realm, enveloped within a gray space. The lotus pod shimmered a deep blue, adorned with countless purple patterns, each seemingly embodying the infinite truths of the universe, far beyond Naruto's current comprehension. From what Naruto gleaned, this lotus pod bore an extraordinary origin, being the 36th grade of the chaos blue lotus that had thrived in the void before the birth of creation. Regrettably, after Pangu acquired it, he refined his flesh and bones with its essence, reducing it from 36 to 24 grades. Subsequently, when Pangu opened the heavens, the chaos blue lotus shattered, leaving behind 24 petals that transformed into the 12-grade merit golden lotus, the 12-grade annihilation black lotus, the 12-grade purification green lotus, and the 12-grade karma red lotus. The lotus leaves became the flags of the innate spiritual treasures, while the lotus fibers, infused with Pangus merit, became the cosmic merit ruler. Only the fully matured lotus pod vanished without a trace. It is no wonder that such treasures had never appeared in the primordial world. It seems the chaos blue lotus, unwilling to perish, used its final strength to cast the lotus pod across the void into other realms. The purple patterns on the lotus pod were inscribed by the chaos blue lotus, reflecting Panga's contemplation of the 3,000 paths, rich with profound insights. The pod nurtured over 3,000 seeds, astonishingly mirroring the number of the 3,000 paths. Naruto, utilizing the Hunyuan technique, circulated his slightly fragile meridians, absorbing a trace of purple chi mingled with the morning sunlight. Although the spiritual energy in this world is derived from the innate, it is abundant, however. Practicing the Hunyuan technique is no simple feat, fortunately. The lotus pod, suspended within his dantian and nourished by Naruto's vital energy, had become inseparable from him. Coupled with the lotus pod's ability to absorb spiritual energy and revert to its innate form, he could still manage to cultivate. The Hunyuan technique was the method practiced by Pangu, devised according to the 36 grades that corresponded to the Chaos Blue Lotus. Each grade represented a level, as Pangu believed that cultivators should pursue an external path, enhancing their essence, spirit, and energy to reach the highest realm, and then carve out a world within the chaos to contain their divine power only. Then could they unite and transcend the ultimate path. Thus, he was unwittingly ensnared by the heavenly Tao, which plundered the world he had created, leading Pangu to lose his world, returning to the primordial chaos. As a newcomer from another realm, Naruto, having absorbed the explosive theoretical knowledge of his previous civilization, firmly embraced the concept of the cosmic universe and the microcosm of the human body that he deviated from the norm of the Hunyuan technique, attempting to cultivate both externally and internally, seeking to expand the space within his dantian, gradually forming small, medium, and large worlds, ultimately culminating in the chaos world. Upon reaching the chaos world, he aimed to directly attain the realm of the ultimate path. From the moment he could comprehend, Naruto began to harness the morning purple chi to temper his physique. Now, 3 years had passed since he began at the age of 3, and at 6, devoid of contact with the lowly energy of chakra, his cultivation was nearing the Yuan-Ing stage. According to his estimations, his energy rivaled that of the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Regrettably, until now, Naruto felt no connection to the world of his past life, as if such a place did not exist in the vast universe. Thus, he had never departed from Konoha. Perhaps for him, this world, no matter where, remained perpetually unfamiliar. Taking a slow breath, Naruto's youthful face radiated determination. Notably, in contrast to the original depiction of Naruto with blonde hair and whisker-like markings, the current Naruto sported a cascade of purple-blue hair, each strand emitting a faint azure glow. Bound by a blue ribbon at the back of his head, it nearly reached his waist. Dressed in a white ancient-style garment, his skin gleamed like translucent jade, fair as snow, with a captivating visage. At the center of his brow rested a blue-purple lotus, resembling luminescent powder, while his cerulean eyes mirrored the depths of the cosmos, perpetually perceiving the essence of this world. Originally, this figure, the epitome of perfection in the realm, deserved the admiration and affection of all. However, due to the Nine-Tails incident 6 years ago, it has become the object of disdain for many residents of Konoha. The peculiar lotus mark upon his forehead only serves to intensify their belief that he is the harbinger of the Nine-Tails fox, a being descended from the depths of the infernal realm. Naruto focused his mind, channeling his thoughts into a singular purpose, gently guiding the last vestige of purple light into his dantian. Within the dantian, aside from the chaotic azure lotus floating above, lay a spherical object of intertwining azure and violet hues, the so-called golden elixir recorded in Taoist scriptures. As the final trace of purple light merged, Naruto's golden elixir became increasingly plump and rounded, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Unlike others who shattered their golden elixirs to form their primordial spirits, Naruto sought to cultivate his soul into a lotus of azure and violet, situated in the center of his forehead, within the palace of the mind, allowing the mark of the azure-violet lotus to constantly emit a gentle light. It was time to commence. After years of tempering, his physical form had become more resilient than steel, yet retained a remarkable flexibility. Indeed, it appeared more youthful and fair than even Tsunade of this world. Today, as he prepared to shatter the golden elixir, he aimed to open the space within his dantian, The success or failure of this endeavor hinged upon this moment, and thus, with utmost caution, Naruto began to compress the golden elixir. Following the theory of the Big Bang, when the golden elixir is compressed to a certain degree, energy converges to a delicate point, causing repulsive forces between particles to incite a qualitative change, ultimately leading to an inability to withstand the compression. Under the dual forces of compression and expansion, an explosion would ensue. Naruto's objective was to minimize the force of this explosion. Ideally, he sought merely to shatter the golden elixir without reaching the point of catastrophic detonation, for otherwise, his physical body would surely be reduced to ashes, transforming a desired explosion into a self-detonation. The energy contained within the explosion of a golden elixir cultivator could obliterate the entire Hidden Leaf village. A level of power far beyond that which could be achieved by mere shadow-level ninjas formed through chakra. In this world, individuals cultivate chakra for strength, with ninjas classified from low to high as follows: Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Kage, and Tenkage. Corresponding to Naruto's own classifications, Genin and Chunin equate to the chi refinement stage, Jonin to the foundation establishment stage, Kage to the golden elixir stage, and the primordial spirit to the Tenkage. Inside Naruto's body, the golden elixir gradually diminished. Invisible to the naked eye, as time languidly passed, the sky, unbeknownst to him, had already cast a gentle moonlight, while the small figure sitting cross-legged became increasingly surrounded by a swarm of fireflies. For reasons unknown, these creatures seemed drawn to him, frequently seen dancing around Naruto, rendering him even more unnoticed in the vast Hidden Leaf village. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald mischievous spirits. Almost there, just a little more, a tiny bit. Boom. A resounding thud echoed within Naruto as the azure-violet golden elixir erupted. Simultaneously, a crystalline droplet of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a look of excruciating pain surfaced on his tightly shut face, beads of sweat cascading down his chin. Damn it, this pain is truly unbearable. As he protected the meridians surrounding his dantian from the ensuing shockwaves, Naruto circulated his spiritual energy to mend the damage. It was not until an hour had passed that the pain throughout his body began to subside. At a certain moment, the meditating Naruto opened his eyes, his irises glowing with a faint luminescence that illuminated the space around him for a brief moment before vanishing. At long last, it has been accomplished, nearly costing me my life. A peculiar smile graced Naruto's face, one that had not appeared in 6 long years. In this moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of security, devoid of any need for pretense before others. His spirit delved into his dantian, discovering that it had transformed into a vast space measuring hundreds of cubic meters. The chaotic azure lotus floated in midair, outlining its original form and emanating a mesmerizing azure-purple radiance, akin to a sun illuminating the entire expanse. However, the so-called lotus tendrils, leaves, and petals were mere faint phantoms, visible yet intangible. According to Naruto's conjecture, the primordial worlds at their inception must have been nothing but empty spaces, and now, within his body, this expansive area was beginning to foster life, predominantly of the botanical variety, perhaps due to the presence of the chaotic azure lotus. The walls of this internal space were exceptionally sturdy, and his cultivation had smoothly ascended to the yuaning stage. Exiting the inner realm, he reflected on the calculations of the Hunyuan Ju. With every increment in his cultivation, the internal space would expand accordingly. He pondered when he might form the realms of small, medium, and even great worlds. As Naruto succumbed to his musings, a faint, rancid odor wafted to his nostrils, nearly inducing a retch. This recent advancement to Yuan-ing had once again involved a cleansing of his sinews and marrow, rendering his body significantly more agile. With a subtle smile, he waved his hand, signaling the surrounding fireflies to disperse, then leapt down from the crumbling edifice of 20 meters, no longer concealing his actions as he once did. Meanwhile, the elderly woman at the window seethed with indignation, and the third Hokage, peering through a glass orb, was nearly struck dumb with shock. How could a child of merely 6 years leap from such a height with such grace, landing soundlessly without stirring a speck of dust? Surely, even an ordinary Chunin could not achieve such a feat. The third Hokage summoned 2 Umbu from the shadows, instructing them to follow Naruto discreetly, ensuring they did not attract his attention. Go now, he commanded. The Umbu knelt before the third Hokage, donning their unappealing cat-faced masks, before vanishing from the Hokage's office. Sarutobi felt a twinge of fear. This child, who typically frolicked carelessly, had just exhibited an extraordinary display. Upon examining, he found no signs of chakra refinement within Naruto. Yet, the scene he had just witnessed was anything but ordinary. Naruto, what manner of person are you? In the tranquil embrace of the night, Minato pondered over the child, contemplating that as long as he does not pose a threat to Konoha, all would be well. A glint of fierce resolve flickered in Sarutobi's eyes. Should that child ever endanger the village, he would have no choice but to utter an apology. As the day waned, Naruto traversed to a nearby hot spring. Disregarding the attendant's objections, he produced the last few bills of the Hokage world, just enough for a single soak, and swiftly slipped into the steaming waters, leaving behind a disgruntled attendant and a sign that read no entry for Naruto and dogs. With 6 years remaining until the onset of the Hokage saga, Naruto, having reached a new level of mastery, felt restless and yearned to explore whether the world was truly as depicted in the animations. Under the luminous glow of the moonlight, Naruto found himself before the gravestones of his parents in the Hokage memorial. With a gentle flick of his fingers, he conjured 2 exquisite lilies, their ethereal presence shimmering like stars in the night sky. After placing the flowers delicately at their graves, he retrieved a slender leaf and brought it to his lips. As the corners of his mouth curled upwards, a melodious tune resonated throughout the cemetery. Not far down the path, a striking beauty with raven hair and crimson eyes, having just returned from a mission, halted in her tracks upon hearing the music. It was the same enchanting melody, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Kurenai, pouting her glossy red lips, found her gaze dimmed as she stood alone, enveloped in the sound. Before she could fully comprehend the moment, the melody shifted, ascending towards a jubilant rhythm, hinting at an exhilarating feeling of liberation. Curious, Kurenai quickened her pace, and as she approached Naruto, the joyful music came to an abrupt end. He was undeniably charming, almost otherworldly. Could this child truly be a fox spirit? She quickly dismissed the thought, yet felt a flutter of intrigue towards the boy before her. Naruto turned to grasp a long sword from the gravestone, a weapon he had forged based on the renowned swords of ancient China. Though merely a low-grade spiritual weapon, in the realm of Hokage, it was nearly on par with the legendary artifacts of the Land of Crafts. His admiration for the famed swords of Qin's moon inspired the design of his own blade, which he named Yuanhong, nearly identical to the illustrious Jian. Just as Naruto pivoted, a group of masked figures with cat faces emerged from the underbrush. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes, mirrored by Kurenai, who was equally perplexed by the sudden obstruction. Naruto Uzumaki, on the orders of Lord Danzo, we kindly request that you accompany us to the route, stated a tall figure with a sharp voice. Oh, are you commanding me? Naruto replied, a hint of impatience lacing his youthful tone. Indeed, and what of it? The disdainful man retorted. Lord Danzo suspects you have clandestinely acquired some arcane techniques, so it would be prudent for you to accompany us. With that, several figures advanced, intent on capturing Naruto ahead of them. From a distance, Yuhi Kurenai witnessed this scene with an inexplicable surge of anger. Hey, you cannot conduct yourselves in this manner. Was this operation sanctioned by Lord Third? She exclaimed. Exactly, Naruto cannot go with you. We are under orders from the third Hokage to escort him to the Hokage's office. Naruto, come with us. 2 more individuals suddenly emerged, obstructing Danzo's men. Seeing this unfold, Naruto let out a hearty laugh, though his youthful visage bore no hint of mirth. With a melodious voice that carried an edge, he declared, Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have you realized that your so-called weapons are beyond your control? What a pity. Had they come on their own, they might have delayed me momentarily, but sending 13 useless Jonin and 2 Chunin is truly an underestimate of my capabilities. Vortex Naruto, do you intend to defect? I advise you to come quietly. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear, one of Danzo's subordinates threatened. No, Naruto must come with us to the Hokage's office. Another insisted. How can you treat him this way? He is just a child. This is utterly unjust. Kurenai protested, her expression filled with indignation. Humanity is inherently selfish, with personal rights and interests taking precedence, Naruto reflected, recalling the facades of the Konoha elite from his previous life. A murderous intent tinged his voice as he continued, my parents were schemed against and perished by your machinations. You have divided everything among yourselves, and for these years, I have received not a fraction of your benefits. Had there been any, my parents would have repaid it long ago. The third, Konoha, what a disheartening place. A flicker of awkward guilt crossed Sarutobi's eyes before it dissipated within moments. Enough of this idle chatter. Come with us. The two factions seemed to reach a consensus, closing in on Naruto while Kurenai remained distanced. Naruto cast a glance at the illuminated Konoha before turning back, devoid of any lingering affection in his gaze. This place, which had inflicted pain upon him, was far from the ideal portrayed in the anime. With a lightning-quick motion, he drew his sword, the Yuanhong, and his figure transformed into a blur, weaving through the crowd. Ultimately, he unleashed his long sword, which expanded abruptly in the air. Naruto, despite his diminutive stature, leaped onto the blade, and the fireflies surrounding him dissipated. "Farewell, compassionate facade of Konoha," he uttered. As his words faded, Naruto, standing upon the Yuanhong, vanished into the dim night sky. Kurenai stared blankly in the direction of his disappearance, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. After a moment, her thoughts were abruptly shattered by the sound of screams. The surroundings erupted in cries of agony, and as Kurenai turned, she beheld those clad in cat-faced masks, each clutching their right arm and collapsing to the ground. All of this transpired within the span of mere seconds, as the arms of a dozen individuals fell to the ground at shoulder height. In a state of panic, Kurenai hastily fled toward the Hokage's office, but then paused, casting a final glance back at the fallen, snorting disdainfully before making her way homeward. At this moment, witnessing Naruto's unjust treatment, she resolutely disregarded the fate of those scoundrels. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi's pipe dropped in shock as he stared blankly at the crystal ball, an intense sense of dread inexplicably rising within him. He had left, indeed. He had fled. After the initial shock, Konoha dispatched numerous ninjas to search for Naruto, yet the incident of his escape was kept under wraps. However, those in the upper echelons, accustomed to scheming, found themselves in a state of perpetual anxiety. Deep within a dense, primordial jungle, situated in the southern region of the Land of Fire, near the former Land of Whirlpools, lay an uninhabited expanse rarely trodden by human feet. In the world of ninjas, the unique chakra cultivation system resulted in an abundance of medicinal herbs used for pill concoction, while not possessing the extraordinary innate spiritual roots of the ancient world. They proved quite beneficial to Naruto before he advanced to the second level of the chaotic decision. Moreover, not long ago, after unexpectedly transplanting some herbs into his internal space, Naruto discovered that this very space had expanded slightly. Thus, over the past 2 months, wherever he arrived, he relentlessly scavenged various rare materials. His internal space had transformed into an extensive area spanning over 10 kilometers, sprouting several small forests and sketching the preliminary outlines of mountains, rivers, lakes, and oceans. The higher the grade of the herbs, the faster the expansion of his internal space. Exhausted, he thought to himself, "I'll take a break before continuing. This is truly exhausting." Naruto reclined against a towering tree. The trees in the Hokage world were remarkably lofty, and his body, resting on the soft moss, occupied merely a fifth of the trunk. Yet, the expansion of his internal space was astonishing, with the chaotic azure lotus serving as a solar-like source of light, causing the herbs to exhibit signs of advancement. What a marvelous phenomenon this was. With a languid yawn, Naruto closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In a vast, eerie sewer, after a deep sleep, Naruto's soul unknowingly found its way here. This place resembles the anime, he mused. The Ninetales, heh? A sly smile flickered across Naruto's handsome face, accompanied by a hint of resentment. After all, this accursed fox had slain his parents. "I must see just how formidable you truly are. Hey, little brat, come here, come here. Yes, walk a bit closer." Observing Naruto inching toward the massive iron gate, the Ninetales felt an indescribable excitement, silently urging, "Hurry, hurry, you're almost there. Haha, I shall finally be free. I will seize your body, foolish little child." However, noticing Naruto's expressionless demeanor, the Ninetales felt an odd unease. Indeed, Naruto halted a few meters from the iron gate, gazing at the Ninetales as if he were an imbecile. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the Ninetales realized that the imp before it was mocking its very existence. How infuriating, this wretched child. Once I escape, I shall ensure your demise. Cursed forth Hokage, you scoundrel. Failing in its attempt, the Ninetales furiously assaulted the iron door of its seal, causing the entire space to tremble under the wrath of its chakra. Its colossal claws battered against the door, striving to seize Naruto outside. Yet it could not breach the barrier, revealing a more ferocious display of its fangs. "Hey, nine-tailed fox." Naruto pronounced the last two words with deliberate emphasis, his starry blue eyes calmly surveying the beast, evoking a shiver of unease within the nine tails. Acknowledging its imminent failure, the nine tails retracted its paw from the iron door, swallowing hard. "How peculiar. Why do I feel such a sensation of trepidation? Surely, it must be an illusion." The nine tails shook its head vehemently and snarled. "You insolent brat. I shall undoubtedly kill you." "Humph, be silent." With but a fleeting glance, Naruto discerned the creature's true nature. "With your meager strength, you could never hope to slay me." He then regarded the nine tails with a look of disdain. Truly, such a primitive energy. Were it not for the vast amount of solar chakra intermingled within your tailed beast chakra, causing continuous cellular regeneration, you would have long since perished. How audacious of you to act so arrogantly here. No wonder the ninjas of the Hokage world are so short-lived. What nonsense chakra! Even the supposed 130 billion trillion cells of human energy and mental power merely represent a foolish exchange of lifespan for strength. I cannot fathom why you fools take such pride in your abilities. Even that imbecilic sage of six paths, bestowing upon you the absurd title of Kurama. As if a fox is anything but a fox, prowling aimlessly in pursuit of trivial gains. "Hey, little brat, what are you babbling about? Clarify your words." The nine tails struggled to comprehend Naruto's mockery, yet grasped a sliver of truth, that perhaps one day it could indeed meet its end. "Wait, what did you just call me?" The nine tails snapped back to attention, its gaze fixed intently upon Naruto, its voice tinged with a long-lost tremor. Naruto casted a disdainful glance, offering no further explanation. His singular thought was to expel this beast from his body. The sensation of being scrutinized by another was far from pleasant. "Enough of this nonsense. I am here today to drive you out of my body," Naruto declared, emanating an overwhelming aura that startled the nine tails into retreat, its crimson eyes widening in disbelief. "Hey, little brat, what kind of joke is this? What is that power within your body?" The nine tails felt a chill run down its spine. Under that pressure, it felt as though it were a mere leaf adrift upon a vast ocean, struggling to breathe. Is this what children are capable of these days? Damn that fourth Hokage. Curse it all. You little brat, do you not realize? The nine tails mocked, yet secretly hoped that Naruto would unleash the seal. The Jinchuriki and the tailed beast share a symbiotic relationship. However, should you extract me from this vessel, I shall not perish, but you, my dear, are destined for demise. "Silence, you wretched fox," Naruto retorted, his right hand forming a pair of fingers together. With his youthful frame, he leapt into the air, unleashing a torrent of sharp sword-like energy that shattered the vast ceiling space into fragments, leaving the nine tails bewildered and alone, along with the emergence of two peculiar figures from a hidden corner. "Why are you still here, you cursed fox? I harbor no fondness for you, so be gone." Observing the nine tails frozen in place, Naruto's anger flared, and in an instant, he appeared behind the nine tails, executing a technique that forcefully expelled it from his body, severing all connections to its essence. "Ah, that hurts. You insufferable brat. I shall not let this go unpunished. What you are doing is quite improper, Naruto," the nine tails retorted as it departed. Meanwhile, the two figures concealed within Naruto's being materialized before him. It was essential to acknowledge that the nine tails was regarded as a harbinger of calamity. "What do you intend to do?" Gazing at the amiable visage of Minato Namikaze, Naruto thought to himself that if he weren't his father, he would have little patience for this emotional fool who only knew how to care silently. Bang! On the other side, Kushina, who had been gazing tenderly at Naruto, suddenly erupted in fury, striking Minato on the head with a significant thump. "Ah, Kushina, what are you doing? That hurts." Minato crouched down, cradling his head and making circles. Kushina shot him a glare, hands on her hips, her expression darkened. "What's this?" "I'm hitting you. What's it to you?" "Ah, how could that be?" No. Despite having watched the anime, Naruto, confident in his understanding of the two, could only cover his face in exasperation at the scene before him. "Wow, so adorable," Kushina exclaimed, noticing her son's silly expression, akin to that of a beloved pet. And she scooped him up, pressing his small face against her ample bosom. "Are you not our little darling, the child of Minato and me? Otherwise, what do you think?" Naruto rolled his eyes in annoyance. Wow, kawaii. Compared to the original Naruto with the 6 whiskers, the current Naruto, influenced by the chaotic blue lotus, was truly a remarkable little boy. Thus, a motherly figure like Kushina, an exceptionally alluring woman, could could hardly resist the temptation. Kushina. Let us get back to the matter at hand, Minato interjected, seemingly appearing from nowhere. About the Ninetales. Upon hearing his voice, Kushina's expression darkened once more, and she waved her fist, roaring, "Be quiet. Do not interrupt my conversation with my son. Moreover, have you not seen how Naruto has fared all these years? That old fool Sarutobi, what did he promise? That he would take good care of little Naruto. What has become of that now?" Kushina felt an indescribable sense of grievance. Glaring fiercely at her husband, it is utterly infuriating to see Naruto referred to as a demon fox. All these years, my son has been deprived even of a decent meal. Why must he bear the burden of protecting that decayed place? Kushina's anger swelled with each passing moment. Were it not for the meager chakra binding her to Naruto's body, she would have long since emerged to deliver a sound thrashing to that decrepit old man. Humph. Do you still wish for that fox to return to Naruto's form? Should my Uzumaki family be expected to sacrifice ourselves for your Konoha? Had Konoha not refused to save us, our clan would not have faced annihilation. Kushina, there was simply no time for rescue. What do you mean by inadequate assistance? Nonsense. Get away from me. Minato lowered his head again, drawing circles on the ground. Kushina's overwhelming love enveloped Naruto, causing his nose to soften and his eyes to redden. With tiny arms tightly wrapped around Kushina's neck, he buried his head in her embrace, terrified that this sensation might vanish in the next moment. Naruto and Kushina both felt a tinge of melancholy, lamenting the unfair treatment inflicted upon him. Minato stood quietly beside Kushina, recalling the third Hokage's promise, his gaze dimmed. Naruto, how about I teach you some ninjutsu? It's quite powerful, Minato said, shaking off the gloom and regaining his sunny disposition as he slowly coalesced a blue orb in his hand. Kushina, watching Naruto, felt a flicker of hope. Wait. Before Minato could finish, Naruto interrupted earnestly, gazing at them both. Dad, Mom, you saw my strength just now. I have already found my own path. This ninjutsu does not suit me. What about this? Minato presented a special kunai, the Flying Thunder God technique. This is a space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu? Naruto regarded the technique with disdain. Although it carried a hint of spatial essence, it had been misused terribly, leading him to respond decisively. No, please stop. Minato, you witnessed how powerful Naruto's technique was. Do not burden him with your unfinished business. Minato found himself at a loss for words. Kushina, time is running short. Yes. Naruto, take good care of yourself. Mom will always watch over you from above. Kushina's eyes shimmered with reluctance before she and Minato transformed into a stream of light, vanishing from Naruto's body. Rest assured, Mom, I will surely find a way to bring you back, Naruto vowed, his eyes shining with determination as he gazed at the spot where they had disappeared. Hey, you wretched fox, why are you still here? As Naruto's spirit returned to his body, he noticed the Ninetales still standing nearby, its fiery red form towering above the tallest trees. Though his parents had recounted the truth of the past, and he was aware of the storyline surrounding the Hokage, Naruto still harbored little fondness for this beast. Hurry and leave, lest the ninjas capture you again. Naruto rose to his feet, boldly threatening the Ninetales. You wretched fox, if you don't depart, a certain organization might just toss you into a boiling pot, and you will perish. Pa, you little brat, I am the Ninetales, the immortal Ninetales, it replied somewhat nervously. Recalling that masked man from 6 years ago, a lingering sense of danger enveloping it. You don't look so impressive yourself. How about this? From today onward, I shall take you on as my subordinate. Lucky you. Hey, why do you have that expression? Naruto, utterly speechless at the audacity of this creature, thought it had an inflated sense of self-worth. Just go away. I was actually planning to kill you. With an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him, Naruto froze the Ninetales in place, a bead of sweat forming on its forehead. It sensed a genuine fear of death from this aura. This was no jest. Although this kid was still a tad short of the Sage of Six Paths, he could indeed pose a lethal threat. However, my parents chose to forgive you. So you should leave. Forgive me? A tailed beast receiving the forgiveness of a human? How ironic. The Ninetales muttered, its gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. With a droop of its ears, it cast a final glance at Naruto before vanishing into the forest with a series of flips. What a creature, looking at me with such eyes. Is there something wrong with it? Naruto stared blankly at the spot where the Ninetales had disappeared, softly murmuring to himself. Should I head to the land of water or the land of grass? Never mind that. This forest is quite bountiful, although I don't require elixirs. It's excellent for cultivating internal space. Moreover, with the chaos blue lotus present, the spatial barriers are exceptionally sturdy, ensuring no risk of collapse. Yes, that shall suffice. Perhaps due to the release of the Nine Tails or the sight of his parents, a smile began to grace Naruto's face. Haha, shadow clone technique. With a sudden surge, Naruto summoned over 30,000 identical shadow clones around him, a creation inspired by the original work. However, unlike the traditional shadow clones, his did not require hand seals. And their energy source differed. As long as the main body did not absorb them, they could exist independently indefinitely. Alright, let us get started, Naruto shouted. And the multitude of shadow clones swarmed through the forest like a horde of locusts, tirelessly gathering rare plants, which were then returned to the main body for cultivation. Watching the increasingly expansive internal space, Naruto's spirits soared. Finally done. I'm utterly exhausted. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, waving away the dancing butterflies surrounding him. Yet, no matter how he tried to shoo them away, these little creatures remained entranced by the aura emanating from him, reluctant to depart. This had been the case since childhood, and over time, he had grown accustomed to it. After resting for a while, Naruto set up a fire and prepared a perfect roast deer. Utilizing his abundant experience from his past life, the deer meat glistened golden brown, dripping with delightful juices. It is precisely due to the wealth of experiences from previous lives that the unfortunate character from the original narrative, who endured hunger and hardship, is spared, allowing him to enjoy a daily feast. Even though Kushina often lamented that the people of Konoha did not sell anything to Naruto. After indulging in grilled meat, Naruto, with his round belly, reclined against a tree trunk, feeling utterly content. The warm sunlight bathed him, while clusters of vibrant flowers in varying hues adorned the lush greenery around him, each petal exuding its unique fragrance, mingling in the gently flowing air. A few white butterflies, daringly departing from their fluttering swarm, alighted upon Naruto's luminescent, violet-hued hair, while a small gray rabbit nibbled on grass roots nearby, seemingly oblivious to Naruto's presence. After a brief respite, Naruto rose and summoned the abyssal rainbow, stepping gracefully onto it, resembling a chibi-style, transcendent sage. Following Kushina's request, he intended to visit the land of whirlpools, to ascertain whether any descendants of the Uzumaki clan still existed in the village of Uzumaki. The great sword soared through the skies with remarkable speed, and for Naruto, who possessed an internal space, the consumption was negligible, barely a drop in the ocean. Minutes later, guided by the memories shared by Kushina, Naruto arrived at the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Before him lay only the remnants of walls half a meter high and scattered broken timber, appearing as though eroded by sulfuric acid, easily breakable beneath a single footfall. The village of Uzumaki was indeed built with distinctive charm. It rested on a small coastal plain spanning several dozen kilometers, surrounded by mountains on three sides and facing the sea. Approximately two-thirds of the plain was occupied by buildings, nearly matching the size of present-day Konoha, and the coastal area boasted a deep-water dock that stretched along the entire shoreline. It was evident that Uzumaki had once been immensely powerful. Regrettably, the only ninjas capable of standing firm were the members of the Uzumaki clan, whose numbers had dwindled. The village maintained a neutral stance during the ninja wars on the continent, suffering no fatal blows. Over the years, Uzumaki accumulated immense wealth and abundant resources. Yet without a significant ninja foundation, one can only imagine the thoughts of other ninja villages regarding this prosperity. By the time of Kushina's generation, even the Uzumaki clan lacked formidable warriors to instill fear, while other villages, having endured the ravages of war, faced resource scarcity and naturally set their sights on the affluent Uzumaki. It is likely that Konoha's delayed assistance stemmed from a desire to acquire resources, possibly leading to some clandestine agreements with other ninja villages. No wonder I pondered why Konoha did not intervene in the plight of Uzumaki. Given the circumstances at the time, Uzumaki was akin to a plump, oil-rich lamb, and annihilating such a populous village, rivaling Konoha in size and even surpassing it in wealth, would undoubtedly rejuvenate the other ninja villages. As Naruto gazed at the colossal waves swirling near the mountainsides by the dock, he mused upon the location of Uzumaki. Nestled in the southern part of the land of whirlpools, within a triangular region close to the coast, surrounded on three sides by continuous mountains and dense forests. Rich in medicinal resources, the climate here is warm and rainy, with lush vegetation. Even though the village of Uzumaki no longer exists, many medicinal herbs and supplies on the continent still originate from the dense jungles of the Land of Waves. The forests of the Land of Waves are pristine, untouched by human hands, unlike the forests of the Leaf Village, which were crafted by the legendary Hashirama Senju. Consequently, the variety of flora is exceptionally rich, particularly featuring potent herbs that can only be tolerated by the remarkable physique of the Uzumaki clan. After spending more than half a month scouring the entire forest, Naruto returned to the ruins of Uzumaki Village. Strangely, every time he gazed upon the swirling vortex of waves, he felt an inexplicable pull, as if something were beckoning him to approach. Standing on the dock, he looked out at the vast whirlpool, a spectacle stretching several hundred meters wide, and was filled with awe at the wonders of nature. This whirlpool seemed eternal, likely to persist until the seas dried up and the world transformed. "Let me uncover your secrets," he thought, as he soared above the vortex on his trusty steed, the flying Raijin, scrutinizing the swirling waters. Here, the call that resonated within his very blood intensified, emanating from beneath the whirlpool. Despite the tumultuous waves, Naruto felt no fear. With a swift maneuver, he plunged into the churning vortex. As he descended, his sword carried him deeper into the whirlpool. To his surprise, the seemingly ferocious waves were remarkably gentle, easily navigable for someone of his strength. As he descended further, the direction of the whirlpool began to shift, eventually leveling out at a depth of approximately 200 meters, leading him toward a vast cavern within the mountains. After several minutes, he was propelled into a spacious chamber. This natural cavern, entirely surrounded by rock, was slightly above sea level and spanned over 2,000 square meters. Near one wall stood a colossal stone statue of a humanoid figure, beneath which lay an altar intricately etched with complex patterns, featuring a keyhole the size of a palm at its center. "Oh no, I wasn't told about any key." Naruto pouted, displaying his youthful displeasure. Reluctant to give up, he prodded the altar with his sword, but it yielded no response. Could it be some sort of lever? He pondered, extending his right hand into the keyhole. His fingers brushed against a circular pull ring, and upon tugging it, he felt an unexpected sting, as if bitten by something unseen. "Ouch! Who dares to trick me?" he exclaimed, retracting his arm. When he raised his gaze, he realized he was no longer in the cavern, but had been transported to a resplendent hall. Before him stood a grand palace complex nestled in another cavern, comprised of over 20 magnificent halls, each labeled with scrolls inscribed with words like resources, weapons, medicinal herbs, and records. Naruto was truly taken aback by the sight. After observing several grand halls, Naruto found himself losing interest. This was indeed the stronghold of the Uzumaki clan, where most of their resources were stored. Only those of Uzumaki blood could activate the teleportation array to arrive here. However, the items within held little value for him. He would leave them for the future generations of the Uzumaki clan. He recalled that in the original narrative, there was a character named Uzumaki Karen, and surely there were others hidden within the clan. He decided to reveal this secret to them later. As for how they would utilize it, that would be their concern. Naruto adjusted his attire and extracted a third of the gold bars from one of the grand halls, roughly 200 cubic meters, before exiting the Uzumaki ruins. To him, the ninjutsu scrolls or weapons were of no necessity. As he journeyed, he unknowingly reached the borders of the Land of Fire. He yawned several times and was about to shed his clothes to soak in the natural warm lake before him when he noticed faint flames and indistinct silhouettes beyond the nearby rocks, accompanied by intermittent complaints and soft sobs. Indifferent to the commotion, Naruto stepped into the warm water, indulging in a soothing bath that washed away the fatigue of over a month. "Damn it, you scoundrels. Why do you treat me this way?" a voice lamented. "I just enjoy gambling and drinking. How can you oppose me, forbidding me from gambling and drinking? Woe is me." The complaints continued, punctuated by a flurry of expletives. As the moonlight poured like water, casting a silvery glow across the summer forest, the scene appeared like jade. Yet it could not mask the sound of shattered glass bottles and the relentless tirades of a woman. Unable to tolerate the incessant buzzing akin to that of a mosquito, Naruto approached. "Do you ever tire of your incessant chattering?" To his surprise, the woman who had been so vociferous moments ago was now sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Her posture quite undignified, with her face pressed against the dirt, drooling bubbles. Observing this captivating yet pitiable figure, whose life had been fraught with hardship, stirred a flicker of compassion within Naruto's youthful spirit. He approached slowly, unsure whether it was the influence of his training or the essence of the chaotic Lotus that allowed him to sense her presence even in slumber. Yet, she remained undisturbed, sleeping soundly. As Naruto neared the fire, he noticed the absence of Shizune, who in the original story had always been by Tsunade's side. From her words, it seemed she had quarreled with Shizune and had abandoned her in a fit of anger. Remembering how Tsunade had gambled recklessly, praying for the safety of those around her, Naruto felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. In the grand tapestry of the Naruto saga, it was evident that the true valuing of life did not reside with the immortality-seeking Orochimaru or the so-called Great Sage of Toads. Ultimately, these individuals were merely driven by their fear of death. Orochimaru delved into the forbidden arts of reincarnation and serpentine transformation, driven by his desire for immortality. Meanwhile, the Great Sage of Toads and the White Snake Sage scoured the land in search of the so-called Child of Destiny, their motivations rooted in the fear that, should the world face its demise, their own realms would follow suit. Throughout this saga, it was only Tsunade who genuinely cared for the lives of others. Witnessing the devastation wrought by countless wars, she single-handedly established the medical system of Konoha. Following the loss of her loved ones, she departed from the ninja world, seeking solace in gambling, hoping to find peace for herself and safety for others. Over the years, with each substantial windfall, she generously donated to the external income fund of Konoha. Fearing the misfortune it might bring to others, she refused to entrust the crystal pendant to anyone else. In every conceivable way, Tsunade deserves to be immortalized as a monumental figure in the world of Hokage. Naruto retrieved 2 large white tiger pelts from his inner space and laid them upon the ground. With a mere thought, Tsunade felt herself gently recline onto the soft furs, a second piece of plush fabric draping over her body. He then settled cross-legged on another pelt, closing his eyes in meditation. Before long, Tsunade, lost in slumber, began to stir and unknowingly crawled onto Naruto, resting her head against his chest. This sudden intimacy left him flustered and powerless. I deserve this, he lamented. Why can't this fool sleep properly? Why must she come over here, reeking of alcohol? Yet, despite his complaints, he covered her neck and shoulders with the plush blanket. Observing her curled form, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. She knows it's cold at night, and yet wears a sleeveless shirt. Honestly, she takes worse care of herself than I do, he remarked with a hint of shamelessness. Tsunade murmured softly in her dreams, her expression shifting between joy and anguish, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Still unable to let go, Naruto extended his delicate hand to caress her smooth cheek, gently brushing aside her golden locks. All right, let me assist you once more, he decided, closing his eyes again, channeling his energy to absorb the moonlight for cultivation. The palm resting on Tsunade's head radiated a soft, azure glow, gradually permeating her being. In her dreams, Tsunade felt a comforting warmth envelop her, and the tension on her lovely face eased, the scent of alcohol dissipating into the tranquil night sky. At that moment, Naruto's spirit focused on his inner space, which had expanded to over 990 kilometers after months of cultivation and herbal supplementation. He was tantalizingly close to reaching the elusive 1,000-kilometer mark. However, for the past couple of days, it had stubbornly refused to grow even a fraction more. As the morning sun slowly ascended the horizon, the figure resting against the boy's legs stirred several times, yet showed no intention of rising. Whether it was shyness or merely the cold, she remained tightly cocooned in the plush blanket, while glass vials lay scattered around the campfire. Not far away, the campfire blazed with fervor, and one could not fathom why the timber from the world of shinobi burned so fiercely. Unless extinguished deliberately, it might burn for days on end. As the violet luminescence coursed through him in increasing abundance, Naruto found himself at a pivotal juncture in his training of the chaos technique, his entire being intensely focused, not daring to indulge in even the slightest relaxation. Yet, the figure reclining upon his legs felt a swell of anxiety. Oh no. Could this little brat possibly ruin my entire reputation? Stealthily glancing at the handsome visage, eyes firmly shut, with a purplish lotus swirling gently at his brow, Tsunade felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. He was extraordinarily handsome, and the grace he radiated made her feel somewhat inferior. He simply would not rise. He did not call her, so she would not budge. It was almost unfathomable that one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, renowned throughout the ninja world, would irrationally sulk over a mere boy. Who exactly was this child? His presence was indeed delightful. Akin to being enveloped in a lush garden of blossoms, such a sensation was utterly comforting. Suddenly, a deafening sound startled Tsunade from her reverie, and to her astonishment, she realized that the noise emanated from the boy's very being. At last, Naruto had transcended the first tier of the chaos technique, his cultivation reaching the late stage of the nascent soul. His tightly shut eyes snapped open, a brilliant light bursting forth, only to vanish into the depths of his gaze. Ignoring the now awakened beauty upon his thigh, Naruto sat cross-legged, stretching his torso, casting his gaze toward the distant thicket, and sighed softly. "Come forth, you fool. Where in this forest could such an enormous, crimson mushroom possibly grow? Have you ever seen a fire-red mushroom in this woodland?" "Mushroom?" Tsunade pondered, bemused, until a thunderous voice interrupted her thoughts. Ahaha! A colossal figure, towering several meters high, lumbered over, letting out a series of sharp shrieks before plopping down like a human. "It seems I could not conceal myself from you after all. Just look at that haughty demeanor." Truly believing himself to be a lord, Naruto regarded the distant figure with indifference, while the creature, unperturbed, gazed with interest at the form resting on Naruto's legs, taunting. "Hey, little brat, you've become quite the charmer in just a few days, even managing to attract a woman. You really know how to enjoy life, don't you? I ask you, having followed me all this way, what is it that you truly desire?" Naruto felt a surge of irritation. This pesky fox, though merely of tankage caliber, possessed remarkable tracking abilities, traversing thousands of kilometers as if it were exploring its own backyard. What? The Nine Tails? Tsunade could no longer maintain her facade. She sprang to her feet, staring in disbelief at the immense figure of the Nine Tails seated before her, her posture shifting to one of vigilance, ready for confrontation, despite her trembling form betraying her nervousness. "Why you? How did you escape from Konoha? Has the Jinchuriki already?" "Ah, so it is the illustrious Tsunade Senju. No wonder you seem so familiar," the creature remarked. "Rest assured, I did not come to engage in conflict today." The Nine Tails, devoid of the typical ferocity associated with tailed beasts, nonchalantly waved a sunflower seed, offering Tsunade a reassuring glance, before addressing the silent Naruto. "The Jinchuriki you mentioned is right behind you. I was released by him, so you should inquire directly with him." "Hey, kid, don't be so distant. Since you are unwilling to accept me as your subordinate, let us reverse roles. I shall be your follower instead." Observing Naruto's exasperated eye roll, the Nine Tails implored him. "What if I become your summoning beast? After all, I am the Nine Tails, possessing an inexhaustible reserve of chakra, making me the strongest summoning beast in the entire ninja world." "I have no interest," Naruto replied flatly. "Come on, don't be like that. Just think of me as a pet. Would that be acceptable?" The Nine Tails gazed intensely at Naruto, realizing that in such a short span, his power had more than doubled. What astonishing speed! It was certainly beyond the capabilities of that sage of six paths. If I could attach myself to this formidable ally, who knows? In just a few years, perhaps even sooner, there would be no need to fear even the sage of six paths. How impressive it would be to possess a pet of tailed beast caliber, he mused. Insanity. This world has completely lost its mind. A tailed beast humbling itself to converse with others. Tsunade's thoughts were in disarray, her expression one of bewilderment. "I have no interest," Naruto reiterated. "Humph, you little brat. You have guts. Even if you refuse, I will follow you relentlessly, causing chaos wherever you go, ensuring you accomplish nothing." The Nine Tails declared angrily. "Humph. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly annoy you to death." Indeed, this shameless creature. Naruto slapped his forehead. "You think you're clever? If you wish to follow me, that could be arranged, but your form is far too imposing. You would frighten the little ones. Transform into something smaller." "Uh-huh. You've agreed. Splendid. From this moment onward, you shall be my master. Not even Uchiha Madara can contest this, nor can the Sage of Six Paths." However, the Nine Tails suddenly appeared troubled. Master, you see, tailed beasts only grow larger from birth. What does it mean to become smaller? I cannot transform." The Nine Tails, full of bravado, spoke without restraint. "How lamentable, a tailed beast that cannot even shrink," Naruto scoffed, rising from the ground. He raised his right hand, emitting a radiant light that imparted a profound technique related to the laws of heaven and earth into the Nine Tails' mind. He cast another spell, and in an instant, the towering figure was reduced to the size of an ordinary kitten, leaving Tsunade utterly astounded. The Nine Tails, understanding the situation, leaped to Naruto's side. Emboldened by the newfound spell in his mind, resolutely following in Naruto's footsteps. Since you will be accompanying me from now on, I shall call you the Nine Tails. As for the name Kyubi no Yoko, let those who wish to use it do so. I certainly shall not. What a ridiculous name for the Six Paths sage. The name change is utterly distasteful. Kyubi. It is not as if Naruto is a monk. Much contemplation has gone into this decision. After all, the Nine Tails is intricately connected to this world, and having it by my side serves as an experiment to gauge the depths of this realm. It would be foolish to assume that this reality mirrors the anime of my previous life. Well, it seems the Nine Tails is at a loss for words. Naruto stretched lazily and, disregarding the astonished expressions of Tsunade and the Nine Tails, collected the fluffy blanket. He then turned to Tsunade with a cheerful smile. Hi there, beautiful. Have you regained your senses? I must take my leave now. You surely know the way back, so I shan't escort you. Wait a moment. So, you are the notorious Naruto Uzumaki who recently fled from Konoha? Fled? I departed from Konoha, quite openly. That group of fools simply could not catch me. Blame them, not me. You can inquire with the Nine Tails if you wish. Indeed, Tsunade, this little rascal did indeed escape from Konoha without a shred of stealth. The foolish inhabitants of the village were utterly outmatched by him. The Nine Tails excitedly interjected. That's not possible, Tsunade replied, her tone unyielding. I have made up my mind. I shall accompany you and keep an eye on you. I cannot allow the other shinobi villages to capture you both, indeed. What a compelling reason, Naruto thought, covering his face in disbelief. Tsunade, you must understand that I am the mightiest tailed beast. How could those incompetent fools ever capture me? Furthermore, have you considered the strength of this little rascal? Before the Nine Tails could finish, Tsunade, with a fierce expression, glared at the creature. Do you have a problem with that? Even the irate Tsunade made the Nine Tails swallow hard. And no, not at all. Ah, forget it. If you wish to come, then come along, Naruto said, somewhat disheartened. However, the journey may be lonely. Having a stunning beauty to behold might not be so bad, especially if it is the renowned Tsunade of the shinobi world. It is worth noting that within Naruto's youthful body resided the spirit of an adult. Since you wish to join us, what of your companion? You shan't leave her behind, will you? Oh, it seems you know me quite well, Tsunade replied with a slight smile, her beauty causing even Naruto to momentarily lose focus, though he quickly regained his composure. You are referring to Shizune, I presume? I will simply write her a letter in town and send it off. Shizune has already attained the rank of Chunin and is capable of taking care of herself. We will return to check on her from time to time. She shall not be in any danger. If necessary, she can return to Konoha. My residence has remained unattended for many years. At the last, her voice grew somber. If not for certain circumstances, who would choose to wander endlessly, unable to return home? Very well, do as you wish, Naruto said, tossing his sword, the Yunhome. The blade quivered and swelled in the wind, transforming into a colossal sword dozens of meters long and several meters wide. Naruto leapt upon the sword and beckoned Tsunade and the Nine Tails. Come aboard, beautiful and Nine Tails. We are departing. Huh. As Tsunade covered her mouth in astonishment. The excited Nine Tails had already flashed to Naruto's side. Once Tsunade steadied herself, with a mere thought from Naruto, the immense sword soared skyward at a 45-degree angle, leaving behind only the bizarre laughter of a beast and the startled cry of a woman in the air. Time flowed like a swift current. And in the blink of an eye, Tsunade and Naruto had traversed the ninja world for over 2 years. Throughout this time, Tsunade's spirits had notably lifted, as if the 2 seeds of sorrow that once plagued her heart had gradually faded away. 6 months prior, Shizune had returned to Konoha after meeting with Tsunade and the others to manage affairs. During these 2 years, Naruto had cultivated the primordial technique to the mid-stage of the first layer, achieving the pinnacle of the transformation realm. The space within him had expanded to several million square kilometers, surpassing even the current area of the Land of Fire. Besides plants, he had introduced a multitude of animals. And due to the presence of the chaotic blue lotus seed pod, the initial evolution of celestial bodies had begun, a feat accomplished while Naruto intentionally suppressed his cultivation. According to the inheritance left by Pangu, the area of a small thousand world must reach at least 1.2 billion square kilometers. The medium thousand world is measured in billions of square kilometers, and the great thousand world in trillions of square kilometers, equivalent to the primordial realm. Based on Naruto's calculations, To achieve the scale of a small thousand world within himself, he would need to attain at least the status of a great Luo golden immortal, which was facilitated by the presence of the chaotic blue lotus seed pod. In contrast, the world of Naruto felt exceedingly small, merely a planet rather than a true world. Naruto was now 9 years old, with 3 years remaining before the onset of the Naruto storyline. Over the past 2 years, under Tsunade's guidance, Konoha had withdrawn its ninjas pursuing Naruto. He had agreed to Tsunade's request to take a stroll 3 years later, akin to the original narrative, to refine his unstable mindset brought about by his rapid cultivation progress. The Nine Tails, having seemingly transformed, bore little resemblance to the malevolent fox of the original tale. Observing Naruto's steadily rising prowess, it felt stagnant and was consequently filled with frustration. That night, as usual, after absorbing the last rays of moonlight while seated atop the inn, Naruto opened his eyes and instantly returned to his room. Upon entering, he sensed 2 familiar presences concealed within, and with a resigned sigh, he rubbed his forehead. "Oh, you 2 fools, come out." Suddenly, the lights illuminated, flooding the room with a warm atmosphere, unmistakably adorned for a birthday celebration. A flash of realization struck Naruto. Today marked his 9th birthday. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! The heartfelt wishes from Tsunade and the Nine Tails resonated in his ears, moistening his eyes. Having spent several years in this world, he never anticipated that the first to celebrate his birthday would be these 2, a woman and a beast. He began to feel an unprecedented warmth, his mood lifting as he gazed at the large cake brought forth by the Nine Tails' paws, his expression slightly peculiar. Throughout the entire process, neither Tsunade nor the Nine Tails mentioned anything else, simply accompanying Naruto quietly as he savored the entire cake. It is noteworthy that ever since the Nine Tails began following Naruto, under Tsunade's encouragement, after indulging in a barbecue, this creature has developed an insatiable appetite for any delectable morsel it encounters. It has even adopted a human-like routine, though its fox-like physique remains unchanged, rendering it the most remarkable among the tailed beasts. Just after finishing a cake, Naruto sensed something amiss with Tsunade today. Sure enough, mere minutes later, her skin began to wrinkle and appeared somewhat parched, resembling her state after activating the seal in the original narrative. "Hey Tsunade, what is going on?" The Nine Tails was the first to voice its surprise at the scene before it. Even Naruto stood there, momentarily stunned, awaiting a response. "It's nothing. I just suddenly forgot something important these past few days," Tsunade replied, her complexion deteriorating further. Without much thought, she swiftly formed a hand seal and pressed it against the floor, invoking the summoning technique. A plume of smoke erupted, revealing a humanoid slug before her. "Tsunade-sama, what is your command?" it inquired. "Quick, help me recover. The chakra from the seal is insufficient," Tsunade exclaimed urgently, disregarding Naruto's and the Nine Tails' gazes. The Nine Tails, recalling Naruto's previous jest, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, its expression turning fearful as it spoke. "Kid, could it be that, just as you mentioned before, Tsunade's body can no longer generate new cells due to excessive cellular division, thus requiring this slug to provide chakra to sustain her existence? What do you think?" Naruto, tucking a strand of his violet-blue hair behind his ear, caressed his delicate cheek with his crystalline fingers, contemplating deeply. With a hint of disdain, he responded, "This is precisely what I meant. Your so-called chakra is rather rudimentary, a mere exchange of life for power. How many ninjas, aside from the Uzumaki clan, have you seen live beyond 50? Hey, kid, you must think of a solution. I don't want to end up like this, even as a tailed beast." The Nine Tails felt a pang of anxiety. Relax, relax, you won't die as long as I'm here," Naruto chuckled at the creature's ghastly expression, feeling a weight lift from his heart as he silently resolved to take action. He gestured to the slug, which was still channeling chakra to Tsunade. "Hey, that slug. You can stop supplying chakra now. This method is akin to a drug, merely a temporary fix. I have my own way to resolve this." "Oh." The slug regarded Naruto with curiosity. His unwavering gaze did not suggest deceit. The faint smile upon his face exuded confidence, and the energy within him was astonishingly more formidable than even that of the slug's sage. The slug chose to trust him. "Very well, I leave it to you." Tsunade remained silent, lost in her thoughts, yet her averted gaze betrayed an abundance of sorrow. Naruto gently pressed his finger against the purple seal on her forehead, infusing it with a stream of pure innate spiritual energy. He then withdrew his finger, In the astonished eyes of the slug and the nine tails, Tsunade's body visibly regained its vitality, her skin becoming more supple than ever before. Hey! The pure essence of natural energy resonated through the melodious voice of the slug, conveying a sense of astonishment. Since Lady Tsunade is unharmed, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to summon me. Very well, slug, farewell. Naruto replied with a gesture signifying approval. With a soft puff, the slug vanished from the room, leaving behind an echoing sound lingering in the air. And, young one, I am not a slug. Please refer to me as Slug or Lady Slug, it added. Che, insufferable creature, the nine-tails scoffed. Naruto gazed at Tsunade, who appeared lost. As if bereft of life, he gently caressed her now rosy cheek with his fair hand, saying, All right, beautiful lady, aren't you back to your former self? What is there to be sorrowful about? Naruto finally comprehended why Tsunade had only employed the Ein seal a meager few times in the original narrative. It was not due to a lack of ability, but rather a reluctance to do so. After all, Tsunade's vitality had been severely depleted during the Great Ninja War. Do you look down upon me? Tsunade murmured, her head hung low. Since she had accompanied Naruto over 2 years ago, she had been captivated by his elusive methods, and his consistent adult-like demeanor made her feel as though she were interacting with someone her own age. Gradually, she attempted to emerge from the shadows of her painful past. Yet every time she found herself in such a state, it transported her back to those dreadful days, leaving her in a perpetual state of uncertainty regarding her complex feelings for him. Naruto tenderly stroked Tsunade's cheek, helping her rise from her curled position. He took her delicate, pale hand and smiled. Do not fret, I know what weighs on your mind. It is simply the fear of reverting to that previous state. I assenti it? I can remedy that. The youthful voice echoed in Tsunade's ears, and at that moment, Naruto had grown to a height just below her chest. Perhaps in a few years, he would be nearly her equal. However, the sight of Tsunade biting her lower lip still bore a certain melancholic and pitiable charm. Come here, Nine Tails. Place your paw on my shoulder. I shall take you to a place. Very well, little one. In the blink of an eye, the trio found themselves beneath an unfamiliar sky. Tsunade was perplexed by the sudden change, but the Nine Tails, with its keen insight as a tailed beast, sensed that this place was extraordinary. Indeed, this was the inner space that Naruto had conjured. At that moment, the inner space was a sprawling forest, teeming with medicinal herbs. Thanks to the chaotic blue lotus, many herbs surpassed those found in the world of Hokage by several tiers. Except for the absence of humans, it was alive with birds, beasts, and fish, with islands and oceans dotting the continent, presenting a scene of vibrant life. A complete biological chain had already formed, patiently awaiting the arrival of humanity. Little one, what does it mean that you have brought us here? The Nine Tails inquired impatiently. However, as the words left its mouth, it sensed something amiss. No, this is not a world. What is this place? Not a world? Tsunade adjusted her downcast mood, for she realized that few occurrences could elicit such fear from the Nine Tails. Naruto offered a slight smile and said, Indeed, Nine Tails, you are correct. This is no longer the world we just inhabited. So where are we? Have you traversed to another realm using your spatial abilities? A look of astonishment flickered across the Nine Tails' face. Such a power might be beyond even the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto shook his head and candidly stated, Let me be straightforward with you. This is a world I have forged within myself. What? If the Nine Tails was merely shocked before, even the usually composed Tsunade was taken aback now. The phrase forging a world was unprecedented, and just those 4 words conjured images of sheer madness. That's utterly preposterous. Kid, are you jesting? Even the Sage of Six Paths could not accomplish such a feat. Humph, Naruto scoffed, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. That arrogant fellow you speak of possesses rather unimpressive abilities. I have my own cultivation system, and I shall elucidate it for you. In the ninja world, ranks are divided into Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Kage, Tenin, and what we may term the Six Paths level for the Sage of Six Paths. My cultivation system, however, is categorized from lower to higher as follows: Chi Refinement Stage, Foundation Establishment Stage, Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, and Transformation Stage, among others. The Chi Refinement Stage comprises 12 levels, corresponding to the 12 meridians of the human body, while the other realms are segmented into the initial, middle, late, and peak stages. Naruto glanced at the astonished duo and continued, The The Jinin rank corresponds to the first 6 levels of the Chi refinement stage, Chunin to the latter 6 levels, Jonin to the foundation establishment stage, Kage to the golden core stage, Tinin to the nascent soul stage, and the 6 paths level to the transformation stage. However, the ninja's training is rather foolish. Upon reaching the Jonin level, one ought to consolidate their golden core within the Dantian to cultivate the spirit. Yet, ninjas are only aware of exhausting their physical potential. The ultimate consequence is that each individual who reaches the golden core stage can only survive for 500 years, with each subsequent level extending their lifespan by another 500 years. Because ninjas exhaust their bodies over time, most meet an early demise, as did the Sage of 6 Paths and the 2 imbeciles, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. At this, Tsunade felt a flicker of anger at Naruto's blatant criticism of Hashirama, but considering what he had just revealed, it indicated that he could live for an extended period. Perhaps there was a connection between them. With a slight tremor in her voice, Tsunade inquired, "Then how long can you live?" "Me?" Naruto gently squeezed her delicate hand and replied mysteriously, "My path of cultivating the golden core differs slightly. I have forged a world and further cultivated it. Theoretically, as this world expands, my lifespan lengthens. As long as this world endures, I shall not perish." "Are you saying you can achieve immortality?" the Nine-Tails exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. "Perhaps," Naruto mused. "Wow, boss, I want to cultivate too. I want to cultivate." The Nine-Tails jubilantly bounced around. "You must share with me your cultivation methods. I shall do anything you ask, even if it means fetching your shoes daily. Curse Uchiha Madara, and curse the Sage of 6 Paths." However, before the Nine-Tails could leap any higher, Naruto's single remark quelled its exuberance, leaving it devoid of spirit. "Ah, you arrogant fox, do not revel in your current state. Even if you wish to cultivate, I am unable to assist you. Providing you with a technique would be futile." "Why?" The Nine-Tails immediately became despondent, his ears drooping in a manner that suggested he had lost all hope. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the pleasures of experiencing the world through the eyes of beautiful maidens. "There is a matter you are well aware of. Your soul is incomplete. Were it merely a slight deficiency, I might have a way to help you restore it. However, you are currently missing a full half. If you were to attempt cultivation now, the imbalance of your soul would hinder its ability to harmonize the yin and yang, leading to a rapid self-immolation of your spirit. This is true death, not the so-called rebirth you tailed beasts speak of through chakra." Naruto, with a knowing tone, continued, "You should understand that each time you die and are reborn, a portion of your power is irreversibly lost. Thus, as a tailed beast, your lifespan merely exceeds that of the Sage of 6 Paths by a small margin. You too are incapable of infinite rebirth, as your essence has yet to be entirely diminished. I was aware of this, although I have never faced death myself. However, as that fool of the One Tail once mentioned, it aligns with your explanation." The Nine-Tails expressed a hint of sorrow. "Furthermore, after being split in two by your father, the 4th Hokage, several years ago, each half has diminished to the level of a novice in the shadows. I cannot shake the feeling that even if we were to reunite, we could never return to the prowess we once possessed. Fear not, for in a few years, I shall return to Konoha with the stunning beauty and procure the Death God mask from the Uzumaki clan's shrine. At that time, I will reclaim your missing half of the soul, and, following my methods, perhaps you may yet take on a human form." "Truly? Little one, you would not deceive me, would you? I could become human?" "Certainly," Naruto replied affirmatively, then turned his gaze to the gradually recovering Tsunade, gently squeezing her delicate fingers. "So, beautiful lady, would you be willing to practice my techniques?" Tsunade's gaze locked onto Naruto's eyes, filled with anticipation and a hint of complex emotions. Was she not experiencing the same? She extended her exquisite hand to caress Naruto's head. In that fleeting moment, she realized that she could not truly part from this still-maturing boy. As Naruto's gaze lowered, steeped in disappointment, Tsunade's demeanor brightened once more. She aligned herself with Naruto, who stood at the height of her chest, her mature, fragrant essence enveloping him. "Very well, then. Entrust this to me, Naruto." "Huh." Such simple words brought a smile back to Naruto's face, which had been clouded by gloom. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails, sensing the need for solitude, chose to remain quietly in the background. Delighted, Naruto leapt into the air, pulling Tsunade to sit beside him on the edge of a high mountain within his inner space. Facing her, he opened his palm, revealing a seed of lotus, pink tinged with purple, emanating a radiant glow. "This is my lotus seed. I shall now place it within your dantian. This seed has matured, and once separated from its mother, it will begin to grow until it blossoms into an independent lotus. I estimate it will take about 2 to 3 years. If your cultivation were to elevate, the first petal would bloom within you, and at that moment, a mark akin to mine would emerge at your brow, a distinctive emblem of our lineage. Naruto gestured towards the 36-petaled violet-blue lotus flower adorning his forehead and continued. Rest assured, this lotus seed poses no harm to you. If you aspire to cultivate an inner world akin to mine, its assistance is indispensable. Now, let a drop of your blood fall upon it. From this day forth, it shall be as integral to you as your own body. Moreover, it harbors many unforeseen effects. Hurry and give it a try. Tsunade, well aware of the lotus seed's preciousness, promptly bit her finger, allowing a drop of her blood to fall before guiding the seed into her dantian with Naruto's aid. Once the seed entered her dantian, it vanished from sight. Only Naruto, possessing the lotus pod's mother body, and Tsunade herself could perceive it. Even those with seeds of equal caliber were oblivious. Much like how Naruto could see the lotus suspended in the inner space, while Tsunade remained unaware. Otherwise, such a treasure would have drawn countless eager seekers. The lotus is akin to oneself. If the main body perishes, the lotus cannot exist. Naruto cast a glance at the envious Ninetales and earnestly stated, "You need not worry. The fact that you are witnessing this today signifies that when you are ready to cultivate, I shall provide you with a lotus seed, albeit of a different hue." Really? The Ninetales, perceiving the sincerity in Naruto's eyes, chuckled. Who would have thought that after several millennia, I would experience such fortuitous luck? Even if I were to relive my past, it would be worthwhile. Sighing, Tsunade observed Naruto and the Ninetales, reflecting on the unexpected camaraderie formed among the three of them. So seemingly mismatched. Is there anything amiss? Naruto inquired, as he transferred the linguistic framework of the Chinese language alongside another set of teachings equivalent to the Hunyuan scripture. The Purple Dream Sutra, to Tsunade. One couldn't help but ponder whether Panga's extensive insights were meant for his kin, though his own path remained incomplete. He inadvertently paved the way for Naruto. Naruto felt fortunate to have retained the chaos blue lotus pod from the chaotic space. Otherwise, the profound truths inscribed within, derived from Pangu's enlightenment, would not have come into his possession. This is another language? Tsunade questioned, puzzled by her innate understanding upon first glance. Yet, she surmised it must be connected to Naruto, prompting her to inquire further. Indeed, Naruto affirmed with a nod. I directly instilled the context of this linguistic system within you, enabling your immediate comprehension. It isn't a mere redundancy. Rather, the cultivation methods are inherently composed of this script. Should it be transcribed into another form, the original essence would be lost, rendering it impossible to cultivate or comprehend. 3 years swiftly elapsed, yet the disputes within the Naruto world remained unabated. During these years, Naruto and his companions traversed the celestial islands of the water country, the boundless deserts of the wind country, the towering, thunderous mountains of the lightning country, and the barren yellow lands of the earth country. Their time was spent either indulging Tsunade in gambling or exploring and refining their skills. In the present day, Tsunade appears as if she were an 18-year-old beauty, yet she possesses an added layer of maturity and charm that comes with the passage of time. A delicate lotus imprint, reminiscent of a pink flower tinged with purple, has blossomed upon her brow, while the lotus within her has successfully opened its first petal. After 3 years of rigorous training, the space she has cultivated within her body has expanded to a size comparable to Naruto's inner space from 3 years prior, both encompassing several million square kilometers of land. Due to the presence of lotus seeds, this nascent space has given rise to the initial forms of plant life, now establishing a complete ecological chain. However, neither Naruto nor Tsunade has yet relocated any human inhabitants into this internal realm. Tsunade's cultivation successfully transcended the divine transformation stage half a month ago. This achievement is attributed to her prior mastery as a mid-tier shadow-level ninja. Despite the differences in their paths, there are many similarities that facilitated her rapid advancement. Now, under Naruto's indulgence, her personality has transformed to resemble that of a youthful maiden, starkly contrasting with the Tsunade of the original narrative, who bore a radiant smile, yet concealed profound sorrow. As for Naruto himself, his internal space has triumphantly expanded beyond 10 million square kilometers, though it still falls short of the billion square kilometer realm he aspires to attain. In terms of cultivation, He has just crossed 2 levels to enter the early stage of fusion, his prowess far surpassing the strength depicted in this world's anime. Nevertheless, due to the influence of the Chaos Azure Lotus pod, his outward strength remains at the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage. At a Japanese-style inn on the border of the Land of Fire, Tsunade and Naruto sit across from each other at a square table, with a small red fox the size of a cat perched upon the table. This diminutive creature is none other than the Nine Tails, who, in order to avoid drawing attention, typically adopts this smaller form while following the two. Hey, waiter, bring me another 2 pounds of that medium-rare grilled beef. The Nine Tails has unwittingly acclimatized to human life after spending several years among them, no longer exhibiting the bloodthirsty tendencies of its former self. Wow, Nine Tails, you seem to be living the good life, knowing that beef should be medium rare for the best flavor. Tsunade, flaunting her impressive figure and adorned with a crystal necklace gifted by Hashirama, teases with a melodious voice as she raises her wine glass to her lips. Little does one realize that she is not sipping on ordinary wine, since Naruto imparted the brewing method for spirit wine to her a year ago. She has taken to ravaging forests like a swarm of locusts, excavating them to the point of disarray. Were it not for Naruto's insistence that she must leave 1/3 of the herbs untouched, others would scarcely find a single medicinal plant left. At this moment, she savors a low-grade spirit wine brewed from ordinary herbs returned to their innate state within her internal space. Despite its humble origins, the alluring aroma of the wine has compelled patrons in the inn to frequently glance back in her direction, particularly entranced by her exquisite visage, which has left many male customers spellbound, drooling incessantly, much to the discontent of their companions. The Nine Tails gazed longingly at Tsunade's cup, pleading earnestly, "Hey, Tsunade, could you pour me just a single cup of that drink of yours? Just one? I promise I won't ask for more." With her chin resting on her hand, Tsunade displayed an undeniable charm, responding, "If you call me big sister, I might just grant you a whole bottle." Ah, never mind. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to arrive, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. I might as well comply. It's not as though I'll suffer any loss. Although the Nine Tails had resisted many times before, this time it shamelessly capitulated. "Big sister. There you go. That's the spirit," Tsunade said, retrieving a bottle of spirit and handing it to the Nine Tails, who accepted it meekly, repeatedly murmuring, Thank you, big sister." Observing the harmonious scene before him, Naruto's gentle yet dignified visage radiated warmth. Now 12 years old, he stood at eye level with Tsunade. As if guided by an invisible hand, he picked up chopsticks and selected her favorite dish, smiling gently, "Beautiful lady, please eat. If we linger any longer, these patrons might never leave." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade lifted her gaze to survey the establishment, noting the vacant expressions on the patrons' faces, men staring at her, women fixated on Naruto. Even the owner and servers appeared entranced. Coming back to herself, she exchanged a glance with Naruto, a hint of pride illuminating her features, reminiscent of a young girl who had just triumphed in a contest. "Hey, Tsunade." Their meal, shared through mutual servings, was abruptly interrupted by a boisterous voice. Tsunade quickly turned to the source, discovering a middle-aged man with white hair. His face was dotted with a multitude of pimples akin to those on a toad, and his cheeks were painted a shade of red, making him resemble a plump frog. Jiraiya, what brings you here? And that girl behind you, is it Shizune?" "It's been years. You've grown taller, Shizune." Naruto instinctively facepalmed, recalling the dramatic endeavor of him and Jiraiya to locate Tsunade. It seemed that, due to his own circumstances, things had shifted only slightly, merely replacing himself with Shizune, a temporal advancement of sorts. Evidently, the inertia imposed by the World S was quite formidable. "Tsunade-sama, how could you have changed so much?" Shizune's voice trembled in disbelief. "Hey." Meanwhile, Jiraiya had nonchalantly seated himself in the spot Naruto had deliberately vacated, drooling as he gazed at Tsunade's dramatically altered appearance, completely oblivious to the vacant stare of the Nine Tails or Naruto's exasperation. "Oi, you imbecile. Stop looking at me like that." Tsunade, incensed by Jiraiya's foolish expression, leapt to her feet and delivered a powerful punch, sending him soaring through the air, crashing through several buildings across the street, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. "Lady Tsunade, where have you sent Jiraiya?" Caught in the throes of a fantasy about Naruto, she suddenly spotted a figure flying through the air, letting out a sharp scream as cold sweat dripped from her forehead. She dashed off in the direction Jiraiya had flown. "Humph, Tsunade scoffed, resuming her meal as the previously dazed patrons of the establishment shrank back, too intimidated to cast their gazes her way. Such a beautiful woman. Your methods are rather ruthless. He can't possibly be dead, can he? Humph, it's nothing serious. I know my limits. That guy recovers quickly. He'll be out for at most a few months, Tsunade replied, chewing on a small piece of beef, exuding an air of dominance. Besides, he had the audacity to look at me with those lecherous eyes. He deserves every bit of it. Indeed, who asked him to provoke our stunning beauty? Hey, kid. Who are you to dine at the same table as Tsunade? And whose pet is this? Just because it has 9 tails and looks like a squirrel doesn't mean it's the 9 tails. Jiraiya, appearing somewhat disheveled, stumbled back in, seizing the 9 tails by its tail and lifting it, causing the creature to bare its teeth in pain. Knowing the details, Shizune followed behind, covering her face in a gesture of silent mourning for Jiraiya's actions. Fortunately, due to the tripartite agreement signed with Tsunade, Naruto, and the 9 tails, the latter refrained from showing its fierce nature, instead casting pleading glances at Naruto and Tsunade, while secretly plotting to teach Jiraiya a lesson when the opportunity arose. Hey, this is my subordinate that Tsunade just took in. You can't treat it like that. Tsunade swiftly reclaimed the 9 tails from Jiraiya and placed it on Naruto's shoulder. Haha. This is too amusing, little buddy, with a squirrel like this. Baka, have you ever seen a squirrel with 9 tails? Jiraiya, observing Tsunade's eyes glinting with cold light and hearing the impending eruption in her voice, suddenly realized something and, with a trembling voice, inquired, "Then what is this?" "Shut up," Tsunade barked. Internally, she cursed this idiot for thinking such matters could be discussed in public. Meanwhile, the 9 tails, perched on Naruto's shoulder, defiantly waved its claws at Jiraiya, causing him to retreat several steps in fear, questioning his life choices. At the dining table, Shizune shyly sampled the dishes Naruto had passed her, her gaze hardly leaving him. Compared to a few years ago, Naruto now stood slightly taller than her, nearly matching Tsunade's height. At 17 or 18, Shizune was approaching maturity, harboring a natural, inexplicable affection for handsome young men, a sentiment as old as time itself. Jiraiya watched as Tsunade transformed into an 18-year-old girl, or perhaps even more enchanting. Though he wore a love-struck expression, deep within, a tempest of emotions stirred. Particularly, the exquisite pink lotus blooming from her forehead radiated a glow that left Jiraiya momentarily dazed. Hey, Tsunade, you're not delving into the bizarre ninjutsu like Orochimaru, are you? Jiraiya's demeanor shifted as he faced Tsunade with a serious expression. If that's the case, it wouldn't hold any meaning. Tsunade, unable to explain her current state, found herself the subject of Shizune's cautious inquiry. Alas, Jiraiya, I must say, you are quite foolish. Do you not perceive the gravity of my current situation? While others may remain oblivious, surely you cannot be blind to it. Tsunade cast a fleeting glance at Naruto, fully aware that she cannot casually divulge her circumstances to anyone. Having embraced the new linguistic and cultural paradigms conveyed by Naruto, she understands the importance of discretion. Until Naruto grants his approval, no information regarding these matters can be disclosed. Otherwise, who knows what unforeseen consequences may arise. That is reassuring. However, your current state truly evokes envy. Pray tell, have you ingested some miraculous elixir? In pursuit of an accurate answer, Jiraiya, buoyed by their long-standing camaraderie, chose to trust her. Following Tsunade's gaze to the right, he beheld a youth adorned in a silver robe with violet hair, a lotus blossom gracing his brow, nonchalantly consuming grilled meat. Yet, the exquisite beauty of the boy's countenance ignited a twinge of jealousy within him. By the way, young one, who might you be? Upon hearing the voice, Naruto feigned distraction, taking a moment to gather his wits before glancing at the 9 tails, who had leapt onto the table. With a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "Are you addressing me?" The 9 tails, momentarily taken aback, rendered Jiraiya to bury his face in his hands, tears streaming down his cheeks. Alas, children today seem utterly devoid of charm. Kushina observed the conspicuously perplexed duo, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Hee, Jiraiya, what do you think? I wager you have no inkling of who he is. Tsunade remarked, amusement dancing in her eyes. Nanny? How peculiar. Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Naruto. All right, I concede. I truly do not know who he is. Furthermore, why do both of you possess a lotus blossom upon your foreheads? Baka, it is not a lotus. It is a water lily. Tsunade retorted. grabbing Jiraiya by the collar and shouting animatedly. She then pointed to the unfazed Naruto, declaring, "This is Naruto Uzumaki." Kushina affirmed, aware of Naruto's identity. Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya studied Naruto intently, retrieving a sake bottle from Tsunade's grasp and taking a swig. Though I now recognize him as my disciple, he bears no resemblance to Minato. Rather, he bears a striking likeness to Kushina. And what is this hair about? I recall neither of them possessing violet hair. In his heart, he mused, Minato, Kushina, rest assured. TCH. Naruto clicked his tongue, determined not to resemble the disheveled, fox-faced Naruto of the original tale, whose appearance was utterly unappealing, complete with unsightly yellow hair. The Naruto who ascended to Hokage in the original narrative after a haircut bore a striking resemblance to the third Hokage's elderly, unattractive visage. TCH. Minato looked nothing like Naruto. Tsunade's gaze shifted. Do you not find a man with yellow hair rather unsightly? Indeed, Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, then leapt to his feet, striking a pose as he proclaimed, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the beloved by all, the flower that blooms for every passerby, the cause of flat tires for every vehicle. Renowned throughout the ninja world, enchanting countless maidens and soothing children's cries at night. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku. How splendid! Have I dazzled you with my charm?" Each person bears the mark of a grand on their forehead, and Naruto is grateful he did not summon a frog in the hotel. Tsunade hurriedly buried her head into her chest, feigning ignorance of his presence. Foolish, foolish. Jiraiya felt a cold sweat trickling down his back as several eyes scrutinized him. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, he retreated nervously to his seat. Now, Tsunade, reveal your decision. In recent years, a certain organization has been increasingly active and peculiar. The younger generation in the village lacks capable masters to oversee them. Meanwhile, I wish to traverse the ninja world to fulfill my creative pursuits and gather some intelligence. You lecherous sage, you are indeed shameless, Naruto thought, recalling the original Jiraiya with a look of disdain. Heh, so you are aware of my magnificent creations. Aha, Jiraiya exclaimed, abruptly shifting his tone to bellow at Naruto. I told you to call me the frog sage, the frog sage. All right, lecherous sage. Ah, forget it, Jiraiya dismissed Naruto, his gaze fixed intently on the exposed skin of Tsunade's chest. The old man seemed to convey that he was growing weary, hoping Tsunade would return to the village to instill some fear in those rascals from other villages. Huh, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually stepped down voluntarily? This diverges from the original narrative, but it seems improbable. Tsunade, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation. Since her return to Konoha over the past few years, she had struggled to adjust to life without Tsunade by her side. After all, she had followed Tsunade for years. And how could such a habit be forgotten in just a couple of years? With a hand tapping the table, Tsunade appeared to be lost in thought. A mysterious sadness etched on her face. Her beautiful eyes gradually turned to meet Naruto's, their gazes intertwining with a hint of expectation. What do you think, Naruto? Gorgeous lady, I respect your decision, Naruto replied with a gentle smile, affirmatively. Very well then, Jiraiya, I concur with your request. Without any interference from Orochimaru, Tsunade responded succinctly. The three, along with one beast, strolled down the short street. Yet Tsunade's heart remained unsettled, gripping Naruto's arm tightly, as if seeking support. Jiraiya observed this scene, feeling a twinge of envy but unable to do anything but watch in admiration and jealousy. Could he truly influence Tsunade's decision? The old man spoke rightly. However, this was a positive development as it indicated that Tsunade was beginning to emerge from her shadows. In quietude, Shizune walked alongside Naruto, appearing somewhat reserved. Secretly envious of the bond between Tsunade and him, she felt joy for Tsunade, as over the years, besides Naruto, she had come to understand Tsunade's heart best. Naruto said little, knowing that Tsunade needed to find her way out on her own. Suddenly, Tsunade exclaimed, Ah, we're here again. Wow. This is the largest casino in the Land of Fire. Once we return, there will be no more gambling. I must indulge to my heart's content. With that, the still unsettled Tsunade tugged on Naruto and dashed into the casino, leaving Shizune and Jiraiya trailing behind in speechless pursuit. Upon arriving at the casino counter, Tsunade instinctively extended her hand towards Naruto, requesting funds. Over the years, Naruto had never curbed Tsunade's gambling tendencies, for aside from her penchant for alcohol, This was her sole indulgence. With a casual flick of his wrist, a silver password box materialized in his grasp, which he handed to Tsunade's delicate, jade-like hand. Understanding her need for an outlet, he gently encouraged, "Go ahead, play as long as you desire. If it's not enough, I shall provide more." Tsunade accepted the password box, which had a single code that corresponded to the number of strokes in each character of her name, Senju Tsunade, facilitating her access to the funds within. As she sensed the weight of the box, her eyes glistened momentarily with unshed tears, an emotion unnoticed by anyone but Naruto. Regaining her composure, she placed the box upon the counter and swiftly unlocked it. Despite regularly witnessing the extravagant spending of a high roller, the casino staff remained astonished, while Jiraiya, standing behind Naruto, was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost biting his tongue in disbelief. It was known that his entire income could scarcely fill the box. Yet here this fellow had gifted Tsunade an entire case of standard gold bars, marked with the insignia of an official exchange, ensuring their authenticity. If converted to currency in the Naruto world, it would amount to a staggering sum of 70 to 80 billion. Tsunade's assistant, Shizun, stared in awe at the enormous box filled with gleaming treasures, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Tsunade's indifference to her, she turned her gaze towards Naruto, exclaiming with a heavy heart, "Naruto, you are far too indulgent of Lady Tsunade." "Ah, it's quite all right, Shizun. As long as she is happy. Isn't that what truly matters? Besides, it seems I am not particularly lacking in funds," Naruto replied nonchalantly, for to him, such wealth was abundant. Tsunade herself had amassed countless tons of gold bars, yet she habitually reached out to Naruto for money, never tapping into her own vast reserves. After all, she possessed an inner space that was 1/5 the size of the entire Naruto world, lush and bountiful, far surpassing the resources of the Land of Fire. The extent of her wealth was simply incalculable. Using gambling to alleviate emotions, is it? Jiraiya mused, casting a thoughtful glance at Naruto. Indeed, Tsunade's simple pleasures are quite commendable. Because of Tsunade, what should have been a swift journey to the Land of Fire had turned into a languorous trek, stretching over a month. At this moment, the QB, visibly impatient, realized how remarkably swift their earlier travels had been, compared to a ninja's speed. Their current pace resembled ants scuttling across the ground. To avoid attracting attention, the QB had transformed into a diminutive, single-tailed squirrel, about the size of a fist. Its fiery red hue unchanged, with its chakra concealed by Naruto's technique. Due to its untransformed state, it could only flit between animal forms. Naruto and his companions stood before the familiar gates of Konoha, each harboring an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. Tsunade gazed vacantly at the emblem of Konoha adorning the gates, letting out a sigh as she remarked, "It feels somewhat unfamiliar. Hasn't it been over a decade since I last returned?" Suddenly, her spirit lifted, and she shouted into the interior, "I'm back." This proclamation resonated like that of a child returning home after a long absence, and like a victor reclaiming something precious. Imbued with a newfound confidence unshackled by the expectations of others, one could only wonder how many could decipher the complexity within her words. Indeed, they had returned. Jiraiya recalled his own homecoming a few months prior and could not suppress a wave of sentiment. Perhaps the intricate memories tied to Konoha were experiences that their generation would inevitably endure. "Beautiful lady, since we have returned, I imagine many are awaiting you. I shall take my leave now. Seek me out when you are finished," Naruto remarked, gently removing the pale jade hand that hung from his arm, offering Tsunade a faint smile before turning and vanishing alongside the now squirrel-like Ninetales. "Jiraiya, what is the meaning of this?" Tsunade inquired. Though she was aware that the village had dispatched personnel to locate Naruto, she remained oblivious to the events of that era. Over the years, Naruto had kept silent, and she had refrained from questioning him. Alas, he probably wishes to avoid encountering those old geezers in the village, Jiraiya responded, his tone heavy with understanding. "I've gathered some information. It seems that 6 years ago, Danzo and the third Hokage attempted to forcibly take Naruto for questioning, but he managed to escape. Perhaps that incident weighs heavily on him," Shizun cautiously interjected. "Oh," Tsunade replied tersely, her jade hand momentarily clenching into a fist before relaxing again, albeit subtly. "Shizun, be silent. Regardless of the reasons, these matters are beyond our scope of discussion. Refrain from mentioning them in public," Jiraiya admonished, having observed the profound bond between Tsunade and Naruto during their time together. "Oh, I understand. My apologies. It was not my intention. Shizune hastily apologized to Jiraiya, though her tone bore a hint of grievance that was unmistakable. Moments later, Tsunade had passed through the gates and entered Konoha, where she was met by a gathering of ninjas and townsfolk organized by Sarutobi to welcome her back. Sarutobi himself greeted her with a warm smile, saying, "Tsunade, it has been many years. Welcome home." "Indeed, old man, I have returned," she replied. Danzo's two subordinates, Mito and Sito, also displayed smiles of concern. As for Danzo himself, he stood quietly to the side, a solitary figure with a proud demeanor, emitting a low grunt from his throat, obscured by the shadow of his half-closed eye. "Welcome home, Lady Tsunade. You have finally returned." The cheers echoed, affirming that regardless of the thoughts of the village's higher-ups, the Senju clan, as the founders of Konoha, still held significant prestige. This was the essence of the Senju legacy within Konoha. Amidst the crowd, a striking beauty with raven hair and crimson eyes gazed upon Tsunade's youthful visage, reminiscent of an 18-year-old. Her eyes twitched in disbelief. How could this be Tsunade? So youthful and vibrant? Wasn't she over 50 years of age? Nearby, Asuma and Kakashi exchanged nervous laughter, equally astonished yet silent. The majority of the village's elite were equally taken aback, but they too chose to remain tight-lipped, instead joyfully welcoming Tsunade's return. While Tsunade basked in the warm reception, Naruto, however, made his way towards the area where the prominent families resided. Despite the passage of 6 years, most villagers recognized him by the lotus mark on his forehead, his long, azure hair, and his peculiar attire reminiscent of ancient garb. "The Nine-Tails Fox, how has he returned?" "Quickly retreat. Do not approach this star-plucker, who brought death to his own parents at birth. Truly, the heavens are blind. How is he still alive? Kill him, and this Nine-Tails Fox." Many in the crowd picked up stones to hurl at Naruto, yet curiously, each stone vanished inexplicably mid-flight. The Nine-Tails, in the form of a squirrel perched upon Naruto's shoulder, bared its teeth, ready to charge forth, but Naruto's mental command restrained it. "No need to concern yourself. An elephant will never heed the thoughts of an ant." Soon, Naruto arrived at a medium-sized European villa constructed of red bricks. Perhaps due to years of neglect by its owner, the brownish-red doors and windows were cloaked in dust, and cobwebs were ubiquitous. The small yard surrounding the villa was overrun with weeds. The tall iron gate that enclosed the property was also rusted and worn. The villa, standing silently, seemed to narrate tales of its former glory as the residence of the fourth Hokage. "How ironic," he mused. "Surely, you feel a twinge of discontent as well. Once a sacred place, how many can now recall your name?" The wind whistled through the shattered windows, echoing a sound that felt forced. With a sardonic smile, Naruto waved his hand to establish a vast barrier that enveloped the entire villa and its grounds. Moments later, an intricate space-time barrier materialized above the yard, resembling an inverted cauldron, and then vanished in an instant. He then produced an array of materials he had gathered over the years, along with a colossal cauldron born from a lotus, placing it in the yard. His intention was to refine the entire villa into a spiritual artifact. Although the quality might be modest, it would at least be portable. With fervent flames melting the precious materials, they gradually transformed into a seething solution, flowing through every corner of the villa under Naruto's meticulous control. After 2 hours of labor, drenched in sweat, Naruto finally paused, gazing at the miniature version of the villa and yard in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he cast it forth, revealing a brand new estate that radiated a soft luminescence, as if carved from jade. The flower beds in the yard had been replanted with flora from his internal space. Within this small area, dragonflies and butterflies began to converge, creating a miniature paradise. "What is happening? Who has taken residence in the home of the fourth generation?" "I have no idea. Let us venture in and take a look." "No, we cannot enter." "What is happening? Did I not just take a step into this courtyard? How did I end up at the back of it?" Peculiar, truly peculiar. Naruto, after completing all his tasks, sat on the brand new sofa within the house and yawned. "Oh well, I suppose I shall take a nap. After all, who knows if Tsunade will come to visit me?" With that thought, Naruto entered his bedroom, turned over, lay down on the modern soft bed he crafted, and covered himself with a blanket, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, the Nine-Tails enjoyed its roasted meat and instinctively sought out a room. In the Hokage's office, a multitude of ninjas gathered, each pair of eyes fixated on Jiraiya and Tsunade. "Ahem, Tsunade, it is good to have you back. With you and Jiraiya guarding the village, I can rest easy," Sarutobi remarked, displaying his characteristic smile. By the way, there is one more thing, Jiraiya. That little rascal Naruto has returned as well, hasn't he? Indeed, he has returned, Jiraiya affirmed. It is true, old man. I plan to stay in Konoha for a while to teach him a few things. What do you think? Jiraiya had always struggled to gauge Naruto's capabilities, believing him to know nothing, while Tsunade herself emanated an aura that suggested she had only reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core, comparable to her previous mid-stage as a Hokage. It was only later that Naruto, wishing to avoid drawing attention, obscured his aura from its original peak level of transformation to a vague presence, prompting Jiraiya to consider imparting some ninjutsu to him. Sarutobi, the Nine Tails should be entrusted to our root division. This is essential for the village's safety. Aside from Shizune, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, no one in the village was aware that Naruto had extracted the Nine Tails. Thus, Danzo continued to address Naruto as the Nine Tails. Observing Danzo's arrogant demeanor, Tsunade, having cultivated a calm and composed mindset alongside Naruto over the years, couldn't help but stiffen slightly, her orange-yellow, gem-like eyes fixating intently on Danzo, inadvertently releasing a trace of her aura, causing Danzo, who was about to speak further, to let out a cold snort, only to fall silent. Impressive. Yuhi Kurenai gazed at Tsunade with admiration, prompting many ninjas to glance over in intrigue. Ahem, Sarutobi shot a sharp glare at Danzo, internally cursing the old man for his indiscretion, seemingly oblivious to the extraordinary bond between Tsunade and Naruto. He then turned to Tsunade gently. Rein in your aura, Tsunade. Observe the others. Tsunade surveyed the room, noting those who were sweating profusely, desperately resisting the oppressive pressure. With a huff, she withdrew her aura. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, recalled his own encounter on Short Street, feeling a trickle of cold sweat on his back. Enough already, Danzo. Naruto will certainly not be handed over to you, Sarutobi stated firmly, meeting Danzo's hesitant gaze with unwavering resolve. Midogate In and Seto Koharu offered no opposition either, leaving Danzo's single eye to glare viciously at Tsunade and the others, gritting his teeth as he declared, Humph, Sarutobi, you will regret this decision regarding that brat, the Nine Tails. Do not utter another word, Sarutobi retorted. Startled by Sarutobi's sudden surge of authority, Danzo shivered and stormed out in a huff. After Danzo departed, Sarutobi turned to Tsunade and continued, Tsunade, the new cohort of students from the Ninja Academy is set to graduate in 3 days. According to Jiraiya, Naruto has nearly reached the level of a special jonin. I plan to have him participate in the class division examination. What do you think? What special jonin? The Hokage's office was suddenly filled with commotion. I have no objections, Tsunade replied, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Sarutobi. However, you must carefully consider which class he is assigned to. Otherwise, be wary of me plucking out your beard. Coughing awkwardly, Sarutobi laughed lightly. Well then, let's conclude our discussion here. Tsunade, do you wish to undertake a mission outside or remain in the village? Just let me know so I can make arrangements. As for me, I think I'll head to the Konoha hospital. There have been some new discoveries over the years, and I need to reorganize the hospital. That sounds splendid. Everyone else can head back for now, but Kakashi, please stay. In the Hokage's office, only Kakashi and the third Hokage remained. Sarutobi scrutinized Kakashi before speaking. Kakashi. Hello. Lord Third Hokage. You've completed numerous missions over the years, but such a life cannot continue indefinitely. The village requires new blood. This time, I want you to lead a class of newly graduated students. Understood. What are your thoughts on Naruto? Do you believe he could pose a threat to the village in the future? Upon hearing the third's inquiry about his master's son, Kakashi's single eye narrowed in contemplation, a flicker of anger stirring within him. However, he refrained from expressing it and answered the third's question earnestly. Lord Third, I believe Naruto will not endanger the village. Oh, why do you say that? Firstly, despite the way the villagers have treated him over the years, he has not acted out in any harmful manner. This suggests that he is a fundamentally good child. Kakashi continued. Moreover, I have heard that Lady Tsunade has been living with Naruto all these years. And from her demeanor earlier, it is evident that she holds him in high regard. I believe Naruto reciprocates that sentiment, or else he would not have returned with her. Additionally, Sakura shares a close bond with Naruto. In essence, as long as these two remain in Konoha, Naruto himself will not engage in actions that could harm the village. Indeed, your analysis is commendable. Sarutobi nodded appreciatively. Very well, Let us assign Naruto to your class. I hope you will cultivate a strong connection with him, fostering deeper ties to the village." "Yes, Lord Third Hokage," Kakashi replied, filled with enthusiasm. "Also, keep in mind that Naruto has spent the past 6 years undergoing specialized training missions. I do not wish to hear any unfavorable rumors about him within the village. You may go now." "Understood." Shortly after Kakashi departed, a member of the Umbu with a feline mask appeared beside Sarutobi, whispering confidentially. After he finished speaking, Sarutobi sighed. Indeed, it was something that rightfully belonged to him. Since he had already moved in, it was best to let him stay there. They could simply station surveillance personnel outside the courtyard, ensuring that he remained unaware. Once the Umbu departed, Sarutobi gazed out the window towards Hokage Rock. "Minato, that child Naruto has grown up. Yet, what are his true feelings towards the village?" Nestled in his warm blankets, Naruto vaguely felt a soft body crawl onto his bed, resting something against his chest. Something akin to fine grass brushed against his skin, causing an irritating itch. However, he knew that aside from Tsunade, no one could breach the barrier he had set up, and the Nine Tails would never enter his room. So he assumed he was merely dreaming, gradually drifting back into slumber. The next day, the fiery sun ascended slowly. Unlike his usual routine of absorbing the morning's purplish aura, Naruto remained in bed. Perhaps due to the warmth of the home where his parents once lived, allowing his tense nerves to relax for the first time in over a decade, resulting in a profoundly comfortable sleep. With a soft hum, Naruto lazily opened his eyes, feeling a weight upon him. A fragrant, soft body lay on his chest. Deep in slumber, her pale yellow hair flowed smoothly, and her slightly pouted red lips exuded an irresistible charm. Too delicate, porcelain-like arms clung softly around his neck, like smooth jelly. Naruto smiled gently, his left hand brushing through her glowing hair in the sunlight, resting on her face to soothe the furrowed brow. As his fingers grazed the pink lotus blooming on her forehead, the enchanting figure in his embrace stirred and opened her eyes, initially avoiding his gaze. He gazed at her as if he could never tire of the sight, having longed to express his feelings, yet holding back due to the lingering pain in her heart. To his surprise, she could no longer wait and conveyed her answer in her own way. Tsunade, half leaning against Naruto, awaited his response but received none. With reddened eyes, she mustered the courage to ask, "Naruto, do you look down on me? Do you think less of me because I am over 50, a woman of age? But what can I do? I didn't even realize when I started to like you, and by the time I noticed, I found myself unable to let go. What should I do? What should I do?" In that moment, Tsunade resembled a lost child returning home, her eyes filled with helplessness, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling onto Naruto's chest. He reached out, cradling her delicate face in his hands, and pressed his lips against hers for several minutes, savoring her sweetness. Finally, he released her and, transitioning from sorrow to joy, spoke softly, "My beautiful lady, I have liked you for a long time as well. I was just afraid you might not be able to accept it right away, so I intended to wait until you moved past your past before confessing. Little did I know, you had already taken the initiative. Regarding the issue of age, take a moment to gaze into a mirror. Do you truly appear as though you are 50? Moreover, given the realms we currently inhabit, we are akin to those who thrive with the passage of time. According to the standard human age scale, we are but infants in our early stages." As Naruto jested, the displeasure on Tsunade's face gradually dissipated, and she leaned down once more, planting a kiss upon him. The two remained ensconced in their affection until noon, neither rushing into further intimacy, for their relationship required a period of nurturing and growth. Yet, in her newfound romance, Tsunade seemed like a shy young girl. Despite having had a fleeting romance with Kato Dan, it had been nothing more than a mutual gaze, lacking even the simplest act of holding hands, let alone the close proximity of kisses like today's. Thus, in a sense, both Tsunade and Naruto were akin to blank slates. After receiving Tsunade's message, Shizune moved to Naruto's villa. At the dining table, Tsunade and Naruto engaged in their customary practice of serving each other food, though today, their eyes sparkled with a distinct radiance. Naturally, while they attended to one another, they did not overlook Shizune, whose shyness caused her to lower her head, inadvertently digging into a plate of golden roasted meat. "Hey, kid, we've finished eating. Shouldn't we go retrieve that death god mask?" The Nine Tails expressed impatience, particularly as it watched Naruto and Tsunade's rapidly ascending prowess, while it remained a mere observer, which was quite distressing. "All right," Naruto replied, noticing the Ninetales' expression, and cast an apologetic glance at Tsunade. Her resolve regarding Naruto only strengthened. She approached him, embraced him, and gently said, "Go ahead, return swiftly. Shizune and I will go to the hospital and prepare dinner for you upon our return." With a nod, Naruto departed with the Ninetales. "Congratulations, Lady Tsunade," Shizune said. "Thank you," Tsunade replied. As Naruto walked, memories of his experiences with Tsunade flooded his mind, fostering a growing sense of belonging in this world, no longer merely an observer. His steps gradually came to a halt, and unbeknownst to him, he emanated a formidable aura. "Whoa, idiot, rein it in. Do you wish for my demise?" the Ninetales exclaimed, nearly thrown off balance, its paws clutching Naruto's hair in terror. Hearing this, Naruto quickly subdued his aura, a smile of uncontainable joy spreading across his face. He had inadvertently achieved a breakthrough in his mental state, propelling himself 2 minor levels forward, advancing from the early to the late stage of fusion. Strangely, he found that this small world of Naruto could still accommodate his burgeoning power. It seemed that many secrets remained hidden within the realm of Naruto. Goodness, did you break through again? Indeed, perhaps it is due to my mental breakthrough. Within Konoha, the Uzumaki clan's Nara Hall was situated near the Senju clan's territory. Although both clans had dwindled in number, the architecture remained remarkably intact. Before me stands a pitch-black edifice, reminiscent of traditional Tang-style architecture, yet entirely shrouded in darkness. Even the paint on the doors and windows is black, exuding an aura of foreboding. This structure diverges from the depiction of the Namiya Hall in the original work. It is a tangible world, and it appears that one cannot rely on the conventional logic of the original narrative. Naruto cast a spatial barrier around him and entered the Grand Hall with the Ninetales. Since he intended to unleash the Ninetales here, it would be wise to prevent any disturbances. The Ninetales perched upon Naruto's shoulder was already brimming with excitement. After ascending the stone steps to the main hall, he observed a swirling emblem carved into the wall, beneath which was a vibrant depiction of the Shinigami. The place where the Shinigami held something in both hands was precisely where the Shinigami mask was suspended. "Ha ha ha, at last, I have found you. This is my chance to prosper." The moment the Ninetales beheld the Shinigami mask, it could no longer contain its inner exhilaration. Bounding forth to retrieve the mask and bouncing eagerly before Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto's gaze was fixed intently on the portrait of the Shinigami on the wall. No wonder. I always felt something peculiar about this Shinigami while watching Naruto in my previous life, and now it indeed raises suspicions. "Hey, what's wrong?" The Ninetales glanced at the portrait and inquired. "Ninetales, have you noticed that this Shinigami bears a striking resemblance to the Sage of Six Paths, particularly in their attire? The back of his garment is adorned with numerous tomo, and his white hair, along with the 2 beast-like horns atop his head, closely resembles that of the Akatsuki clan." The Ninetales did not inquire how Naruto came to know the appearance of the Sage of Six Paths. Instead, it began to scrutinize the wall's painting with newfound seriousness. "I had no idea until you mentioned it. It truly is quite similar, especially to the sage's brother, Akatsuki Himura. The only difference is the absence of Byakugan, who said that members of the Akatsuki clan must possess Byakugan or Rinnegan. As far as I know, the emergence of Rinnegan has other underlying causes, and the presence of Byakugan is not necessarily a given," Naruto speculated. The Ninetales swallowed hard. "If that is the case, this world seems rather complex. What shall we do? What shall we do? Naturally, we will summon the Shinigami. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are well known, so let us give it a try." "Oh, marvelous." Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto seized the Shinigami mask and began to form the necessary hand seals. However, his speed was alarmingly slow, having never engaged in ninjutsu before. It took him a full 3 minutes to complete the sequence, leaving the Ninetales beside him questioning its existence. Ninjutsu, Corpse Demon Seal. With a resounding boom, a great cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a figure clad in a long white robe, with skin of a bluish-purple hue, arms outstretched, and a short blade gripped in its mouth. Upon seeing this visage, the Ninetales, despite knowing it posed no real threat, hesitantly retreated behind Naruto. Having followed Naruto for a long time, it had come to understand certain theories. That which is inscrutable is either more formidable than oneself or possesses no cultivation whatsoever, barring those exceptions concealed by extraordinary treasures. The Ninetales discerned that the Reaper before him possessed no hidden treasures, and his cultivation was evidently superior to his own complete form. Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly cleave him in two and consume the other half? The formidable Reaper gazed intently at the man and the squirrel before him, his eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, emitting strange sounds. Without waiting for an invocation, he extended a left hand adorned with intertwining rune symbols, resembling Naruto's grasp. His elongated nails and four sharp fangs bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a zombie or a vampire, albeit in a spectral form, albeit with a more substantial essence. Naruto observed the clawed hand, a peculiar smile escaping his lips as he unleashed his repressed power in an instant, summoning a barrier that ensnared the Reaper entirely. "Oh, release me, release me," the Reaper cried, propelled backward by Naruto's unleashed force, green fluid spilling from his mouth as he was once again confined. Terror gripped him as he screamed, taken aback by the presence of such formidable strength in this realm. Even the sage of 6 paths from years past would not dare confront him. "Let me go? I am the Reaper. I shall devour your soul. I must consume your soul." His shrieks bore a striking resemblance to a character from the original tale. The Nine Tails, observing the immobilized figure, cast an admiring glance at Naruto, realizing that indeed, their leader was the mightiest. "Well, little brat, this is how you resolve matters," Naruto remarked. "This fellow is indeed beyond your capacity to handle. Though merely a soul form, he possesses strength akin to the pinnacle of divine transformation, comparable to Tsunade in her current state." Naruto scrutinized the Reaper further, continuing, "However, this individual seems peculiar, as if ensnared by some curse within this realm, unable to seize another's body for rebirth. It appears the caster requires him to govern this world's underworld, establishing a cycle of reincarnation that can sustain this realm." "What is this underworld you speak of? And what is the cycle of 6 paths?" the Nine Tails inquired, bewildered. Could it be related to the Sage of 6 Paths and the Rinnegan? "Ah, forget it. I shall impart the language system I once relayed to Tsunade," Naruto replied disdainfully. "The Sage of 6 Paths, the Rinnegan, what nonsensical humanoid aberrations and absurd ocular techniques. A mere Duo-Jinxian would need no ocular prowess to perceive him as mere dregs." "Yay, yay," the Nine Tails exclaimed joyfully, leaping with glee. After a moment, the realization dawned upon him. Indeed, this world paled in comparison to the true vastness of existence. "Nevertheless, even so, I shall not lose heart. I am the Nine Tails, the strongest tailed beast in the world. All right, all right." Naruto observed the wailing Reaper, acknowledging that he indeed belonged to the esteemed Tomoka clan. However, he had existed since the inception of this world, far older than the Sage of 6 Paths due to Naruto's selective transmission of knowledge. There were many aspects of the world that Tsunade and the Nine Tails remained oblivious to, including everything from Naruto's previous life. Thus, neither was aware that they were merely characters within an animated narrative in that world. Had they known, it was uncertain whether they would have succumbed to despair, destabilizing their cultivation. "I have subdued this fellow. You may approach and use the short blade in his hand to slice open his belly, thereby releasing your other half. Be mindful. Do not let this fellow become utterly distraught, for we would then need to seek someone to take over his management of the underworld." Naruto lamented, expressing his disbelief that this world's underworld could possibly have but one overseer, who serves both as the king of hell and as the minions of death. Exhausted from his toil, he reaps no rewards. It is indeed a lamentable situation. It is no wonder that he forged a pact with the Uzumaki clan, occasionally emerging to instill fear in others. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Nine Tails reverted to its fox form, growing to the height of an adult. It seized the short blade from the grim Reaper's grasp, disregarding the Reaper's anguished cries, and delivered a decisive cut across its abdomen. Then, sensing its other half, it extracted both that essence and Minato's soul. "Ah, Naruto, Nine Tails, it has been so long," Minato greeted, his expression still that of a benevolent fool. "What brings you here?" "Father, it's been ages. The Nine Tails and I have come to retrieve its other half," Naruto replied, waving his hand to erase the grim Reaper's memories. And with another motion, he sent both the Reaper and the blade back to the realm of reincarnation. "Oh, I see. It seems you two have been getting along well. Very well then." Minato formed a hand seal and pressed one hand against his abdomen, performing the 8 trigram sealing technique. "Ugh, you bastard, 4th Hokage. Finally willing to let me out," exclaimed the liberated half of the Nine Tails, addressing Naruto. "Hey lad, you're not bad, though I was sealed within the Grim Reaper." The The moment I was freed, I became aware of everything. Hee hee, Minato chuckled, scratching his head. The Ninetales, growing impatient with its other half, said, "Hey, since you know now, hurry and shrink down a bit. Do you wish to be exposed and meet your demise sooner? Well, Naruto, since our business here is concluded, I shall proceed to the Pure Land to accompany Kushina." She must have felt quite lonely all these years, Minato said with a light-hearted tone. "All right, father, go ahead. Remember to tell mother I am doing well, and remind her that one day, I will resurrect you both." Naruto shouted towards the place where Minato had vanished. "Ah yes, we shall speak again." When Naruto regained his composure, the Ninetales had completed the merging process per Naruto's secret technique. Regrettably, its power was merely at the pinnacle of the shadow level, far from its former celestial prowess, seemingly unable to ascend to such heights again through chakra cultivation alone. That night, Naruto and Tsunade nestled together in bed, Tsunade's delicate arms embracing him, her face pressed against his chest, radiating a unique happiness. With Naruto's assistance, she had transformed her Senju clan residence into a spiritual artifact, storing it within her internal space. Henceforth, both she and Shizun would reside together in Naruto's home. Along with the Ninetales, they had formed a quaint family of 4. Naruto smiled as he planted a kiss on Tsunade's forehead, hardly able to fathom that he was finally united forever with the most beautiful woman in the world. Especially since Tsunade, after her training, appeared even more stunning than before. "Darling, today I encountered the Grim Reaper. That fellow was surprisingly on par with your level," he remarked. "Really? Indeed. It appears that this world is far more complex than we once imagined. Henceforth, apart from our inner space, we must refrain from exhibiting powers that exceed the realm of ninjas in the outside world. We must conceal our strength to prepare for the formidable opponents that may emerge from the shadows." Naruto gently caressed Tsunade's fair and rosy cheek, continuing, "Thus, we may have to rely heavily on ninjutsu for an extended period. However, our innate spiritual energy is vastly superior to chakra, making our ninjutsu quite formidable. Additionally, owing to the Lotus, we can simulate our innate energy to resemble chakra. Therefore, unless we disclose it ourselves, others will remain oblivious." "Indeed, I shall heed your words," Tsunade responded, embodying a sense of commitment. "However, aside from my mighty strength, I shall also employ wood release. After all, I can utilize anything now." "Oh, how splendid it would be if we could simulate the Sharingan and Rinnegan," she said, playfully licking her lips. Naruto pulled the blanket slightly to cover her somewhat exposed arm and tenderly stroked her silky hair. "Silly one, are we not in the heavenly eye of the mud pillar? Those ocular techniques pale in comparison. It is far better to master our own abilities." "Indeed, my little Naruto is the best," Tsunade exclaimed, raising her head to plant a kiss on Naruto's lips, leaving a glimmering imprint. "Were it not for you, I cannot fathom if I would still be enduring that wretched existence. You are a treasure bestowed upon me by the heavens." She embraced Naruto tightly around the neck. "What about you? Will you also employ wood release? As for me, I shall not compete with you over wood release. I want everyone to know that my stunning beauty is the second person in the world to wield wood release, perhaps even surpassing her grandfather, Hashirama Senju." Naruto pondered before declaring, "I shall utilize Ice Shield instead. Together, we shall become the strongest combination of wood release and Ice Shield." "Very well," Tsunade whispered softly. And in an instant, she had fallen asleep atop Naruto. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, and with a flick of his mind, the lights in the bedroom extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. The following morning, Tsunade rose early, preparing Naruto in front of a large mirror. He donned a silver-hued traditional garment, with his long, purple hair cascading just above his back, tinged with a hint of blue. "Ah, quite dashing. My little Naruto looks splendid." "Beautiful lady, how am I little?" "I am merely a tad taller than you," Naruto retorted, then added, "By the way, stunning beauty, I have noticed you seem to have grown significantly taller. Could it be due to your training?" "Indeed," Tsunade replied with a proud smile, her beauty rivaling the most exquisite blossoms of spring, a stunning blend of nobility, elegance, and youthful charm, a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. "I recall my height was nearly 1.5 meters before, but now I am almost 1.7 meters. And it seems I am still growing. Ah, I am exactly 1.7 meters now. No wonder I always feel we are of equal height," Tsunade said, carefully retrieving a forehead protector emblazoned with the Konoha symbol from the inner space. She measured it against Naruto's forehead, but felt it obscured his beauty. Subsequently, she fashioned a bow around his neck and, satisfied, nodded approvingly. My dear Naruto, you have applied for graduation without ever attending the Ninja Academy. From this day forth, you shall be an exceptional ninja. Come, Shizune has prepared breakfast. After we eat, we must part ways to different locations. Remember to return home early after the class division. At the Ninja Academy, a dashing young lad clad in traditional attire strolled towards Classroom A, drawing the attention of the new generation of students. Excuse me, is this Classroom A? Oh, you must be Uzumaki Naruto. The third Hokage informed us of your arrival yesterday. You will participate in today's graduation class division. Please, step inside. Before him stood a man in his 20s, bearing a scar across his face. In the original narrative, he had always expressed sympathy for Naruto's plight. While other villagers derided Naruto, he was among the first to acknowledge Naruto's existence, caring for him as if he were a younger brother. They say that expressions are the windows to the soul, and now it was evident that the smile upon his face, coupled with a hint of empathy for a fellow orphan, was genuine. Naruto looked at Iruka, who extended his right hand, bowed slightly, and swiftly grasped it, feeling the warmth akin to that of an elder brother. Thank you, Naruto said sincerely, grateful for Iruka's unwavering kindness, even for the emotional fool depicted in the original story. Indeed, you are quite polite. I cannot fathom how you have endured all these years. I sense we share a common bond. Iruka responded with a gentle smile. Come in. The class division is about to begin. Please, take any available seat. Naruto scanned the room and quickly recognized 8 out of the famed Konoha 12, including himself, making a total of 9. However, Tintin, Lee, and Niji were a grade above and had graduated the previous year. Yet, they would undoubtedly encounter each other in the Chunin exams. Wow, so handsome. Kawaii. How have I never heard of such a striking fellow? The loudest exclamations came from Ino and Sakura. However, Sakura seemed particularly enamored with Sasuke, calling out to him a few times before settling down, peeking at him from a distance. Meanwhile, Sasuke merely scoffed, while Shikamaru lazily remarked, "What a hassle," and Choji continued munching on his seemingly endless food supply. The others remained indifferent, exchanging wide-eyed glances. After leaving Konoha at the age of 6, Naruto had lost touch with any of the Konoha elite, rendering him unfamiliar to most. However, it appeared that the shy girl with the Byakugan, whom he had once casually rescued, recognized him, lowering her head shyly while fiddling with her fingers. Naruto quickly found a few empty seats against the wall and, with a swift motion, seated himself on a bench. No one noticed how he had traversed the space. Iruka's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Impressive." However, he was mistaken. Although Naruto's revealed prowess was only at the special Jonin level, none could match his speed. What had just transpired was merely a manifestation of Naruto's unique light-footed technique, step to the horizon. Inspired by the Lingbo Weibo from demigods and semi-devils, and the 3,000 thunder illusions from battle through the heavens. This technique would only grow stronger with his cultivation, potentially allowing him to traverse space in the future. Yet, currently, only he and Tsunade were aware of it. Remarkable. The girls, led by Ino, fixated on Naruto, their eyes sparkling with hearts. As the chaos in the classroom unfolded, Iruka craned his neck and shouted, "Everyone, as you can see, the student who just entered is Naruto Uzumaki. From now on, we will all be classmates, so let us coexist harmoniously." The murmurs of the students echoed, with some expressing their disdain. "What about that Ninetails? It's the Ninetails fox, and I certainly do not wish to befriend him." "What is the Ninetails?" Ino looked at Naruto with a hint of confusion, as if her family had never shared such tales with her. Once again, Iruka bellowed for silence and retrieved a roster from his drawer. "Let us commence with the class assignments." In Class 7, the names were called Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. "Yay!" Sakura exclaimed, pumping her fist in pride upon hearing Sasuke's name, completely oblivious to the fact that he was perceived as the weakest among the legendary 12. Meanwhile, Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, murmuring, "Well, it seems like it's just like the original story. The inertia of the world's will is indeed quite formidable." Next was Class 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame. Class 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi. Once the class assignments concluded, everyone awaited the arrival of their guiding Jonin. Gradually, the Jonin for each class arrived to escort their students. Soon, outside the classroom, a man and a woman approached. The woman, with her black hair and crimson eyes, possessed a mature and alluring figure, while the man, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a scruffy beard, appeared rather grizzled. The woman, walking ahead, complained to the man, "Asuma, could you please refrain from smoking? It's not good for the children." I'll extinguish it immediately and promise not to smoke again," Asuma replied. Han rolled her eyes in exasperation, having heard that line countless times, especially as he always lingered around her, filling the air with his second-hand smoke. Upon entering the classroom, Han's gaze fell upon a striking figure, exuding an extraordinary aura, with skin fairer than that of many girls. Could it be the little rascal who escaped from the memorial stone a few years ago? Though he had grown considerably, his handsome visage remained remarkably captivating, stirring her emotions. Naruto Uzumaki, as the third Hokage mentioned, she noted with interest. Noticing her gaze, Naruto offered her a slight smile and a nod as a greeting. Han felt her cheeks flush at the sight of his charming smile. "Han, what's wrong?" Asuma inquired, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. "Oh, nothing," Han replied, her spirits inexplicably lifted, her voice now ringing like a melodious lark. Class 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inazuka. Shino Aburame, please follow me. Blushing, Hinata took a lingering glance in Naruto's direction before reluctantly rising to follow Hong out of the classroom. Asuma, bemused by Hong's transformation, cast a deep glance at Naruto, but Naruto was lost in his own thoughts, resting his chin on his hand, completely oblivious to his scrutiny. Class 10. Amidst the serene mountains, Shinju Ino, Narashikamaru, and Akimichi Choji beckoned me to follow. Eventually, all the students departed, leaving only Naruto's group in the classroom, patiently awaiting their turn. Seizing the moment, Naruto dedicated himself to comprehending the Hunyuan-ju. Within his inner realm, countless authentic clones, born from his shadow clone technique, fervently practiced hand seals while developing his unique ice shield ninjutsu based on Tsunade's teachings. Around 3 in the afternoon, a white-haired man, clutching a dubious booklet and occasionally blushing, stumbled into the classroom. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all for the first time." The teacher's tardiness elicited an outburst from Haruno Sakura, who stood up in frustration, shouting in indignation. Without Naruto's usual antics from the original story, this individual appeared to have a positive influence on the trio of students. Kakashi cast a knowing glance at Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. "Now, meet me on the rooftop in 10 minutes, he declared, dissipating into a puff of white smoke. As Kakashi's words faded, Naruto opened his eyes, instantly vanishing in a flash, leaving Uchiha Sasuke in stunned disbelief, his pupils wide, while a deep-seated malice stirred within him. "Damn it, why don't I possess such strength? If only I could eliminate that man," he thought, bursting out of the classroom, radiating murderous intent. Haruno Sakura shivered under Sasuke's ominous aura, but quickly pursued him. "Wait for me, Sasuke." Upon reaching the rooftop, the white-haired man, intending to continue his blushing antics with the booklet, glanced up and was startled, causing him to drop the booklet and nearly bite his tongue. Kakashi, momentarily forgetting the booklet, narrowed his eyes in trepidation as he beheld a figure seated calmly on the ground. "How could you be here?" He trembled. Naruto turned, scanning his surroundings before mischievously pointing to himself. "Are you speaking to me?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead. He had often used that retort against Guy, the fervent enthusiast, but never anticipated it would be directed at him one day. Picking up the fallen booklet, he diverted his gaze from Naruto. "All right, let us wait together then." After a few moments, the last two arrived, panting heavily on the rooftop. Kakashi, with his exposed eye, smiled at the trio leaning against the railing, while the muffled voice emanating from beneath his black mask stated, "The reason for gathering here is to get to know one another." Seemingly oblivious to his words, Naruto entertained himself by coaxing the butterflies fluttering around him. Uchiha Sasuke, drenched in sweat, fixated intently on Naruto, his eyes filled with resentment and frustration. However, Naruto held no interest in this ungrateful, troublesome individual from his past life. Nearby, Haruno Sakura occasionally stole glances at Sasuke, her expression one of foolish admiration. Upon observing 3 indifferent children, Kakashi scratched his white hair in perplexity. "Well, I suppose I shall begin. My name is Kakashi. I possess no particular affections, yet I harbor numerous dislikes. As for hobbies, I have none to speak of, nor do I have any aspirations for the future." After this somewhat lackluster introduction, he merely revealed his name. Sakura Haruno immediately erupted in a fit of rage. her demeanor reminiscent of her character in the original narrative. Following Sasuke Uchiha's defection, Sakura maintained a tenuous relationship with Naruto, persistently hoping he would bring Sasuke back. It was not until the final battle that the foolish Naruto, blinded by Hinata's deep affection, finally comprehended the disparity between his efforts and their rewards. Consequently, over time, Sakura became Naruto's second most disliked person, second only to Sasuke Uchiha. He had no desire to engage with this pair of misguided souls. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Let us start from the boy on the far right. Naruto, lifting his gaze earnestly to the former student of his father, smiled sweetly as he spoke. As for me, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. You may call me Naruto. My affection lies with Tsunade, and while I have a few dislikes, my hobby is enjoying barbecue with my family at home. He reminisced about the heartwarming moments spent fighting over food with Kurama, Shizune, and Tsunade, a smile gracing his face as if the very air around him had been uplifted. My dream for the future is to continue living like this with my family, and to enjoy barbecue every day. Already someone you hold dear? Your family? Tsunade-sama? Kakashi thought, relieved yet bemused by this revelation. He mused about the cow in the affectionate illustrated book, his cheeks twitching at the thought. Ah, sensei, your child is indeed unique. Sakura, taken aback, exclaimed, what? That idiot Naruto actually likes that old woman, Tsunade? Kakashi's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Sakura. Classmate, please mind your tone. Next, returning to her senses after Kakashi's warning, Sakura transformed into a lovesick fool. Is it my turn? My name is Sakura Haruno. As for things I like, it's more accurate to say there is someone I admire, she confessed, peeking at Sasuke with a giddy expression. My dream? Hobbies? Ah, she squealed, again peeking at Sasuke, seemingly lost in her own infatuation. My most disliked person? Ino, she added darkly. After all, she competes with me for Sasuke. At this age, it seemed that love was of utmost importance to young girls. She laughed nervously, covering her head. Next, with a cold demeanor, Sasuke elicited a sharp gasp from Sakura. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I have no things I like, many things I dislike, no hobbies, and my aspiration is to restore the Uchiha clan and eliminate that man. His expression turned menacing, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Kakashi's pupils momentarily contracted before he resumed his nonchalant demeanor, helplessly ruffling his white hair while murmuring to himself, ah, what a group of troublesome youths. This is indeed a bit challenging. He continued, so, that will be all for today. Everyone is to gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for survival training. Survival training? Sakura questioned with a hint of trepidation. Indeed, should you fail the exercise, you shall be sent back to the academy and will not graduate smoothly, Kakashi responded. What? Sakura felt a pang of fear within. Furthermore, I strongly advise against having breakfast. Otherwise, you might end up regurgitating it, the white-haired fox warned ominously before vanishing in a puff of smoke. In that instant, Naruto also transformed into a streak of light, abruptly disappearing from the rooftop. The atmosphere grew awkward, leaving only Sasuke, whose eyes burned with resentment, and Sakura, who stared back wide-eyed. Kakashi, what do you think of those children? In the Hokage's office, Kakashi stood respectfully, recalling the third Hokage's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, yes, Hokage-sama. Judging by their performance, Naruto poses no issue whatsoever. As I mentioned, as long as Tsunade-sama is in Konoha, Naruto will not defect. Moreover, their relationship appears to be romantic. As Kakashi spoke, his face flushed with embarrassment, lost in thoughts of a rather delicate nature. Sarutobi jumped up in alarm, his pipe clattering to the floor, displaying a flustered demeanor. You must be mistaken. Tsunade is over 50 years old, and Naruto is merely a child. I assure you, Hokage-sama, their bond seems quite profound. The smile that graces Naruto's face when he mentions Tsunade-sama reflects happiness and contentment, and he often speaks of her in familial terms. Furthermore, Hokage-sama, since Tsunade-sama's return, you must have noticed certain things. The vigor she exudes and her youthful appearance are surely not mere coincidences. Perhaps she has encountered some extraordinary experience outside, possibly acquiring the enduring vitality akin to that of the Uzumaki clan, combined with the strength of the Senju clan, extending her lifespan. Sarutobi, his expression unreadable, pondered deeply. Familial ties, you say? Minato, perhaps I truly made a grave mistake. And what of the others? The third Hokage inquired, his tone suggestive. Kakashi recalled the overwhelming murderous intent from Sasuke, feeling somewhat at a loss. Obito, perhaps this is the lesson you intended for me regarding guardianship. Now, with the Uchiha clan reduced to but a single sapling, I shall take it upon myself to care for him. Reflecting on the deceased Obito and Rin, Kakashi's gaze grew resolute as he added, however, that child presents a bit of a conundrum. His hatred towards that man is exceedingly intense. Oh, the third Hokage pondered. His thoughts inscrutable, his weathered visage betraying little. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, that child is not inherently bad. I am confident I shall guide him well, Kakashi assured earnestly. He then returned to his neutral expression. As for the girl named Sakura, she is quite spirited, and it appears her heart is entirely captivated by Sasuke. She should prove beneficial to his transformation. Overall, the three children are quite commendable. As for Sakura Haruno, the third Hokage paused momentarily, having gathered some information about her. She has lived in Konoha for generations, her parents being ordinary civilians, which poses no concerns regarding her background. With that in mind, I shall entrust the three children to you. After leaving the rooftop, Naruto found himself strolling alone along the bustling streets, absorbing the unique vibrancy that characterizes Konoha. One cannot deny that under the governance of the third Hokage, the standard of living for the common folk in this village stands unparalleled among the 5 great nations. Were it not for the sordid political strife that claimed many exceptional ninjas, such as the deaths of the 8 colors of Konoha, perhaps the village would be even more prosperous today. Perhaps influenced by the third Hokage's warnings, the residents of Konoha have refrained from throwing stones in recent days, though resentment still lingers in their eyes, and the sounds of curses have significantly diminished. Hey, Naruto, what brings you here? Having just finished training her students. Kurenai Yuhi approached him, her expression transforming into one of surprise as she beheld the smiling and cheerful Naruto. This version of him was a rarity. She had only seen him like this twice before, once in the classroom and now again. It was a far cry from the cold demeanor he once exhibited, suggesting he had undergone some transformation during his years away. Nevertheless, this charming Naruto was undeniably attractive. Oh, Kurenai-sensei, we just wrapped up our activities. I'm merely wandering about. Noticing Naruto's slightly taller stature and his air of nonchalance, Kurenai felt an unexpected surge of emotion, her cheeks flushing as she offered, Naruto, if you don't mind, shall we walk together? I'd like to treat you to Ichiraku ramen later. Kurenai-sensei, I remember how popular Ichiraku ramen was in the original story, along with that kind-hearted uncle who took such good care of me. It's been 6 years since I last saw him, and that homely taste of Ichiraku ramen is truly unforgettable. Naruto swallowed, his longing for the ramen evident. All right, I too crave the taste of Ichiraku ramen. Upon hearing Naruto's agreement, Kurenai felt a surge of joy akin to a child indulging in honey. As she leaned closer to him, their proximity reduced to mere inches. A subtle, enchanting fragrance enveloped her, effortlessly reaching Naruto's keen senses. Naruto momentarily froze, quickly regaining his composure. His thoughts were filled with Tsunade's laughter and presence. While he appreciated other women, he had no intentions of flirting. He regarded Kurenai with the gentleness one might afford a close friend. Unbeknownst to him, Kurenai was elated by his soft gaze, feeling none of the aversion she typically experienced with other men who fawned over her. As they walked together, conversing and laughing, their discussion on Jinjutsu revealed Naruto's lively thoughts, illuminating Kurenai's understanding in a refreshing manner. Soon, they arrived at the familiar ramen shop, which appeared just as it did in Naruto's memories. The modest facade resembled a roadside stall, with a long wooden counter extending ahead, serving as a welcoming space for patrons both inside and at the counter. The familiar hand-pulled noodle master, slightly plump and corpulent, exuded a unique sense of strength as he hurriedly crafted his noodles. Welcome to you both. What would you like to eat? The hand-pulled noodle master inquired. I'll have 2 servings of miso ramen, with extra grilled meat, and please pack 3 more servings of Naruto ramen for me to take away later, replied Naruto with a smile directed towards the master. Although Yuhi Kurenai had initially intended to treat them, how could Naruto, influenced by his past life, allow such a beautiful woman to pay the bill? Upon witnessing this, Kurenai felt an unexpected warmth within her, a comforting sense of being cared for and protected, something she had not experienced since the passing of her father, Yuhi Akihiko. This feeling brought a slight moisture to her eyes, which she quickly concealed. The hand-pulled noodle master looked up at the two, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Naruto. His expression shifted through various emotions until it finally settled on joy upon noticing the prominent indigo lotus mark on Naruto's forehead. Oh, you are little Naruto. I can hardly believe how much you've grown. If it weren't for that lotus mark, I might not have recognized you at all. It's been years since I last saw you, and I only learned later that you were out training. Judging by your appearance, you have become an exceptional ninja. Indeed. It has been a long time, hand-pulled noodle master. I've missed the taste of your ramen, Naruto replied. Is the elder sister not at home? Oh, you mean Shobu? She has gone out to gather ingredients. Please, take a seat, Kurenai-sensei. Today, the ramen is on me, as a welcome gesture for little Naruto. Oh, I couldn't possibly, Naruto said, a hint of shyness in his voice. Don't be so polite, my boy, the hand-pulled noodle master said with an appreciative smile. Kurenai, observing the camaraderie between them with a mixture of astonishment and delight, remarked, I had no idea that you and the hand-pulled noodle master were so close. It's truly unimaginable. Naruto chuckled, filled with gratitude. Back in the village, nobody would accept me, so even if I had money, I couldn't buy a meal. Eventually, the hand-pulled noodle master brought me to his shop, and I often came here to eat, receiving his kindness. Kurenai was aware of the circumstances in the village and chose not to delve further into the subject. However, her gaze towards Naruto softened with compassion. Meanwhile, the bustling hand-pulled noodle master emerged from the back with 2 bowls of ramen, generously topped with a delightful array of grilled meat, leaving Kurenai astonished. She thought to herself that this was likely the most grilled meat she had ever seen in a single bowl of ramen. Thank you, hand-pulled noodle master, Naruto said with genuine warmth, and soon he and Kurenai were engaged in lively conversation as they devoured the large bowls of ramen. I'm so full. By the time they finished their meal, only the 2 of them remained in the shop, and the sky had transformed into a canvas of stars illuminated by the crescent moon. What a delightful sensation. From now on, I must frequently indulge in the ramen that Naruto brings to Tsunade and the others, casually weaving a barrier to maintain its warmth. He then turned to Yuhi Kurenai, smiling as he said, Uncle, we shall take our leave now. Please extend my regards to Lady Shobu. Take care and do visit often, she replied. Understood. As they walked along the path, Naruto glanced at the evening sky and then at the beaming face of Kurenai, expressing his concern. Teacher Kurenai, it's getting late. Allow me to escort you home. Initially taken aback, Kurenai met Naruto's pure gaze and shyly replied, The following day, as noon approached, Tsunade, unusually absent from the hospital, rose early alongside Shizun to prepare Naruto's favorite Chinese dishes, ensuring he was well fed for the survival exercise. The Nine-Tails emerged from its designated room, still unable to transform. Following Naruto's counsel, it intended to elevate its cultivation to the golden immortal realm before attempting to transcend the transformation tribulation. This strategy was derived from observing the transformation patterns of powerful beings in the primordial world, promising greater potential post-transformation. The Nine-Tails remained unhurried, beginning to convert its chakra into spiritual energy using a technique Naruto had introduced called Demon God Transformation. Given its vast chakra reserves, this transformation would likely take over a year to complete. Notably, a white lotus now adorned the center of its fox-like brow, the previous ferocity seemingly suppressed, resulting in a more human-like demeanor. Eat up. These are your favorite dishes, Tsunade said, serving Naruto with a tenderness reminiscent of a devoted wife, her gaze brimming with affection. Anyone familiar with her would surely be astounded by this display. Make sure to give Kakashi a good thrashing during the survival exercise after you've eaten, Tsunade declared, rolling up her sleeves with fierce determination before Naruto could even compliment her. Naruto could only silently marvel at this spirited woman. Shizun, concerned that Naruto's presence might provoke others, cast a nervous glance at Tsunade and advised, Naruto, don't heed Lady Tsunade's words. Just do what you can to pass. What do you mean, Shizun? Do you want me to thrash you instead? Tsunade retorted, a vein throbbing on her forehead. It was evident that all her gentleness was reserved solely for Naruto. The Nine-Tails, indifferent to the exchange, munched on its food awkwardly with its claws grasping the chopsticks. Its ears perked up as if it had always behaved this way. Breakfast concluded amidst the playful banter between Tsunade and Shizun, and everyone relished their meal. Afterward, Naruto, under the warm send-off from Tsunade and the others, transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the villa. Sitting at the dining table, Shizun couldn't help but reflect, Lady Tsunade, Naruto has truly grown up. Indeed, he has, Tsunade replied, her gaze shifting thoughtfully toward Shizune. With a flirtatious glance, her long eyelashes framed a face as exquisite as jade, radiating an ethereal beauty that seemed otherworldly. Tsunade cast a teasing gaze at Shizune's modest form, leaving her flustered, resembling a mischievous rogue playfully toying with an innocent maiden. "Lord Tsunade," she said, raising an eyebrow and fixing her gaze on the prominent features of the other. "Ino, you have grown up, haven't you? If there is someone you fancy, do share. I shall assist you in bringing that lad back, ensuring that by tomorrow, you shall have your desires fulfilled." "Lord Tsunade, how can you say such things? Please, don't touch there, it's rather embarrassing." On the rooftop, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura had been waiting for several hours. To prepare for today's survival exercise, they had arrived at dawn, without having consumed anything, and now their hunger was becoming unbearable, their stomachs growling audibly. While Sakura, as a young girl, could merely feel shy about it, for Sasuke, born into a prominent family, this situation was a veiled humiliation. Consequently, his expression grew increasingly fierce with each passing moment, his gaze fixated on Kakashi's previous position, nearly bloodshot from intensity, radiating a palpable aura of menace. A gust of wind swept by the railing, and Naruto appeared as if he had teleported, suddenly standing beside the forlorn Sakura and Sasuke just as Kakashi made his entrance. Despite having exerted all his energy assessing Naruto's eccentricity, beads of sweat began to form on Kakashi's forehead, a sense of dread creeping in as he muttered, "Goodness! Must he be so terrifying? Does he not realize that scaring someone could lead to dire consequences?" Symbolically scratching his head of unruly white hair, he squinted one eye and chuckled, "Ah, good morning, everyone." No one acknowledged him. After a few moments, the famished Sakura erupted, "Kakashi-sensei, you are hours late." "Oh. This morning I encountered a black cat blocking my path and helped an elderly lady cross the street, which delayed me." Even Naruto, who was aware of the storyline, could not help but widen his mouth in disbelief, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his nose. "An excuse? Well, we have a little over 20 minutes until noon." Kakashi continued, disregarding the murderous glares from Sakura and Sasuke. "Let us proceed immediately to the 10th training ground." Minutes later, at the 10th training ground, Kakashi squatted on a wooden post, pulling out a clock and setting it. "There are exactly 20 minutes until noon," he declared, attaching 2 bells to his waist. "Your task is to seize these bells within the allotted time. Those without bells will be bound to this post, watching the others enjoy their lunch. Additionally, the bell-less individual shall be sent back to the academy for further training." "What?" Upon hearing such a stern ultimatum, both Sasuke and Sakura trembled. Particularly Sakura, who was the weakest among them, cast a furtive glance at the stoic Sasuke, a flicker of despair in her eyes. Yet, she steeled herself, clenching her fists. Losing wouldn't be the end, but she wished to avoid disgrace in front of her crush. "Begin." At Kakashi's command, Sakura and Sasuke instinctively darted to their respective positions, seeking cover. The scene was quite remarkable, as Kakashi turned to find a strikingly handsome boy, whose expression was a blend of amusement and mystery, gazing intently at him. Despite the child's youthful visage, he was nearly of the same height as Kakashi, sending a shiver down the latter's spine and instilling a sense of foreboding. Having personally encountered the peculiarities of this boy, Kakashi had no doubt about Naruto's capabilities. With a tinge of apprehension, he inquired, "Naruto, what are your intentions?" Simultaneously, the other instructors who had completed the assessment gathered in the Hokage's office, their eyes fixated on the crystal ball of the 3rd Hokage, eager to discern the prowess of the new student's class. Among them, Yuhi Kurenai's captivating gaze was firmly fixed on the somewhat ethereal-looking youth. Observing Kakashi's bewilderment under Naruto's scrutiny, a delicate smile escaped her lips, eliciting a soft chuckle. Asuma, who harbored feelings for her, watched with wide eyes, astonished. Kurenai had scarcely smiled since her father's passing. Was it the boy who caused this? His gaze shifted toward the crystal ball as well. In the training field, Naruto, noticing Kakashi's trepidation, awkwardly shrugged his shoulders. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm not doing anything. Isn't this a survival exercise?" He recalled Tsunade's earlier words. "Ah well, it seems I must take this seriously." Kakashi gulped, suppressing the rapid beating of his heart, reluctantly stowing away the small booklet he had just retrieved. He then produced a kunai and lowered the covering over his left eye. The onlookers beheld the mesmerizing sight of his red, spinning Sharingan, a 3-tomo design. The most astonished among them was Uchiha hidden in the thicket. Memories of his clan's demise surged within him at the sight of that eye, stirring a deep-seated sense of kinship. Why does that guy possess such power, instilling fear in Kakashi? Why not me? I am a man of the Uchiha. He seethed. Interesting. Kakashi has activated his Sharingan. This battle promises to be exhilarating, the third Hokage mused, a faint smile gracing his aged features, though it was unclear whether it was genuine or feigned. Third Hokage, is this really safe? Kurenai asked anxiously, her eyes glued to the scene. After all, once Kakashi activated his Sharingan, he approached the level of a Kage. Do not underestimate that boy, Naruto. The third recalled the incident at the Memorial Stone 6 years ago. A flicker of fear crossing his throat at the memory. Kakashi readied his defenses, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Naruto. Although Naruto exhibited only the strength of a special Jonin and would likely employ just that level of power in their duel, Kakashi felt a sense of unease. Come, Naruto. Show me how far you have come. Very well. I shall fulfill your request, Naruto responded just as Kakashi, not waiting for an attack, surged forward with his own offensive. Kakashi swiftly performed the necessary hand seals and, opening his mouth, unleashed a formidable hurricane towards Naruto, executing the wind release. Great breakthrough. As the tempest surged forth, Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands and pressed one palm against the ground, activating the ice release. Mirror reversal. A square-shaped mirror of glacial ice appeared before him, reflecting the oncoming hurricane back towards Kakashi with undiminished ferocity. Not good, Kakashi shouted, swiftly placing his palm on the ground to conjure the earth release, earthen wall. However, just as Kakashi managed to deflect the hurricane's attack, Naruto's next offensive maneuver was already upon him. As Naruto's voice echoed, sharp ice spikes erupted violently from the ground within a radius of several dozen meters, gleaming coldly and aiming directly at Kakashi's lower body. This is it. With a piercing sound, several ice spikes from the frozen jungle pierced Kakashi's body, drawing forth a few drops of blood before dissipating into white smoke. Nevertheless, Kakashi's desperate leap, clutching his rear in a moment of agony, became indelibly etched in the memories of all onlookers, sending a chill down their spines. At that moment, the completed ice jungle had spikes taller than a person, some nearly as high as trees reaching over 10 meters. Nearby trees were shattered, some merging into the icy expanse, resembling a frost-laden mountain range, emanating an ominous chill that sent shivers through all who beheld it. Why is that guy so powerful? Underneath the foliage, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes blazed with fury, his aura radiating malevolence. Suddenly, he clutched his head in anguish, and upon reopening his eyes, a dark tomo had manifested in his left eye. Fueled by his feelings of enmity, his single eye activated the Sharingan. In that moment, he perceived everything with striking clarity, at least several times clearer than before. On the other side, Haruno Sakura trembled in fear at the spectacle of their clash, too frightened to emerge. Is this truly the power of a Chunin? In the Hokage's office, spectators were left in stunned silence, murmuring amongst themselves. That brat with the 9 tails is astonishingly formidable. Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed involuntarily, eliciting a sharp glare from the captivated Kurenai Yuhi. Ah, a slip of the tongue. Sarutobi Asuma laughed awkwardly, attempting to deflect the situation. Unbeknownst to him, Kurenai had lost all faith in the Sarutobi clan, extinguishing any lingering possibilities from the original narrative. In the training ground, Naruto gazed at the vanished Kakashi, his expression one of vindicated certainty. Observing the entire scene, it was evident that Kakashi Hatake, who should have reached or even surpassed the level of Shikamaru Nara, had his prowess curtailed to below the level of a Kage due to the possession of Obito's Sharingan. It was only after Pain's devastation of the hidden leaf that he barely stepped into the threshold of Kage status, earning the title of the weakest Hokage in Konoha's history. However, this circumstance led to a lack of trepidation from figures like the third Hokage, which, in a way, prevented him from treading the same path as the previous Hokages, allowing him to survive until the end of the saga. Recalling the visage of his father, along with Kakashi's somewhat bleak fate as depicted in the original narrative, Naruto pondered whether to lend him a hand, at the very least to alleviate his sorrow, considering that he had nearly perished at the hands of the inept Zabuza in the original tale. Sensing the surge of jealousy and rage emanating from Sasuke Uchiha, who was charging towards Kakashi's position, Naruto decided to halt his advance. After all, if the survival exercise was meant to hone the students, He had no desire to undermine Kakashi's intentions. In a flash, Naruto ascended to the top of a grand tree, where he beheld Kakashi stealthily emerging from a thicket. Wary of being tracked by Naruto, behind him, Sasuke seized the opportunity, leaping from the underbrush to execute a series of hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames. The fire release, great fireball technique, erupted with a resounding crash, but Kakashi, nearly singed by the flames, abruptly transformed into a wooden stump, reappearing at an incredible speed to Sasuke's right front, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at his forehead. The pride of the Uchiha clan prevented Sasuke from making the prudent choice to evade the oncoming strike. Instead, he instinctively raised his right arm to block. The impact resonated with a thunderous thud as Kakashi's kick solidly connected with him. Sasuke felt as though he had collided with a freight train, his body contorted and numbed, his right arm hanging limply, struggling to rise once more. He was propelled several meters away, crashing into the ground and creating a series of craters. Due to Naruto's concealed presence, neither of the two noticed him perched atop the tree, observing the unfolding spectacle. Kakashi felt a twinge of disappointment at Sasuke's earlier performance. The boy remained unable to shed the Uchiha's arrogance, which could prove troublesome. Kakashi approached with a playful smirk, standing a short distance from Sasuke while scrutinizing a small booklet. He had come to realize that Naruto's delay was in accordance with his wishes, prompting a disdainful tease. How unfortunate it is. Some truly lack the capability even to last a single round. Indeed, Sasuke, despite his foolishness, quickly grasped the implication regarding his joints. Enraged flames surged upward. His face contorted in fury as he braced himself against the ground, bellowing, "Activate the Sharingan." Kakashi observed the single tomo that emerged in Sasuke's left eye, momentarily taken aback. He then resumed his examination of the booklet, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Oh, have you awakened it already?" Kakashi's disregard reignited Sasuke's fury, recalling the earlier mockery. A wave of murderous intent enveloped him. The honor of the Uchiha clan was not to be tarnished. "I shall kill you," he declared, his murderous aura palpable. "Such intensity," Kakashi remarked, bemused. Suddenly, Sasuke, drawing from an unknown source of strength, flipped himself from the ground, his right arm throbbing with pain as he swiftly formed another series of hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. "Curse you," another substitution technique. Sasuke roared in frustration. Yet a familiar voice resonated from beneath him. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. Tragically, before Sasuke could react, as his chakra reserves dwindled, Kakashi seized his legs and plunged him into the earth, leaving only his furious head visible, fixated upon the languid Kakashi, as if he wished to consume the very soil beneath him. Indeed, it was rather disappointing. Kakashi struck once more, vanishing in a series of leaps, leaving Sasuke to vent his frustrations into the earth below. Naruto cast a disdainful glance at this scene, as not far away, another clearing awaited Kakashi's arrival. Within less than a minute, a piercing scream echoed through the forest, and Naruto recognized that yet another fool had fallen victim. After resolving matters with Sakura, Kakashi turned his gaze back to Naruto, eschewing any elaborate theatrics, and directly formed several hand seals to unleash his most formidable technique. In the Hokage's office, Might Guy looked on in astonishment. "Hey, Kakashi is going a bit too far, isn't he? Using such a technique against a genin?" Tsunade, who had arrived in the Hokage office unbeknownst to anyone, casually remarked, "Just watch. He has no choice, and I assure you, this guy will lose soon." A chorus of disbelief echoed among the onlookers. On the screen, blue-white lightning began to crackle around Kakashi's hand. Moments later, a long, spear-like bolt of lightning emitted a sound akin to 1,000 birds in unison. Naruto, observing the dazzling display, muttered impatiently, let us just finish this. Such a trivial skirmish is hardly entertaining." With a swift motion, Kakashi launched the lightning bolt, which hurtled toward Naruto. Unmoved, Naruto extended his right hand to unleash a powerful ice palm technique. With a resounding crash, the clash of energies reverberated, as a colossal icy hand surged forth to collide with Kakashi. Struck by the force of the ice palm, Kakashi was sent reeling backward, struggling to escape but finding himself ensnared in a quagmire, forced to retreat. He ultimately crashed against a large tree, expelling a mouthful of blood, while the ice palm, seemingly under Naruto's control, passed through Kakashi without inflicting further harm, instead freezing everything in its path into statues of ice. However, The residual lightning from Kakashi coursed through the ice, affecting his own body and eliciting agonized cries from within the icy prison. It hurts. Ow. It seems the strength of a special jonin has been exhausted. The third Hokage fixed a piercing gaze upon Tsunade and inquired earnestly, Tsunade, tell me truthfully. Does Naruto truly possess only the strength of a special jonin? Cut it out, old man. Your perspective is rather narrow. To use Naruto's words, you are judging a grand man by the standards of a petty one. Naruto's victory is merely a result of strategically allocating his chakra in response to Kakashi's revealed strength. Tsunade, visibly irritated by the eager eyes of the crowd, elaborated. From the outset, Naruto divided his chakra into 6 parts. He first employed 1/6 as a probing counter, then used 2/6 to conjure an ice shield that eliminated Kakashi's clone. Ultimately, Kakashi sensed the shift and resorted to his strongest technique, while Naruto unleashed the remainder of his chakra to send Kakashi flying and encase him in ice. The results, as you can see, speak for themselves. But that last strike froze everything within a radius of several kilometers. That seems rather exaggerated, Might Guy exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, you are well aware of the immense chakra reserves possessed by the Uzumaki clan, coupled with the chakra control I imparted to him. What is so remarkable about that? The third Hokage inquired further. Well, what about Naruto's ice shield? Nothing much, came the reply. Naruto's chakra affinities are wind and water. As for the ice shield, it was merely a result of his training outside a few years back, an accidental fusion. Ultimately, he lacks any ice-based jutsu, so he developed a few techniques on his own. The office was left in a state of astonishment at the mention of self-developed ninjutsu. The third Hokage recalled the scene from a few years prior when Naruto had flown away on a giant sword, suspecting that Naruto might still be concealing some hidden strength. However, upon seeing Tsunade's figure, he felt much of his apprehension dissipate. Tsunade would never betray Konoha, and her close relationship with Naruto significantly diminished the likelihood of his defection. Naruto picked up the 2 bells that had unknowingly fallen to the ground and found a spot to bask in the sunlight. He had little interest in the others, who were not particularly virtuous. One was a somewhat scheming young lady, and the other, a temperamental white-eyed wolf. As for the icebound Kakashi, Naruto was curious to see if he was truly worth assisting. Reclining leisurely atop a great tree, the 2 bells glimmered in the sunlight, the sound of their jingling no longer piquing his interest. With a casual flick of his hand, he tossed the bells, which silently landed about 7 or 8 meters away, just in front of Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. This spectacle left the frozen Kakashi and the occupants of the Hokage's office in utter disbelief. Tsunade, why did Naruto not take the bells? Without them, he cannot graduate. How should I know? Tsunade replied, seemingly unfazed by Naruto's potential failure. Perhaps Kakashi's bells are merely a ruse. What kind of exam has 2 bells for 3 students? Those without bells would have to return and redo the test. That clever boy likely anticipated this long ago. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have simply taken the bells from the Uchiha brat and sat back to enjoy the show, rather than engage in such a fierce confrontation with Kakashi. In an instant, Yuhi Kurenai grasped the situation. Yet, she pondered, why had he not released Kakashi? Tsunade chuckled, a hint of mischief in her tone. I previously instructed him to give Kakashi, that self-important fellow, a good thrashing. Perhaps that is the reason. The onlookers in the office regarded Tsunade, who was animatedly gesticulating and sweating, as a figure of considerable unpredictability. Moments later, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura emerged, each clutching a bell. Since Naruto was not concealing his chakra, Sasuke quickly spotted him and ostentatiously jingled the bells in his direction. Naruto, expressionless, spat in annoyance and resumed his slumber. Sasuke and Sakura glanced at the encased Kakashi, relishing the spectacle, and waved the bells triumphantly, showing no intent to rescue him. As the sun began its descent, the frozen Kakashi finally extricated himself, his damp form shivering in the sunlight. However, due to Naruto's unique arrangements, remaining in the ice for half an hour would not lead to death, although one might catch a cold. Oh, not bad at all, here you are, Naruto exclaimed as he leaped down from the tree, gazing at Kakashi with a playful grin. Achu. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Well, you certainly know how to stir things up, don't you? Achu. You don't even let me out. And Sakura and Sasuke too. These kids these days are becoming increasingly less adorable. Kakashi then composed himself and released his fire chakra to evaporate the moisture from his body. Naruto observed the extensive injuries Kakashi had incurred from using Raikiri. noting that his entire right sleeve below the shoulder was torn away, exposing a multitude of deep cuts on his arm. Your Raikiri is indeed a remarkable jutsu, akin to a chakra scalpel's penetrating wound, albeit with more and far more complex lacerations. Naruto reached into his sash and retrieved a fist-sized blue metal gourd. Tossing it to Kakashi, take a dose of the medicine inside. The rest is yours. He glanced meaningfully in a certain direction. The children of teachers are indeed exceptional, Kakashi remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Sasuke and Sakura, who had just swallowed a white, cotton candy-like pill. Instantly, the wounds on his arm began to heal at a visible pace, and within moments, not a trace of injury remained. Even the internal afflictions accumulated over the years were gradually mending, likely due to the lingering effects of the medicine. This pill? Well, it's not exactly a treasure. Consider it a gift, Kakashi said, his lips twitching. Then, with a mock-serious tone, he threatened, I must ask, what does it mean for you to throw the bells to those two? Do you not wish to graduate? What? Both Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback. Sakura, reluctant to part with the bell in her hand, found Sasuke, too proud to accept charity, tossing his bell towards Naruto while gritting his teeth, declaring, I will rebuild the school. Sakura approached Sasuke and forcibly placed her bell into his palm, her eyes glistening with emotion. Let me return to school. After all, I am the weakest among the three of us. A year of rebuilding will surely lead to graduation. Kakashi-sensei, let it be, Naruto interjected. Isn't it simply about teamwork? Voluntary collaboration is undoubtedly the best. However, for us Genin, gradually finding our rhythm after stepping out is just as effective. Indeed. You have discovered it, Kakashi said, regarding Naruto with appreciation. Very well, I now declare that all of you have passed. However, I hope you remember that those who abandon their missions are termed useless, but those who forsake their comrades for the sake of a mission are even less than useless. Hey, Naruto, that guy is heading the wrong way. It's this way. After the test, Naruto strolled leisurely through the streets, making his way home. Soon, he heard a voice from behind. Turning around, he saw 3 students from the Yuhi team calling out to him. A small white dog barked at him, as if in greeting. Shino, is that you? This isn't the way to my house, is it? What? Inuzuka Kiba looked at Naruto, somewhat dumbfounded. You don't know? Class 7, Class 8, Class 10, along with the esteemed Kiba, convened for a gathering, and we are all making our way there. It is said that Lady Tsunade and Sister Shizune have already arrived. How could no one have informed you? Baka. I wondered why Kakashi-sensei was being so secretive while calling out to Sasuke and the others. It turns out it was about the evening's gathering, and they failed to mention it to me. This is pure revenge. Naruto mused, glancing at Hinata, who was shyly nodding beside him, and smiled, saying, well then, let us head directly there. Thank you, Kiba. No problem. Let's go together, Kiba replied, as Naruto approached the bashful girl with the Byakugan. He couldn't help but notice she was only slightly shorter than him, perhaps owing to his rapid growth. Kiba appeared more mature than in the original tale, while Shino, with his head bowed, remained as unassuming as ever. Hinata had grown her hair long and elegantly styled, resembling her later appearance in the series, and she looked far more adorable than before. Naruto instinctively reached out, gently tousling Hinata's hair, which shared a hue similar to his own, and said softly, Hey, Hinata, I didn't expect you to have grown so tall, and you truly are beautiful. In response to Naruto's compliment, Hinata basked in the warmth of his touch, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple, her mind swirling with thoughts of Naruto's words. Naruto thinks I'm pretty. Hey, Hinata, are you alright? Kiba asked, his expression one of concern, thinking something might be amiss with the shy girl. Naruto, somewhat at a loss, wondered if this was a case of Hinata fainting from being near him. Kiba, it's nothing serious. Hinata has always fainted whenever we have physical contact. It's fine. Just continue walking, and I'll carry her. She should regain consciousness by the time we reach the restaurant. Is that so? Hinata is indeed quite peculiar. Kiba remarked. Yes, I can't quite comprehend it, Shino chimed in, turning to scrutinize Hinata in Naruto's arms for a few moments, his expression contemplative, before returning to his task of counting insects as they walked. Naruto, since you mentioned you lived in Konoha before, why haven't we crossed paths? Hinata's curiosity was piqued. Well, I seldom ventured out, and I had few friends, just Hinata here, so it's quite normal that you wouldn't know me, he explained. I see. Then we must ensure to communicate better in the future, she replied earnestly. Absolutely. Feel free to seek me out if you find anything enjoyable, he assured her. As their conversation flowed naturally, they soon arrived at the restaurant. Naruto, what is going on with Hinata? As her teacher, Kurenai Yuhi was quite concerned upon seeing Naruto carrying the unconscious Hinata, her face filled with confusion. Well, you see, I've known Hinata since she was little. But every time we touch, she tends to faint for a while. Based on previous experiences, she should awaken in about 2 minutes, Naruto explained. Oh, is that so? Though Tsunade knew Naruto would not lie, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy and intrigue as she glanced at Hinata in his arms. How strange. Is it truly only your touch that causes this? Naruto cast a glance of apology at Tsunade and earnestly remarked, I am uncertain as to how this situation arose. With that, he resolved to diligently study the matter at hand. Tsunade, with a flirtatious glance in Naruto's direction, seemed to share in his contemplation. In the ensuing days, Naruto and his companions engaged in monotonous, low-ranking missions. He dispatched his shadow clones to undertake the tasks while his true self remained at home, delving into the mysteries of the Hunyuan technique. During this period, the internal space within him expanded to over 40 million square kilometers, surpassing the entirety of the Hokage world. Naruto recognized that the primary reason for this vast internal space was the chaos Qinglian seed pod. Otherwise, the mighty beings of the primordial realm would not vie so fiercely for merit and fortune. Even Hongjun sought to claim a portion of the primordial world to enhance his power. Had Naruto and Tsunade possessed such an invaluable treasure as the Chaos Qinglian, they could have effortlessly cultivated their inner worlds into sanctity without the need for conflict. This could only be attributed to Naruto's serendipitous fortune. Moreover, supported by the Chaos Qinglian seed pod, Naruto's inner world remained remarkably robust, impervious to collapse under the pressures of the cosmos, despite the absence of a world tree to uphold it. However, Tsunade and the Nine Tails had merely acquired the Chaos Qinglian seeds, making it significantly more challenging for their inner worlds to develop to Naruto's level. Only when the Lotus seeds within them fully blossomed and evolved to a certain tier could their internal realms accelerate in growth. Given that Tsunade and the Nine-Tail seeds originated from Naruto's Chaos Qinglian, a profound connection existed among them. The Chaos Qinglian would continually send subconscious suggestions to the newly sprouted lotus flowers, directly influencing the recipients of the seeds, thus preventing any seeds of betrayal from taking root. Should a traitor emerge, the lotus within them would be reclaimed by the mother pod, leading to the collapse of their inner world due to the loss of support. Even if a new divine tree were found, it could not alter the fate of a world brought forth by the lotus that had vanished. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Chaos Qinglian seed pod. Suddenly, Naruto noticed a green leaf beneath the seed pod, which filled him with excitement. He hurriedly flew to inspect it, confirming that it had indeed sprouted not long ago. Could it be that the Chaos Qinglian had the capacity for regeneration? The thought was awe-inspiring. Fortunately, his bloodline had fully merged with the subconscious seed pod, rendering him akin to its consciousness, ensuring that no independent awareness would emerge anew. Otherwise, even if the Chaos Qinglian were to regenerate, he might find himself at its mercy. As Naruto gently caressed the Qinglian leaf, a radiant smile graced his face. The sensation of itchiness he felt while touching the leaf indicated a profound connection. He was the Qinglian, and the Qinglian was him, forever intertwined. He closed his eyes momentarily, sensing a continuous influx of a unique power surging within his internal space. A serene smile emerged, as he realized that the inherent strength of the seed pod was nurturing the growth of this inner realm, which in turn reciprocated with special world energy to aid the pod in producing new leaves. Yet, a tinge of bitterness lingered in his heart. He had not anticipated that such a small microcosm could be so vast. When it eventually ascended to the highest tier of the chaos world, he pondered how it would compare to the universe of his previous life. However, one cannot help but ponder the immense resources that would be expended. Yet, upon reflection, having already traversed the realm of death, the opportunity that has befallen me feels akin to a serendipitous gift from the heavens. Why then should I aspire for the unattainable? As long as I persist in my endeavors, regardless of whether I find myself at the ends of the earth or the farthest reaches of the cosmos, I shall inevitably attain my goals. Within my inner space, Naruto found himself enveloped in an ethereal tranquility, as the crimson essence flowed quietly from every corner of the chaotic azure lotus seed pod, ultimately returning to his corporeal form. This cycle repeated itself 365 times, transforming the blood within him into a substance akin to blood jade, extraordinarily viscous. It felt as though he had lingered in this inner realm for a millennium. Every 2 seconds, his blood would circulate once through the 365 cycles. After an indeterminate number of repetitions, the 365 acupoints throughout Naruto's body gradually opened, drawing him toward the celestial bodies and the vast landscapes of mountains and seas within his inner space. Various powers seemed to enter the 365 distinct acupoints in an orderly fashion. Once Naruto had initially unlocked the acupoints and the space within began to reach a state of saturation, a robust aura emanated from him, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of the harmonization stage. Why do I feel as though I have transcended the passage of a millennium? As Naruto opened his eyes and surveyed his inner space, he was taken aback to find that its area had more than doubled. The second leaf of the azure lotus has also begun to sprout. He realized that he must have entered the state of sudden enlightenment as described in Taoist teachings. His blood surged with vitality, and his body felt remarkably lighter. With such a sensation, perhaps a bath is in order. Upon emerging from his inner space, Naruto discovered that Tsunade and the Nine Tails awaited him in her chamber, with Shizune also dozing on the bed shared by him and Tsunade. The moment Naruto appeared, the eyes of both women and the fox sparkled with surprise, exchanging glances as if they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. "What is it?" he inquired. After a brief silence, the ever-spirited Tsunade remarked, almost causing Naruto to choke on his own breath, "You've become more handsome." In an instant, Naruto felt as though he had suffered 1,000 blows. "What do you mean I've become handsome? Was I not handsome before?" "You were handsome before, but now you are even more so." "Very well," Naruto conceded, perplexed by the intricacies of the female perspective. "What brings you both here?" "Oh," Tsunade regained her composure, regarding Naruto with a puzzled expression. "We were hoping to inquire about what transpired with you. Earlier today at the hospital, I felt a sudden vibration within my body. A drowsy sensation overtook me, and upon returning home, I found the Nine Tails resting beside you. I sat down and succumbed to sleep. In my dreams, I contemplated many matters, and I was able to comprehend various intricacies within the Purple Dream Heart Sutra, successfully breaking through to the initial layer. My cultivation has also ascended to the mid-stage of the void training phase. My inner space has expanded significantly. I too was inexplicably drawn to your room, and it felt as though I had slept for a millennium, breaking through to the divine transformation stage, having fully transformed my chakra. I feel an unprecedented strength." The Nine Tails gestured with its claws. "Moreover, it seems my blood has been circulating around the lotus seed, and it has now successfully unfurled a petal. The essence appears even denser than before." "Nine Tails, your lotus has bloomed. So does that mean my lotus has also blossomed?" Tsunade exclaimed, her spirit swiftly arriving in the inner space, and moments later, she shouted with exuberance, "Ha! My second petal is already halfway there." Hey, beautiful lady. Let us maintain some decorum," Naruto remarked, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead as he gazed at Tsunade. "Never mind. Your happiness is what matters most. Disregard everything else." Sitting up from her slumber, Shizune looked on in bewilderment at the two animated figures before her. The Nine Tails cast a silent glance towards Naruto, while Tsunade, with a pleading gaze, grasped Naruto's arm, disregarding all semblance of propriety. "Naruto, we shall exist for a long time, and I do not wish to find myself devoid of any family in the days to come. Living like that would indeed be quite meaningless. You need not plead," Naruto said, affectionately patting Tsunade's head, his eyes brimming with love. He then flipped his palm to reveal a lotus seed, still the size of a peach, radiating a bright orange glow. Gently placing it into Tsunade's hand, he spoke softly, "In truth, I have contemplated this matter for some time and have already prepared for Shizune. This seed was plucked earlier and has been nurtured beside my lotus. It is on the verge of blooming, with roots already beginning to sprout. Now is the opportune moment to entrust it to you for Shizune. The technique you are cultivating is most suitable for a woman." "Wow, Lady Tsunade, where did you acquire such luminous gold?" Shizune, utterly perplexed by their conversation, had grown sensitive to matters of wealth after her repeated losses at the gambling den with Tsunade. Upon seeing the radiant object, her mind immediately leaped to the notion of gold. Only upon holding it did she realize her mistake. "Wait, this is a lotus seed. Where did such a large, glowing seed come from? Surely, it could fetch a handsome sum at the exchange." The trio nearby were already sweating profusely, and Tsunade, exasperated, snatched the lotus seed and firmly pressed Shizun back onto the bed. Now, how do we explain today's events? There won't be any danger, will there? The Ninetales voiced, a hint of trepidation in its tone. Despite its growth in power, it understood that risks still lurked, akin to the principles governing chakra, gaining strength through the expenditure of life. Fear not. Rest assured, Naruto reassured, casting a smile towards the window. I have a general understanding of the situation now. The lotuses within you were cultivated from seeds plucked from my own lotus. It is akin to a mother-child relationship. Huh, I am not your descendant. Merely a metaphor. He replied. What I mean is that when I entered that state I refer to as enlightenment, a connection formed between the seeds and the mother plant, which subsequently led you into a similar state of enlightenment. The power derived from such enlightenment is indeed a manifestation of your own cultivation, without any incomprehensible elements, thus posing no danger. Oh, that is reassuring. In that case, I can return to my room to meditate without worry, the Ninetales sighed in relief. Oh, I never anticipated that I would reach such a realm akin to that of the old sage of the six paths. Truly, the world transforms, and fate plays its tricks. The Ninetales sighed, and soon vanished from the room. Who would have thought that the once mighty-tailed beast, famed for its boundless chakra, would utter such a lament? Naruto turned back to see that Tsunade and the others had completed their tasks, gazing at the blooming orange lotus mark on Shizun's forehead, as well as her youthful and radiant appearance, reminiscent of a freshly blossomed peony. Her flawless skin was second only to Naruto and Tsunade in all of Konoha. Shizun, I didn't expect you to become so beautiful, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, don't look at me like that. It makes me so shy, she replied with a bashful laugh. Well then, you must diligently practice according to the methods taught by the stunning Tsunade. The more you cultivate, the more beautiful you will become. Just look at the gorgeous Tsunade. If she continues to enhance her skills, she will forever maintain this youthful visage of 18. Naruto teased, grinning. Tsunade-sama, is that truly the case? Shizun inquired, casting a questioning glance at Tsunade. Of course, Tsunade replied, her gaze sultry as she looked at Naruto. This little rascal wouldn't deceive anyone but me. I have just recently broken through the virtual training stage, yet I can live for over 2,000 years. Although we are all humans, the essence of our lives is entirely different from that of ordinary people. Wow, that's wonderful, Shizun said, stealing a glance at Naruto, her eyes flickering with an indescribable emotion, which did not escape Tsunade's keen observation. However, Tsunade seemed unfazed, her expression softening slightly. Perhaps she had already considered everything when making a certain decision. My beautiful mentor, my shadow clone has a mission. We shall depart promptly at 7 tomorrow morning. Tonight, let us enjoy a meal together, as this journey may last over a month. Naruto informed Tsunade and the others, recalling the plot he needed to familiarize himself with. A month? What sort of mission requires such time? Oh, it's nothing significant. Merely the task of protecting an elderly gentleman until he completes the construction of a bridge in the land of waves. The following morning, Naruto opened his eyes at the appropriate moment, gently pecked the red lips of his companion beside him, and stealthily replaced himself with a panda plush toy. Then, he transformed into a gentle breeze and floated out the door. After freshening up, Naruto activated the spiritual energy within him, stepping forth only to reappear at the gates of Konoha. Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm not late, he greeted his companions. Oh. Tazuna squinted at Naruto with a dazed expression and slowly remarked, little girl, you've arrived just in time. Haha. Sakura burst into laughter, her hands flailing. The old man just called Naruto a little girl. That is hilarious. Isn't it so? She is more beautiful than you, someone chimed in, delivering an instant blow to Sakura's pride. Enraged, she marched over, raising her fist towards Tazuna, exclaiming, You old fool, shut your mouth. Idiot, Sasuke scoffed, his disdain evident. Sakura felt a pang of grievance at Sasuke's blatant derision, her eyes welling with tears as she murmured, Sasuke. All right, Kakashi interjected, ever punctual in dispelling the negative emotions that plagued the team. With the atmosphere restored, the group continued their journey towards the land of waves. Kakashi-sensei, why did Daznasen travel such a distance to issue a mission in our land of fire? Isn't it much closer from the land of waves? To comprehend this, one must first grasp the situation in the land of waves. This is a diminutive island nation nestled between the land of fire and the land of water. In this world, there exist 5 prominent ninja villages, referred to as the 5 great ninja nations: Konoha of the land of fire, Kirigakure of the land of water, Tsunade of the land of wind, Kumogakure of the land of lightning, and Awakens of the land of earth. Additionally, there are lesser hidden villages, such as the Hoshigakure of the land of bears and the Amidst of the land of rain. However, the land of waves, being a petite nation sandwiched between 2 major powers, lacks a ninja village, as it is more convenient to undertake missions in the neighboring countries, rendering a local ninja presence unnecessary. Furthermore, it does not possess the resources to support the needs of ninjas. Now it makes sense, Sakura realized, casting a glance at the bespectacled old man who was still pouring alcohol into his mouth. This fellow seemed to be fortifying his courage with liquor, concealing some significant information out of anxiety. Days later, the group traversed a dense forest. The greenery was lush, unlike the diminutive flora of Earth. The world of Naruto appeared remarkably peculiar, blending modern technological inventions, such as televisions and electricity, with an unexpected absence of their utility as national defenses, where ninjas and transformed samurai served as protectors, exemplified by the 12 guardians of the land of fire. The attire of the populace was also quite eclectic, with many donning traditional kimonos and sporting long hair, while others wore garments reminiscent of modern fashion. Particularly striking was the ecology of the Naruto world. In the land of fire, one could easily encounter primordial forests. Towering trees, soaring several dozen meters high and wide enough for a person to embrace, were commonplace. The air was imbued with a unique fragrance of earth and vegetation, a sensation absent in Naruto's previous world. As they walked, the sun had already bathed this place in its light for several days without a drop of rain. Yet, before them lay 2 patches of transparent water on the somewhat dry ground, reflecting the shadows of withered leaves. There was an indescribable oddity about it. Even an idiot could discern that something was amiss. The mist ninja truly seemed to lack intelligence, Naruto thought, rolling his eyes at the water stains. He paused for a moment to obstruct Tsunade's path before moving onward, thus approaching Kakashi and the others who were nearing the water's edge. Kakashi himself feigned ignorance of the situation. Suddenly, the puddles transformed into 2 shadowy figures clad in black ninja attire, launching a chain from one at Kakashi with rapid ferocity. Exclaiming boastfully, "First!" The other aimed the chain at Sakura, shouting, "Second!" The unexpected scene startled Sakura, who had never faced life and death, causing her to clamp her legs together in fright, her voice rising in panic. "Kakashi-sensei." At the rear, Tsunade, were it not for Naruto's composed demeanor nearby, would surely have fled, as his anxious expression betrayed his fear. The first to react was Sasuke, who suddenly brandished his kunai, his Sharingan ablaze. He leapt forward, swiftly incapacitating one of the mist ninjas, and then hurled his kunai, pinning the other ninja's chain against the tree trunk. Impossible. The mist ninja struggled against the chain, only to find himself utterly immobilized. At that moment, Sasuke soared through the air, delivering a decisive kick to the ninja's head. Sakura, weakened and trembling, remained crouched on the ground, haunted by the image of Kakashi's demise. Once Sasuke had secured both mist ninjas to the large tree, Kakashi, who had been observing from a distance, leisurely approached. "Well done, Sasuke. And you too, Naruto. But Sakura, what seems to be the matter?" You stood frozen in the face of the mist ninjas. Sakura, taken aback by Kakashi's teasing, gazed at Sasuke's retreating figure with a hint of disappointment. Fortunately, with no injuries sustained, she mustered her resolve and, despite her trembling, stood up with her own strength. However, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of intensity. "Now, Tsunade-san, could you enlighten us about what transpired?" Noticing Tsunade's nonchalant demeanor, yet evasive gaze, Kakashi continued. "The reason I allowed myself to be attacked was not only to assess my students' progress, but also to ascertain which among us was the target of the ninja. From the behavior of those 2, just now, it appears their attacks were directed at you. If you withhold the truth from us, it's improbable that ninjas would be involved in a C-rank mission, and we reserve the right to terminate the mission based on your concealment." At Kakashi's words, Tsunade's face paled in terror. "What I mean is," he began, forcing a bitter smile, "as I mentioned, I am a renowned bridge builder from the land of waves." Having set aside everything, Tsunade spoke wearily. "It is well known that our country is impoverished, with even the feudal lord lacking substantial wealth. How could I afford to request a more advanced mission? Thus, I had to conceal the truth from you. The reason being, I am overseeing the construction of a bridge that could potentially liberate the economy of the land of waves and establish communication with the outside world. If completed, the economy would gradually improve, and life for everyone would become a bit better. However, this has angered the wealthiest mogul of our shipping industry, Kato, who sees the bridge as a threat to his business. He has been scheming to eliminate me. You mean the owner of the Land of Waves shipping group? The world's richest man, Kato? Kakashi's pupils constricted. If it is indeed that individual, our forthcoming days could be dire. Kakashi lowered his head in deep contemplation. Seeing Kakashi's demeanor, Tsunade felt a sense of despair wash over him. He began to speak in a sarcastic tone. It's all right, Kakashi-san. If I were to perish, it would merely be a stroke of bad luck at the hands of Kato. In such a scenario, the most I would leave behind is my adorable little grandson, who would weep daily. Oh, and my unfortunate daughter, who would only kneel before my spirit, clutching my grandson and sobbing inconsolably. Rest assured, she shall not face any dire consequences. Her heart simply dwells on my demise, casting sorrowful glances toward the direction of the hidden leaf. Perhaps she still remembers that particular ninja from the leaf who abandoned this mission. However, do not be concerned. Although she may murmur to herself, she would never cast blame upon you. As Tsunade spoke, he wore an air of profound despair, and with each utterance, the expressions on the faces of those present darkened. Even Naruto, who had anticipated such behavior, could not help but admire Tsunade's remarkable acting skills. Ultimately, Kakashi, with a solemn visage and twitching features, glanced at his three students, considering the possibility of this task, bringing a smile. So what do you all think? Should we continue with this mission? Let us proceed. Kakashi-sensei, I have visited the Land of Waves before, and the people here are exceedingly impoverished. If Tsunade-san is indeed constructing that grand bridge, I would be thrilled to witness its birth, Naruto declared with a smile. Let us continue, Sasuke replied coolly. With Sasuke's endorsement, even Sakura, who had intended to retreat, steeled herself and consented. Thus, under Tsunade's captivating performance, they embarked once more on their journey to the Land of Waves. On the expansive sea, Naruto and his companions stood aboard the vessel, gazing at the small islands that gradually emerged around them. These islands were adorned with lush, verdant trees, some even growing directly from the water, exuding a unique beauty reminiscent of a foreign land, warm and inviting. In Naruto's perspective, such a locale, if developed for tourism in his previous life, would undoubtedly thrive nationwide. Wow, how beautiful! Sakura, ever restless, exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. However, Tsunade, standing at the bow of the ship, wore a troubled expression as he remarked, Indeed, it is beautiful, but this enchanting scenery is merely superficial. Due to the exploitation by shipping companies, beggars are a common sight on the streets of the Land of Waves. And even those with a modicum of wealth find it challenging to afford a meal of meat and vegetables. That is why I am determined to construct that bridge. Despite the opposition, Tsunade-san, your heartfelt intent earns my lifelong admiration, Naruto said earnestly, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Kakashi observed this interaction with a smile, while the Uchiha duo appeared utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why a ninja would bow to a lower-class citizen. Ah, little brat, for that sentiment. I acknowledge you as a man, Tsunade chuckled. Naruto's expression darkened at the remark. At that moment, a colossal bridge, towering dozens of meters high and over 20 meters wide, gradually emerged from the mist in the distance. The magnificent sight was something Naruto, having witnessed countless bridges in his past life, had never encountered. It was truly unimaginable that the people of the Naruto world, lacking the advanced engineering tools of his previous existence, could accomplish such a grand feat in the vibrant spring. Haruno Sakura let out a startled scream, causing Tsunade to jump in surprise. He gestured for her to lower her voice, cautioning that the maritime patrols of the shipping group would be passing by at intervals. He then gazed at the bridge, which was merely a few hundred meters from completion, and sighed. If it weren't for those scoundrels at the shipping company, this bridge would already be open. Rest assured, Tsunade-san, I have faith in you. This bridge will be operational soon, and you will lead the people of the Land of Waves to a prosperous life. Naruto spoke with sincerity, feeling deep sympathy for the plight of the Land of Waves, having witnessed the contentment of the people in his previous life. Well, kid, I appreciate your kind words, Tsunade replied. Indeed, the fog is quite thick, Kakashi remarked as he perused a small booklet, occasionally emitting a peculiar laugh, his flushed face provoking various speculations. though Naruto suppressed his prowess to that of a special jonin. His keen perception allowed him to detect subtle movements nearby. This was a method of enhancing one's state of mind by wielding only a modicum of power. With a swift motion, Naruto produced a shuriken and launched it into the air, the sound slicing through the atmosphere. His actions startled Sakura, who was entranced by the scenery. "Naruto, what are you doing? You're scaring me," she exclaimed, while even Sasuke tensed, readying his kunai. Kakashi shook his head and covered his face in exasperation. Before long, Sakura emerged from the thicket, cradling a fainted snow hare, her tone stern. "Naruto, look what you've done. You've scared this little bunny into unconsciousness. You must apologize." "Sakura, are you sure that's a bunny?" Kakashi replied, bemused, as he eyed the creature in her arms. "That is a snow hare, which typically only appears in winter. The only ones that could be found in spring are those raised indoors as decoys." As Kakashi's words lingered in the air, a raspy, eerie laugh echoed through the forest. From a distance, something hurtled through the air, glinting ominously with a predatory shimmer. Kakashi quickly restrained Sasuke and Sakura, shouting, "Baka, get down. Lower yourself, Dasna-san," Naruto urged, pressing his left hand against Dasna's neck while bending his right leg, delivering a powerful kick that sent the approaching decapitating blade flying back. The blade embedded itself deeply into a gnarled tree trunk, quivering violently, and upon it stood a figure, half-clad, with bandages wrapped around his neck and face. "Not bad, kid. You managed to kick away my decapitating blade with brute force. If you survive this encounter, I will inscribe your name in my notebook," the figure declared coolly, exuding an air of aloofness. "Who might you be?" "Ah, I see. It's Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja from the Mist Village," Kakashi quipped, now holding a kunai as he observed the figure on the blade with a teasing glint in his eye. He then seriously removed the covering from his left eye. "Oh, so it's the copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki. How fortunate I am today. I never anticipated encountering such a significant figure on a mere mission. It is said that you possess the Sharingan, a technique capable of perceiving all forms of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, enabling you to instantaneously replicate them. During my time with the Mist Ninja Assassination Squad, I carried a notebook that chronicled your feats." Zabuza, with a stoic expression, spoke without any fear of Kakashi's formidable reputation. It is no jest. Zabuza has emerged from the oppressive blood mist of the hidden Mist Village. After being forced to kill his comrades as part of a graduation task, his heart had long since become numb and bewildered. Casting a calm glance across the scene, Zabuza cut to the chase, stating, "However, I regret to inform you that I must request you hand over that old man to me." "That is not possible. He is our mission," came the reply. "Oh, then it seems I have no other choice but to eliminate all of you before taking him away." With that, Zabuza swiftly unsheathed his decapitating blade, angling it at a 45-degree angle towards the ground, and charged towards Kakashi. Water release, hidden mist technique. Kakashi retreated a few steps to position himself in front of Sasuke and the others, his expression tense. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura form a protective barrier in a shape around Tsunade-san. "Kakashi-sensei, who is that guy?" Sakura inquired, her face etched with confusion. "Once an S-rank rogue ninja from the hidden Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi," Kakashi replied gravely. The infamous assassination unit of the hidden Mist Village was renowned for its mist techniques and silent killing methods, and he was among the elite. He wields one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, silent killing technique. "What is that?" Kakashi nodded and explained, as the name suggests. It is a lethal technique executed in complete silence and near-zero visibility, allowing one to kill their opponent in an instant. Many have perished before they even realized what had happened. In such circumstances, my Sharingan has yet to reach its full mastery. If I cannot see my opponent, I am unable to decipher their moves. The situation is somewhat unfavorable for us. Above all, you must remain vigilant. Failure would lead to a fate akin to that of the 2 assailants who attacked us. Only a dead end awaits." Sasuke Uchiha fixated on Kakashi's crimson left eye, a surge of intensity emanating from him. Kakashi spoke in a flat tone, "I know what you're thinking. This Sharingan is not what you assume. It is a relic of a dear friend." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, a complex mix of emotions stirred within Sasuke as he recalled everything that man had done, and he cast aside all illusions with a cold gaze. Subsequently, Kakashi met Naruto's eyes with a resolute look, saying, "Naruto, I entrust you with the responsibility of protecting them." Naruto nodded silently. Hearing this, Sasuke, filled with indignation, rushed forward, only to be restrained by Kakashi. You fool. This man is beyond your current capabilities. Return now. 8 vital points. Zabuza's chilling voice resonated through the mist, throat, spine, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Now tell me, which of these shall I target? His magnetic tone sent shivers down the spines of Tsunade and the timid Sakura, who trembled uncontrollably, lost and bewildered as they scanned their surroundings. Amidst the swirling mist, 2 indistinct figures flickered, accompanied by the resounding clash of metal. Kakashi, wielding a kunai, narrowly blocked the massive blade aimed at Sasuke by Zabuza. In an instant, he lunged forward, driving the kunai into Zabuza's chest. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Zabuza's form transformed into a puddle of water upon the ground. A water clone? When did that happen? Kakashi was taken aback, catching a glimpse of a figure rushing towards Tsunade from behind. Another swift movement dispatched Zabuza once again. Yet it was merely another water clone. It seems you must be dealt with, Zabuza's voice echoed from afar. This meant he had been lurking at a distance, quietly observing the battle between Kakashi and the water clone. Damn it, don't you find it incredibly frustrating that with all this fog, you can't see anything? Naruto complained, stepping forward, feeling distinctly uncomfortable with the obscured vision. Oh, Zabuza's voice paused somewhere in the mist. Then he shouted coldly, "You insolent brat. I am quite displeased with your tone, so I have decided to kill you now." TCH. Naruto spat disdainfully, addressing Kakashi, "Sensei, leave this guy to me. I want to test the results of my training. Is that all right?" Kakashi inquired uncertainly. "Don't worry, I can handle him. You have successfully provoked my ire, little brat. Allow me to teach you how to face a senior like me." Zabuza's hoarse voice once again filled the air. "Shut your mouth. You penniless fool who can't even afford proper clothing." Naruto retorted impatiently, shouting, "Ice shield, raining snow. What is this?" Kakashi's pupils constricted as he gazed at Zabuza by the water's edge, astonished that Naruto had employed a new ice shield technique. The fog that had previously enveloped them transformed into delicate snowflakes, gently descending in the sunlight. "Hey, kid, how did you learn the ice shield technique? You can't possibly be the last descendant of Mizuno Kuni." "Zabuza, you are mistaken. As far as I know, Naruto's ice shield was a result of his own fusion of wind and water chakra. He is no descendant of Mizuno Kuni." "Oh, Konoha truly breeds prodigies," Zabuza remarked nonchalantly. "Since you are a genius, I particularly enjoy slaughtering geniuses." Water release, great waterfall technique. As the torrent surged forth, Naruto completed his hand seals, pressing one hand against the ground, summoning an icy forest of shields. Damn it! How could he possess such an ice shield technique? Zabuza screeched, narrowly evading the sharp icicles with his massive blade. The art of instantaneous movement ISNT, this the instantaneous movement of Zabuza? When did he learn this technique in the original work? As Zabuza, with a menacing visage and his executioner's blade in hand, flashed towards him, Naruto silently muttered, "A step to the ends of the earth." In the blink of an eye, Naruto's figure advanced to Zabuza's left front, his palm transforming into a striking ice-blue form. He swiftly aimed a palm strike at Zabuza's heart, unleashing the ice palm technique. With a resounding crash, Zabuza's body was sent hurtling through the air as if struck by lightning. Crashing like a ball against the forest, the sound of splintering would echoing around them. It was only after colliding with several massive trees that he finally crumpled to the ground, his body curled up. Everything in his wake transformed into a realm of sharp ice, a sight to behold. How infuriating! Why am I not the one with such formidable power? I wish to slay that man. The unfortunate Uchiha, under such circumstances, awakened his Sharingan once more, his left eye adorned with 2 tomo, and his right with 1. Oh, Kakashi found himself questioning his life choices. Could this individual be mentally unstable? How am I supposed to teach him now? Sigh, the Uchiha clan truly baffles me. Sasuke and Sakura gazed at those eyes, their expressions tinged with fear. Hey, Naruto observed the motionless Zabuza, recalling that he had only exerted half of his strength. Last time, Kakashi had emerged unscathed. Had this man truly perished? With a series of swift, slicing sounds, a masked boy in a dark robe emerged. From within his pale mask came a clear voice, "Apologies, but I must take this man's corpse with me. You belong to the assassination unit of the Mist, don't you?" Kakashi leaped forward, confirming with a touch that Zabuza had indeed lost all signs of life. Ninjas harbor many secrets, especially in the Mist Village. Known for its numerous bloodline limits, Recovering the bodies of ninjas is of utmost importance. Thus, he stepped aside, saying, "Very well, it's yours." "Oh, is it white?" Naruto mused inwardly, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Hey there, little girl, instead of being a good person, you choose to be someone else's tool. Though I understand your constraints. Still, I hope to motivate you next time. Thank you." The masked boy hastily lifted Zabuza's limp body and departed, leaving Kakashi frowning, his expression somewhat perplexed. Yet, unable to discern any issues, he could only twitch at the corner of his eye, gazing at the crystalline frozen world before him. That obnoxious fellow. "Teacher, your son resembles you not at all." "Kakashi-sensei, are you really going to let that masked boy take Zabuza away? Is there anything strange about that?" Kakashi replied, while Sasuke, Sakura, and Tsunade glanced at Naruto, who seemed hesitant to speak, a sense of foreboding arising within them. "Well, I can't quite articulate it." Naruto began awkwardly. "I just feel that Zabuza's death seemed too casual. I remember using the same amount of force, and I merely encased you in ice. Yet that person somehow withstood my ice palm without being frozen. Are you implying?" Kakashi's pupils constricted. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Kakashi meticulously replayed the recent events in his mind, from Zabuza being struck and sent flying, to the appearance of the masked boy, and then to his peculiar manner of carrying someone away. Alas, Kakashi let out a cry of despair and promptly collapsed to the ground. Hey, could this be true? Naruto stared in disbelief at the unconscious Kakashi. He had initially assumed that Kakashi wouldn't overexert himself with the Sharingan as he had in the original storyline, but it seemed he was mistaken. After a moment's reflection, Naruto resigned himself, deciding to lend a hand. "What happened to Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura inquired anxiously, while the other two cast concerned glances. "It's nothing serious. He merely overexerted his mental energy by utilizing powers not his own," Sasuke explained. "Now let us carry on. Sasuke, you should carry Kakashi-sensei on your back as we proceed." "Why must it be me?" Sasuke's eyes glinted with annoyance as he questioned in a frosty tone. "Who else?" "Kakashi-sensei is incapacitated, and I must take responsibility for protecting Tsunade. Unless you believe Sakura can carry this hefty burden?" "Very well," Sasuke grumbled, begrudgingly hoisting Kakashi onto his back, with Sakura trailing closely behind, offering support when necessary. Naruto turned to the anxious Tsunade, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Tsunade-san. We will continue to protect you until the bridge is completed. I wish to behold the grandeur of this bridge myself." "Indeed." Tsunade expressed his gratitude with a grateful glance at Naruto. In the land of waves, not far from Tsunade's home, in a secluded dwelling, dim light flickered upon a blanket. A middle-aged man, his neck bound in white cloth, coughed several times while gazing at the masked boy nearby. "Haku, are you not weary of that mask yet?" he scolded. "Please, Zabuza-sama, do not become too agitated. That boy nearly shattered your heart," Haku replied, unperturbed by Zabuza's reprimand. He slowly crouched down to retrieve a white medical kit, from which he extracted some medication to tend to Zabuza's injuries. "Damn brat, he truly struck hard. Next time we meet, I shall not let you escape," Zabuza vowed. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei, you're awake," Sakura exclaimed, her heart racing as she noticed his eyes fluttering open. His mood seemed perpetually buoyant, akin to someone who had won a grand prize, an unending source of irritation. "Sakura, where are Naruto and the others? Please fetch them. I have matters to discuss." "All right," she replied. "Wait, how could I have forgotten that vial of pills?" Kakashi pulled a small gourd from his bag and poured a pill into his mouth. "Ah, much better. While it may not restore my mental energy, I certainly feel improved." Warm sunlight streamed through the window, and the distant chirping of insects filled the air, mingling with the gentle, refreshing scent of the sea, making one's throat itch with anticipation. After a brief moment, Naruto and the others entered the room, finding Kakashi already tidied up. I regret to say this, but we are in grave trouble. I suspect that Zabuza did not truly perish yesterday." "What?" Sakura's startled shriek filled the air, and even the arriving Dasna appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Thus, I surmise they will return, and it is likely that Zabuza will not be their sole companion. The masked youth from yesterday is probably his accomplice. However, his injuries are likely to take about a week to heal, so I intend to utilize this time to enhance your overall abilities." Kakashi spoke solemnly. "Especially you, Sakura. It is not my intention to criticize, but despite your top scores in written examinations, they do not equate to actual strength. I believe you have realized this during this period. Both Sasuke and Naruto possess a fighting spirit when confronted by ninjas, yet you find yourself idly standing by, even requiring others to protect you. Therefore, you must exert yourself more. It is not necessary to match other ninjas, but at the very least, do not become a burden to them. You must be responsible for confronting ninjas while also ensuring your own safety. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, I will certainly strive to improve, Sakura replied. Her head bowed in shame, her words resolute. You should leave quickly. Kato is not an opponent you can contend with. A young boy of about 4 or 5 remarked disdainfully at Naruto and the others from across the dining table. It was remarkable how he held his ground against Kakashi. A formidable adult, yet trembled at the mere mention of Kato, his pupils reflecting a deep-seated fear. What are you saying, child? Tsunade, the boy's mother, anxiously placed a reassuring hand on him, concerned that his words might provoke the ninja. Oh, the Kato you mentioned, what is there to fear? In a few days, I shall defeat him for you, Naruto nonchalantly declared, savoring the rustic flavors of the meal before him, which evoked a sense of homeliness. As he reminisced about his mother in this world, he felt his eyes moisten, the steam rising from his bowl conveniently masking the emotions welling within. Shut your mouth. Inari, equally troubled, burst into tears, straining against his mother-esque grasp and forcefully pushing her away. He pointed an accusatory finger at Naruto, exclaiming, I despise people like you. Always smiling and trying to act tough, just like that man. Understanding the unfolding narrative, Naruto recognized that the man Inari referred to was his father, though merely his stepfather. He had treated Inari with genuine kindness. Though that man had passed away, this young boy failed to comprehend the depth of that lost affection and the importance of cherishing the love of his 2 caregivers. This ignorance ignited a flicker of irritation within Naruto, as long-suppressed emotions surged forth. Naruto abruptly approached Inari, lifting him into the air, his tone icy as he spoke. You, little brat, who wallows in self-pity, do not deserve to exist in this world. The man you just mentioned, I know not what kind of person he was, but I suspect he must have been your father. From your tone, it seems he treated you well. Do you not understand the necessity of respecting a hero who perished while confronting violence or saving others? And your mother shows you such concern. Are you truly so ignorant as to not recognize her care? In a moment of utter astonishment, Naruto expressed everything, casting Inari aside as he stepped outside, vanishing before the eyes of the crowd. Inari sank to the ground, weeping bitterly, his fists clenched tightly, even pushing away Tsunade, who rushed to support him, before retreating into another room, her intentions unclear. Tsunade followed him upstairs, gazing out at the sobbing figure curled up by the window, and picked up the shattered family photo frame from the floor, holding it to her chest, tears streaming down her face in silent distress. Could that little brat also feel this way? Dasna was taken aback by Naruto's sudden outburst, casting an inquiring glance at Kakashi, who, along with Sasuke and Sakura, shared a similar reaction. Naruto had been without parents since infancy, having lost them within an hour of his birth while they sacrificed themselves to protect the village. He had traversed these years alone. Kakashi hesitated to continue, unsure of the implications of such a situation, but he understood that perhaps the entire village could face devastation. In his heart, he believed that nothing surpassed the importance of parental love. The words spoken by that little boy had struck a nerve, disturbing the tranquility he held dear. Naruto has parents, yet doesn't everyone in the village refer to him as the Nine-Tails Fox? Sakura murmured, filled with doubt. Sasuke, embodying the pride of his noble lineage, expressed disdain for such comments, inexplicably developing a sense of goodwill towards Naruto. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. After all, he was referring to the son of his mentor. Sakura, you would do well to refrain from such thoughts, regardless of where you acquired this information. Please do not hastily doubt or malign your comrades. Oh, understood, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied, nodding nervously. Well, Dasna-san, I shall check on your little one. Dasna nodded in confusion as Kakashi swiftly disappeared from sight. Suddenly, Kakashi materialized beside Inari, sitting directly next to him. The setting sun painted the coastline in hues of crimson, the fiery clouds mirrored upon the shimmering sea. A formation of geese soared into the distance along the white sandy shore. Meanwhile, Inari continued to bury his head between his knees, ignoring Kakashi's presence as though he were invisible. Kakashi, undeterred, gently spoke. First and foremost, I must apologize for that individual's impulsive behavior. In truth, he has suffered more than you. He lost his parents shortly after his birth and has grown up alone all these years. If anyone understands your feelings, it is he. He too has lost his father? Inari finally lifted his tear-stained eyes. Indeed, despite his height resembling mine, he is merely 12 years old. This means he has never encountered his parents, and he might not even recognize his father, Kakashi observed, unsure if Naruto was aware of everything. That boy truly is pitiable. Indeed, yet just as he said, no matter the circumstances, your father has always loved you. Therefore, a strong man should rise, much like your father, to protect those around him. Moreover, you are blessed with a mother and a grandfather who love you dearly. In comparison, that fellow possesses none of these. Perched upon the rooftop, Naruto reminisced about his past. For reasons unknown, deep within his heart, the two figures from his previous life lingered, yet in his current thoughts. They had been supplanted by the parents of this world. This contemplation left a hollow ache within him. 12 years of existence felt like a void that should not have been. Suddenly, Naruto shouted towards the distant sea. "Ah, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am Uzumaki Naruto." Kakashi appeared beside him like a specter, questioning, "Are you not afraid that other ninja villages will hear you?" Despite his inquiry, his expression bore no sign of displeasure. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to express my feelings. I feel much better now," Naruto replied. "That is good," Kakashi said earnestly. "In truth, you have family now, do you not? Let the past remain in the past. As you once said, cherish those who are present." "Indeed, I have Tsunade," Naruto admitted candidly. A wave of happiness washed over him as he recalled the days since he first met Tsunade at the age of 6. A blissful smile graced his face, and the pink lotus on his forehead radiated a soft glow, accentuating the ethereal beauty of its violet petals. Meanwhile, Tsunade, seated at the dining table in Konoha, inexplicably touched her own pink lotus on her forehead, a warm smile spreading across her face, leaving the Nine Tails and Shizune puzzled. Listening to Naruto's impassioned declarations, Kakashi broke into a nervous sweat. Although he had come to terms with it, he still found it hard to fathom how these two individuals, who seemed worlds apart, had come to this juncture. Naruto regained his composure. Though his cultivation had not progressed, his understanding of the chaos technique had deepened, and he discovered that the inner space had expanded significantly through insights gained from his clones. A sense of comfort enveloped him. Turning to Kakashi with a warm smile, Naruto said, "Kakashi-sensei, as a token of gratitude for your earlier reminder, how about I reward you now? Alas, as my father's disciple, your skills are rather lacking." You already know?" Kakashi replied, his expression a mix of surprise and bemusement. However, upon reflecting on his own abilities, he felt a tinge of despair and resignation. "It's nothing much. I possess the chakra left by my father, so I've been aware of everything," Naruto stated, concealing his other identity. "So, it was a contingency from the teacher," Kakashi mused. "Now, let us discuss your predicament. I believe your strength began to solidify after acquiring that Sharingan," Naruto remarked bluntly. "Though it may be disheartening, I must say, if you continue to rely on that eye, you will likely remain at the early stage of shadow level throughout your life, unless you encounter extraordinary opportunities. Have you considered removing that eye? Is it truly possible to forfeit my strength?" Kakashi asked incredulously, grappling with Naruto's assertion. Naruto did not conceal his thoughts as he gazed at the distant sunset, speaking with a serious tone. "Indeed, my strength surpassed that of the Hokage level 6 years ago. Otherwise, why do you think Danzo and the third Hokage were so intent on eliminating me?" At this thought, Naruto smirked disdainfully. "However, those fools they sent were utterly incompetent. They couldn't even withstand a single strike from me. Had I not encountered Tsunade later on, I doubt I would have ever returned to Konohagakure. Tsunade's deep affection for the village is undeniable. Even from thousands of miles away, she considers it her home. Therefore, when she decided to return home, I too embraced it as my own. When she chose to remain and protect it, I followed suit. I see now why you harbor such disdain for the third Hokage. What perplexes me, however, is how Danzo, that deranged man, makes sense, yet I never expected the third Hokage to be involved as well." Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared that after all these years, he still could not see the sordid politics of the village clearly. Kakashi-sensei, you have underestimated the complexity of the situation. If the village's elite had not tacitly approved of Danzo's actions or utilized him as a pawn to eliminate certain individuals, do you truly believe that a mere root organization, lacking even the strength of a shadow, could so effortlessly orchestrate the demise of those formidable shinobi? 1 or 2 deaths might be dismissed, but the reality is that these were individuals at the pinnacle of their power. any one of whom could have turned the tide for other ninja villages. Yet, one after another, they leapt into the abyss as if unafraid of drowning. Do you consider all of this mere coincidence? Kakashi fell silent, reflecting on the inexplicable death of his father, one of the village's elite, and perhaps feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Moreover, there is one matter that has always weighed heavily on my mind. During the Ninetales attack, I cannot fathom why the memory of that day remains so vivid. Perhaps it is because I lost all my family that day. I distinctly remember the masked man abducting me and subsequently unleashing the Ninetales. I saw the third Hokage not far away. He should have aided my mother, who was weak after just giving birth, in confronting the Ninetales, while my father was engaged with the masked man. Yet, that old man chose to stand on a rooftop nearby, using the pretext of protecting the villagers. As he watched my father retrieve me from the crib and then battle against the masked man and the Ninetales in succession, I believe that had that man, who still possessed some semblance of a shinobi's valor, intervened to assist my mother at the moment the Ninetales appeared, perhaps the village would have suffered far fewer casualties, and my parents would not have perished. In that case, I might still be growing peacefully in my mother's embrace. How does one articulate this? As Kakashi pondered over his long-held grievances, he suddenly wiped away a tear from his eye. Once upon a time, he regarded his father as an unacknowledged presence. After hearing Naruto's words, he realized he had underestimated the tranquility of that village. Indeed, while the deaths of one or two of the village's elite might be acceptable, it was nonsensical to stumble blindly into the same grave, leading to such eerily similar fates. As the final hue among the 8 colors, perhaps the father has foreseen his own fate. Although the village harbors a grim reality that chills the heart, the ordinary folk still manage to lead relatively decent lives. Does Lady Tsunade know of these matters you speak of? What do you think? Naruto observed Kakashi with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile. Do you truly believe the legendary 3 would willingly depart from Konoha? Tsunade's courage to return stems solely from the absence of a threat to her existence in the village. Naruto calmed his thoughts, acknowledging that under the third Hokage's governance, the common people indeed fared well. Otherwise, I would not have merely left Konoha. I would have severed the ties with the third Hokage and the entire Elder Council. Having spoken so much, I nearly forgot the matter at hand. I can assist you in successfully breaking through to the rank of Shadow. What method is that? Kakashi inquired, his expression composed yet tinged with urgency. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto spoke earnestly. Let me pose this question. Do you desire this Sharingan? He gestured towards Kakashi's concealed left eye. After all, it is a remnant of a friend's will, and I wish to preserve it. At the very least, its existence will allow me to see into my own heart with clarity, dispelling the fog of confusion. Gazing at the darkening sky, beneath the vibrant starlit expanse, a pair of crimson eyes had been observing them for an extended period. While indifferent, Naruto did not wish for certain secrets to be discovered by any potential wide-eyed wolves of the future. Should such information reach his adversaries, it could lead to unnecessary complications. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto set up a barrier, causing their figures to appear as though they had vanished from the rooftop. In truth, their location remained unchanged. It was merely that the observer could no longer see them. Uchiha Sasuke, having been detected, wore an expression of indignation, as if the entire world should be laid bare for his scrutiny. Has Sasuke already discovered this place? Kakashi's pupils constricted, internally hoping that he had not overheard their previous conversation. Sensing Kakashi's unease, Naruto smiled reassuringly. Fear not. He cannot hear us. The distance is too great. Now, show me your Sharingan. I need to comprehend its mechanics to assist you effectively. Otherwise, I am at a loss. Very well, Kakashi replied, harboring a sense of anticipation as he unveiled his concealed eye. No matter what transpires next, do not be afraid. Remember, I shall not harm you. As your father's disciple, you are akin to family. Although Kakashi was uncertain of what would unfold, Naruto's warning suggested it would be nothing short of astonishing. Thus he steeled himself mentally. Naruto leaned in closer, scrutinizing the blood-red eye, an enigmatic eye, said to be the result of a transplant from a non-Uchiha, eternally open. The 3 black tomo were peculiarly shaped. Legend has it that Obito Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan is the most unique, manifesting as 3 sides. Naruto had a particular fondness for that design. Then, a startling spectacle unfolded before Kakashi's widened gaze. It was in that moment he comprehended why Naruto had urged him not to fear. From the center of the lotus mark on Naruto's forehead, a vertical eye gradually unfurled. its azure background and black pupil mirroring Naruto's own eyes, save for its chilling indifference, which seemed to conceal a terrifying power. As if a deity, it gazes with serene detachment upon the earth beneath. Fear not, Kakashi-sensei. Remember that you are among the few I hold dear. With the vertical eye upon his forehead, Naruto gradually discerned the essence of the Sharingan. 2 minutes later, he exhaled with relief. Had it not been for Naruto's prowess surpassing that of this realm, it would have been quite challenging to unveil its peculiarities. No wonder the Uchiha require emotional stimuli to awaken their eyes. And the Mangekyo Sharingan necessitates the sacrifice of a kin to activate. Furthermore, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan demands the transplantation of a brother's eyes to attain its power. It appears that this is merely the curse imposed by the God Tree. The tree that Kagaya awaited must have been a primordial source of spiritual roots, destined to bear fruit that, upon full ripeness, would allow the tree to transcend its form. Yet, this fool, Kagaya Akatsuki, presumed the fruit was ripe and consumed it prematurely, seeking the so-called infinite chakra. Consequently, the tree's opportunity was severed, resulting in a curse where eyes obtained from its essence could only be awakened through the accumulation of malevolent intent. This act sealed the path of the Sharingan's free evolution, allowing liberation of its corresponding powers solely through the assault of dark thoughts. Coupled with the residual malevolence of the God Tree, it later led to the emergence of situations akin to that of the Uchiha clan, ultimately hoping for those who gained power from it to engage in mutual destruction. From the perspective of the Sharingan, it seems that Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan would ultimately evolve into the 12th Tomo. However, due to the incompleteness of the fruit's maturation, the potential for advancement was lost. Any power not earned through one's own exertions must exact a corresponding toll. Kagaya Akatsuki succumbed to madness and tragedy due to the God Tree. Presently, it appears that Black Zetsu, though formidable, pales in comparison to the God Tree, which continues to exert influence even after death, transforming its lingering resentment and malice into the Ten Tails, vowing to annihilate all that the Akatsuki family protects. With this profound understanding, Naruto released Kakashi's gaze, standing with a smile. The vertical eye upon his forehead indeed mirrored the entirety of the Sharingan. It must be acknowledged that the Sharingan, as an eye formed from the consumption of primordial spiritual roots, possesses unique attributes in certain aspects, such as precise control over power, instantaneous release, and rapid retraction. Should he harness his own strength to enhance it, combining it with the heavenly eye he unlocked, utilizing it to unleash the world power formed within his inner space, the outcome would be formidable indeed. As Naruto continued to simulate and modify within his vertical eye, 2 more minutes elapsed. Kakashi, observing with growing tension, witnessed the emergence of Tomo within Naruto's eye, 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo, until all 12 Tomo manifested in full. They then transformed into a 12-pointed star composed of 12 blades, devoid of the circles and purple associated with the Rinnegan. Naruto, disliking that particular circular purple, created a design featuring the distinctive blood-red hue of the Sharingan, complemented by the 12 blades forming the 12-pointed star. How on earth have you awakened the Sharingan? And what kind of Sharingan is this? Kakashi exclaimed, utterly astounded. Kakashi-sensei, what I have just simulated is a unique manifestation of my own Sharingan, distinct from yours. Do not dwell on it. Allow me to resolve the matter for you. Naruto smiled at Kakashi and said, you are fortunate. You might acquire 2 Sharingan. Without further ado, Naruto activated the vertical eye on his forehead. In an instant, Kakashi found himself immobilized, as a trickle of blood from his left eye was gradually siphoned away, flowing under Naruto's control into his heart. This blood slowly merged with Kakashi's own, giving rise to a completely new essence. Kakashi felt a lightness envelop him, as if a certain restraint had begun to loosen. Before long, Kakashi's right eye underwent a transformation as well, a new Tomo emerging gradually until it coalesced into a brand new 3 Tomo Sharingan. Subsequently, the vertical eye on Naruto's forehead began to spin faster, drawing forth 2 enigmatic forces from Kakashi's being, amidst the faint echoes of a monstrous roar. A colossal shadow of a beast manifested within Kakashi's constricted pupils, evoking a profound sense of insignificance, akin to an ant gazing at the heavens. The beast morphed into a towering purple tree, only to revert again to its fearsome form. The creature bore a single 9 Tomo Rinnegan, a testament to Kagaya's theft of the fruit that granted her 1 eye. Its gruesome maw, lined with countless sharp fangs, opened pitifully towards Naruto, its singular eye brimming with rage and resentment. Now unburdened by any pressure, Kakashi approached, trembling as he gazed at the immense beast. "Naruto, what is this terrifying creature?" he inquired. "This is the source of the power behind your eyes, the God Tree, or as you may call it, the Ten Tails," Naruto elucidated, observing the beast's figure, now fading in reluctant surrender. "Ten Tails, or the God Tree, I understand you possess an innate spiritual root." The Ten-Tailed shadow, now turning to depart, glanced back at Naruto. Though it remained voiceless, its howls conveyed its fervent excitement. "Since I have derived benefits from you, I shall grant you an opportunity. While I cannot resurrect you at this moment, I can assure you that in a decade or so, someone will bring you back to life. I will assist you at the final moment to reclaim your essence, transporting you to a realm where you may regrow. This should afford you a chance at rebirth." The remaining solitary eye of the Ten-Tails scrutinized Naruto intently. As both being and beast locked gazes, the Ten-Tails, having discerned Naruto's sincerity, erupted into jubilant leaps. "Now, return to the trunk. Though it may be an empty shell, I sense there still lies considerable power within, capable of nurturing your feeble soul, enhancing your prospects for rebirth." The shadow of the God Tree howled a few times, casting a reluctant glance at Naruto before dissipating into a streak of light. However, apart from Kakashi, it did not retract the malevolent intentions directed towards others, revealing its profound animosity. To his surprise, someone was spying on Naruto. With a cold snort, he opened his vertical pupils once more, and a streak of light entered Kakashi's left eye. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a certain restriction within Kakashi's left eye shattered. Yet it had no effect on him personally. "What's wrong, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, his voice laced with concern. "Nothing much. A certain individual had placed a restriction within your eye to spy on you. I've erased his memories and lifted the restriction from your eye," Naruto replied. "Is it a Beto? That's impossible." Kakashi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Stop thinking about it. Try using your eyes. If it doesn't work, I can assist you," Naruto encouraged. Kakashi, upon hearing this, closed his crimson eyes and then slowly reopened them. To his astonishment, he discovered that his eyes could shift freely like those of the Uchiha, guided by his will. Moreover, his chakra had transcended the long-standing shadow-level barrier and reached the early stages of the shadow level, and it was even gradually increasing. As Kakashi opened and closed his eyes repeatedly, he found no discomfort. It felt as natural as his own inherent sight. "It should be fine. I haven't detected any issues," he stated. "That's great," Naruto replied with a slight smile. "You're quite fortunate, Kakashi-sensei. I extracted a fragment of the Uchiha bloodline from your left eye and allowed it to fully merge with your own lineage, thus forming a brand new bloodline. That's why your right eye has awakened the Sharingan. You are the first non-Uchiha to possess a dual Sharingan and wield it at will. However, there is one thing I must caution you about, Kakashi-sensei. Your Sharingan will evolve along a path distinct from that of the Uchiha. Similar to mine, it will continue to evolve until it reaches the 9-tomo stage, ultimately unlocking the Rinnegan. But once you achieve the 4-tomo stage, you will awaken the powers of the Mangekyo. This implies that upon reaching the 3-tomo Sharingan, your strength will reach the shadow level, and upon attaining 6-tomo, you will become a heavenly ninja. As for the 9-tomo, you will discover that in due time. Your tomo will automatically unlock as your power progresses, unlike the Uchiha's method of stimulation. Therefore, if your Sharingan does not evolve, do not seek stimulation, for it will be utterly futile." Naruto's gaze turned serious as he continued. "It's best not to let others know about your current situation. Although you have attained shadow-level strength, do not underestimate those who revel in cunning schemes. Unless you possess absolute power beforehand." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kakashi once again covered his left eye, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of imagination, and he refrained from inquiring about the creature from earlier. As an astute individual, he recognized that such matters were beyond his current grasp. He then descended from the rooftop, casting a reflective glance back before vanishing from sight. "Regardless, I am truly grateful to you. You've raised a remarkable child, Sensei." Kakashi's voice lingered in the air. After Kakashi disappeared, Naruto's celestial eye opened, the 12-pointed stars slowly rotating, and in an instant, he found himself in a vast alternate dimension. Not bad. Is this my Kamui space? It's quite expansive, nearly the size of the Land of Fire. In the future, those significant metals and ores that lack growth properties can be classified and stored within this space. After all, they will not be lost in my sight. I must say, the power of the divine tree is indeed peculiar, as it can create an alternate dimension within the confines of my vision. Far beneath the dark earth of the land of rain, a figure clad in a robe of crimson clouds upon a black background, wearing a swirling yellow mask, trembles violently at the moment when a beam of light emanates from the third eye on Naruto's forehead. A piercing pain sears through his head, causing him to cry out in agony. What the hell just happened? Why do I feel as if a fragment of my memory is missing? What is it? Who has interfered with my vision? Why is that guy, Madara, acting so strangely? A dim-witted figure, clad in gray and white, gazes vacantly at a creature resembling a carnivorous plant, which stands beside him. The plant-like being glances at the fool and retorts sarcastically, "How should I know? Enough, you two. Quit your bickering." The masked man roars, and the two raucous creatures immediately cease their quarrel. The carnivorous plant regards the masked figure with a peculiar expression. "Madara, are you all right?" "I'm fine," the masked man replies, his demeanor gradually calming. Suddenly, a single eye opens within the circular hole of the mask, where three sides whirl rapidly. "I must go see Nagato. It's time to hasten our plans." I felt as though a portion of my memory was missing, though I cannot discern the cause. I have an ominous feeling, and I hope my instincts are mistaken. Otherwise, our plans may be jeopardized. "Very well, return swiftly," the plant-like creature replies. A flicker of doubt crossing its gaze, quickly masked. Yet internally, it vows, no matter who stands in my way, no one can prevent me from resurrecting my mother. For the next week, Kakashi diligently trained Sasuke and Sakura. Since the last time he practiced ninjutsu with his shadow clone, Naruto has been utilizing his real clones to grasp the principles of the Hunyuan technique throughout every moment of the day. Although the real clones cannot cultivate, they are remarkably effective for understanding techniques. Moreover, upon returning to his true form, the insights gained are relayed back to him. With the intention of solidifying his foundation during this period, Naruto spends his days in slumber, only rising at dawn to absorb the purple chi. At night, under the moonlight, he awakens to absorb the luminous essence of the moon. Recalling the charming young girl from the original story, with her gentle demeanor and lovely smile, slender brows, and delicate beauty, Naruto feels an overwhelming surge of emotion. In a flash, he materializes in a nearby forest, not concerning himself with their training, but instead collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. It is not long before the sound of rhythmic breathing fills the air. As one night passes, the gentle morning breeze weaves through the blossoms and leaves. Nearby, a soft footfall echoes, treading lightly upon the verdant grass and flowers. Like a flower sprite, a small bird fluttered to the fragrant shoulder of the maiden. The girl slightly tilted her forehead, gazing directly at the bird perched upon her shoulder, her expression brimming with innocence and exuberance. Sasha has arrived. The girl's footsteps advanced in rhythm with the swaying grass. Upon spotting a familiar figure asleep not far away, she paused momentarily, then resumed her smile. Gradually, the girl's silhouette grew closer, and just as she reached out her palm to grasp Naruto's neck, she playfully nudged him awake instead. "Oh," Naruto feigned grogginess as he opened his eyes. "Who are you?" "Thank you for waking me." "No need for thanks," said Bai, setting down the basket in her hands, her radiant smile likely captivating the entire world. In that moment, Naruto felt an urge to save her life, not for any other reason than the crystalline purity of her heart he had glimpsed just moments before. "Do you need these herbs? If not, I shall pluck them." Her melodious voice roused the enchanted Naruto. Bai felt a peculiar sensation. This handsome young man, with a lotus blossom adorning his brow, instilled in her a sense of intimacy and safety, prompting her to unconsciously reveal her truest self. "Oh, really? You need these herbs? Then let me assist you in gathering them." After collecting the herbs, a fleeting glimpse of reluctance flickered in Bai's eyes, but was swiftly suppressed. She lifted the bamboo basket and smiled at Naruto, her lovely eyes narrowing into a thin line. "Thank you, I am Bai." Naruto grasped her delicate, boneless hand, feeling the warmth and smoothness of her palm, which sent a shiver through his heart. "I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. It is a pleasure to meet you, Bai." Their hands clasped momentarily, both sensing the unique aura of one another. "Farewell, Bai," she said with a gentle smile, slowly departing with her flower basket. "Goodbye, Miss Bai," he called after her. Bai, having already distanced herself, abruptly turned, her expression serious as she addressed Naruto. I am a man, not Miss Bai. Very well, by the man, take care, Naruto replied, bemused. A silent murmur within him expressing skepticism, as if I couldn't tell. I just checked moments ago, and there were no signs of masculinity whatsoever. What a fool, like that Zabuza. Why abandon a good girl for tools? Those mist ninjas are truly deranged. At the moment Bai vanished, Naruto transformed into a gust of wind, arriving at the Dasna household just in time to witness two rogue samurai attempting to abduct Tsunade. Ahaha, another little brat. You better not meddle, or else. One of the samurai brandished his gleaming katana, as Tsunade, gagged and bound, struggled violently in their grasp. Inari, seemingly hurt from the fall, sat on the ground, trembling in fear at the sight of the weapon. Naruto could not bear the sight of such brazen acts of violence against innocent women. He gazed coldly at the two samurai and declared, I advise you to release her, or there will be dire consequences. Oh, little brat, we were not raised to be frightened. We wield swords. Besides, we have a hostage in our hands. What can you do? Exactly. The other samurai grinned wickedly at Tsunade, groping her shapely figure. Tsunade nearly cried out, You lecherous scoundrel. If it weren't for our leader's orders to capture you, I would have already taken matters into my own hands. Yamada, swiftly eliminate these two individuals. We must continue our journey. Oh, how often I have spoken kindly, yet you remain deaf to my words. Suddenly, Naruto's gaze sharpened, and the celestial eye at his brow unfolded, its 12 tomo morphing swiftly into a star-like configuration. Thus, let them perish. A tremendous force of spatial distortion erupted instantaneously upon the two samurai, reducing both them and their swords to mere dust, leaving no cries of anguish in their wake. Subsequently, tranquility enveloped the scene. No one witnessed the fleeting brilliance of his celestial eye, only gazing in astonishment as the two samurai vanished without a trace. The faint scent of blood lingering in the air. With a sense of liberation, Tsunade rushed towards Inari, the pair embracing tightly, weeping profusely. Observing this touching scene, Naruto revealed a gentle smile, his figure gradually fading away. Hey, Zabuza, did you not mention a formidable little brat? Why is it that only Kakashi remains? Upon hearing this complaint, Zabuza's eyes bulged in irritation, casting a venomous glare at the man carrying the child on his back, and he barked sharply, Silence, Raiga. Now that the other fellow is absent, let us unite to deal with Kakashi. Otherwise, if he returns, we will be in grave trouble. In that case, it seems I have arrived a tad too early. A leisurely voice suddenly penetrated the ears of those present, causing Zabuza, who had been harboring a sliver of hope, to shudder. Recalling the excruciating pain in his heart from the slap administered by that individual over the past week, he seethed, Kid, I will kill you. I have lost count of how many times I have reiterated this, nor do I recall who nearly ended whose life. Some people still possess the audacity to speak. Naruto remarked pointedly, You bastard. Ha ha ha. Zabuza, this fellow is truly entertaining. Leave him to me. I shall prepare a grand thunderous feast for him. Very well. But do take heed. This individual's ice shield technique is formidable, and he possesses an ice shield that does not require hand seals. I nearly fell victim to it last time. Oh, an ice shield, you say? Ice conducts electricity. It will be my pleasure to deal with this arrogant, insufferable individual. Kakashi, observing the impending battle, instructed the two behind him, Sakura, protect Tazuna, and Sasuke, confront that masked youth. Be wary. He possesses the strength of an elite chunin. I do not require you to defeat him, merely to hold him off until one of us, Naruto or I, can resolve our opponent. Humph, no need for that. I will slay him, Sasuke Uchiha replied haughtily, surging towards the masked Haku. This individual, lacking any real strength, does not seek reasons for conflict. He simply resorts to jealousy when faced with anyone stronger than himself, a selfish soul incapable of heeding Kakashi's earnest counsel. Kakashi, your student presents quite the challenge. Zabuza chuckled, then bellowed at Haku, who stood a short distance away. Haku, be sure to entertain him well. Yes, Master Zabuza. Naruto observed Raiga with quiet intensity. Before Raiga could make a move, Naruto stepped forward, his form appearing before Raiga in an instant. With a swift motion, he thrust his palm upwards. Raiga, danger! Retreat! A delicate voice from behind Raiga warned anxiously. With a resounding shout, Naruto unleashed a powerful strike, invoking the ice palm technique alongside the thunder release, Thunder Strike Armor. The Thunder Strike Armor is a ninjutsu that channels lightning through a thunderblade, allowing the user to adopt a defensive stance while simultaneously preparing for an offensive maneuver. Consequently, after delivering a forceful palm strike, Naruto swiftly retreated, completing another hand seal, Ice Shield Needle Shadow. Cursed be it. The Thunder Release. Thunder Dragon Tornado had been thrown into disarray by Naruto's elusive tactics. You shall witness the thunderous funeral I have prepared for you. Thunder Fong, full of arrogance, suddenly gazed up at the ominous sky, his thunderblade crackling with blue electricity as it surged into the heavens. Instantly, tumultuous thunderclouds gathered above, seemingly poised to engulf the two combatants. Naruto, taken aback, vanished in a flash. However, the instinctively alert Ranmaru sensed an impending danger. Thunder Fong, run, run. Ranmaru cried out in desperation, struggling against Thunder Fong, who was too dazed to react as his attack had already been unleashed. The natural thunder release summoned a fierce bolt of lightning, coalescing into a piercing surge that expanded to about 10 meters in width, racing toward the direction where Naruto had vanished. At that moment, Naruto pressed his palm against the ground, uttering a low incantation as a square mirror materialized before him. The ice shield mirror, resembling a concrete wall, appeared to defy the laws of conductivity, reflecting the incoming lightning without losing its potency. The dazzling bolt of electricity surged forth like a razor-sharp sword, hurtling past the motionless form of Thunder Fong. Damn it, that little brat. It hurts. Thunder Fong's face contorted in agony, his eyes bulging, veins bursting with blood. It was not that he failed to evade, but rather the speed was too overwhelming. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was cleaved in two at the waist. His insides spilled forth, creating a gruesome scene. Damn it, how could this happen to me? Thunder Fong's lower body lost its support, and his upper body crumpled to the ground, spewing forth a mixture of mangled entrails and blood. Ranmaru, clinging to him, did not escape the onslaught either and now lay lifeless. Naruto gazed upon the corpses with a heavy sigh, his expression turning uneasy upon seeing Ranmaru's lifeless form. He wondered if it were madness, for the Mist ninjas always seemed to carry a young girl with them, leading to their inevitable tragedies. With Ranmaru's demise, he pondered whether the delectable curry, so vividly described in the original tale, could ever be adequately passed down. With a flicker of determination, Naruto summoned a sealing scroll to encase the remains of both individuals, intending to find a proper resting place for them after completing his mission. Thunder Fong's demise held little weight, for he had sown too much chaos in his life. Yet Ranmaru's unfortunate fate served as a poignant reminder to Naruto, only by continuously growing stronger until the world posed no threat to his existence could he seize control of his own destiny. In this ruthless world of the survival of the fittest, Naruto silently vowed to prevail. Having tidied everything, he regained his composure and stepped forward, now standing before the beleaguered Uchiha. Naruto stood with his back to the swirling mirror of ice crystals, casting a warm smile towards the masked youth before him. Suddenly, the figure of the masked boy faltered, and the controlled mirror shattered, revealing the curled form of Uchiha, surrounded by a myriad of kunai. At that moment, the masked boy sensed something, abruptly turning towards a direction shrouded in mist. With a hoarse shout, Zabuza Momochi, he vanished in an instant, as if struck by lightning, disappearing from Naruto's sight. Damn it, can the heavens not be thwarted? Naruto thought, moving swiftly. Appearing near Zabuza just as Kakashi, fully armed, unleashed a Chidori aimed directly at Haku. With a crack, Haku's mask was shattered by the electric surge, revealing a blissful smile. Kakashi intended to retract his attack, but the momentum left him no time. Naruto's expression shifted. He disregarded everything else. His third eye opened at his forehead, rapidly transforming into 12 stars that spun in a circle. The sound of long blades sheathing echoed through the area, as Zabuza and Haku were forcibly propelled by the distorted space. Meanwhile, Kakashi's Chidori struck the bridge railing, slicing it in half, with the crackling electricity resonating with the cries of countless birds, gradually fading into silence. What are you doing, Naruto? Kakashi asked, bewildered. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. The mission is complete. Naruto replied, gazing into the distance. He formed a hand seal, transforming the mist before them into a flurry of snowflakes, revealing Kato and countless samurai and ninjas in the distance. Oh, Kakashi, though puzzled, halted to observe the fallen figures and the multitude of warriors, pondering the situation. His fingers moved, and the ninja hounds that were gnawing on Zabuza's arms dissipated into white smoke. On the ground, Zabuza, regaining his senses, let his hands drop. Having lost the ability to move, he could only wriggle his head to gradually rise. However, as he attempted to stand, he kicked Haku, who had fainted, sending him sprawling far away, eliciting a pained groan. At this moment, Naruto appeared beside Haku, crouching down to place a white pill in his mouth. You fool. This silly girl was willing to sacrifice herself to save you, and you have no sympathy at all? Damn it. Are you not even human? Sakura, having drawn a kunai, stood protectively in front of Naruto, her anger directed at the cold, passive Zabuza. Although trembling and hesitant to speak, she firmly expressed her stance. The destiny of tools is to fulfill their purpose at the right moment. As a tool, Haku should have been aware of this. Moreover, kid, we of the Mist don't need your judgment on how we operate, Zabuza retorted. Naruto interjected with a low growl, as if implying that matters concerning rogue ninjas should be resolved by themselves. Shut up, Naruto shouted, glaring at Zabuza with murderous intent. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? I'm contemplating whether to tie you up and slice your heart piece by piece, just to see if this demon truly feels pain. This fellow cares for you so deeply, yet you treat him in such a manner. You, a wretched being, are utterly unworthy of existence in this world. Is this the twisted psyche of you fog ninjas who slay your comrades? Truly, you are among the most despicable beasts this world has ever known. Naruto's voice cast a heavy silence around, even causing Kakashi, a veteran of the ninja realm, to reflect on his own previously numb existence as a ninja, questioning whether he had acted with a clear conscience. Naruto's words finally stirred something within Zabuza, who had thought himself impervious to sentiment. Memories of the blood mist, where he was compelled to kill his comrades for self-preservation, flooded back to him. Only after the ordeal did he realize that it was his comrades who could no longer endure their fate, stepping willingly into the path of his blade. In that moment, tears streamed down Zabuza's face as he raspingly exclaimed, Kid, please, no more. I admit, amidst the blood mist, I became a creature neither human nor ghost. Yet I was not devoid of humanity. Only now do I comprehend the meaning behind that person's smile. He, too, could not bear to see himself impaled by my blade. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as everyone harbored a deep-seated terror of the blood mist policies once enforced by the fog ninjas. Those who emerged from such an environment were either exceptionally resolute or terrifyingly deranged. The recently awakened Haku, hearing Zabuza's voice, attempted to rise but found it difficult to draw breath due to the pain in his ribs. He could only pitifully seek Naruto's assistance. Ah, Zabuza, I didn't expect you to be in such a dire state. It's rather amusing, came a mocking voice from a rotund figure among the group of warriors nearby, followed by the raucous laughter of hundreds of samurai and ninjas. Kato, what brings you here? Zabuza asked. Well, I initially brought these people to clean up the mess, but it seems you can't even handle this handful of foes. Thus, I've come to eliminate you all, Kato arrogantly declared. Well, Zabuza, it appears this fellow does not intend to honor your commission, Kakashi quipped, stroking his white hair. Zabuza remained silent. As a fog ninja, he would never yield, regardless of the circumstances. Kid, I can see that Haku is quite fond of you. No wonder she has seemed troubled these past few days. It must be because of you. Perhaps you two have met before. Haku, hearing Zabuza's words, lay slumped in Naruto's embrace, her bloodied face inexplicably flushing red as she buried her visage deeper into his chest. Kid, I entrust Haku to you. She possesses too kind a heart to be a ninja, which is why I forced her to take lives. Yet she always outsmarts her opponents, leaving them in a state of feigned death. If I hadn't dealt with the aftermath, she would have perished countless times over. The ailing Haku coughed softly in Naruto's arms, weakly peering ahead at the figure, murmuring, Oh Zabuza, what a touching scene this is. Fear not. I shall ensure you both meet in hell, Kato taunted loudly. Little demon, could you lend me your kunai? There are matters I need to comprehend. Upon hearing these words, Naruto naturally understood Zabuza's intent. However, he felt no urge to intervene in the plight of a fallen hero. With a flick of his fingers, he sent forth a unique silver-white kunai, distinct from the usual black of Konoha. Zabuza bit down on the kunai, casting a hurried glance at Haku before charging towards Kato with a face twisted in grim determination. In his terror, Kato summoned his samurai ninja, intent on eliminating Zabuza. Yet, despite his body being riddled with blades, Zabuza pressed forward, propelled by the kunai held in his mouth, until he stood before Kato. Kato, utterly terrified, gazed upon Zabuza, who resembled a demon emerging from the abyss of hell. Devil, what do you intend to do? Please, do not kill me. Huh, what am I doing? Am I not a demon? You will know when you reach hell. Rest assured, Amidst Ninja's demon transforms into a true fiend upon entering the underworld. We'll see who the real jester is. I will ensure that you are well entertained in hell. With that, Zabuza thrust the kunai with a swift motion into Kato's heart. His face a mask of terror. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Kakashi, watching from a distance, wore a melancholic expression, murmuring softly about the fate of a ninja. Zabuza, it seems you can no longer endure this life of concealment. Seeing Zabuza's dire condition, Haku struggled fiercely in Naruto's embrace, tears streaming down onto the cold, unyielding ground. Lord Zabuza, please, let me go. Ignoring Haku's pleas, Naruto swiftly transported them to Zabuza's fallen form. With a gesture, he summoned shards of ice into his palm and then waved towards the encroaching samurai ninjas. Each ninja and samurai felt the icy shards invade their bodies, prompting an immediate, unbearable itch that rendered them helpless, writhing on the ground in agony. Naruto, what is happening? Kakashi arrived, his expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Oh, it's nothing much. It's a technique I developed called the life and death symbol. Once it enters the body, it lies dormant. Should I activate it or should these fools harbor ill intentions, they will experience this intolerable itching until they ultimately scratch themselves to death. Naruto explained, glancing at the shadow clone hastily bringing the villagers with Inari, signaling him to educate and recruit the fallen ninjas. Lord Zabuza, please don't die. Lord Zabuza. Both turned their gaze to Haku, who lay on the ground, weeping helplessly beside Zabuza. At that moment, Zabuza still clung to life, his hands immobilized from the earlier battle with Kakashi. Blood dripped from his lips as he struggled to speak. Haku, do not grieve. This is, in fact, the best outcome for me. You shall no longer be my tool. Live well alongside that little demon. No, Lord Zabuza, I will always be your tool. Haku cried. But Zabuza paid no heed to her desperate calls. Instead, he directed his remaining strength towards Kakashi, his eyes filled with a plea. Kakashi, I have one request. Speak. Kakashi responded, his expression now grave. Let by accompany the little ghost to Konoha. Cough, cough. Zabuza, observing Kakashi's contemplative demeanor, urgently declared, rest assured. Bai is not a Amidst ninja and has never registered as one. Moreover, this child has never taken a life. Her hands are untainted, devoid of any innocent blood. This is my final plea. Very well, I agree, Kakashi replied with a smile directed at the ghostly figure. He then turned to Naruto and reassured Zabuza, trust me. Allowing Bai to accompany this individual is undoubtedly the wisest decision. I can sincerely divulge that in this ninja world, there is likely no one who could threaten Bai beyond Naruto. Zabuza cast a weary glance at the lotus-faced beauty, his eyes reflecting astonishment, followed by a profound sigh of relief. Now I can rest easy. Mizuki Bai, collapsing to the ground in tears, cried out, as if in protest against the sudden flurry of snow that fell from the sky, leaving both Naruto and Kakashi in a state of bewilderment. The ghostly figure could no longer withstand the weight of his emotions, closing his eyes while murmuring intermittently, I encountered Bai on a winter's day, amidst swirling snowflakes. At that time, Bai was alone, scavenging beside a refuse heap, competing with a gaunt stray dog for scraps. Yet, kind-hearted Bai offered the moldy piece of bread she held to the puppy. I did not know why, but on a whim, I saved her. She incessantly proclaimed her desire to be my tool, yet unbeknownst to her, the hard-hearted Amidst ninja had unknowingly come to regard her as a daughter. This is the tale of my meeting with Bai in the snow. As Zabuza whispered his final words, blood once again spilled from his lips, extinguishing the last flicker of life within him. Bai, unable to bear the weight of grief, fainted beside him. Naruto lifted Bai gently into his arms, his mind echoing the haunting similarities of this scene to another, yet with subtle differences. Zabuza, your story shall be perpetuated, allowing all to know that you, as the ghostly figure, were not the heartless monster of legend. Kakashi knelt on the ground, retrieving a scroll to seal Zabuza's body, preparing to find a place to lay this venerable man to rest. The experiences of this new day felt richer than all he had previously acquired. Ah, Sasuke. How are you? A piercing scream from Sakura echoed from a distance. Cough, cough, Sakura, it hurts. Ah, I'm so sorry. Sakura, what is the situation? Oh, Naruto defeated the Black Horiga, and Kakashi-sensei also vanquished Zabuza. Finally, Zabuza, the mist ninja, has gracefully stepped towards his denouement amidst the falling snowflakes. Along with him, the impoverished and backward land of waves faded, as numerous gaunt figures draped in tattered clothing meandered through the streets. The following day, Naruto and his companions interred Zabuza in a lush forest behind the bridge, a location that offered a panoramic view of the structure. This was Bai's wish. She wanted Zabuza to witness the bridge that would bring happiness and fulfillment to the land of waves, symbolizing her rebirth as Zabuza's daughter. Mizuki Bai remained Mizuki Bai, yet she was no longer the same Bai of old. Sasuke, after a night of healing, awoke, his expression still cold and distant, disdainfully regarding the exuberant and infatuated visage of Sakura. In the home of Dasna, Kakashi observed Naruto's returning shadow clone with a look of perplexity. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he finally inquired, "Naruto, your clone hasn't been up to any mischief, has it?" The others mirrored his confusion, while Dasna's family wore expressions of gratitude towards Naruto, leaving Kakashi and his companions even more bewildered. "Oh, it's nothing," Naruto replied with a casual demeanor. The clone simply managed to acquire all of Kato's assets, both movable and immovable. The various enterprises of Kato have been redistributed among the citizens of the Land of Waves, ensuring that the unemployed and beggars will now have work to sustain themselves. A portion of the cash will be allocated to establish a children's fund dedicated to caring for orphans in the Land of Waves. The remaining funds will be earmarked for developing the nation's infrastructure and enhancing foreign trade. Perhaps in the near future, when we return to the Land of Fire, our dining tables will be graced with seafood from the Land of Waves. With a population of around 700,000 to 800,000, the resources are ample enough to provide for everyone. Additionally, I have entrusted the wandering warriors and ninjas we subdued yesterday to the daimyo as protectors of the Land of Waves. Many of them yearn for a stable home, and most have accepted this arrangement. Even those who refuse, thanks to the life and death symbols, will find it difficult to engage in mischief. He refrained from mentioning that he had completely erased the daimyo's memory, rendering him a mere puppet politician who would only enact policies beneficial to the citizens. Kakashi, with one hand covering his white hair and a look akin to that of a dead fish, was taken aback. "I didn't realize you had accomplished so much on your own. But don't you want Kato's wealth? He is, after all, the wealthiest man in the world." As the others had just begun to admire Naruto, they were suddenly struck by Kakashi's incongruous remark, casting him disdainful glances that left him momentarily flustered. "If it's money I seek, I have more than enough already. I merely follow my heart and strive to rectify the injustices before me." Naruto reflected on the original story where Kakashi had surrendered Kato's assets, only to see them distributed among those so-called noble families. He couldn't help but feel contempt. It was evident that Kakashi was no stranger to such actions, having fattened those opportunistic wolves while gaining nothing for himself. It was far better to address the plight of the impoverished citizens of the Land of Waves directly. After some contemplation, Naruto concluded, "It is merely a quest for a final peace within my heart, to seek a measure of tranquility for one's soul by endeavoring to ameliorate the present injustices." Kakashi bowed his head in thought, his eyes gradually brightening as he seemed to gain new insights into his future path. Bai gazed up at Naruto's towering form with admiration, wholeheartedly respecting the individual she would follow in the days to come. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno remained indifferent, her focus elsewhere, while Sasuke Uchiha, with his noble family pride, exuded disdain, seemingly unconcerned with the fates of others. After a delightful lunch at Dasna's home, the group resumed their journey homeward. Standing upon the Grand Bridge, 5 figures waved farewell to the throngs gathered on the shore. Kakashi could clearly see many among the crowd weeping openly, a sight he had never encountered in any of his past missions. The surging crowd lingered until they had sent their farewells several kilometers away, reluctantly departing at Naruto's fervent insistence. "Perhaps this is indeed what a ninja ought to do. Wow, I'm finally back," Sakura exclaimed, embracing the familiar gates and inhaling the fresh air that belonged to Konoha with fervor. "Humph, what's there to be happy about?" Sasuke retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance. "Wow, Sasuke, you're so cool." Kakashi observed the foolish duo, feeling a slight headache. Meanwhile, the ever-smiling Shiro followed Naruto towards the entrance, her heart fluttering with unease, captivated by the 2 breathtaking figures before them. "Beautiful lady, I have returned," Naruto exclaimed, enveloping the lovely figure before him in a warm embrace, savoring the fragrant breeze that wafted from her presence. "It's good to have you back," Tsunade said, gently patting Naruto's back, her face radiating joy. After more than a month apart, both Tsunade and Shizune had grown noticeably taller, their skin glowing with a youthful vibrance that left the onlooking gentleman blushing. "Hey, Shizune. You've been diligent during this time. You're almost at the golden course stage," Naruto remarked. Shizune, feeling bashful, murmured softly, her shy demeanor enhanced by the orange lotus blooming on her forehead, transforming her into a vision of grace. Meanwhile, Genko, who was receiving Kakashi's pass, absent-mindedly clutched the nearly snatched document, oblivious to the surrounding chaos. "Genko, hand over the pass. I need to leave." "Oh, you go ahead," Genko replied, his gaze fixated on a distant figure, lost in thought. Kakashi sighed, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. Tsunade noticed the bashful Mizuki-bai, who was nervously grasping her clothes, and approached her, resting her hands on the girl's fragrant shoulders. "So, this is the bai you mentioned?" "Ah, hello," Bai stammered, startled by the unexpected encounter. "Yes," Tsunade replied, gently stroking Bai's head, her tone warm like the winter sun. "Do not be afraid. From this day forward, we are family. Naruto has already informed me of your situation. Let me take you to the Hokage's office to obtain your residence permit." With a nod to Naruto, she took Bai's delicate hand, leading her away, while Naruto offered Bai a reassuring smile as she turned back. To facilitate the movement of people, the Hokage's office door generally remained open during necessary hours, so Tsunade entered without knocking. After all, to Tsunade, Konoha felt like her own home. Why would she need to announce her presence? That old fool, he isn't peeking at the women's bath again, is he? How shameless can he be? Tsunade thought, her expression darkening as she caught sight of the bloodied-nosed face of Sarutobi at his desk. Her already imposing figure seemed to swell with indignation. Silently, she approached Sarutobi, a smirk playing on her lips. Quite the sight indeed, well endowed and full of vitality. Indeed, it's been ages since I've seen such a lively young lady, truly invigorating," Sarutobi exclaimed, momentarily caught up in the excitement before realizing something amiss and glancing toward the source of the sound. Initially believing she was observing something captivating, Mizuki-bai quietly approached the crystal ball. Upon discovering a scene of pure whiteness, she immediately shielded her eyes and let out a piercing scream at 1,000,000 decibels. No matter how expansive her imagination, she could not fathom that a figure once revered by the world as the mightiest in the shinobi realm could exhibit such a despicable side. At that moment, Sarutobi hastily wiped away the 2 streams of nosebleed from his upper lip, casting an innocent gaze, reminiscent of a small being before a giant, towards the enraged Tsunade. Because of him, that rascal Jiraiya had dared to spy on her flawless form countless times, although he had been caught and thoroughly beaten each time. The thought alone stirred a deep discomfort within him, igniting an impulse to strike back. "Oh, Tsunade, what brings you here? You perverted old man. Can you not exercise a modicum of restraint? Jiraiya has already been corrupted by your influence. Do you wish for others to follow suit and tarnish the reputation of Konoha as well?" With a resounding crash, Tsunade's fist struck the Hokage's desk, creating a deep indentation that reverberated throughout the Hokage building. Remarkably, due to the perfect blend of extreme strength and speed, the desk remained intact, save for the impeccably shaped fist print it bore. Nonetheless, the overwhelming aura emanating from her caused even the illustrious Sarutobi to narrow his pupils and swallow hard, standing at attention like a well-behaved child acknowledging his wrongdoing. Hokage-sama, Kakashi, who had just entered and intended to speak, felt a chill run down his spine as Tsunade's furious gaze swept over him. His words stumbled forth, and ultimately, he turned his body, facing the wall and standing with his back to the others, awaiting the unfolding drama. Kakashi's presence briefly alleviated the tension in the room, prompting Sarutobi to compose himself and address Tsunade with a respectful inquiry. "Tsunade, what brings you here? Is it so unusual for me to visit? Who prompted you, you lecherous old man, to indulge in such peeping?" Suddenly recalling Naruto's likely reaction to this scene, mimicking the act of spying on a women's bath, she shivered, directing a discerning sealing technique at the crystal ball beside the 3rd Hokage. As punishment for your actions, your crystal ball shall be sealed for a week, rendering it incapable of revealing the women's bath." Kakashi, leaning against the wall, finally understood the source of Tsunade's wrath. It turned out the third Hokage had been caught in the act of spying on the women's bath, though this was already common knowledge. The spectacle remained both absurd and amusing. Thus, Kakashi stifled his laughter, his hand propped against the wall, barely containing his mirth. Meanwhile, Sakura and another companion lingering by the door wore expressions of bewilderment. One of them mused internally, "So the Hokage is so indiscreet. I must be especially cautious when visiting the women's bath in the future, lest I be seen in all my glory by an old man. How utterly disgusting. What?" Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the third Hokage's face fell in shock. He promptly manipulated the crystal ball to confirm, only to find himself utterly dumbfounded. "You, Tsunade, have truly accomplished this? How was I unaware of your formidable sealing techniques in the past? TCH, there are many things you remain oblivious to, you perverted old man." She thought, yet silently vowed, "I shall never divulge Naruto's secret to anyone. Her name is Mizuno Tukishiro, my newly accepted disciple. I have come to assist her in obtaining a residency permit for Konoha." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shiro was momentarily taken aback, then performed a formal 90-degree bow towards Sarutobi. "Greetings, Hokage-sama, I am Shiro. Mizuno Tuki, the one from the family skilled in ice shields." Sarutobi scrutinized Shiro, and, upon noticing Tsunade's affirmative nod, felt no need to complicate matters. He proceeded to register her information and smiled at Shiro, saying, "So, Shiro, from this moment forth, you shall be a resident of Konoha. Your accommodation has been arranged by Tsunade, and your residency permit will be delivered to you by tomorrow morning. For one possessing a bloodline limit." Sarutobi exhibited an unusual eagerness to embrace her, especially with Tsunade as her guarantor, assuring minimal complications. However, every new resident of Konoha undergoes a month-long observation period by the Umbu, so your understanding in this matter is appreciated. "Thank you," Shiro responded with another bow of gratitude. Her prolonged life of wandering making her acutely aware of the value of this moment. She involuntarily recalled Zabuza, who had fallen in a pool of blood. Perhaps, all of this was what Zabuza, weary of a life on the run, had yearned for. With such thoughts, tears welled up in Shiro's eyes. Tsunade, touched by this child's plight, reflected on her own life before meeting Naruto. She gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Shiro's eyes and took her hand, casually waving goodbye to the third Hokage. "Old man, we shall take our leave now. Do take care of yourself. At your age, you ought to watch your health." Sarutobi chuckled awkwardly in response. "Kakashi, to what extent do you believe Tsunade's abilities have developed?" he inquired after Tsunade had departed. Well, I'm not entirely certain. She appears quite formidable," Kakashi replied, scratching his head, his white hair ruffling. Sarutobi fell silent, realizing that Kakashi's response had yielded no substantial information. Nevertheless, Tsunade's confidence as a mentor and her deep-seated connection to the Senju clan assured her strength. However, the situation for others was rather different. Recently, Ino, who had been assisting Tsunade in the hospital, was discovered to have an orange lotus blossom appear on her forehead. Consequently, Konoha, along with Tsunade and Naruto, now boasted 3 such blossoms. It was said that since Ino's lotus emerged, her already established strength had surged to a level dangerously close to that of a Kage within just a month. This left Sarutobi bewildered by the peculiarities of the world. Due to Tsunade and Ino's interactions with a multitude of civilians and ninjas in the hospital, whispers began to circulate linking the 3 blossoms of Konoha, collectively referring to them as the Lotus clan. However, if Sarutobi were to learn about the presence of the 9 tails, it would mean 4 lotus blossoms instead. "I did not anticipate that you would encounter ninjas, and moreover, 2 among the 7 swordsmen," Sarutobi remarked. Thus, this C-rank mission has escalated to an S-rank mission. Just yesterday, the daimyo of the Land of Waves increased the mission reward to 500,000. He turned to Kakashi, saying, "I wish to hear your report regarding the circumstances of this mission." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied, his expression turning serious. During this mission, Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto all performed admirably. Particularly Naruto, who has almost become one of the mainstays of this operation. During the course of the mission, he first dealt a severe blow to the infamous executioner known as the Decapitating Blade, Momochi Zabuza, and subsequently neutralized one of the 7 blades of lightning, the formidable Kiba, with singular prowess. He then single-handedly subdued hundreds of samurai and ninja, redistributing the entire industry of the Kato group among the common folk of the Land of Waves. Furthermore, He assisted the citizens in forming a seafood merchant delegation, thereby opening the maritime market of the Land of Fire. As a result, Konoha has begun to receive an influx of seafood from the Land of Waves. As for the cash and real estate of the Kato Group, the majority has been allocated to the construction of orphanages and nursing homes, aimed at nurturing orphans and caring for the homeless elderly. That fellow Naruto. Kato is indeed the wealthiest magnate in the world, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a begrudging smirk. Kakashi, who was recounting these events, suddenly changed expression. But recalling the genuine emotions displayed by the citizens of the Land of Waves during their farewell, he quickly added, Lord Hokage, I am in full agreement with Naruto's handling of Kato Group's wealth. The profound gratitude expressed by the people during our departure was something I had never witnessed before. The entire coastline was filled with citizens, and some grandmothers even walked several kilometers with their 2- or 3-year-old grandchildren to bid farewell. I shudder to think how far they would have gone had Naruto not intervened. As Kakashi spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Oh, Sarutobi appeared taken aback, struggling to comprehend the immense impact a seemingly ordinary mission had generated. Kakashi, there is no need for such sentiments. I too wholeheartedly support Naruto's decision. He reminisced about Kato's vast fortune, allowing a smile to break through his usually stoic demeanor. Moreover, your remuneration for this mission amounts to 5 million. You shall receive 2 million, while the remaining sum can be divided between Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. A few days ago, when salaries were disbursed at Konoha Hospital, Tsunade mentioned that henceforth, any remuneration for their family would be unnecessary. Their salaries will be donated to the Children's Fund, with other rewards shared among comrades. Kakashi was initially taken aback, but his surprise quickly transformed into exuberance as he exclaimed loudly. After Kakashi's departure, Sarutobi turned towards Hokage Rock, murmuring to himself, the Hyuga clan. Perhaps the surveillance Umbu have surprisingly failed to uncover any purchases of ingredients from the outside. Where, then, do they procure their sustenance? They neither dine out nor purchase ingredients. Could it be that they abstain from eating altogether? How could that be? Ah, this is truly vexing. Konoha village perpetually exudes an irresistible allure, each day unveiling a plethora of novelties while concurrently preserving an abundance of antiquities. Take, for instance, the Hokage building. Since its inception, it has been an imposing sight. The most striking feature, Hokage Rock, towers prominently over the village, visible to all, be they ordinary residents, ninjas, or visitors. It embodies a sense of authority, instills a feeling of security, and exudes an air of oppression to adversaries. It seems to vigilantly observe over the entirety of Konoha, witnessing its rise and fall. As long as it remains intact, the indomitable spirit of the will of fire shall never fade. Ironically, this very cornerstone of Konoha, often regarded as its heart, was neither the creation of the Senju clan nor the result of the wisdom of Sarutobi and others, but rather the brainchild of a man who, alongside Senju Hashirama, established Konoha yet harbored intentions of world annihilation. He is the quintessential catalyst of the entire narrative within the world of Naruto, the man who weaves through the saga until its very conclusion, Uchiha Madara. The talented individuals of Konoha come and go, some perish, while others endure, regardless of their ultimate fates. Most resonate with the sentiment that wherever leaves dance, flames shall ignite, and shadows of fire will illuminate Konoha, nurturing new leaves to sprout. It is only when one strives to protect those they hold dear that a ninja's true strength is revealed. Perched atop the highest point of his villa, Naruto gazes at the Hokage Rock, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him as his eyes traverse the crowds beyond the courtyard's barrier. It is no wonder that Konoha stands as a dream for all in this world, in stark contrast to the barren or desert-like conditions of other nations. Life here is remarkably sublime. Presently, Konoha boasts a population of over 50,000, a modest number compared to the sprawling metropolises of his past life. Yet it ranks as a first-tier city in this realm. Naruto's gaze drifts toward the villa's garden, where an array of flowers has already blossomed in the various flower beds. The fragrance wafting through the air is invigorating, lifting his spirits. Naruto, dinner is ready. Oh, I'll be right there, Shizen, he replies, stretching lazily before vanishing like a wisp of smoke from the villa's spire. Unlike the Hinata family's decorum at the dining table, the interior boasts a modern aesthetic with a grand mahogany round table and white leather chairs, all arranged by Naruto himself. The recently arrived Shiro from the Mizuki clan seems somewhat uncomfortable with the warm ambience, hesitating as he surveys the spread of dishes and beverages. Shiro, there's no need to be so formal. Since you're living here now, we're family, Naruto gently reassures him. Yes, Lord Naruto, Shiro responds. Just call me Naruto. Adding Lord makes me feel as though I'll never grow up, Naruto says, rubbing his forehead. Understood, Naruto. Haha, today's meal is my creation. What do you think? It's not bad, right? I even consulted a chef on timing, Tsunade proclaims, pouring wine into Shiro's glass. Her transformation from a pure beauty to a boisterous woman is utterly amusing. Shizune, standing nearby, finds it hard to meet Tsunade's triumphant gaze. Naruto quietly chews on his succulent roasted meat, rolling his eyes at Tsunade. Big beauty, you used a shadow clone to cook again, didn't you? Haha, how did you know? I've been using my shadow clones at the hospital for several days without anyone catching on. Those fools are too dim-witted, she laughs. You're such a fool, Lady Tsunade. Naruto's shadow clones are nearly indistinguishable from the real person, without our Lotus clan's abilities. Who could tell if you were the genuine article? Shizune, you're not helping, you always undermine me. At that moment, Naruto pauses, observing the playful banter between Tsunade and Shizune, then shifts his gaze to the fox seated beside him. The Ninetales, equally bewildered, remarks, how should I know? It must be the work of those two madmen again. Bai, who was quietly eating, was startled as she looked at the fox-sized Kyubi in astonishment. Oh, the fox can talk. Hello, little girl, I am Kyubi, but you may call me Kyubi, it said. Bai swallowed hard, clearly recognizing its identity, yet she remained silent. Hello, beautiful lady, could you explain this to me? Naruto asked, casting a peculiar glance at Tsunade. Oh, it's nothing. This wasn't entirely our idea, Tsunade replied. Taking a few sips of wine, her cheeks flushed. Originally, only you and I bore the lotus mark in front of the villagers, she pointed to Bai's forehead. However, since Shizune also acquired it last time, and her strength has steadily grown, many ninjas have begun to refer to us collectively as the Lotus clan. Over time, many villagers adopted this terminology, so I have come to accept this title as well. Hee, I even made us all a lot of clothes, each adorned with a violet lotus emblem on the back. From now on, we shall present ourselves to the world in this manner. Tsunade continued. Having had a few more drinks, since I'm the only one left, it seems reasonable to embrace this designation now that we all share the lotus mark. Alright, I agree. After dinner, I have a new reward for you all, Naruto said, smiling to lighten the mood. Bai, you must join us soon. As we are now family, we cannot lack a family emblem. Tsunade will provide you with your clan symbol later. What are you up to, Naruto? You seem so mysterious. Tsunade and the others looked at him as he prepared to enhance the room with a powerful spatial barrier. Their curiosity piqued. Beautiful lady. This time it's different from before. If it gets out, the entire world may be shaken, so I must proceed with caution, Naruto said, his expression grave. He then opened his right hand, revealing a golden lotus seed, its petals already unfurling, glimmering like the radiant sun, cleansing the world of all impurities. Naruto handed the lotus seed to Tsunade. Beautiful lady, this is for Bai. Please let her use it first. Tsunade carefully accepted the lotus seed, and Bai gazed at the golden seed, fully aware of its extraordinary value, far beyond her imagination. She never expected that rather than being rejected, she had already been embraced as family. In Naruto, Tsunade-sama, are you sure it's okay? Bai asked, feeling a mix of emotions. Don't worry, Bai. We promised we would be family from now on. Tsunade gently cradled the lotus seed in one hand, while stroking Bai's hair with the other, her tone warm and calming. Moments later, as Bai sat cross-legged, a golden lotus mark gradually blossomed on her forehead. The intricate 36 patterns elevated her aura to an exquisite new level. Once Bai fully cultivated her abilities, her allure would only deepen further. Wow, Bai looks so beautiful. From now on, you and Shizune must train diligently. Our family now only lacks your and Shizune's spatial domains. Once you both establish your own spaces, our family will be complete, Tsunade said with a smile. I will do my best, Tsunade-sama, Bai replied, having grasped the new language system imparted by Tsunade, fully understanding what it meant to establish a spatial domain. At the same time, a sense of terror enveloped Naruto's identity. What kind of formidable power does this family possess to exude such extravagant confidence and unparalleled strength? Tsunade's decision to embrace her as family filled Bai with profound gratitude. In a defiant display, Shizune waved her fists. Now, you shall witness the knowledge I am about to impart. Naruto proclaimed, his smile hinting at the intrigue he intended to unveil. "Kyubi, you are quite familiar with this, aren't you?" Upon finishing his words, a mystical eye opened between his brows. The onlookers fell silent, captivated by Naruto's celestial gaze, afraid to miss a moment of the unfolding spectacle. Gradually, the eye between Naruto's brows transformed into a blood-red hue, from which emerged 1 tomo, then 2, 3, until it reached 12 tomo, followed by 12 sides. At that moment, the Kyubi's eyes flared with an enraged crimson, yet it remained silent, observing as Naruto's 12 sides morphed into a 12-pointed star. Looking at the assembled crowd, Naruto declared, "This is what I wish to teach you. The 12 tomo reincarnation Sharingan, transformed by my own hand." "What? Not the Sharingan, nor the Rinnegan. What is this reincarnation Sharingan?" The Kyubi, bewildered, recalled that the Sage of Six Paths possessed only the Rinnegan. Its gaze shifted sharply to Naruto, recognizing the eyes that had controlled it 12 years prior. "And you, little brat, how do you possess that man's eyes? How could you have the Sharingan?" As the last princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade harbored a deep-seated aversion to the Sharingan. It was this very eye that had led to the demise of her grandfather, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. After the establishment of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Uchiha clan and one of the founders of Konoha, betrayed his family. A cataclysmic battle erupted near the Valley of the End against Hashirama Senju, who was already revered as the god of shinobi. The clash of these two titans ravaged the land, creating a desolate expanse for kilometers, resulting in a massive canyon hundreds of meters wide. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Hashirama's victory, wielding the power of wood release, while Uchiha Madara met his end in that fierce confrontation. Yet, in the aftermath, the seemingly triumphant Hashirama was plunged into despair over the loss of his comrade and confidant, Madara, coupled with the toll of long-buried wounds exacerbated after the war. He soon departed from this world. Additionally, the malevolent conditions for awakening the Uchiha eyes filled Tsunade with a deep loathing for these cursed ocular powers. Noticing the rejection in Tsunade's gaze, Naruto stood, embracing her voluptuous form, gently stroking her smooth back. "Do not fear, my beautiful lady. These eyes are not the cursed eyes of the Uchiha clan. They are born from my observations of Kakashi's left eye, reimagined through my own theories and innovations. They represent a completely new ocular power. I merely found the name reincarnation of the Sharingan quite melodious, hence I adopted it." "Very well." I trust that Tsunade held Naruto tightly in her embrace until her emotions settled, and only then did she guide him back to the pristine white tatami mat, proclaiming, "I am ready now. Please continue." Before unveiling the mysteries of the Sharingan, allow me to elucidate its authentic history. The true history. Is it not a legacy passed down from the progeny of that sage, the Sage of Six Paths? The Nine-Tails, perplexed, inquired. "And who is this Sage of Six Paths? I have heard you and the Nine-Tails mention him numerous times," Tsunade questioned with intrigue. "Very well, I shall recount each detail as I have come to understand and speculate." Naruto began, clearing his throat. "To grasp the essence of this tale, we must commence from the inception of our world. Following its creation, many indigenous tribes emerged. Among them the Sage of Slugs, the Sage of Toads, and the Sage of White Snakes, to name a few. As time passed, an external clan, the Akatsuki, arrived in this realm, establishing the rudiments of the cycle of reincarnation. I surmise that the Akatsuki clan, if not directly linked to the world's genesis, sought to exploit this realm for some ulterior motive, the specifics of which remain shrouded in mystery. Further time elapsed until one fateful day. Another member of the Akatsuki clan descended upon this world, bringing with her a seed and assuming the guardianship of the sapling that would become the God Tree. Naruto glanced at the captivated audience and continued, "The guardian of the God Tree was none other than Kaguya Akatsuki, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths." "What? The Sage of Six Paths has a mother?" the Nine-Tails exclaimed, astonished, having never heard of such a revelation. Naruto nodded, explaining that the God Tree's location was in the land of the ancestors, where Kaguya nurtured its growth. Eventually, the prince of the land discovered the enchanting, ethereal princess Kaguya, and their relationship blossomed from acquaintance to love, culminating in a profound union. Alas, the prince perished amidst the chaos of war, plunging Kaguya's existence into despair. She withdrew into solitude, refusing to engage with others, growing increasingly indifferent over time. Yet, one day, a transformative realization struck her. the fruit of the god tree had ripened. With its power, she believed she could possess the formidable strength necessary to eradicate the wars and fulfill the peace her husband had dreamed of during his lifetime. As the luminous night cloaked the land, Kaguya eluded the gaze of all, defying the vow she had once made to the Akatsuki clan. She resolutely plucked the fruit of the god tree and consumed it. The god tree, deprived of its fruit, began to wither. Hours later, Kaguya experienced a transcendent transformation. A perfect Rinne Sharingan blossomed at her forehead, and she acquired a mysterious energy known as chakra, later referred to as the progenitor of chakra itself. With her newfound might, Kaguya decisively ended the wars that plagued the world, achieving the peace her husband had longed for. However, what no one could fathom was that the so-called divine tree, guarded by Kaguya, was not a source of power, but rather a primordial root destined to take form. It concentrated all its strength within the fruit of the divine tree, waiting for the fruit to mature before it could manifest as an unparalleled innate Tao body. Yet, Kaguya, believing the fruit was ripe when it was only 3/4 matured, consumed it, witnessing its opportunity severed and its transformation indefinitely postponed. The divine tree divided its remaining power in two. One half cursed those who derived strength from its fruit to be ensnared in endless bloodshed, while the other half lay dormant within the trunk, gestating a fearsome entity. At this juncture, Naruto paused. "Continue," Tsunade urged, her prominent features causing Naruto to blush. Nodding, he resumed. Before long, Kaguya of the Akatsuki clan bore 2 sons. The elder, Akatsuki Hagoromo, possessed the innate Rinnegan, while the younger, Akatsuki Himura, had the evolved Byakugan, Tensegan. After the wars ceased, Kaguya, increasingly cold due to the tree's curse, found herself bereft of time to nurture her sons. She recalled the mission entrusted to her by the Akatsuki clan upon her arrival in this world, and it seemed that her betrayal of that vow had not gone unnoticed by her kin, who might soon send emissaries to exact punishment upon her. Aware of the Akatsuki clan's formidable power, her ceaseless fear warped her temperament into something strange and merciless. She commenced her plan to ensure her victory in the conflict, establishing the divine tree as her foundation and humanity as her nursery, cultivating her own war instruments. Kaguya's heartless indifference instilled fear in her once beloved sons. This presented an opportunity for the native beings of this realm, the Toad Sage, the White Snake Sage, and the Slug Sage, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards the Akatsuki clan. Consequently, the already formidable Toad Sage and others stepped forward to teach Hagoromo and Himura, with the Toad Sage even becoming Hagoromo's summoning beast. As Hagoromo matured, the other half of the divine tree's power birthed a creature known as the Ten-Tails, a demonic beast. The Nine-Tails was nearly paralyzed with fear, unable to fathom that the Ten-Tails, with which it shared a birthright, was a fragment of the primordial root. Having inherited Naruto's legacy, it understood the terrifying potential of the primordial root, for once it took form, it could indeed become a true sage. It is known that both Naruto and others were striving toward that elusive goal. Naruto nodded at the Nine-Tails, recognizing the Ten-Tails' immense power. Coupled with the remaining single Rinnegan of the Nine-Tails, after being plundered by Kaguya, the power was formidable indeed. The Ten-Tails, embodying the vengeful will of the divine tree, relentlessly sought to obliterate everything related to the Akatsuki clan. Thus, the world once again plunged into peril, as countless innocents were brutally slain, the populace displaced, and the earth scarred with ravines, devoid of any glimmer of hope for life. This time, not only the Akatsuki clan, but also the native races such as the toads, white snakes, and slugs find themselves ensnared in a crisis. In a state of panic, these tribes beseeched the now-matured Akatsuki Kaguya and her village, proclaiming that the Ten-Tails was created by Kaguya with the intent to annihilate the world. The benevolent Kaguya, unwilling to witness the suffering of innocents, utilizes her formidable power to seal the Ten-Tails within herself. However, spurred by various provocations and angered by Kaguya's treatment of humanity as mere fodder, she, along with her village, seals her mother, Akatsuki Kaguya, within the moon. At this juncture, Naruto produces several bottles of exquisite spirit wine to share with everyone, taking a sip for himself. It is only after sealing their mother that Kaguya and her village realize they have fallen into a trap. Nevertheless, the truth of their mother's creation of weapons from humanity remains, leading them to steadfastly believe their actions were justified. After some time, unable to dispel the guilt within. Kagaya's village departs from Kagaya, settling on the moon to guard over their mother as a means to alleviate their remorse, gradually forming the Otsutsuki clan of the Byakugan. The so-called Hyuga clan of today is but a branch of the descendants of Kagaya's village. Meanwhile, Kagaya, unable to confront her own inner turmoil, journeys through the world accompanied by her spirit beast, the great toad sage, who was once among those who provoked her. During this journey, she learns the importance of sharing love and chakra, ultimately founding the ninja sect. To prevent unforeseen complications in the future, Naruto refrains from mentioning Kagaya's true nature. The ninja sect, as it stands, is a development from this very lineage. Kagaya, burdened by guilt, feels unworthy of the Otsutsuki name, leading many to only recognize her as the Sage of Six Paths. Before his demise, the Sage of Six Paths divided the 10 tails into 9 separate entities: 1 tail Shikaku, 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Kokuo, 6 tails Saiken, 7 tails Komiai, 8 tails Gyuki, and 9 tails Kurama. He told these foolish-tailed beasts that one day, someone would come to guide them correctly. However, these were mere empty words. The truth is, who among them truly believed these creatures could be vanquished? Perhaps one day, an individual would conquer them completely, making them obedient beings. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha subdued these beasts, yet provided little guidance. In the end, it was merely a contest of power. Observing the ever-growing hashtag atop Kurama's head, Naruto decides to cease provoking this unfortunate creature. The 9-tailed beasts, having inherited the chakra of the 10 tails, also carry the malevolent will of the god tree, making them notorious for destruction in this day and age. Naruto, you've said so much, yet you still haven't explained how the Uchiha Sharingan came to be? Kurenai inquires, her brows furrowed and her gaze fixed intently on Naruto. Very well, like Otsutsuki Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths also bore 2 sons. The elder son, Indra, inherited the eye power of the sage, naturally possessing the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The younger son, Ashura, inherited the sage's physical prowess. Fearing that Indra would meet a fate akin to Kagaya's, the sage chose to pass his legacy to the physically weaker Ashura. The confrontation between Indra and Ashura culminated in a fierce conflict, ultimately resulting in the defeat and departure of Ashura. In his exile, Ashura, lacking the innate strength of his brother Indra, cultivated the virtues of love and unity among mankind, thus awakening the powers of a sage. In time, both Indra and Ashura perished in their relentless struggles, their wills subjected to the malevolent influence of the god tree, causing them to be reborn in an unending cycle of conflict. Indra is recognized as the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, while the Senju and Uzumaki clans are descendants of Ashura. Consequently, the inevitable strife between Hashirama Senju, the reincarnation of Ashura, and Madara Uchiha, the reincarnation of Indra, was set in motion. After narrating this history, Naruto turned to the 9 tails and the contemplative Tsunade, reflecting with a tone of introspection. So, you now comprehend the origins of the Sharingan, do you not? The Uchiha's belief that the awakening of the Sharingan stems from the death of loved ones and the transplantation of their eyes is fundamentally flawed. The true source lies in the god tree's curse, which has sealed the Rinnegan, relegating it to a mere shadow of its former glory. However, should one manage to break this seal, the Sharingan can still be attained. The means to do so is through malevolence, a notion the Uchiha mistakenly equate with self-destruction. Is that truly the essence of the Sharingan? Tsunade mused, lost in thought. So, this is how I came to be. The 9 tails, revealing a sardonic grin, remarked, how amusing. Hey, are you two really feeling disheartened by this? If so, it would truly be a waste of my breath, Naruto quipped, his voice laced with sarcasm. Not at all, they replied in unison. Eventually, the 9 tails, its ears perked up, asserted, even though I am merely a fragment of that being, I now exist as an independent entity. I am confident I can surpass that creature and demonstrate that I am not inferior. Very well. However, I wish to meet that being, the 9 tails stated earnestly. Naruto paused for a moment, gazing into the unwavering countenance of the 9 tails, and ultimately acquiesced. All right. In truth, that being has always been a part of you. Let me summon it forth for you. Recalling the ripples conveyed to him by the 10 tails during its departure, Naruto focused his gaze, and a similar wave of energy emanated from his third eye. Suddenly, the ground beneath the 9 tails trembled as Naruto waved his hand, and the group, along with the beast, found themselves within his inner space. With a resounding crash, a colossal ethereal figure emerged from the Nine Tails, dwarfing it in size, a stark contrast akin to an ant beside an elephant. Goodness! The Nine Tails exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Are you serious? This gigantic entity only split off a few of us minuscule beings? With a swift motion, Naruto playfully slapped the Nine Tails on the forehead. Fool! Your current power surpasses even that of this being in its prime. What is there to fear? Oh, the Nine Tails replied, momentarily taken aback. I was merely contemplating how I would have felt facing such a creature in my past. Indeed, this is the Ten Tails, the Nine Tails observed. Its single eye fixated on the ten-tailed monstrosity before it, filled with an unsettling curiosity. In truth, it ought to possess two eyes. However, Kaguya has seized a fruit from the god tree, leaving only one. Do you recall my mention of the additional third eye upon Kaguya's forehead? With a graceful motion, Naruto summoned the ethereal form of the Ten Tails, which swiftly diminished to rest in the palm of his hand. Subsequently, the group returned to their quarters, where Naruto gazed at the Ten Tails, who nuzzled against his palm, lamenting its fate. He then spoke, "My dear friend, return to the trunk. I shall await the day of your revival. Do not forget our covenant." The now diminished Ten Tails emitted a deep, yet somewhat cheerful roar before vanishing in a flash of light. Turning his attention to the others, Naruto proclaimed, "Now, you understand the origins of the Sharingan, do you not? It is not merely the eye of the Uchiha. Its source is the god tree itself." Tsunade grasped Naruto's arms, their gazes locked. "Since these eyes have been altered through your influence, I desire to be like you. Moreover, I am aware that if the future of this eye were merely to become a 12-tomo Rinnegan, you would never so eagerly wish for us to possess it." Naruto gently pinched Tsunade's adorable cheek, acknowledging her insight. "Indeed, you are right. If these eyes were merely to resemble the mature god tree's 12-tomo Rinnegan, then my efforts would be in vain." He fixed his gaze upon the group, stating, "If the 12-tomo Rinnegan of the god tree is merely a starting point, then my current eye represents but one function of my developing heavenly eye. It amplifies all capabilities of the Rinnegan manifold. The final 12-star Rinnegan is merely its inception. My current ambition is to unlock a second 12-star configuration, ultimately striving to awaken tens of thousands of these stars, culminating in a flawless constellation of myriad stars. Only then shall the true power of this eye be revealed. As for the future of this eye, to be candid, with our continuous enhancement and refinement, I too am uncertain of its ultimate potential. Furthermore, the paramount feature of this eye is its ability to release the world power derived from the inner space, allowing for precise control over every ounce of energy output with effortless manipulation. Notably, this eye can also create a unique space. With a flourish of his sleeve, Naruto led several individuals into a misty expanse. "Behold, this is the inner space of my eye. Impressive, is it not? Grand indeed. Though it cannot nurture life as the void can, it serves merely as a repository for sundry items. Goodness, this is utterly astonishing. It is even larger than the land of fire," exclaimed the Nine Tails as it surveyed the surroundings, momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, Tsunade tightened her hold on Naruto's arm, her eyes shimmering with unutterable admiration. "My man is truly remarkable. He has created something so powerful." Chuckling, Naruto affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair, and as she basked in the moment, he continued, "In this lifetime, the most significant treasures I possess are merely you few individuals. In order to confront the unknown crises, I must continually strengthen myself to preserve our eternal tranquility. Rest assured, we shall strive diligently," Tsunade declared earnestly, her small fists raised in determination. "In this world, once she commits to a person or cause, she will spare no effort in her pursuit." "We share this sentiment," the others echoed. Even the Nine Tails responded in agreement. Subsequently, with Naruto's assistance, each of them unlocked the celestial ocular abilities of the Sharingan. Tsunade and the Nine Tails successfully activated the 12-star rebirth Sharingan. Due to her slightly inferior cultivation compared to the shadow level, Shizen managed only to awaken the 3-tomo, achieving a power level equivalent to that of a shadow. In contrast, White, being the last to awaken, had yet to convert his chakra, thus remaining at the elite Chunin level. With Tsunade's support, he barely opened his celestial eye, successfully condensing a single tomo. After completing their tasks, Naruto wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets, reminiscing about the bittersweet memories of the past. Perhaps this is the essence of humanity, an unwavering pursuit of a higher beauty in all circumstances. Unbeknownst to him, his true self basked in the warm sunlight. As the gentle rays infused the azure lotus blooming at his brow with a fiery brilliance, accentuating its purple radiance, Naruto casually retrieved a bottle of homemade orange juice from his inner space. Chilled, it was refreshingly delightful under the scorching sun. We meet again, Naruto, a soft, melodious voice echoed like the sound of cicadas in his ears. Comfortably following the sound, he turned to see Yugao approaching with her 3 students. They had likely just completed their mission and exited the Hokage building. Hey, Teacher Yugao, what a coincidence. Naruto smiled at her, then greeted Hinata and the others. Hey Naruto, you look even more handsome in that white outfit. You're almost catching up to me. Inuzuka Kiba boasted, pointing to his nose with a thumbs up, while his growing puppy, Akamaru, barked in agreement. The others exchanged glances, silently cursing the audacity of such shamelessness. Hey, I feel like I've seen that lotus on the back of your shirt somewhere. The expressionless Shino suddenly began studying the azure lotus on Naruto's vest. The hospital, Kiba shouted, as if fearing Shino might forget. Hinata, being from a prominent family, had some knowledge of such matters and gazed at the lotus on Naruto's back with a thoughtful expression, murmuring, Lotus family, the Lotus family. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yuhi Kurenai, with a hint of melancholy, turned her gaze and smiled at the 3 students, saying, now that the task is complete, you may head back. Remember to gather promptly at 8 tomorrow morning. That's wonderful, Teacher Kurenai. I was eagerly awaiting your words. You see, my mother has prepared ribs for me, and just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Well then, goodbye, exclaimed Naruto, waving cheerfully as he departed, followed by Shino, who offered a farewell, and Hinata, who, though reluctant, managed a soft goodbye to Naruto and Teacher Kurenai before they left, glancing back every few steps. Teacher Kurenai, you dismissed your students rather quickly. Do you perhaps have some ulterior motive? Naruto teased, playfully blowing warm breath near her ear. In an instant, Kurenai's lovely face flushed a deep crimson, her demeanor shifting to one of nervousness as she stammered, "Well, we are friends now, and I would like to treat you to ramen." Ramen? All right, Naruto replied, noticing Kurenai's playful obstinacy. He felt a growing fondness for this captivating woman of the Hokage world, and gradually, their conversation resumed. Perhaps it was the wealth of knowledge from his past life that made Naruto articulate his thoughts with remarkable clarity, as if he had known everything all along. Since their last encounter, Kurenai had developed an inexplicable sense of closeness to Naruto, akin to the attraction between the opposite poles of a magnet, always yearning to be near him. Notably, after their discussion about Jinjutsu, Kurenai found her practice of it becoming increasingly adept, her understanding of its principles deepening with each passing day. Before they knew it, they had arrived at that familiar shop. The enticing aroma wafting through the air stirred Naruto's impatience, and he couldn't help but grasp one of Kurenai's delicate hands. Teacher, this scent is utterly enchanting. I've always wanted to replicate this flavor in my ramen, but I've never succeeded. Every time I catch a whiff, it fills me with joy. Let us hurry and eat. With a slight shiver from the warmth of his hand enveloping hers, Kurenai felt a blush rise to her cheeks but made no effort to pull away, allowing him to lead her into the Ichiraku ramen shop. They found an empty table and settled in, greeted by the cheerful face of Ayam, who approached them. Wow, Naruto, you're here quite early today? Teacher Kurenai, you're here too. Kurenai offered a gentle nod in reply. Naruto, observing the busy Ayam, sighed. Yeah, I can't help it. Once I've tasted your ramen, it feels impossible to sleep without it. With a playful smile, Ayam called out to her busy partner, Shino. Please prepare 2 bowls of miso ramen for Naruto and Teacher Kurenai, and don't forget to add extra grilled meat. Before long, Shino, clad in an apron, approached with 2 bowls brimming with grilled meat, carefully placing them before Naruto and Kurenai. Enjoy your meal, Naruto and Teacher Kurenai. Thank you, Naruto replied. And Ayam smiled softly, nodding at him before returning to her tasks. As Naruto observed Kurenai's radiant happiness, he reached into his inventory and produced 2 bottles of premium green apple drinks, sliding one towards her bowl. Teacher Hong, this is my specially crafted beverage. Sipping on this juice while enjoying ramen is truly delightful. You made this drink? Sunset Red was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? I must savor it then. A piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the sky. Under the rays of sunlight, 2 figures gazed upward, spotting a hawk with a wingspan of a meter soaring high above. Its gaze was sharp and fierce, radiating the inherent dominance of a powerful eagle. Observing its flight path, it appeared to be heading towards the prominent Hokage building. Sunset Red looked at the hawk in the sky, her heart heavy as she glanced at Naruto. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I must pay a visit to the Hokage building." "Oh," Naruto nodded, retrieving a silver ring from his pocket. The ring resembled a lotus bud, its curves mimicking the delicate tendrils of the flower, with the bud itself serving as the setting for a gemstone. "Teacher Hong, this is for you. When you return, drop a drop of blood on it, and it will unlock. This ring contains a storage space, and I filled it with some delightful beverages. I hope you will enjoy them." Sunset Red was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed with indescribable joy, although she was still far from realizing her dreams. This felt like a small step towards them. Noticing the dazed expression on Sunset Red's face, Naruto feigned a serious demeanor. "What's the matter? Don't you want it?" "Well then, I thought Teacher Hong would appreciate it. In that case, I might as well give it to someone else." Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Oh right, I think that color would look quite lovely on Hinata." Startled, Sunset Red snapped back to reality, swiftly snatching the ring from Naruto's hand and slipping it onto her ring finger. With a fierce declaration, she exclaimed, "Umph! This is mine. No one can take it away." Witnessing Sunset Red's adorable display, Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. If asked whom he favored most in the Hokage world, Tsunade would undoubtedly be first, with Sunset Red a close second. Possessing a mature soul, he felt no particular inclination towards others. Although Hinata continued to be shy around him, he regarded her as a cute little sister. As for Sakura, she was seen merely as Tsunade's protege, making her his most cherished older sister. In his heart, the only contenders for a potential wife were Tsunade and Sunset Red. "Teacher Hong, you are truly beautiful," Naruto offered a heartfelt compliment. "Ah, I must take my leave," Sunset Red suddenly exclaimed, fleeing in a flurry. Naruto watched her vanish in an instant, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Was such an exaggerated escape truly necessary? "I'm not a monster." The Chunin exam is approaching, promising some entertaining spectacles. The summer in Konoha was unexpectedly mild, with a gentle breeze carrying a pleasant fragrance, laced with hints of vanilla. As the time for the Chunin exam drew near, the influx of people in Konoha increased. As the heart of the Hokage world, Konoha concentrated nearly a third of its population, economy, and natural resources. It is the birthplace of the strong and the source of conflict. Following the chaotic Warring States period, the legendary figures Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara founded the village of Konoha. Subsequently, ninja collectives modeled after Konohagakure were established in various nations such as the Land of Earth, the Land of Water, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Wind, among others. Yet, overall, a delicate balance among the 5 great nations was maintained. However, the world of Hokage is indeed a peculiar one, as it is difficult to fathom that the Land of Water, which boasts the most diverse and abundant bloodline limits, a nation surrounded by seas, would experience a scarcity of food resources. Furthermore, the Land of Wind, the largest territory, is predominantly desert. The Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and others similarly face various shortages. Astonishingly, the majority of these resources are sourced from the central Land of Fire. As a result, warfare persisted for decades without respite. One morning, Naruto gently kissed Tsunade, who was reluctant to rise, as she lay snoozing atop him. With a swift motion, he froze her in place, and once he extricated himself, he carefully laid her back onto the bed. After freshening up, Naruto proceeded to the Ninja Academy as per the routine. Upon entering, he witnessed a scene where a watermelon rind was being used to block Sasuke, while Sakura was confessing her feelings. Dumbfounded, Naruto shook his head in disbelief, disregarding their antics, and with a quick movement vanished, leaving the bewildered Chunin at the entrance. "Huh. Body flicker technique. Oh, good morning, Naruto. Where are those two?" Kakashi, leaning against the wall while perusing a booklet, inquired curiously. "Well, Sasuke is probably accepting Lee's challenge. As for me, I prefer not to witness 2 watermelon rinds in the setting sun. So, I made a hasty exit," Naruto replied. Kakashi, clearly aware of the notorious exploits of the watermelon rinds, twitched his face, murmuring inwardly, "I am utterly at a loss for words." He then recalled with a cold sweat, "But that setting sun and sea imagery is indeed terrifying." Afterward, Naruto delved into his inner space, immersing himself in the comprehension of the Hunyuan technique. Approximately half an hour later, upon spotting the 2 figures in the distance, Confirming that Sakura and Sasuke had arrived, Naruto returned to his senses. Pulling himself from a languid state, he then languidly addressed Kakashi. Sensei Kakashi, we are heading in. The exam should be commencing soon, right? Kakashi blushed slightly, stowing away the alluring booklet, and instinctively raked his fingers through his white hair, smiling at Sasuke and Sakura. Well, Sakura, you finally made it. I was waiting here. And I must admit, I was somewhat surprised you didn't give up after all. Confused, Sakura evidently could not discern Kakashi's intentions. Her expression slightly peculiar as she innocently replied, Does Sensei Kakashi believe I would give up? What would happen if I hadn't shown up today? Kakashi leaned against the wall, his tone casual, yet imbued with subtle significance. Nothing much would happen. If you hadn't come, both of them would lose their eligibility for the exam. Then, under the curious gazes of the Uchiha duo, he continued, This exam is conducted in teams. So if one of you chooses not to participate, it signifies a forfeiture for the others as well. However, if you two decide to forfeit, Naruto wouldn't be too affected, but you both would lose a valuable opportunity for growth. Oh, is that so? I merely believe that one must strive for anything. For even in failure, one's dignity remains intact. Haruno Sakura gazed at the profile of Nara Shikamaru with hopeful anticipation. However, Shikamaru appeared quite perturbed, seemingly afflicted by another setback stemming from his encounter at the watermelon patch, leaving his countenance perpetually clouded with gloom. Yet, Naruto chose to disregard this, casually retrieving a bottle of spirit and indulging himself in its essence. This exquisite concoction was brewed from rare herbs, and its ethereal aroma and enchanting fragrance quickly captivated the attention of the befuddled trio. Kakashi, with a slightly perplexed expression, wrinkled his nose and, feigning indignation, pointed at Naruto, exclaiming, Naruto, you're still a child. How can you drink here in the classroom? His demeanor darkened momentarily, yet he slyly extended his hand. Naruto tilted the bottle, evading the outstretched hand of the would-be thief, and produced another distinct bottle to offer Kakashi, gesturing toward his own and saying, It's not that I'm unwilling to share, dear white-haired uncle, but this particular brew is unsuitable for you. You should understand my implication. The one in your hand is far more appropriate for your current state. Kakashi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, let out a nervous laugh and withdrew his covetous gaze. He recognized that Naruto's offerings were indeed extraordinary. If Naruto insisted he could not partake, then he certainly could not. Moreover, the terrifying energy emanating from that essence made Kakashi acutely aware of the truth in Naruto's words. Protectively reclaiming the bottle in his possession, Kakashi addressed the trio with seriousness. All right, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you three may enter now. I shall take my leave. With that, a soft pop echoed, and Kakashi vanished from sight, leaving Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura bewildered, unable to comprehend the exchange. Naruto, you've all arrived. With your presence, all three classes are gathered this session. Victory shall be ours. Upon entering the classroom, the exuberant Inuzuka Kiba rushed over, chattering incessantly like a naive heir unfamiliar with the world. Behind him, Hinata hesitated, her head bowed, her delicate fingers fidgeting nervously. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, standing nearby, cast a vacant glance at Naruto, lazily resting his hands behind his head, his eyes rolling in exasperation. How dreadfully tedious this is. Naruto felt a pang of exasperation towards the antics of his peers. At that moment, the trio from Team Guy entered, with Niji Hyuga pausing briefly as he beheld Naruto's tall, strikingly handsome figure, causing him to momentarily falter in his stride. Several members of the Leaf Village casually descended, engaging in idle chatter beneath the blackboard, while the girls among them fixated their fervent gazes upon Naruto, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Why must I be so handsome? He mused, bemused by the apparent infatuation of the girls surrounding him. Hey, I say, you're all participating in the Chunin exams for the first time, right? Can't you at least keep your chatter in check? Just as the conversation was gaining momentum, a rather stylish individual adjusted his glasses, eyeing the group with a perfectly crafted smile. With a sidelong glance at Uchiha Sasuke and the seemingly indifferent Naruto, he spoke in an utterly unserious tone, devoid of any grave warning. Oh, has a spy arrived? At that moment, the boisterous Ino exhibited a fleeting glimpse of shyness. She feigned calmness as she ascended the platform at the blackboard, one arm casually draped over Naruto's shoulders, and boldly remarked to Kabuto with unabashed sarcasm, Hey, who do you think you are, strutting around with that pompous expression? If we wish to converse, it's none of your concern. Naruto, taken aback by her lively and crisp demeanor, felt a warm rush in his chest as Ino's round form nudged against him. He cast her an exasperated glance and gently extricated himself from her embrace, retreating apprehensively to the side, muttering, "Ino, you are quite audacious." It is undeniable that compared to Sakura, Ino embodied a spirit of passionate love and fierce resentment, a veritable wild girlfriend. Yet at this moment, Naruto's heart was wholly captivated by Tsunade, leaving him indifferent to such youthful exuberance. Observing Naruto's reaction, Ino's expression momentarily stiffened, though she did not appear angered. Instead, she offered a soft smile and boldly leaned against the desk beside Naruto. He remained silent, glancing at the bottle of sake she was fixated on. Rolling his eyes in resignation, he retrieved a bottle of apple juice and handed it to her, gesturing towards the crowd ahead. "Enjoy your drink while watching. This spectacle is indeed amusing." Little did he know, Ino was lost in her own fairy tale, bashfully accepting the juice with a flourish. Triumphantly waving her small arms and legs towards Sakura, her petite muscles nearly bouncing with excitement. Meanwhile, Kabuto, intimidated by the formidable presence of the 12 young ninjas, wiped the sweat from his brow, feigning a tremor as he said, "Heh, it's not that I object, but your words have incited public wrath. If you don't believe me, just glance behind you." After a brief moment, all 12, except for Naruto, turned in unison, their pupils contracting in alarm. Before them stood dozens of fierce warriors, their expressions radiating a murderous intent, as if they were poised to devour them whole. Some had already rested their hands upon their weapons, particularly a few scarred individuals whose bared teeth resembled those of bloodthirsty beasts. "Ah, the Lotus clan? Such splendid physiques. It seems I have a broader array of choices," one murmured excitedly. "Sharingan, how tantalizing. Hey mama, that guy's back. I must kill him. His blood is exquisite. And I know you would love it. And that icy-faced one. I shall eliminate them all, slaughter them without mercy. This will surely affirm my existence." Gaara's overwhelming aura of menace caused the young ninjas to widen their eyes in shock, rendering them motionless. Meanwhile, Ino, seated close to Naruto, remained blissfully unaware of the escalating tension surrounding them. Thus, while sipping her apple juice, she blinked innocently, casting curious glances at both factions poised for confrontation. At this moment, the atmosphere master, Yakushi Kabuto, unusually diverted the attention of the young ninjas from Konoha, addressing those around him. "Do you see? The participants here are all formidable warriors from various ninja villages. They are not easily dealt with." A somewhat intimidated Sakura Haruno hesitated, gazing expectantly at Yakushi Kabuto, softly inquiring, "How are you so familiar with all of this?" "Because I have participated in the Chunin exams numerous times," he replied. "I collect intelligence on the ninjas each year to provide myself with references." As he spoke, Yakushi Kabuto tantalizingly added, "This includes your profiles as well." "Really?" The young ninjas were taken aback. Even Shikamaru, usually laid back, opened his eyes in mild surprise. Uchiha stared intensely at Yakushi Kabuto. The latter then produced a stack of rectangular cards, smiling as he addressed the others. "These are ninjutsu cards, containing much information about various ninjas. Would you like to try them?" Soon, prompted by Uchiha's inquiry, the warriors gazed in astonishment at the watermelon rind-like figures, eliciting a bemused reaction from Naruto, who was sipping a drink at a distant desk. He muttered to himself dismissively, "Humph, what nonsense. Weaklings are terrified by everything. What's the use of being surprised? They should focus on improving themselves instead." "Naruto, don't you want to know about the others?" Ino, observing the scene, seemed somewhat eager. Naruto chuckled casually and replied with disinterest, "Not at all. It's better to improve myself than to worry about others." After a moment of contemplation, Ino nodded in agreement, refraining from following the crowd. However, Yakushi Kabuto, seemingly intent on promoting his own achievements, spoke in a slightly elevated tone. "Uzumaki Naruto, 12 years old, has completed an S-rank mission. Legend has it that he is the strongest among this group. 6 years ago, he left Konoha, supposedly for secret training. However, rumors suggest that he transformed into a beam of light and departed, later returning to Konoha for unknown reasons. His current abilities are deeply concealed. No one knows his true strength. Recently, he accomplished a mission in the Land of Waves, decisively defeating the notorious Zabuza Momochi in just 2 moves, and effortlessly overcoming the lightning-style user, Raiga. Furthermore, it has been revealed that he is the boyfriend of Princess Tsunade, the unparalleled strength of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Naruto squinted at the surrounding crowd, the smile in his eyes unmistakably indicating that the last statement made by Yakushi Kabuto was the most noteworthy. Wow, Naruto is really Tsunade's boyfriend. Even Orochimaru, lurking in the corner, couldn't suppress a shiver. Ah, Tsunade, after all these years. I never expected you to be courted by a young sprout. The thought caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Hinata and Temari exchanged peculiar and regretful glances at Naruto, realizing he now had a girlfriend. Only Ino, beside Naruto, looked at the bewildered Sakura and the others, gesturing animatedly. Humph, the news you bring is utterly outdated. In fact, nearly all of Naruto's admirers in Konoha are well aware of this matter. At this moment, all eyes turned to Ino, who could not help but murmur to herself. After all, her boyfriend is Tsunade, so why is this haughty little girl making such a fuss? Meanwhile, Kabuto wore a perfectly feigned smile as he gazed at the bottle in Naruto's hand, remarking, "It is said that during his travels across the ninja world, Naruto has carried with him a potent spirit. Merely a sip can elevate a chunin to a jonin. This fragrance seems rather familiar." In a surge of indignation, Naruto felt an urge to confront someone. Damn it, is it really necessary to be so blatant about it just because I had a drink? He downed the entire bottle in several gulps, flaunting it amid the heated stares around him. Huh, it's gone now. At that moment, the sound ninja, previously looked down upon by Kabuto, surged forward aggressively. Kabuto maintained his theatrical demeanor, bracing himself as if prepared for a life-and-death confrontation. Irritated, Naruto frowned. He detested such theatrics. With a mere flicker of the lotus on his forehead, he unleashed 3 formidable forces toward the sound ninja. Boom. Before the sound ninja could reach halfway, they were sent flying, crashing into the ground with such force that the earth collapsed beneath them, leaving no opportunity for words, thus meeting their demise. The sudden turn of events made everyone's pupils dilate. However, they found themselves unable to discern the source of the attack. How powerful? Who could it be? A mere chunin exam concealed such a terrifying opponent. Tick-tock. Orochimaru glanced at the cold-sweating individual beside him, disdainfully curling his lip. Yet, his cold, gentle, and intense gaze remained fixed on Naruto, for at that moment, he was the only one who caught a glimpse of the lotus on Naruto's forehead shifting slightly. When he looked again, the azure-purple lotus had returned to its original position, revealing no trace of flaw. What an enigmatic force, it truly is a lotus. I had thought it merely painted for aesthetics. It appears the rumors of the Lotus clan in Konoha are indeed true. Orochimaru's elongated tongue flicked across his lips, sensing a presence more peculiar than the Sharingan. It was utterly perfect. He felt no fluctuation of power, yet 3 subordinates lay dead. The mastery of control had reached such an extent that it rendered detection impossible. What a flawless body. But how should I choose between the Sharingan and this? Ahead, Naruto displayed an unusual coldness, surveying the surroundings before speaking in an icy tone. If you have come to participate in the Chunin exams, then conduct yourselves properly. To perish over trivial disputes is the mark of cowards. True strength lies in either a noble warrior wielding a 3-foot sword, achieving unparalleled feats, or in a warrior wrapped in horsehide, dying on the battlefield. Humph, it is he, indeed, the very embodiment of perversion. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that he harbors no animosity towards us. Rather, he merely looks down upon us. Perhaps this is the essence of true strength. As he reminisced about his glorious battles and victories, Orochimaru suddenly shook his head, his expression turning cold, as if all his past splendor had been stripped away by the conspiratorial mentors. Ah, dear teachers, you have aged. Without you, the windmill of Konoha spins ever faster. Foolish girl, what nonsense about monsters. Such tales are merely fabrications. I have merely refined my techniques, extending my lifespan, which has allowed me to reclaim my youthful appearance. Do not heed the baseless gossip, but I have personally tested your dwelling. However, her words remained unspoken as she observed the furious and flushed expression on her face. Is it true that one can traverse from the front to the back? Seeing the bewildered look on Yuhi Kurenai, Tsunade continued with a sense of pride. That is because the 3rd Hokage and Danzo-sama have dispatched Anbu to monitor us daily. Therefore, Naruto has set up a 9 palaces illusion array. Even 10 3rd Hokages would find it impossible to enter our abode. Among all in Konoha, only Kakashi has been granted permission to freely enter our residence. Kakashi? At the mention of his name, Kurena's lovely eyes widened in astonishment, as if the universe itself were collapsing. When did that typically taciturn fellow, who always clutched that little booklet and smiled foolishly, become entangled with Naruto and the others? Perhaps my choice of words was somewhat inappropriate. Kurena's cheeks flushed slightly. What has happened to this world? Everything seems to have taken a strange turn. Kurena's fair, delicate hand trembled slightly, and she could not help but swallow hard. Oh, never mind. Let me take you to find my Naruto. Observing Kurena's sudden despondence, Princess Tsunade felt a pang of compassion. Without waiting for Kurena's response, she grasped her soft little hand, and in the blink of an eye, Kurena found herself before Naruto's desk during the examination. Indeed, Kurena's plump little hand, even when held briefly by Tsunade, was something she was loath to release. Just as Naruto sensed their imminent approach, his brow twitched, and he set up a folding space. Within this spatial fold, even standing before the examiner, the esteemed judge would remain oblivious to their presence, unless one possessed a comparable level of skill and superior illusion techniques. How peculiar! There are clearly two life forces approaching, yet they have vanished. In the shadows, Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his crimson lips, discreetly releasing a few pale, serpentine creatures from his sleeve when no one was watching. This fellow truly instills a sense of dread in those around him. Beautiful ladies, what brings you here? Naruto gazed at the two enchanting figures before him, both of whom could be said to embody his affections in this lifetime. As the evening sun cast its warm glow, Shiri Hong waved her hand thoughtfully around her, deliberately making her way to the front desk, inadvertently tripping over the fearsome figure of Sanai Yubiki. To her astonishment, no one seemed to notice their altercation. With a thud, the disgruntled Yubiki scrambled to his feet, casting a fierce glare ahead, yet found nothing amiss. Moreover, all the proctors were positioned at a considerable distance, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Who on earth can explain this to me? He seethed. In this world, individuals capable of such stealth should not exist. Yubiki, catching the bewildered stares from the candidates, felt his anger flare. What are you looking at, you bunch of worthless scum? Keep staring, and I'll have you thrown out. He barked, punctuating his words with a bizarre gesture. I enjoy sprawled out on the floor, and if you're unhappy about it, come and bite me. Observing the man's insincere grin, Shiri Hong felt she had been overly lenient with him. The candidates, harboring murderous intent, shot him a disdainful glance before begrudgingly lowering their heads, continuing to scribble with clenched teeth, their fury unspoken. Meanwhile, Naruto's spot had been taken over by a mischievous clone, cackling with glee. Tsunade, noticing Shiri Hong's feigned unfamiliarity with Sanai Yubiki, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Shiri Hong, and remarked, Hong, today I realized just how wicked you truly are. Lady Tsunade, Shiri Hong exclaimed, playfully swatting at the older woman's misbehaving hand. Shyly, she turned to Naruto. Naruto, hello? Beautiful lady? Naruto's compliment caused Shiri Hong's cheeks to flush deeper, yet she refrained from retorting, a peculiar warmth blossoming within her. In contrast, Tsunade seemed to have noticed something amiss, her gaze fixed curiously on a woman in the corner wearing a wide-brimmed hat. There, Orochimaru suddenly trembled, sensing an unseen gaze upon him, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he anxiously scanned his surroundings. Hey, number 36, you've been glancing around twice now. If you do it again, it will be deemed cheating. Orochimaru was left speechless, silently sitting up straight, for he had plans to execute. A man of utmost restraint, he would not allow himself to be easily exposed over trivial matters. It seems that Konoha has become rife with unexpected surprises, he mused silently, intrigued. Though Tsunade was taken aback by the voice, she could not discern its source. A bead of sweat slid down her pale forehead as she timidly hid behind Naruto, gripping his left arm tightly, her voice trembling. Naruto, that white snake is terrifying. It's concealed within a female corpse. Although the corpse still possesses a trace of life, the soul has departed. What could that possibly be? Lady Tsunade, what white snake? What female corpse? Shiri Hong inquired, her brows furrowing adorably in confusion. In response, Tsunade extended her delicate hand, grasping Shiri Hong's slightly trembling fingers, fear etched across her face. Just look for yourself, she urged. Following Tsunade's direction, Shiri Hong turned her gaze toward the corner, and indeed, what lay before them was astonishing. Suddenly, the scene transformed dramatically. A small white serpent coiled itself upon the abdomen of the female corpse. Even the battle-hardened kunoichi were left psychologically shattered by Orochimaru's ghastly technique of impure reincarnation. Yuhi Kurenai screamed, retreating behind Naruto, her body trembling uncontrollably. Naruto drew the two women closer, shaking his head in a sigh, feeling a profound sense of pity for the snake uncle. How unfortunate it was for him to have resorted to such a grotesque form of existence, neither alive nor dead, terrifying others in the process. Furthermore, with each reincarnation, his soul deteriorated, halting his cultivation and causing it to regress. Though he ultimately succeeded, it was akin to a castrated immortality. One must ponder, how could a man endure being reincarnated as a woman, or vice versa? Only a perverse individual like Orochimaru could endure such psychological torment, seemingly reveling in it without a care. Beautiful lady, try to glimpse the soul of that white serpent. Naruto gently urged Tsunade, who attempted to peer into the depths of the serpent's essence. Instantly, her expression shifted to one of shock, and the two women simultaneously shrieked in panic. Orochimaru, how could he have become this way? Don't hold me back. I must go and deliver a sound beating to that wretched creature. Tsunade struggled to free herself from Naruto's grasp, her crystalline eyes nearly ablaze with emotion, tears threatening to spill. As a former classmate and friend, the sight before her filled Tsunade with piercing sorrow. Naruto held her tightly, one hand gently caressing her back, softly consoling the sobbing Tsunade. My beautiful lady, please, don't cry. Orochimaru's misfortune stems from his obsession with forbidden techniques. His path to immortality led him astray. His current state is not solely due to the war. Even the third Hokage bears some responsibility. How could the third Hokage be involved? Wasn't he Orochimaru's teacher, Kurenai? Recognizing the figure before them as Orochimaru, momentarily lost her initial fear and cautiously peeked out from behind Ino. Amidst the vast mountains, atop a majestic cliff, lay a breathtaking world before them. The morning mist gracefully rose between the hills, and the dew of dawn sparkled like crystalline droplets, illuminated by the sun's rays, imparting a hint of beguiling warmth as it trickled down through the gaps in Konoha. In the distance, the verdant plains were adorned with colorful lakes, resembling a long slumbering beauty. Shimmering under the sunlight, the glistening water akin to the swaying skirts of a maiden, evoking an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Above the mist, a procession of cranes glided leisurely along the treetops, ascending toward the lofty clouds. In the verdant forest, life has begun to awaken. From the depths of the unseen thicket emerges a brownish-yellow bear, its high-pitched howl piercing the silence and heralding the rhythm of a new day. Perched upon the cliff are three ethereal figures, and unlike yesterday, today as sunset has blossomed a resplendent red lotus at the delicate center of their brows. Among the myriad of lotus seeds emanating from Naruto, Tsunade's is pink, Kurama's is white, Shizune's is orange, and Mizuki's is golden, while the one from Sunset Red is red. Each seed, aside from its inherent hue, is enveloped in a faint purplish glow, reminiscent of a veil obscuring a fair maiden's visage, adding an air of mystery to the lotus flowers. Naruto has a vague sense that each seed produced by the chaotic azure lotus harbors a unique principle, yet he is presently unable to decipher its nature. Suddenly, as he is lost in thought, a crisp low hum resonates within the space before him, revealing a world strikingly similar to Konoha. The towering Hokage rock looms close, seemingly tangible, while the prominent Hokage building appears somewhat distant. Have we returned? Tsunade, hearing the commotion, slowly emerges from her meditation, but is taken aback to see the familiar faces of Ganjiro and Shinma Achu, the standard gatekeepers of Konoha. Welcome back, Lady Tsunade, they say with a squinting smile, instinctively extending their palms towards her. Tsunade, bewildered, scratches her head, clearly puzzled. Wasn't I with Naruto and the others? When did I leave the village? Strangely, she pulls out her identification documents and hands them over. Witnessing this, Naruto becomes alarmed and reaches out with his right hand, attempting to pull Tsunade back to reality. Lady Tsunade, that's not real. Don't go. Unfortunately, the oblivious Tsunade is completely dazed, her hand seemingly brushing against a wave-like ripple that engulfs her in a manner akin to ocean swells. In an instant, her voluptuous figure vanishes from the tangible world, slipping into the illusory realm of Konoha. As Shinma Achu respectfully offers the identification documents once more, Tsunade turns back, bewildered, staring blankly at the empty ground behind her. What is happening? Where is Naruto? Suddenly feeling a peculiar sensation in her fingers, Tsunade frowns and looks at her palm, a flicker of alarm passing through her orange-hued pupils. As a profound unease wells up within her, she instinctively turns back, gripping Shinma Uchu's arm tightly, asking, "Uchu, have you seen my Naruto?" Her voice sounds strangely altered as she trembles. "He was right beside me. How could he have vanished?" Naruto and Shinma Uchu exchange puzzled glances, scrutinizing Tsunade for a while before Uchu blinks and replies, "Lady Tsunade, you must be mistaken. There is no ninja named Naruto in our Konoha." Not? Upon hearing these words, Tsunade appeared as a child who had lost her entire world. Her orange-yellow eyes widened in disbelief, as if the very fabric of reality had collapsed around her. Anxiously, she clutched the sleeves of the two eternal gatekeepers, her heart racing with unease as she implored, "Naruto, my Naruto, where is he? Have you seen him? Surely, you have hidden him away." The echoes of Lady Tsunade, from Shinsho and steel resonated in her ears. Yet she could hear nothing else. "You have concealed him. Hand him over. I assure you, my Naruto is remarkably powerful. He could flatten the entire Hidden Leaf village with a single kick. If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate." Mighty fist. A sharp pain shot through her fist, causing Tsunade to gasp in shock, followed by a bewildered murmur, "Where has my strength gone? I am a formidable figure of the Sannin." Suddenly, an idea struck her. Tsunade reached into her bosom and retrieved a compact mirror. Taking a deep breath, she gazed into the glaring reflection. With a shattering crash, the mirror fell from her grasp, instantly fracturing into countless pieces. Tsunade violently kicked at the shards, desperately attempting to prove to onlookers, "This is not me. This is not who I am. You know Tsunade is not like this." Yet the cacophony of voices around her only deepened her despair. "Grandma Tsunade, this is you. Lady Tsunade, ever since your return last month, you have lost all your powers. Furthermore, I have heard that the Sage of Snails has found a new contract holder, and thus cannot provide you with chakra anymore. Tsunade, do you not believe your teacher? This is all true. No. Where is Naruto? My Naruto?" In a frenzy, Tsunade attempted to grasp Jiraiya's collar, only to realize that her aging body struggled to even stand upright. Jiraiya gazed at her, tears of sorrow welling in his eyes, as if clinging to the last remnants of affection for the woman he once adored. Gripping her collar tightly, he shouted, "Tsunade, you must wake up. This person does not exist in this world." In that moment, Tsunade felt a glimmer of hope, desperately scanning her surroundings. "Minato, where is Minato's child? Lady Tsunade, are you looking for me? I am the only daughter of my father and mother." The sweet, syrupy voice of a little girl echoed in her ears. The elderly Tsunade, draped in her green gambling robe, fearfully pushed through the crowd, running amidst the sudden storm. "Naruto, my Naruto, where are you? Come and save me." The patter of rain and the rumble of thunder created a natural barrier, causing her to spiral into utter madness. "Tsunade, do you not even recognize me? I am Dan, your boyfriend." No, you are all illusions, entirely false. "Naruto, my Naruto, please come and rescue me." The fallen Tsunade lay helplessly in the mud, watching the swirling shadows of figures around her, trembling in despair. They mocked her, Sarutobi mocked her, Jiraiya mocked her, Dan mocked her. The entire village seemed to revel in her humiliation. Cursed by the sight of Tsunade's suffering in that world, Naruto outside was consumed by anxiety, beads of sweat forming densely on his forehead. At this moment, his fragile heart felt as though it was being relentlessly sliced by a knife. He discovered that ever since Tsunade had entered that ambiguous realm, he could not follow her. They were merely a meter apart. Yet it felt as if they were worlds apart. Suddenly, a surge of determination coursed through Naruto, and without any knowledge of the circumstances, he allowed his soul to transcend its physical form, inadvertently entering that world. With a swift sound, Naruto's essence arrived in this ethereal yet palpable realm. He hastened towards Tsunade, who was mired in mud, lifting her into his embrace, disregarding the cacophony of voices and the myriad gazes around them. As if cradling a princess, he comforted her. "Do not fear, my beautiful one. I have come to rescue you." Tsunade buried her head deeply in Naruto's arms, the surrounding images gradually fading away as if nothing had transpired moments before. As Naruto's essence returned, he gazed at Tsunade, who was teetering in the void. He rushed to her side, admonishing, "You foolish girl, can't you even fly?" He held her close, affectionately patting her delicate back. "Naruto, my Naruto, you have come to save me," she exclaimed, her gratitude evident. In a playful gesture, Naruto flicked her forehead gently with his finger, watching as she regained her formidable demeanor. A fiery expression replacing her earlier vulnerability. That was merely an illusion, do you understand? He said slowly. He wished to scold the petite Tsunade. Yet remembering her helplessness within the illusion, he felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. Smiling, he planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, reassuring her, rest assured. I shall never let you go. This lifetime, the next, and for eternity, I will hold you close, so have no worries. Upon exiting the illusion, Tsunade appeared to have shed much of her previous fragility. Although she exhibited none of the weakness from within the illusion, she now clung to Naruto with greater fervor. Her arms tightly wrapped around his hands, reluctant to release her hold. Suddenly, as the two basked in their sweet moment, the seated Kurenai behind them unexpectedly coughed up blood, her complexion turning pale as parchment. Naruto and Tsunade's expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed to her side, each supporting the faltering Kurenai, their voices laced with urgency. Kurenai, what is wrong? Are you hurt? Tsunade retrieved her towel from within her garments, tenderly wiping Kurenai's brow. Ever since she had introduced Kurenai to Naruto, she had come to regard her as a dear sister. Witnessing her dear friend in such distress tugged at Tsunade's heartstrings. Kurenai, are you in pain? She asked, casting a fierce glare at Naruto, silently chastising him for his carelessness. Then, turning to him with a reproachful tone, she commanded, Naruto, quickly retrieve the fire spirit pills. Kurenai is gravely wounded. How could you, with your usual cleverness, not think to administer the medicine to the injured first? Naruto, momentarily stunned. His eyes suddenly brightened as he swiftly produced a white porcelain vial, extracting 2 pills, one for Kurenai and one for Tsunade. With concern etched on his face, he inquired, how are you feeling now? Is it better? The Fire Origin Pill is a healing elixir that Naruto has painstakingly developed based on the ancient Pangu Dandao inheritance. Much like the Golden Pill, it is categorized into 3 distinct types: the 3-turn Fire Origin Pill, the 6-turn Fire Origin Pill, and the 9-turn Fire Origin Pill. However, given his current level of cultivation, he can barely concoct the 3-turn Fire Origin Pill, which is effective in healing all injuries below the realm of Earth Immortals. Once ingested, a gentle light envelopes Tsunade and Yugao, swiftly mending their wounds. In mere moments, Yugao's previously pale complexion transforms into a vibrant rosy hue. Upon opening her eyes, she timidly bows her head, filled with remorse, and addresses Tsunade and Naruto, resembling a repentant child. In a subdued tone, she murmurs, Sister Tsunade, Naruto, I'm truly sorry. It was all because of me that you fell into that illusion. Ah, because of you, Tsunade retorts, tilting her head with a mischievous demeanor reminiscent of a wicked sorceress, playfully tugging at Yugao's chubby cheeks. With a feigned sternness, she exclaims, how dare you, Yugao, lead me into such a fantasy? Was it not your intention to tease me? I didn't mean to. In the face of Tsunade's authoritative roar, Yugao nearly stumbles, repeatedly bowing in a traditional Japanese manner. Her frightened yet alluring demeanor evokes sorrow in those who witness it and tears from those who hear it. Naruto observes Tsunade's smirk, unable to suppress a frown. All right, beautiful Tsunade, cease your teasing of Yugao. Just look at her. She's on the verge of tears. As he speaks, he gently pulls Yugao's bent waist upright. Yugao, do not be like this. Tsunade is merely jesting. Yugao, wide-eyed and astonished, lifts her head, her expression twitching as she gazes at the fidgeting Tsunade. Unlike her former self, it seems that since returning with Naruto, Tsunade's previously somber demeanor has vanished entirely. It appears as if she has returned to the youthful days frequently recounted by her father, and her current radiant beauty surpasses even her youthful charm. Sister Tsunade, you are so wicked. Yugao pouts, wishing to reprimand Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tsunade playfully brandishes her tiny fists in defiance. Naruto approaches, guiding Tsunade to sit atop a large rock, before producing 2 bottles of the 3-turn Fire Origin Pill to present to them. Listen, beautiful ladies, you are the 2 individuals I cherish most. In the future, I hope you will not need to rely on these. Therefore, let us all strive together in our cultivation. At this, the 2 women exchange glances, each perceiving in Naruto's eyes the unique regard he holds for them, distinguishing them from others. This signifies that they are destined to become Naruto's closest companions, transcending the bonds of ordinary kinship. Observing the serious expressions on their faces, Naruto cannot help but chuckle, breaking the previous tense atmosphere, causing the two beauties to look at him with bewilderment, their expressions a curious blend of confusion and intrigue. Beside her, Tsunade, displaying a rather commanding demeanor with hands on her hips, exclaimed nervously, "Aha! Hong, tell me, did you just awaken some kind of bloodline limit?" Surprised, Hinata raised her crescent-shaped, red-ringed eyes to Tsunade, recalling that the only ones privy to the secrets of the Hinata clan's bloodline limit were her father and herself. How could Tsunade possibly know? Could she possess the ability to read minds? This thought made Hinata instinctively shrink her feet back. Wait, what? Tsunade's playful countenance darkened, swiftly transforming into a fearsome visage, almost demonic in nature. Hong, what do you mean by that? Am I really that terrifying? Tsunade-sama, you are quite intimidating, Hinata stammered. At this, Tsunade appeared momentarily perplexed, her expression one of utter bewilderment, as if she couldn't fathom why she had frightened Hinata. Naruto, suppressing a sigh, tapped his forehead and glared at the two women before assertively stating, "All right, let us not divert the topic. Let us discuss Hong's bloodline limit." Both women nodded in agreement. At that moment, Hinata and Tsunade obediently returned to their seats on the cushion. Clearing her throat, Hinata spoke with a composed demeanor, her jade-like visage exuding an undeniable allure even in her calmness. As for my bloodline limit, it can be considered a bloodline limit, or perhaps not. As within the entire Hinata clan, besides my late father and myself, no one else possesses this ability. Pausing thoughtfully, she continued, "You should know that my father." Casting a sidelong glance at Naruto, a flicker of complexity danced in her eyes, a nuance that the oblivious Tsunade overlooked but Naruto keenly observed. Her father most likely perished during the Nine-Tails incident. Among the renowned figures of Konoha, everyone was aware of my father, Hinata Masahiro, who wielded the most formidable jinjutsu outside of the Uchiha clan, to the extent that even the Sharingan could not reflect it. Regaining her composure, she pointed delicately at her own red-ringed eyes, continuing, "Do you see? My father possessed eyes capable of discerning reality from illusion, enabling him to manifest jinjutsu to an almost tangible degree." She cast an apologetic glance at Tsunade, reminiscent of her earlier demeanor. "Due to a slight transformation of chakra, I inadvertently returned the spiritual essence, the soul energy, and cellular energy to my body, resulting in the birth of a strand of pure spiritual energy within me. This essence greatly stimulated my eyes, allowing them to gain the same insight as my father's. I didn't even realize it. And I inadvertently released a jinjutsu from my father's notes. By the time I regained my senses, Tsunade's sister had already been ensnared within it, and even I could not retract it." "Oh," Tsunade exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she intently gazed at Hinata's red-ringed pupils, suddenly enlightened. "So, it's the very jinjutsu that even the Uchiha clan could not counter. No wonder I felt so enveloped by it. But Hong, wasn't I just caught in that very predicament? Why is it that after emerging from my experience, I can still recall the events yet regard them as mere illusions, easily dismissible?" Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto lifted his gaze. His azure eyes resembled a profound starry sky or two brilliant, unblemished crystals. That beauty must be attributed to Kurenai's efforts, he conjectured. This jinjutsu is capable of manifesting one's innermost fears, transforming them into tangible realities that ensnare the opponent into believing in that world, subsequently leading them into despair. Ultimately, some may even succumb to the pressure, choosing to end their own lives. It is indeed a terrifying illusion. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at Kurenai. Had he found himself in such a predicament, he too would likely falter. Kurenai widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Naruto as if he were a ghost. "You know about my jinjutsu? Are you, like Tsunade-san, capable of reading minds? Mind reading? How could I possess such an ability?" Naruto replied, choosing instead to ponder deeply, integrating the original narrative of Naruto as he spoke. Upon witnessing Tsunade entering the environment, Kurenai recalled her father's descriptions and felt profound fear, thus exerting all her effort to suppress the overwhelming dread of the situation, allowing her to confront the reality without fear. "Ah, so that's how it is," Tsunade said, extending her hand to embrace Kurenai's delicate arm, feeling a subtle warmth in her heart. She could envision that without Kurenai's intervention, even upon returning to reality, she would have faced utter collapse. Nevertheless, Naruto remained perplexed. Logically, Kurenai, as a special jonin, should not pose a threat to Tsunade. Yet, she has somehow achieved it. Kurenai, your skills should not be capable of endangering Tsunade. Does your genjutsu not discriminate based on one's level? No. Kurenai quickly raised her cherubic face. It is the power of the lotus. As she spoke, she instinctively touched her heart, where the red lotus resided, feeling the strength it bestowed upon her, seemingly infinite. Oh, both Tsunade and Naruto felt relieved. The power of the lotus was indeed formidable, yet Kurenai's ability to harness even a fragment of it indicated her exceptional talent. In contrast to Tsunade, Naruto sought to understand more. In the original storyline, after the death of Kurenai's parents, she had been training in solitude. And it was peculiar that the village had not dispatched a strong individual to nurture the child of a hero. The only guidance Kurenai had was the genjutsu insights left by her father, but this tenacious girl had nonetheless persevered, emerging as an accomplished ninja. Even now, Kurenai exhibited remarkable independence. Kurenai, you have endured much. Walking the path of a ninja alone must have been arduous. Do you remember what your father once said? Naruto pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his lips. Yet the words he spoke resonated like the earnest counsel of Yuhi Kurenai before she ventured into battle. You are a ninja, and thus, it is not guaranteed that you will always survive. However, Kurenai, as a woman, you bear a significant responsibility to pass down our will to our children. Observing the tearful expression on Kurenai's face, her glistening crimson lips tightly pursed. Naruto did not equate her sentiments with the will of fire as articulated by Kurenai. To him, the boundless depths of the universe might very well be their ultimate sanctuary, their lives potentially extending far beyond the confines of the Hokage's world. Noticing Tsunade's similarly moved demeanor, Naruto instinctively embraced her as well. You both are alike. In the long years to come, we must support one another. Softly, two gentle nasal sounds echoed in Naruto's ears as the heads of both women nestled deeply against him. In the examination classroom, the trio of Naruto and his companions materialized unexpectedly, yet, apart from one another, no one else seemed to perceive their presence. Upon entering the space, Kurenai gazed in astonishment at Naruto, who was asleep at his desk. Naruto, is that truly your real clone? It appears indistinguishable from you, save for the different energy within. With a sense of pride, Naruto affirmed the existence of his real clone, emphasizing the fundamental distinction from shadow clones. He then cast a tender glance at Kurenai, whose face had taken on a more delicate hue, now obscured by a genjutsu. Within the inner realm, as Naruto spoke of the dangers of this world, Kurenai resolved to revert everything back to its original state, keenly observing the powerful entities that emerged from the shadows, hoping to aid Naruto in the process. Thus, even the lotus at her brow was concealed. Kurenai, do you truly not wish to evolve your eyes into the Rinnegan? She replied resolutely, Naruto, Tsunade. My eyes possess remarkable insight. I aspire to merge this vision with the celestial eye to develop even greater abilities. While the Rinnegan is formidable, it is not my own. Upon speaking these words, Kurenai's expression dimmed slightly. Moreover, I wish for the eyes akin to my father's to restore the memories of Konoha's 8 colors and the illusionary arts of Yuhi Kurenai. Rest assured, we are all your family, Tsunade reassured, grasping Kurenai's delicate hand, seemingly imparting her strength. Thank you, sister. Kurenai responded just as she was startled by a sudden movement. Naruto turned to see it was Orochimaru's small white snake. The 3 little white snakes, resembling tadpoles, swayed in an S shape, slowly inching towards Kurenai. Snapping back to reality, Kurenai glared at the disguised figure of the umbrella-wearing non-binary individual by the wall, her irritation evident. This was not the first time she had been frightened by Orochimaru. Although Kurenai appeared calm, her fury was formidable. Her gaze flickered ominously, revealing the hidden little snake beneath the blackboard's edge. In quick succession, Kurenai's piercing eyes darted towards the lectern, momentarily glimmering at the figure of Marino Ibiki, who was pacing about, fully aware of the impending exposure. The serpent uncle was abruptly taken aback to discover that the cold-faced Sanai Ibiki had placed 3 slender white serpents upon his desk. A scarred forehead bore a sudden mark resembling a well, and with an expression of icy indifference, Ibiki declared, Great Python, retract your little serpents, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he ascended the podium, unfazed by the bewildered gazes of others, leaving the serpent uncle in a state of shock and confusion. The serpent uncle, glancing at the 3 invisible white snakes upon the table, felt his entire body tremble uncontrollably. Swiftly, he retracted the serpents, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow, as his face, marked by a clear air of cynicism, muttered inaudible whispers that only he could comprehend. What is happening? That aura, though not particularly potent, managed to paralyze my white snakes, and furthermore, it compelled that scoundrel Ibii to bring the snakes to me. Does this not mean my discovery is inevitable? As he surveyed the perplexed expressions in the eyes of those around him, he mused on the brilliance of the method employed. Astonishingly, no one had perceived the white phosphorus snakes. Clearly, the intention was to let him be undisturbed. The winds of Konoha's windmill have long been set in motion. Yet this decayed elder remains lost in his dreams of becoming Hokage. Some grievances have reached a point where they must be resolved. It seems there will be no one to oppose me. I must remain vigilant against that fool Jiraiya. It appears I shall need to summon that rascal of 1,000 snakes to bring a few allies. Alas, the serpent uncle is indeed beyond redemption. Naruto observed the bewilderment on Tsunade and the others, then turned to the serpent uncle, who wore a smug, aloof smile and his customary long tongue. Feeling a wave of revulsion wash over him, he then addressed Tsunade and the others, saying, "The beautiful ladies, Tsunade and Kurenai, there is nothing more to attend to. You may return now. By the way, Kurenai, do remember to train diligently," Naruto added with a smile directed at Kurenai. At present, he had reached the pinnacle of the fusion realm, yet he harbored a vague sense that the rapid pace of his previous advancements had seemingly vanished. To a certain extent, it felt as though this world had developed an instinctive suppression, making it exceedingly difficult for him to elevate his cultivation. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within him. He did not wish for any force to pose a threat to those around him. Thus, the stronger Kurenai and the others became, the more at ease he felt. Feeling reassured, Naruto caught Tsunade's gaze as she blinked her bright orange eyes, reminiscent of a mischievous child. She then turned, pulling Kurenai, who looked back with lingering reluctance. As they vanished into the depths of space, leaving behind Kurenai's sweet voice echoing in Naruto's ears, "Naruto, I will train hard. You need not worry." "Indeed," Naruto replied, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. His sky-blue pupils sparkled with radiant starlight, reminiscent of celestial bodies illuminating the night sky, exuding his unique charm. He then surveyed the diligent individuals around him, listening to the rhythmic sound of writing, and a peculiar feeling arose within him. With a slight sway, he merged with his real clone, becoming indistinguishable from one another. Although he and Tsunade had spent several days in the internal space, to the outside world, it was merely a fleeting breath. As Naruto lifted his gaze to the stage, where Senju Ibiki wore an expression akin to that of a stone, he chuckled and shook his head, amused by the man's demeanor, which seemed as though he were ready to devour someone, while Ibiki reveled in his triumph. The Hokage's office was in turmoil, stirred by his actions. Although the object in Ibiki's possession was deliberately concealed by Yuhi Kurenai, his every movement and behavior was clearly reflected beneath the crystal ball. Lord Third, what on earth was that just now with Ibiki? Might Guy, typically oblivious to ninjutsu and jinjutsu, asked in bewilderment. To him, what had just transpired was exceedingly strange. Even he, a taijutsu specialist, sensed something amiss. Yet, he was at a loss as to what the issue was. Beside him, Kakashi's eyes glimmered with a fleeting light. But he was astonished that even with his Sharingan's Fortomo, he could not discern what had transpired. Who could possibly conceal themselves so effectively beneath his very nose? In this world, evading his notice would require a level of skill far surpassing his own. Only the Kage of various villages or members of the Uchiha clan could achieve such a feat, however. With only Sasuke remaining as the last scion of the Uchiha clan, who could it be? Kurenai, I never expected you to be so inadequate. You couldn't even resist a couple of cups of such low-grade liquor, Tsunade remarked, having somehow conjured a set of tables and chairs beside a crowd. At that moment, she was reveling in the misfortune of Yuhi Kurenai, whose face was as flushed as a fiery sunset, eliciting hearty laughter that shifted the atmosphere within the Hokage's office. The assembled ninjas, including Kakashi, turned to Tsunade in speechless disbelief, their foreheads adorned with beads of sweat, their expressions contorting like springs. However, after the initial shock, a spark of realization ignited in Kakashi's mind. How could he have forgotten the individuals from the Hyuga clan? If anyone possessed the ability to provoke Ibiki into such behavior, it would undoubtedly be Naruto, who treated the situation as if it were a mere game. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes caught a glimpse of something stirring, his mind conjuring an exquisite image of a certain figure from the paradise of affection, causing his face to flush deeply. He vigorously shook his head and turned away. Returning to his thoughts, Sarutobi frowned, pondering the recent events. Could they be related to Naruto? That seemed improbable. Although the boy harbored disdain for Konoha, he would not resort to such antics. Moreover, the individual in the corner appeared somewhat familiar. One could not deny that even in reincarnation, Orochimaru carried with him the essence of his former self, hence Sarutobi's sense of familiarity. Regardless of the true nature of the situation, it seemed that this Chunin exam would not unfold without complications. The ninja world had enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility. Yet Kumogakure had been expanding its military presence with increasing might, while Kirigakure appeared to have emerged from its bloody haze. This time, with Tsunade collaborating to report on the Chunin exam, it was inevitable that other villages would be keeping a watchful eye. It must be said that while Sarutobi had deteriorated in certain aspects, his handling of external forces remained commendable, with intelligence gathering executed with remarkable thoroughness. It is rather peculiar that Konoha has allowed Itachi to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization for such an extended period. Under normal circumstances, figures like the third Hokage and Danzo should have obtained detailed information regarding the Akatsuki members long ago. However, in the original narrative, this situation appears quite strange. Most of the intelligence about the Akatsuki seems to stem from Jiraiya's external investigations, which is astonishing. How could the materials provided by a long-term undercover agent possibly be inferior to the data acquired by Jiraiya, with all his eccentricities, from external sources? This seems highly improbable. It suggests that, for reasons unknown, the third Hokage, Danzo, and others may harbor ulterior motives or personal interests, resulting in first-hand information being withheld from the public. Let us set aside the matter of Ibiki for now. I suspect that the tranquil village may soon be stirred into action. Everyone should remain vigilant regarding various situations within the village, ensuring that hostile elements are not afforded any opportunities. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, addressed the surrounding ninjas, who responded in unison, "Yes, Hokage." In the classroom, an array of cheating tactics emerged, Sharingan eyes whirring, Byakugan providing precise insight, while a few trembling individuals, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, seemed to replace the anxious Naruto from the original narrative. 18. You have already cheated 3 times. Please gather your belongings and leave. Came the stern voice of the proctor from the upper left, as a student in front trembled, realizing he could no longer maintain his facade. He cast a glance at 2 fellow ninjas who stood up beside him, their expressions filled with reluctance, and lowered his head in defeat. Not long after these 3 departed, the classroom had grown quite sparse. A student, his face smeared with paint, could no longer contain himself and stood up, exclaiming, "Proctor, I urgently need to use the restroom. May I be excused?" From the podium, Marino Ibiki lifted his gaze, his expression cold as he regarded the standing student. In a flat tone, he replied, "During the examination, restroom visits require the accompaniment of a proctor. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Yes," came the reply. Naruto, overhearing their exchange, smirked disdainfully. Turning his head, he found a pair of moon-like Byakugan eyes fixed intently upon him, causing him to momentarily falter. What is this Byakugan girl staring at me for? Simultaneously, Hinata, gazing into the cerulean eyes that met her own, discerned purity and innocence within them. In a fleeting moment, her fair complexion flushed crimson as she turned away abruptly, thinking, "He noticed me. What should I do? What should I do?" Hinata felt overwhelmed, a veil of confusion enveloping her, as wisps of smoke seemed to rise from her head in distress. "Hey, Hinata, Hinata, are you all right?" Naruto inquired, his voice carrying a hint of concern. "Why do you keep mumbling nonsense?" To her surprise, upon hearing his voice near her ear, Hinata's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She collapsed forward onto her desk, feeling faint and dizzy. Naruto's expression contorted in disbelief. What exactly is this girl's trigger for embarrassment? I find myself utterly perplexed. The children of this world truly exhibit an astonishing level of maturity. Naruto wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that this examination did not hinge on mere answers, but rather on the courage of a ninja and their respective reconnaissance methods. Otherwise, that little girl's blank paper would undoubtedly have posed a considerable challenge. It seems my own paper is quite blank as well. Rather than squander time, I might as well lie down and take a nap. casting a glance at the unconscious Hinata beside him. Disregarding the astonished gazes from the podium, he closed his eyes and succumbed to the embrace of slumber. What an arrogant fellow he is. Does he perhaps comprehend the true purpose of this examination? The third Hokage's special instructions were evidently not to be taken lightly. Time passed, though how long he could not discern. In a daze, Naruto heard a persistent voice drifting into his ears, causing his furrowed brow to twitch slightly. Yet he remained in a deep sleep. After all these years, it was rare for him to sleep so soundly. "Hey, you sleeping fool! Wake up!" Ibiki shouted furiously from the podium, yet the purple-haired warrior, seemingly indifferent to his ire, continued to slumber upon the desk. "Hey!" Ibiki exerted all his strength, his voice nearly threatening to topple the entire building. Nearby, Hinata observed the peculiar glances from those around them, coupled with Ibiki's menacing expression, which made her a bit apprehensive. She hurriedly nudged Naruto. Naruto, wake up. They are about to announce the 10th question." Feeling a gentle pressure on his shoulder, Naruto groaned softly. Bewildered as he raised his head, he had been immersed in a sweet dream, only to be abruptly awakened. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, surveyed the strange expressions of his peers, and lazily stood up, muttering to himself, "Ah, so the exam is over. How wonderful. I can go home soon. Hey, I say, you need to grasp the current situation." Upon hearing Ibiki's chilling tone, Naruto's smiling eyes reflected a hint of confusion, an odd sensation stirring within him. What is going on? This seems rather dire. Question 10. Beside him, Hinata persistently tugged at Naruto's sleeve, her soft voice gradually rousing him from his stupor. "Oh, it's the 10th question. I thought we could go home," he said, begrudgingly sitting back down with a disgruntled expression, causing the entire classroom of examinees to stare in astonishment. Wow, so this fellow possesses such an endearing side. Not even sparing a glance for the examiner's authority, the bright-eyed Shikamaru intently observed the back of the white-clad warrior. It seemed this young man was maturing far too quickly, yet, in that moment, the invisible gap in age appeared to vanish. How amusing. The painted-faced Kankuro sensed a shift in emotional currents, his vacant gaze shifting toward Naruto's back, his eyes harboring a trace of unwillingness, a hint of fear, and a significant measure of resentment. Ah, how formidable this individual is. It instills within me a sense of envy. His blood is exquisite. Soon, I shall present it to you for tasting. Oh, how delicate is the lotus. That power is truly enviable. Perhaps I should take this fellow along as well. Foolish simpleton. Above, Tsunade Ibiki listened intently to the incessant murmurs below, slamming his palm onto the desk with vigor, and then bellowed, "Silence. Otherwise, all will be deemed unqualified." This outburst startled everyone. Each candidate straightened up, returning to focus like obedient children. "Now, I shall announce the rules for the 10th question." A sinister grin spread across Tsunade Ibiki's face as he observed the disheartened candidates. "Next, you must make your choice. Based on your circumstances, decide whether to attempt the 10th question. Should any of you remain and fail to answer, all previous scores shall be nullified, and you will forever forfeit your eligibility to participate in the Chunin exams. Those who choose to withdraw may continue to the next Chunin exams, but their prior scores will also count as 0. In essence, this 10th question determines your fate. Ibiki's declaration elicited a strong reaction from below, many candidates breaking into a cold sweat. The bold Shikamaru stood up, pounding the table, and questioned Ibiki. "Wait a moment. Are you implying that all our previous examinations were for naught?" "You may interpret it as such," replied Tsunade Ibiki, his expression unyielding. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Even the sound of breathing grew faint. Naruto, aware of these little tricks and nefarious schemes, rolled his eyes, his head resting heavily on the desk, resembling a mushroom misplaced in its growth. Not far ahead, Uchiha Sasuke, with an indomitable spirit, gritted his teeth, glaring at the figure above. "No, I absolutely cannot withdraw. The honor of the Uchiha clan must not be tarnished." As for Haruno Sakura, she clearly exuded confidence, believing that although one cannot guarantee 100 accuracy in the written examination, it would not pose a significant challenge. Naruto should be fine. As for Sasuke, he will undoubtedly succeed. Thus, our group has a 100 chance of advancing in the exams. Sakura's demeanor darkened, akin to a monster that has tasted sweetness. However, while some remained undaunted, others quaked with trepidation. Just as Naruto averted his gaze, a quavering voice emerged. Koji, in no way. I apologize, Proctor, I choose to withdraw. On the platform, Tsunade Ibiki smirked coldly, observing the lack of courage. Remaining would be futile for such a ninja, who would either meet death or flee on the battlefield. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he said, "Begone. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? Hurry, in 2 minutes. Those who do not withdraw will be considered in agreement to take the exam." I withdraw. I withdraw too. Withdraw. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? 2 minutes later, Ibiki stared at the lifeless head on Naruto's desk, startled and taken aback. With a crunch, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Realizing he was powerless against that individual, he could only roar angrily at the candidates below, declaring, "If there are none, I hereby announce that all of you insufferable rascals have passed this examination." Confused murmurs arose among the examinees. "What is happening, examiner?" Just as Ibiki was poised to assert his authority, Naruto's eyes brightened, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a mere thought, Ibiki's hat silently floated down to the desk. Unbeknownst to Ibiki, he was oblivious to the bewildered and trembling gazes directed at him from below. In an attempt to maintain his aloof demeanor, he reached up to touch his head, only to find the uneven terrain of scarred skin. In that instant, a wave of cold sweat broke out as his pupils dilated. A glance around revealed his hat had indeed settled on the desk, accompanied by Naruto's teasing gaze. What a terrifying individual. Could it be that my earlier stumble and the hat's silent descent were orchestrated by him? How frightening. It would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. Having experienced much in life, Ibiki's brief moment of unease swiftly vanished behind a facade of composure. He boldly displayed the myriad scars on his head, intimidating the frightened children below as he proclaimed, "Do you see? As a ninja, one must possess a formidable willpower. Even under great torment, one must not allow their intelligence to fall into enemy hands. Those who withdrew early lacked even the faintest courage to face challenges. They are unworthy of being true ninjas." Only then did the candidates below react, trembling in fear at the sight of Ibiki's scars. How terrifying! What horrors had he endured? Naruto was equally astonished. Such scars could only be inflicted by extreme interrogation methods. This man had undoubtedly suffered greatly. No wonder he appeared so peculiar. Only through profound torment could one become so numb and cold. "Hinata," Naruto said comfortingly to the frightened girl beside him, "There's no need to be afraid. This man, after all, isn't strong enough, which is why he was captured by the enemy and ended up like this. This woman is truly something else." Naruto thought with a chuckle. When Ibiki finally declared the end of the examination, he vanished in a flash, leaving the crowd in awe. Whoosh. Uncle Snake bit his own long tongue, disregarding the pain, or perhaps feeling none at all, as tumultuous waves surged within him. Such speed. The body flicker technique? No, it's too swift. Could it be the flying thunder god technique? Unlikely, as that wouldn't yield such an effect, and besides, it requires pre-established space markers. The individual appeared to charge forth impulsively, exhibiting an unsettling degree of power that demanded possession. Tsunade Ibiki, having just stepped onto the podium, furrowed his brow as he observed the radiant light shooting away, his countenance etched with profound astonishment. This was exceedingly peculiar. This person was undeniably formidable, a presence that even the third Hokage regarded with trepidation. He silently hoped that Konoha would not descend into chaos, reflecting on the significant events he had witnessed. An inexplicable wave of anxiety washing over him. Upon glancing upward, he noticed that all the ninjas had vacated, their gazes fixated on Naruto's blank answer sheet, their eyes wide with disbelief. Truly, this individual was an anomaly. How could one pass an examination with such a sheet? Just as he was about to collect the blank answer sheet, several proctors called out in unison, "Captain, we have a blank sheet here." "So do I." "And I." This revelation left Tsunade Ibiki rather perplexed. How could one articulate the bizarre nature of this examination? Furrowing his brow, he addressed the proctors, who submitted these blank sheets. "Report to me. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, and that fellow who nearly erupted earlier, Gaara." "Yes, I recall that these individuals were fixated on Naruto's desk." Seemingly noting that he had not even lifted his pen, the proctor murmured, disbelief flooding his mind. How curious. This person had merely returned a few months prior, yet possessed such an extraordinary allure that 4 individuals resorted to academic dishonesty alongside him. Suddenly, Tsunade Ibiki erupted into laughter. "I understand now. It must be that Naruto is exceptionally powerful, and the Nara prodigy calculated that Naruto would not falter, thus sharing his insight with his teammates. I wondered why this group appeared lethargic. It turns out they were all influenced by Naruto's antics. What a travesty, a perfectly good examination marred by 5 blank sheets. An unprecedented occurrence in history. Wait, Captain, Gaara's situation is even more straightforward. Ibiki interjected. I heard that Naruto had a confrontation with him recently. And it seems Gaara harbors some fear of Naruto. It appears this young group has succumbed to a sort of paralysis. Thus, when Gaara noticed Naruto in action, he too clenched his teeth and refrained from writing. Indeed, 5 blank sheets. This examination was turning out to be quite the spectacle. The sky was clear, vast, and elevated. The clouds thin and sparse, resembling a gossamer veil, translucent like a jellyfish. In recent days, due to the Chunin exams, Konoha's security personnel had increased significantly. However, what astonished Naruto the most was the profound transformation in the crowd that once regarded him with animosity. They had now settled into an unexpected calm. The glares that had once been rife with hostility had softened considerably. At the very least, they no longer hurled insults. The absence of vitriol, the lack of stones cast in his direction, it seemed that the villagers had adopted a tranquil demeanor. What was happening? Did they no longer fear him? In their eyes, I was once a veritable monster. He harbored a flicker of disbelief as the azure lotus upon his brow slowly revolved, revealing the innermost thoughts of those around him. Soon, the answer dawned upon him. Tsunade. It became clear why she rushed to the Konoha hospital upon her return. She intended to reshape my image within the village. Naruto's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he lowered his gaze and aimlessly wandered in a singular direction. Within his heart, confusion reigned. And just as he grappled with how to confront his situation, he failed to notice a small figure colliding with him. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air, and as he turned, he discovered a young boy of about 4 or 5 years had fallen to the ground due to their encounter. The little boy wailed in pain, and with a small hand, he tugged at his shorts, revealing a 2-centimeter wide wound on his tanned leg, clearly the result of an unfortunate encounter with a stone. Behind the boy, a middle-aged man approached swiftly, examining the child's condition. Upon seeing the bleeding injury on the boy's calf, his gaze turned hostile toward Naruto. However, when his eyes fell upon the distinctive lotus emblem adorning Naruto's attire, the fierceness in his expression dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor as he hurriedly checked the boy's wound. Around them, several villagers gathered. One individual, possessing some medical knowledge, examined the boy's leg and shook his head, addressing the middle-aged man. Alas, this child is far too young. His bones are fragile. It seems he may have fractured a bone. If you wish to heal him, you will likely need to seek out Lady Tsunade. This is quite severe, the middle-aged man remarked, his heart racing as he observed the child crying inconsolably. I will go. Naruto's gaze fell upon a sharp stone nearby, still smeared with traces of blood. A flicker of determination ignited within him, and he finally spoke. May I try? I can heal his leg. It was my fault he got hurt. I bear some responsibility. What? Leave it to him. Can this little fox truly manage? We mustn't worsen the situation. Indeed, I believe Lady Tsunade is a more reliable option. However, she is no longer at the hospital, and I have heard that many injured individuals are seeking her aid. If you go now, you will face a lengthy wait, and this child will suffer. Naruto spoke earnestly, his eyes brimming with hope. For him, this form of treatment was far too elementary. Had he been the one to encounter Shinsuke, he was confident he could have effortlessly saved him. Yet, he was not one who could bring the dead back to life. Any individual he sought to save must still cling to a breath of life, or he would be powerless. The middle-aged man hesitated, glancing between the wailing child in his arms and Naruto. The sincerity reflected in Naruto's eyes seemed genuine. Additionally, Lady Tsunade had mentioned that her formidable medical skills stemmed from the very boy before him. Should he place his trust in him? Can you truly guarantee a cure? As the middle-aged man recalled the fierce figure from over a decade ago, he was unable to withstand the sound of the child's cries. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he inquired anxiously. Naturally, Naruto's previously dim gaze suddenly brightened, his eyes sparkling with joy as he looked at the middle-aged man. An indescribable delight surged within him. At last, if all went well, this would mark the first step towards acceptance in the village of Konoha. Then come here, the middle-aged man said, gently cradling the little boy as he approached slowly, halting half a meter away from Naruto. Observing the outstretched hand of Naruto, he instinctively flinched, then steadied himself once more. The onlookers held their breath, an inexplicable sensation rising within them. Do not worry, do not worry. I will heal him, Naruto reassured the middle-aged man, his delicate, almost ethereal hand gliding softly over the small boy's calf. With each breath, the boy suddenly felt an absence of pain in his entire leg. Not only that, but it also radiated warmth, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. Wow, this is amazing. Daddy, my leg doesn't hurt anymore. Yemu's leg doesn't hurt anymore. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the little boy's laughter grew more joyful, to the point where his dark, gemstone-like eyes nearly squinted shut, embodying pure bliss. In response, Naruto simply smiled gently, sensing the boy's previously vanished wounds. He withdrew his hand, an unexplainable pleasure filling his heart. The icy sensation has disappeared, the boy exclaimed, his eyes fluttering open as he gazed at Naruto, a hint of reluctance sparkling in his eyes. Big brother, how did you do that? I felt so good just now. While the adults might harbor various reasons to avoid Naruto, the children were unencumbered by such reservations. Although the adults had imparted numerous teachings, they were aware of Naruto's reputation as a demon fox. Yet, generally speaking, the children trusted their instincts more than the warnings they had received. Are you not afraid I might devour you? After all, I am the demon fox, Naruto, he teased, baring his teeth playfully at the little boy. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding villagers recoiled in terror, stepping back several paces, their expressions filled with apprehension. The middle-aged man, standing closest, felt his pupils constrict, nearly succumbing to fright. The little boy, puzzled, lifted his head and squirmed in his father's embrace. Then, with an oddly curious expression, remarked, Demon Fox? Oh, what is that? I heard my daddy say you are the dreaded Demon Fox, but I never understood, why should the Demon Fox be feared? Under the gaze of a middle-aged man, whose heart was filled with despair and whose body trembled, the young boy pouted and, in a perplexed tone, proclaimed, I don't care about any fox spirits. All I know is that you, big brother, must be a good person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have treated Yemu's injuries. It was Yemu who ran into you first, and I apologize on his behalf. The innocence of children in this world was truly remarkable. As Naruto listened to the boy's words, he suddenly felt as if he were a child who had borne years of injustice. His throat tightened, and he forced back the welling tears in his eyes. Nodding at the boy, recognizing his precociousness. Thank you for your kind words. Amidst the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, Naruto glanced back at the people who had distanced themselves, and a fleeting light flickered from the lotus on his brow, sending an unseen glimmer into the boy's mind. The knowledge he imparted was drawn from his recent studies of ninjutsu, sufficient for the boy to blossom into an exceptional ninja. Having completed his task, Naruto stepped forward, slowly walking away under the watchful and fearful gazes of the onlookers. Yemu, that person didn't do anything to you, did he? After Naruto had completely vanished, the middle-aged man turned to the boy in his arms, asking in a daze. He was anxious about what might have transpired with his child. It was important to note that the individual in question was the Ninetales, a true monster, who had even deceived Lady Tsunade. While they still held her in high regard due to her medical prowess, it did not equate to respect for the fox spirit. Previously, no one had hurled insults or stones, as it was merely out of respect for Lady Tsunade. As for the healing of the boy, it was largely due to Yemu's painful expression and pleading gaze. No, Daddy, that big brother is wonderful. He healed my leg, and even gave me methods to train as a ninja. The boy exclaimed joyfully as he wriggled free from his father's embrace, his face alight with happiness. Daddy, even though I can't attend ninja school, I can still become an outstanding ninja. Just wait and see. This revelation left the middle-aged man utterly bewildered. The methods of ninja training were coveted by many. Why would that fox spirit bestow such knowledge upon his child? He pondered, questioning why someone of his humble background would attract the attention of such a formidable entity. Perhaps the fox spirit had casually discarded it. Although seemingly powerful, he was reluctant to accept that the items given to his son were of little significance. Child, he said, if that is the case, do not let anyone know that you received anything from him. Just focus on your training. I look forward to the day you become a powerful ninja. At that moment, the previously fleeing townsfolk approached, appearing relieved to see the middle-aged man. Aoki, you truly have a stroke of luck. That fox spirit didn't kill you. It was incredibly perilous. We were nearly terrified to death. Indeed, that fox spirit is dreadful. It's best to steer clear in the future. Yes, absolutely. The crowd chattered animatedly before gradually dispersing. The middle-aged man felt the cold sweat that had formed on his body, his expression complex, uncertain of what to say or think. Regardless of the circumstances, even if it is a demon fox, it is worth expressing gratitude to the middle-aged man for the young boy, who no longer bears any visible scars. He turned and walked towards the setting sun. "Ah, you jest. How could we ever betray you? It is known that Lord Orochimaru harbors a deep-seated grudge against Konoha, and we have prepared for this war for an extended period, thus we shall not yield easily." In a secluded corner of Konoha, within a cold and desolate little cabin, the seemingly insincere smile of Kabuto Yakushi belied the layers of meaning behind it as he reached back to tousle his unruly hair, addressing the stern-faced middle-aged man with apparent sincerity. Yet, beneath his professional facade as a spy, no one could discern the true depths of his smile, how many layers were genuine and how many were mere facades. Upon finishing his remark, he instinctively adopted a serious demeanor, adjusting the glasses perched on his nose. Opposite him, a figure with half of his face obscured by a tablecloth, revealing a right cheek adorned with streaks of deep purple paint, was none other than Maki. Naruto, hiding not far away, observed Maki's peculiar attire with a sense of exasperation, pondering whether it was an issue of his own discerning taste or simply the crude fashion of the Hokage world. He couldn't shake the feeling that Maki's outfit was rather unsightly, and then there was Kankuro, resembling an octopus. Inside the room, as Maki moved about, he suddenly turned sharply at Kabuto's words, his gaze piercing and voice unwavering. This esteemed figure of Suna, revered by generations of Hokage, acted with remarkable decisiveness. If not, the ninja from Suna, who perished in the original narrative, would likely have met his demise at the hands of Konoha. Let us hope so. Our investment in this endeavor is considerable, and post-war, the allocation of resources must adhere to the pre-existing agreements. Otherwise, even Lord Orochimaru would find himself at our mercy. Of course, I believe Lord Orochimaru will not refuse this, as we have numerous opportunities for collaboration ahead. Who goes there? Maki's sharp gaze suddenly caught sight of something, and he hurled 3 shuriken towards Kabuto's rear with lethal precision. The sound of metal slicing through the air rang out, and the shuriken embedded themselves in the window, startling the concealed Naruto, who feared he had been discovered. Damn it, who is it? Ah, it's him, the fleeting moonlight gale, managing to hide so well that even I failed to notice. Naruto wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Since he had not been discovered, all was well. It seemed he had been overly focused on the 2 individuals within the room. What is happening? Kabuto snapped back to reality, briefly flustered before regaining his composure. Truly, the duplicitous Kabuto was indeed the perfect candidate for espionage, Naruto mused. Maki glanced at the empty window and, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "It was nothing. I thought we had been discovered, but it was merely a stray cat." With that, he turned and re-entered the room. Was it truly so? The individual before me likely seeks to instill a sense of intimidation within my heart, as a chill sweeps through the mind of the pharmacist. Even the most astute of spies harbors fears. Since there appears to be no pressing matters at hand, I shall refrain from further intrusion, and I kindly request that your esteemed party adheres to the planned course of action. Rest assured, we, the Sand Shinobi, have always held our commitments in high regard. As allies, we shall not waver in our promises. The origins of the world possess a beginning and an end, much like the realm of the Tao, which is bound by the principles of cause and effect, intertwined with the cycle of reincarnation. These causes and effects are like an invisible thread, linking practitioners to the people and events surrounding them. Beneath the vast expanse of the white sky lies a dense forest, at the heart of which is a grand canyon stretching hundreds of meters wide. The canyon is adorned with jagged rocks, and the crystalline waters of the river flow endlessly, their source a mystery. At either end of the canyon stand towering cliff-carved statues, exuding a powerful aura. One is marked by an air of indifferent arrogance, while the other radiates solemn nobility, hinting at the history that has unfolded in this place, known as the Valley of Endings. Atop the massive statue, a strikingly elegant youth sits in meditation, his feet resting upon the head of the statue of Senju Hashirama. When comparing him to Uchiha Madara, despite Hashirama's formidable strength, he falls short in both demeanor and inner resolve. It is no wonder that Hashirama, who was destined for a long life, met an untimely end, while the ambitious Madara has nearly ascended to the status of the ultimate antagonist. Naruto chuckled softly, his gaze flickering as his fingers deftly calculated. Ever since his last breakthrough to the pinnacle of the fusion realm, his cultivation had not seen any further advancement. Even as the chaotic decision approached the comprehension of its second mid-tier level, everything remained unchanged. Thus, he sought to employ the art of propagation to discern the root of his predicament. As Naruto's fingers moved with increasing speed, a mysterious wave emanated from his body. Gradually sweeping outward, it extended for hundreds of thousands of miles into the sky, only to be thwarted by an unseen barrier, halting any further progression. A thunderous roar erupted, causing his body to tremble violently. All his calculations dissipated, and with a sudden gasp, Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood, his brilliant gaze dimming momentarily. Strange, indeed. Beyond this world lies a substantial spatial barrier. Thankfully, I had the foresight to perceive a hint of the profound. However, this revelation leaves me perplexed. Naruto furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the very structure of this world. It is neither the murky chaos of formless space nor the cosmic realm reminiscent of my previous life. Yet, I distinctly recall that when my essence traversed through the chaotic azure lotus, I beheld a cerulean world, though it may not rival the earth of my past life. It should have been commendable. Why, then, do I now witness something so disparate? Lowering his gaze, Naruto observed a prominent purple causal thread upon the back of his hand. A wave of helplessness washing over him. This causal thread connects to the very essence of the Naruto world. Unless this causality is severed, he cannot depart from the realm of the Hokage. Naruto's lips curled slightly, a hint of self-deprecation evident in his demeanor. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he had assumed the identity of the original Naruto, and from that moment, an inexplicable connection to this world had formed. His strength was once sufficient to transcend this realm, yet now he found himself beset by obstacles at every turn. It appeared that until this bond was resolved, he would remain unable to break free. Is someone here? Just as Naruto emerged from his musings, a peculiar aura began to waft in his direction, akin to a cold, venomous snake preparing for a lethal strike. Damn it, what sort of person dares to spy on me? Naruto's expression darkened as he bellowed towards the distance, addressing the hidden intruder. Come out from behind that person, or I assure you, once I unleash my wrath, you will regret it. Suddenly, amidst the rustling of the grass, a bewildered figure sprawled on the ground, retching profusely before finally staggering over. It was a little girl, approximately 5 or 6 years of age, adorned with long rabbit ears and black hair trailing behind her. Clad in an oversized, pristine white kimono, her large, sparkling eyes resembled a pair of round, concave lenses. Her frail form rendered the flowing garment oddly disproportionate. However, Naruto's attention was not drawn to her attire. His pupils dilated in shock as he instinctively took several steps back. The realization struck him. Had he truly grown powerful enough to feel awkward about this encounter? Blushing, he took a few tentative steps forward, gazing intently at the wide-eyed girl. Kaguya, what happened to you? Who on earth could have shrunk you like this? The little girl stared blankly for a moment, seemingly perplexed by Naruto's words. As she innocently sucked on her tiny finger, her rabbit ears twitching slightly. Suddenly, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head, she leapt up in joyous exuberance. I understand now. I'll go get it. With that, the girl bounded off like a rabbit, swiftly navigating through the trees, soon returning with a large, grayish wild chicken in tow. Here you go. I just caught this. It's delicious, she exclaimed, eagerly trying to thrust the bird into Naruto's hands. Naruto stood there, momentarily petrified, his eyelashes twitching as he gazed at the little girl. Oh well, may I ask what your name is? Are you really not called Kaguya? You bear such a striking resemblance to her. Aside from their age difference, the two pairs of eyes, one large and one small, met from a distance, and Naruto couldn't help but notice the similarity in their rabbit ears. He crouched down slightly, gently pinching the girl's rabbit ears. Feeling the warmth radiating from his touch, the girl's delicate face flushed crimson, and she felt a wave of heat wash over her. You idiot. My ears are very sensitive. Is this all just for the sake of that wild chicken? The little girl was momentarily enraged, questioning why he would touch her ear despite having received something from her. In an instant, her delicate fists opened wide, and a tremendous surge of purple energy enveloped her form. With a flick of her fingers, Naruto felt several sharp bone spikes rushing towards him, the infamous Kanshahuagu. Is this little one truly Kaguya? He pondered, astonished that she could wield such power. His pupils contracted, and his muscles tensed as an overwhelming aura enveloped him. The sound of crisp clinks resonated as 3 gray-boned spikes, exuding a decayed essence, fell to the ground, leaving small pits in the once pristine earth. How remarkable! Kagayaheim's Kongsha Huegu is renowned for its unparalleled hardness and corrosive properties in the ninja world. Yet, I sense an overwhelming presence of death and a hint of life, along with a palpable zombie aura. As Naruto felt the mixed energies within his palm, a searing flame ignited, incinerating the 3 bone spikes completely. How absurd! Such a force of law misused in this manner is utterly bizarre. The Kongsha Huegu, after all, was a technique that forcibly birthed one's bones using the power of life while affixing the essence of death to them, rendering them as unyielding as the undead. Releasing the little girl's ear, he playfully tugged at her adorable, fair face and remarked, "My dear, where did you learn such a thing? You must refrain from using it again. It is quite harmful to your health, little fool. By the way, little girl, is your name truly Kagaya? What is it then?" Naruto asked, suddenly fixating on her with a serious expression. "And why do you resemble that Kagaya so closely?" The girl blinked her large eyes in surprise. "Oh, are you asking for my name?" After wriggling free from Naruto's grasp, she swiftly darted away, returning with a wild chicken in tow. She then sheepishly said, "I thought you were going to eat my dinner. I have no name. I just opened my eyes in this forest and have no idea who cast me here." While speaking, the girl patted a nearby stone slab and casually seated herself, completely disregarding her appearance, reminiscent of the carefree Tsunade. Rubbing her fair fingers together, she conjured a flicker of orange flame and ignited the prepared firewood. By the time Naruto noticed, the wild chicken in his hands had lost all vitality and was skewered upon a straight stick. Naruto stared in disbelief at the unprocessed wild chicken, still feathered and untouched inside. "Surely, you cannot intend to cook it like this without any preparation? What kind of flavor would that yield? You must understand the contents of its belly are quite considerable." Seeing that the girl paid him no mind, he found a stone slab to sit on and pointed at the foul-smelling chicken, coughing from the stench, and asked, "Girl, are you truly planning to cook it in such a manner?" The young girl lifted her delicate face, taking a considerable amount of time to comprehend Naruto's words. It seemed she had not engaged in conversation for quite some time, needing to grasp many concepts gradually. "Isn't this how one roasts it?" she pondered. "I have always done it this way, and it tastes acceptable. Besides, I know no other method." Naruto, rendered speechless, waved his hand dismissively at the unpleasant odor. He was certain that such a cooking method would yield inedible chicken. He wondered how this little girl managed to survive, incapable of even roasting a chicken. Coughing, Naruto choked a few times, snatched the wooden stick from the girl's hand, and declared, "Allow me to assist you. This is far too foul." With that, he transformed into a swift blur, swiftly cleaning the wild chicken by the banks of the Valley of the End. In less than a minute, he returned, cradling a bundle of dark, earthy soil, and proudly lifted it towards the girl, smiling as he said, "Behold what I've prepared. I have stuffed the chicken's belly with ample spices. It will surely be delicious, unlike that abominable concoction you made, which reeks." He tossed the earth bundle into the fire, covering it with charcoal before resuming his seat. The girl, fiddling with her tiny fingers, seemed eager to speak, and after a while, pointed towards the 2 cliffside statues behind Naruto. "I cannot recall how long I have been here. I have witnessed many formidable individuals arrive, just like those 2. Decades ago, they fought here, obliterating the grand tree I called home." She bit her small, sharp canines in indignation and exclaimed, "Those despicable brutes." "What?" Naruto exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the girl. "You claim you existed decades ago? Then why have you not grown?" The girl, with a half-understanding expression, seemed perplexed as Naruto continued seriously. "Ordinary people grow past 18. Unless they are dwarfs, they should exceed a height of 1.30 meters. Yet you, after all these years, remain unchanged. How would I know?" The girl shrugged, her tone laced with endless mockery. "Regardless of their strength, no one has ever noticed me. For centuries, you are the first to acknowledge my existence." "Centuries?" Naruto thought, incredulous. What was she, a human or a creature transformed, a lively old spirit cloaked in a child's guise? He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the lotus in his mind spinning, yet unable to unveil the girl's mystery. Resolutely, he opened his luminous third eye, intently observing the now wary girl. What a terrifying aura. What kind of eyes are those? Why have I not grown? She mused, glancing at the Uchiha Madara statue behind Naruto. Although cautious, Her long isolation from humanity prevented any murderous intent from rising within her. Instead, she gently touched her forehead, curiously regarding the singular vertical eye on Naruto's brow. This fellow is even more formidable than I, but who am I really? Why can I not recall anything? After a prolonged moment, Naruto, seemingly unperturbed, finally turned to the little girl with a gentle smile, patting his thigh in an inviting manner. Come here, let me show you what has led to your stunted growth. He tempted with a sly grin, producing 2 green objects from his pocket and waving them before her. Hurry over, I have some lollipops for you. Upon hearing the word food, the girl's eyes widened with excitement. Observing Naruto's peculiar gestures, it seemed those green items indeed promised delectability, though their nature remained a mystery to her. She swallowed hard, unguarded, and slowly rose to her feet, taking tentative steps towards Naruto. What are those? Are they really delicious? Of course. But you mustn't snatch them, he replied playfully. Sit nicely on your brother's lap, and let me see what's going on, otherwise, no lollipop for you. In that moment, Naruto wore an odd expression reminiscent of a nefarious figure luring a child, yet the little girl felt no trepidation as she effortlessly climbed onto his lap. Such a good girl. Here's a reward. Have one now, and if you behave, I might give you more. Otherwise, you won't get even one, he mimicked Tsunade, feigning seriousness as he unwrapped a lollipop and gently placed it in her mouth. The sweet flavor instantly tantalized the girl's palate, prompting her to babble in delight. Wow, this is really delicious. Brother, check it out. But I want another one. Huh, don't mention just one. Even 10 or 100, your brother will gladly provide. Naruto replied with a subtle smile, finding it amusing how easily he could deceive the unsuspecting child. He placed his hand upon her forehead, allowing a stream of chakra to gently flow into her being. As the chakra coursed through her body, Naruto gradually discerned the entirety of her physical condition. To his surprise, the girl's bone age was nearly 2,000 years, and it seemed she had been in a prolonged slumber, awakening only a few centuries ago. How peculiar. Why is this girl's life essence so fragmented? The amount of chakra within her is astonishing, rivaling that of a pinnacle embodiment. Yet the incompleteness of her life essence directly impedes her growth, and it appears that chakra has been directly infused into her body, further stunting her development. Lost in thought, Naruto pondered deeply, seemingly resolved to grant this little girl an opportunity to grow. How curious that the calculations yield no connection to Kaguya. I am intrigued to see if this little one resembles her upon maturation. If that is indeed the case, there shall be much amusement ahead. Brother, are you done yet? There is a strange energy swirling in my body, and it feels uncomfortable. All right, little one, Naruto reassured as he set her beside him and retrieved 5 lollipops. With a calm demeanor, he proposed, shall I give you a name? Otherwise, calling you little girl seems rather unappealing. What do you say? Would you like me to name you? A little girl abruptly snatched the lollipop, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons. How delightful. I too wish for a name. She mused. Naruto's gaze was fixed intently upon the flickering flames of the bonfire, which danced fervently against the earthen clods, releasing a potent aroma of charred wood. In my previous life, I was known as Bai Shing. My parents had hoped I would aspire to great heights like the moon. Alas, the events that unfolded in my life were bizarre to the point of incredulity. Naruto turned to observe the little girl, who was playfully licking her lollipop, and said with a smile, how about this? I shall call you by you. From now on, you will be my little Yuer. The girl paused her sucking motion, glancing up at the sky with a flicker of incomprehensible emotion crossing her face. Suddenly enlightened, she clutched Naruto's sleeve tightly, grinning widely. That sounds wonderful. From now on, I am by you. Wow, I have a name now. With a burst of energy, the girl dashed into the underbrush, leaping and bounding with exuberance, her excitement rivaling that of Sun Wukong upon receiving a name. Naruto's expression twitched, rendered speechless. This little sprite was astonishingly swift. No wonder. During the epic clash between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, they did not notice anyone lurking nearby. If those two were to contend with this girl, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Naruto's brows danced with involuntary amusement. This world is indeed peculiar. It seems I underestimated it. Recently, I have observed an expansion in the territory of the Land of Fire, which I initially dismissed as an illusion. It appears this world is still growing. Now, encountering such a whimsical little girl on my journey, I cannot help but wonder what other surprises await in the future. As the girl frolicked joyfully back to Naruto, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the earth, clad in a voluminous black robe adorned with flaming clouds. Its head was ensnared between two jagged black and white halves, presenting a bizarre yin-yang visage. Kagaya's spawn, Zetsu, what brings him here? Naruto's pupils contracted, but he quickly regained his composure, shifting his attention back to the bonfire, where a faint yet delectable scent wafted from the soil. In truth, Zetsu is rather pitiable. When Kagaya was sealed, he was forcibly separated and emerged as a frail being with no power whatsoever, a stark contrast to his formidable brothers. Ever since Kagaya's sealing, he has spent millennia orchestrating countless schemes fueled by an intense hatred inherited from her, aligning closely with the machinations of the divine tree. Yet, his most admirable quality lies in his relentless perseverance through countless failures over the centuries, coupled with an unwavering love for Kagaya. Although he has consistently acted with malevolence towards others, his feelings for his mother are profoundly different. In the end, he yearned to reunite with Kagaya, to merge with her once more, thereby empowering her. In this regard, he surpasses his two brothers who sealed their mother away. Mother, how could she appear here? Transformed into a child? The carnivorous plant's soulless eyes fixated intently on the little girl beside Naruto, her body trembling ever so slightly. In this moment, he could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as a whirlwind of complex emotions surged from the depths of his heart, nearly overwhelming him. Who was that person, daring to sit alongside the magnificent and powerful mother? A fierce hatred ignited within him. If only he possessed formidable strength. He was certain that the man opposite would not survive the next heartbeat. Ju approached, carrying a rather large carnivorous plant, resembling a thief sneaking through the night. He stood not far from Baiwa, bowing respectfully and rasping, "Mother, how did you escape from the moon? I was preparing to rescue you. This is wonderful. My cruel brothers would never expect that you could break free from the moon." "Oh, mother." The little girl beside Naruto ceased her sucking on the lollipop. Her gaze filled with confusion as she turned towards him, tugging on his clothing with a puzzled expression. "Brother, weren't you a male? How have you become a female? This fellow is actually calling you mother?" Upon hearing this, the little girl stepped back, shivering in discomfort. Male and female? What nonsensical confusion was this? Naruto trembled, utterly disheartened by the bizarre expression on the girl's face. "Male, just like the wild chicken I caught earlier," the little girl remarked, pointing to her own charming cheek. "Ha! It's truly amusing that mother would claim that fellow with the lotus-like head is male." Ju erupted into laughter, rolling on the ground like a drunken madman, his boisterous demeanor nearly bringing him to tears. "What is so funny?" The little girl licked her white lollipop with curiosity, pointing at the carnivorous plant. "Don't hide, it's you. You are also male, but it seems you are a female plant? How peculiar. I've never seen a carnivorous plant distinguished by gender before. Today has truly broadened my horizons." Ju was momentarily rendered speechless, nearly gasping for air. It seemed that mother was somewhat different from thousands of years ago. Perhaps this entity was not mother after all. Yet, how strange, as the aura was undeniably the same. "Hey, you little wretch, who are you? Why do you bear the visage of my mother, yet appear so unkempt?" "Humph. Confess honestly, my mother's sanctity is not to be desecrated. She is the most powerful and beautiful woman in the world, and you dare to resemble her? You are truly detestable. I shall slay you." With that, Ju produced a black shuriken from his hand, an object he had acquired from a fae. To his surprise, it was indeed coming in handy now. Within the carnivorous plant, a spectral visage of a deceased person flickered, its yin-yang face swiftly hurtling towards the little girl. Naruto turned his head, showing no inclination to intervene. He had just examined the little girl's physique and recognized the immense power within her. Subduing Ju would be a trivial matter for her, thus he felt entirely at ease. "Oh, how delightful it would be to eliminate you, and then rid the world of this wretched man. Ah, the sanctity of mother must not be desecrated, even in the company of a woman who bears her resemblance." Observing that carnivorous plant, its dark cloak billowing ominously, the young girl, caught off guard, inadvertently crushed her lollipop with a sharp snap, causing her delicate tongue to suffer a sting that made her squint in pain, tears welling in her eyes. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "You are a despicable creature. You've made me bite my own tongue, you wretched soul." With a flick of her fingers, under the intensity of her narrowed gaze, she unleashed 3 ashen bones, which frightened the creature into burrowing into the earth. Alas, the bones missed their target, striking instead a massive boulder behind, leaving 3 gaping holes as wide as a thigh. Fuming, the girl turned to Naruto, her eyes brimming with tears, and lamented, "Brother, you did not assist me in dealing with that scoundrel. I have seen other brothers come to their sister's aid in punishing the wicked, yet you stood idly by." Naruto chuckled awkwardly. "Little you aware, that fellow could hardly withstand you, hence I chose to observe. Please do not be upset." He reached out to gently stroke her head, hoping to soothe her feelings. Yet, the girl remained unmoved, a single tear escaping her eye as she insisted, "I don't care. I want you to help me discipline that rascal." All right, I shall teach him a lesson," Naruto replied resolutely. He directed a potent inhalation towards a certain direction, summoning the creature that had burrowed thousands of meters underground. With a sudden pop, it emerged from the soil, instantly finding itself before Naruto. Following this, Naruto unleashed a formidable energy from his palm, transforming it into a powerful imprint that sent the grotesque creature flying, embedding it into the boulder, from which it took a considerable time to extract itself, gasping for breath. "Impossible! How could this be?" the creature exclaimed. "What trickery is this? You have managed to inflict pain upon me." The carnivorous plant struggled to rise, half of its serrated edges irreparably damaged, appearing utterly pitiful. "This cannot continue. This brat has the capability to harm me. He must not be allowed to kill me. I must rescue Mother." A realization struck. Had that woman employed Mother's exclusive technique, the ashen bone execution? The thoughts in the creature's mind whirled chaotically. An insidious notion surfaced within its heart. I shall ensnare him, compel him to take his own life. Despite having no real power, the creature had once managed to attach itself to others, manipulating them, leading to the downfall of figures like Six Paths Obito and Six Paths Madara. Thus, its current plan seemed not entirely unfounded. However, it appeared the creature failed to grasp the reality of the situation. Naruto was unlike any formidable opponent it had encountered. Given its current abilities, it could at most control someone of the caliber of Six Paths Madara, but against the pinnacle of Naruto's strength, it was akin to a mere fantasy. Ju, with a sinister grin, gradually transformed into a viscous black sludge, adhering to one side of Wei Xiaoxiao's body. How splendidly fortuitous. It turned out that this fellow was nothing more than a fool, utterly oblivious to my intentions. Ah, how delightful. Now, let me urge you to meet your end. To embrace demise. The black residue, a mysterious substance, was frantically exerting control over Naruto's hand, compelling him to grasp a kunai. Naruto, sensing an odd sensation coursing through his body, experienced an epiphany. Indeed, he wished to test Ju's method of manipulation. Having perused the original narrative, he recognized Ju's formidable prowess. Albeit lacking in genuine strength, he ultimately controlled the legendary Six Paths Obito, ascending to the status of the ultimate antagonist. One must concede, such feats are not achievable without remarkable skill. A peculiar sensation, an uncanny force, rendered him numb, as Ju's abilities allowed him to command a powerful being at the initial stage of transformation, seizing control of a portion of their brain to induce compliance. Naruto was acutely aware of this, and Ju was, in essence, a grotesque entity, possessing immense spiritual strength, yet lacking a complete corporeal form, inherently flawed from birth. Had he been born whole, he would likely surpass his 2 brothers in terror. Ah, perish! Perish! My triumph is imminent. Ju's mind resonated with a series of twisted, maniacal chuckles. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, he discovered that the kunai, perilously close to Naruto's neck, remained utterly motionless, impervious to his control. What in the world? This insufferable, arrogant fool. Why can't I dominate him? I thought I had seized control of his motor neurons. As panic enveloped Ju, a resounding voice thundered within his mind, akin to a celestial storm, nearly overwhelming him. How is that for entertainment? The androgynous Naruto, mimicking the tone of White Zetsu from the original story, teased him. The buzzing in Ju's ears was incessant, yet he comprehended that his scheme had utterly collapsed. The man before him was an indomitable fortress, and his successful invasion had merely been facilitated by Naruto's deliberate leniency. Ah! Ju exclaimed in terror, increasingly ensnared by Naruto, his voice resonating with the sorrow of a child chastised by a parent. Please, don't kill me. Let me go. I must save my mother. I cannot die. I cannot perish. I will grant you anything. I beg you, spare my life. As Naruto listened to the desperate pleas echoing in his ears, he disdainfully curled his lip. With a gentle extension of his left hand, a violent force surged forth, compressing the shrieking Jew into a black and white orb the size of a walnut. Naruto clearly had no intention of harming him. Thus the voice emanating from the black and white orb grew increasingly resounding, as if fearful of a fatal blow. As Naruto opened his mouth, a gust of demonic wind erupted forth, erasing all prior memories cleanly. With a flick of his finger, he propelled the black and white orb away, exclaiming, "Go back to the rain shinobi village, you pitiful creature." Whoosh. "Ah, I shall return shortly." "Ugh, you foolish thing. Do you think you are a wolf in sheep's clothing? Even with your memories erased, you dare to return? Dream on." Naruto lamented, suddenly detecting a rich aroma wafting through his nostrils. To his surprise, the little girl beside him had, unbeknownst to him, retrieved the beggar's chicken from the fire and was contentedly devouring it. Apparently, at such a tense moment, Xiao Yuer, you are utterly unperturbed, not even uttering a word as you indulge yourself. Such a lack of manners for a child, Naruto mused, snatching a chicken leg from the little girl's greasy hands and taking a hearty bite. This is the flavor. Truly delightful. I never imagined wild chicken could be so exquisitely delicious. I must replicate this in the future. Ugh, brother, you are bullying me. That was my chicken leg. Baiyu protested, her tiny hands clutching the half-eaten beggar's chicken, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed up at Naruto. How is it that you are crying? I merely took a chicken leg. Is that too much to bear? Ah, never mind. I shall procure some more. We need to eat well before we set out. Night is fast approaching, and tomorrow we have the second round of exams. Naruto discarded the bone he held and, lowering his gaze to the Kagehime version of the little girl, spoke gently. Do not cry. I will prepare a few more for you, and we can share. Ugh. Then hurry, the little girl urged, eagerly biting into the chicken in her hands. Hey, I say, could you eat a bit slower? Look at that greasy face of yours. I will eat as I please. It's none of your business. In a secret valley of the land of rain, the bundled-up Zetsu finally unfurled his body. However, no matter how he tried to control it, he could not restrain the surge of violent power within him, causing his form to crash to the ground like a meteor. With a splutter, Zetsu struggled to rise, spewing forth acrid mud towards the exit, inadvertently hitting White Zetsu. Hey, young man, you dare spray me? Are you seeking death? Zetsu fumed, utterly confused about who had cast him into this predicament. Upon hearing White Zetsu's accusation, he erupted in fury. Hey, you idiot, do you believe I will kill you? Come on, carnivorous plant. Are we not merely fighting? Who fears whom? White Zetsu retorted, though his tone lacked conviction, as he sensed that today's carnivorous plant was somewhat different, emanating a palpable killing intent. Ah, which old friend is so enraged? It seems I need to fetch some water to cool down. In the cavern, a voice echoed with a hollow resonance as a Fae cackled maniacally, his swirling mask appearing rather peculiar. It seemed this fellow was suffering from a split personality, devoid of the heaviness that accompanied Obito, wholly immersed in his own bizarre world. A soft sound rippled through the air, and before a Fae's swirling mask, a peculiar wave spun around, drawing him into its depths. When a Fae reemerged, he found himself outside the cave. At that moment, the mocking Baiju lay lifeless on the ground, while the menacing Ju had quelled his fury. Upon seeing a Fae, Ju's expression hardened momentarily before returning to normal. Ban, what brings you out? Oh, Black Ju, where have you been? You look utterly disheveled. Despite the incessant rain in the land of rain, it shouldn't be this dire. Ah, it's a long story. I encountered Baiju, and, in a moment of carelessness, I took a tumble. As you know, I ventured out without any chakra, and I just happened to exhaust the last of my reserves on that Baiju, he remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the fallen figure of Baiju, who indeed appeared drained. Ah, I see. A Fae's raspy voice broke into a few odd chuckles, his sincerity in question. It's fortunate you're back. With you guarding this place, I can rest easy. Baiju's creation must never cease. It is our foundation. By the way, I need to step out for a bit, ho, to seek some amusement with Nagato. Otherwise, Lord Ban might start to gather dust. With that, a Fae's swirling mask emitted another ripple, and he vanished from sight. Ju gazed at the disappearing figure, his face devoid of expression, a result of millennia of concealment allowing him to master every nuance of his emotions. Well, little you, it seems the day is waning. Would you like to leave this place with me? Naruto asked softly, glancing at the roaring fire that still burned brightly. Unaware of the true origins of the young girl, he found himself torn. Baiyu lifted her bright, sparkling eyes, pondering for a moment, her gaze fixed on the dense forest not far away. A hint of reluctance etched in her expression. After a lengthy pause, she turned back to Naruto and shook her head. Brother, I've grown accustomed to being here. I have many friends, and I can't bear to leave them. Friends? Naruto pondered, somewhat perplexed. Didn't you say that you were the only one here? That no one else had ever discovered you besides me? How do you have friends now? As Naruto spoke, a plump owl perched above began to hoot softly before gliding down to Baiyu's shoulder. This creature seemed intimately familiar with her, gently pecking at her cheek, eliciting a cascade of giggles from the little girl. Hee hee, brother, look. This is it, and there's also a spotted deer. We often venture deep into the forest. It's so much fun. Let me tell you, there's a magical place deep within the woods where the water flows in vibrant colors. And there's a white lake where bathing is incredibly delightful. Go ahead, big brother. I wish to stay here and keep them company. If you ever miss me, just come back here, and I will surely meet you. Naruto gazed at the little girl, who wore a reluctant expression. Despite his heartache at the thought of leaving such a young girl to fend for herself, he proposed, How about this, Jiraiya? I could take your friends with me. Then you could play with them whenever you desire. When you wish to visit that lake, I shall accompany you. The small girl stared at the forest, where she had lived for a long time, and felt a deep attachment to this place. The sudden suggestion to leave left her feeling somewhat bewildered. After pondering, she gently declined Naruto's invitation, tugging at his sleeve with a faint smile, saying, Brother, I still wish to remain here. When I want to go out, I will come find you. Ah, very well, Naruto sighed, recognizing her determination. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a white jade tablet, which he had personally crafted. This tablet could summon a fragment of his power, enabling a formidable strike at the initial stage of fusion. He handed it to Baiyu, believing the girl would be capable of protecting herself. Of course, this was contingent upon the absence of any formidable adversaries in this world. Here you go, Jiraiya. Take these 2 tablets. One is a communication talisman. If you wish to call for me, use the talisman to notify me. If you encounter an insurmountable foe, shatter the other tablet, and I will certainly come to your aid. Wow, such treasures! The little girl exclaimed, leaping forward to snatch the 2 tablets from Naruto's hands, cradling them like precious gems. Her adorable demeanor was utterly charming. If Kageyama could exhibit such a side, she would undoubtedly frighten half the Hokage, gather the world's strength, and I shall cultivate the most powerful weapon in existence. Ah, best not to dwell on that Kageyama, he thought, feeling a cold sweat at the mere thought of her. Although the god of Uzumaki was not particularly formidable, her icy demeanor could terrify even the bravest. Naruto shivered, piquing Baiyu's curiosity. Brother, are you all right? Is something amiss? Jiraiya, it's nothing. I just recalled a minor detail. Live well, and if you feel bored, come find me. Naruto lifted his gaze to the slowly rising moon. It's getting late, Jiraiya, I must return. Remember what I told you? He nodded at the little girl, and in a flash, he transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing at the edge of the forest. Baiyu smiled faintly in the direction he departed. Her lips pursed, as if savoring the lingering warmth of his presence. Brother is truly wonderful, she murmured. I am Baiyu. After speaking, she turned to nudge the owl perched on her shoulder, then with a few joyful leaps, she disappeared into the now darkened forest. Naruto returned, and as he arrived late, Shizune stood at the door with a face full of reproach. Before she could finish her complaint, the grumbling from her stomach had already turned her crimson with embarrassment. Oh dear, it's just a little longer to wait, and yet my stomach betrays me. As Naruto stepped inside, Shizune was not far behind, and suddenly, Kazuki turned her head, her sparkling eyes narrowing into an enchanting shape. Her loose white dress revealed her delicate shoulders, and her slightly bent figure exuded an air of politeness. Naruto-kun, Lady Tsunade is preparing a meal. Please, come inside and wait for a moment. It should be ready soon. Cooking, Tsunade. Naruto nodded apologetically at Shizune. One must admit, Tsunade's culinary skills were renowned. He smiled as he entered the house, only to find the Ninetales lounging with his legs crossed, teasingly flipping through the channels on the remote. Ah, you finally returned, brat. I think you should set up some defensive seals in the kitchen. There have been more than a few fires today, and I must say, I fear the dishes that come from that woman's hands. They might only be slightly better than coal. In comparison, Miss Shizune's cooking gives me much more confidence. The Ninetales wore a self-satisfied expression, his long fox ears occasionally swiveling, as if gathering information. Shizune, don't you know? That woman, Naruto, at a loss for words, stared in the direction of the kitchen, unsure of what to say. Although Tsunade often assisted Shizun in the mornings, it was always just that, assisting. Now that she was taking charge, it was rather daunting. Clearing her throat, Shizun tilted her head slightly, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, she reluctantly said, Lady Tsunade mentioned that since you completed your first exam today, you should personally prepare a meal as a reward. Just then, Tsunade elegantly emerged from the kitchen, and behind her, plates filled with food seemingly flew to the table as if they had sprouted wings, astonishing the grinning Ninetales. Wow, Tsunade, you're amazing. I never thought your techniques could be utilized in such a way. However, a thought struck him. Wait a minute, I heard the kitchen caught fire a few times today. How come there's not a single burnt dish? Just as the Ninetales reached for a pair of chopsticks to investigate, Tsunade shot him a fierce glare, swatting his chopsticks away. Hey, your food is in that large bowl right in front of you. A bowl. The Ninetales looked down, realizing the substantial size of the bowl. Could it all be good food? Ha ha ha, Tsunade is truly too good to me. Yet, when Naruto lifted the lid of the pot, he was met with a shocking sight that rendered the Ninetales speechless and drooling. What lay within was not good food, but an entire pot of charred remnants. The Ninetales' eyes bulged, veins popping out on his forehead. Ah, so this is where the failed dishes ended up. Isn't this a bit unfair to the Ninetales? Ha ha ha, let us eat, Naruto exclaimed, while Tsunade, unfazed, chuckled at the Ninetales and began to dig in with her chopsticks. In a moment of distress, Tsunade, you are being rather unfair. Why is it that only I am left with a pile of charred remnants? Naruto gazed at the Ninetales, whose expression was one of sorrowful despair, and felt a flicker of compassion. Ninetales, would you like me to share a little with you? He proposed. Sure, why not? However, Tsunade swiftly covered Naruto's mouth and, turning to the Ninetales, tempted, Ninetales, if you consume those, I may have a reward for you. An exquisite high-grade spirit brew. The very one just developed a few days ago, but there's only a single bottle. Oh, if that's the case, how delightful. No one else should try to claim it. I must finish this delectable feast. The Ninetales hastily protected the large bowl before it, regarding the charred remains as if they were a sumptuous dish of braised meat. Oh, Tsunade, such a treasure has been reduced to this state. I am truly astounded. The origins of the world are marked by beginnings and endings, and similarly, within the realm of the Tao, there exists causality and reincarnation. The interplay of cause and effect intricately weaves through the achievements of practitioners, resembling an invisible thread connecting them to people and events. Beneath the vast, white sky lies a dense forest, at the heart of which is a wide canyon spanning hundreds of meters. Within this canyon, jagged rocks abound, and the crystalline waters of a river flow ceaselessly, their source a mystery. At either end of the canyon stand towering cliffside sculptures, two figures exuding immense presence, one with a cold, arrogant expression, the other dignified and noble, hinting at the history that has unfolded here in the Valley of the End. Atop the grand statues sits a strikingly handsome youth, currently perched upon the head of the statue of Senju Hashirama. In comparison to Uchiha Madara, while Hashirama is undeniably powerful, he lacks the same aura and depth of character. It is no surprise that Hashirama, who should have lived for a century, met an untimely end, while the ambitious Madara nearly ascends to the role of the ultimate antagonist. Naruto chuckled lightly, his gaze flickering as his fingers danced in calculation. Since his last breakthrough to the peak of the fusion realm, his cultivation had stagnated, remaining unchanged despite nearing a comprehension of the second tier of the chaos decision. Thus, he sought to employ the art of deduction to uncover the source of his dilemma. As Naruto's fingers moved more swiftly, a mysterious ripple emanated from his body, gradually sweeping outward until it stretched tens of thousands of miles into the sky. Suddenly, it encountered an obstruction, halting any further progress. With a thunderous roar, his body trembled violently. All his deductions dissipated, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his bright gaze dimming slightly. Strange, indeed. There exists a substantial spatial barrier beyond this world. Fortunately, I remained vigilant, catching a glimpse of something profound. However, this raises questions. Naruto furrowed his brows, struggling to comprehend the structure of this world. What principle governs it? Beyond this realm lies neither the murky chaos of a void nor the cosmic expanse of his previous life. However, I distinctly recall that when my soul, wrapped in the chaotic azure lotus, first arrived here, I beheld a cerulean world. Although it pales in comparison to the earth of my former life, It should have been satisfactory. Why, then, do I now perceive such a stark contrast? Naruto lowered his gaze. Observing a prominent purple causal thread on the back of his hand, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. This causal thread was intertwined with the very essence of the Naruto universe. Unless this connection was severed, he could never escape this realm. A sardonic smile crept across Naruto's lips as he acknowledged his predicament. Indeed, I have assumed the identity of the original Naruto, and from that moment, I have been inexplicably bound to this world. My powers were once sufficient to transcend it, yet now I find myself thwarted at every turn. It seems that without resolving this causality, I shall remain ensnared. Is someone present? Just as Naruto emerged from his reverie, an unusual aura began to seep toward him. Reminiscent of a cold, lethal serpent poised to strike. Damn it! What sort of person dares to spy on me? His expression darkened, and with a brash shout towards the distance, he demanded the hidden voyeur to reveal themselves. Come out at once, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you. From the nearby brush, a rustling sound heralded the arrival of a bewildered figure who stumbled forward, retching profusely. It was a young girl, approximately 5 or 6 years of age, adorned with long rabbit ears and cascading black hair trailing on the ground. Her oversized white kimono flowed around her, creating an oddly enchanting appearance, while her bright, round eyes sparkled like convex lenses. Her frail form rendered the expansive garment somewhat peculiar. Yet Naruto's attention was not captured by her attire. Rather, he was taken aback, his pupils narrowing in shock as he stepped back several paces. Had he suddenly realized his own strength? Embarrassed, he shook his hair and approached the wide-eyed child. Kaguya, what has happened to you? Who possesses the prowess to reduce you to this size? The little girl remained momentarily dazed, seemingly struggling to comprehend Naruto's words, as she innocently sucked on her small finger, her rabbit ears twitching forward. Suddenly, as if enlightenment struck her, she leapt into joyous exclamation, Naruto, I understand. I'll go get it. With that, she bounded off like a rabbit into the trees, quickly returning with a large, gray wild chicken in tow. She extended her hand towards Naruto. Here. This is what I just caught. It's delicious. I always eat this. Naruto was momentarily petrified, his eyelashes twitching as he gazed at the young girl. May I ask your name, little one? Could it be that you are truly not Kaguya? Yet, you bear an uncanny resemblance to her. Aside from the fact that Naruto observed the little one, whose height barely reached his knees, the two pairs of eyes, one large and one small, engaged in a distant gaze of contrasting stature. Not only did age separate them, but even the rabbit ears of the little girl bore a striking resemblance to his own. Naruto remarked, squatting down with a hint of playfulness, gently pinching the girl's rabbit ears. The girl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Kaguya, felt the warmth radiating from her ears, her tender, fair face flushing a bright crimson. She sensed an overwhelming heat enveloping her entire being. How dare he? Her ears were the most sensitive part, and wasn't it enough that she had already given him her wild chicken? Why must he touch her ears as well? In an instant, her anger flared, her small, delicate fists clenched tightly, and a torrent of immense purple energy surged outward from her body. With a flick of her fingers, Naruto suddenly felt several sharp bone spikes hurtling toward him. The formidable Shoko Haiketsu. Is this little one truly Kaguya? He mused, astonished that she could wield such a technique. Had he been mistaken? Naruto's pupils constricted as the muscles on his body tensed instinctively, enveloped by a potent aura. With a series of crisp sounds, 3 gray bone spikes, exuding a stench of decay, fell to the ground, leaving small craters in the once pristine earth. Remarkable. The Shoko Haiketsu, renowned for its unmatched resilience and corrosive properties in the ninja world, emanates a palpable essence of death and a hint of life, coupled with a heavy aura of the undead. As Naruto sensed the chaotic energies swirling in his palm, a searing flame ignited, incinerating the 3 bone spikes entirely. Absurd. To misuse such potent laws of power in this manner is utterly bizarre. The Shoko Haiketsu essentially harnessed the power of life to forcibly manifest one's own bones, subsequently imbuing them with the essence of death, rendering them as unyielding as a zombie's. Releasing the girl's ears, he playfully tugged at her adorable, cherubic face and said, Now, little one, where did you learn that? You mustn't use it again. It could be harmful to your health, you silly girl. By the way, little miss, is your name truly not Kaguya? What is it then? Naruto suddenly wore a serious expression, his eyes fixated on the girl. puzzled by her striking resemblance to the enigmatic Kaguya. The girl blinked her large, expressive eyes and replied, "Oh, you're asking for my name?" With that, she wriggled free from Naruto's grasp, impatiently darting away before returning with the wild chicken she had previously escaped with, sheepishly adding, "I thought you wanted to eat my dinner. I find myself without a name, awakening in this forest, utterly unaware of who cast me here. Yet, perhaps this is for the best." At this juncture, Tsunade appears to revert to the carefree girl of her youth, unabashedly expressing her discontent. "You know, Naruto, mastering the art of immortality is quite a troublesome endeavor. One cannot afford even the slightest mistake, and with so many realms to ascend, each requiring a gradual progression, it is significantly more challenging than merely honing chakra." Naruto, momentarily speechless, reflects on the fact that Tsunade, among the known powerful beings, stands only slightly below him, a formidable second. Indeed. "Oh, by the way, beautiful lady, your cultivation has reached the void refinement stage. May I inquire about something?" After a brief contemplation, he poses the question, "Have you noticed anything peculiar about the Sage of Slugs?" "What peculiarity?" Tsunade rests her chin in her hands, puzzled. "Is it regarding its cultivation? Can you discern it clearly?" "Ah, now that you mention it, I realize that I still cannot see through the Sage of Slugs. However, I am certain that its method of cultivation differs from ours. It draws energy directly from nature, natural energy, to be precise. Furthermore, it possesses the ability to transmute this natural energy into chakra, which is rather astonishing." Naruto furrows his brow. If it cultivates natural energy, then why did it not infuse you with it in the past? After all, natural energy is derived from spiritual essence, which could help you maintain your youth for a longer duration. At a loss for words, Tsunade finds herself momentarily speechless. Naruto turns to her, his gaze piercing. "My dear, you haven't disclosed your cultivation method, have you?" Seeing Tsunade's evasive demeanor, Naruto is taken aback. "You wouldn't have actually." No. I merely intended to exchange some alchemical techniques for medicinal herbs with the Sage of Slugs. Its summoning realm is replete with precious medicinal materials," Tsunade responds. A hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, yet a flicker of anxiety lingers within her. After all, Naruto had previously warned her against revealing any techniques. Nevertheless, she reasons that her long-standing rapport with the sage should ensure her safety. Yet, as she listens to Naruto's reasoning, an unsettling notion creeps into her mind. This matter may not be as straightforward as it seems. Indeed, why had the Sage of Slugs refrained from providing her with natural energy? It appears that the sealing technique she had developed was also encouraged by the sage. "I apologize, I did not realize the situation was so intricate," Tsunade murmurs, lowering her gaze, genuinely remorseful for her misstep. Her delicate hand clutches Naruto's arm tightly, revealing her fear of losing his affection. Sighing, Naruto contemplates admonishing her, but is instantly disarmed by her vulnerable demeanor. He cannot bring himself to be angry with the woman he loves. This cannot happen again. No one must be given our techniques, do you understand? I mean anyone, including your grandfather. This world is fraught with enigmas, and I fear that if our methods were to leak, we might fall victim to the schemes of hidden adversaries. In the realm of mystical beings, there exists the enigmatic slug sage, who has thrived for millennia, shrouding her true prowess in layers of mystery. It is utterly perplexing, as you are aware. Your current strength could obliterate a fifth of the Fire Nation with a single strike. Yet, this slug sage remains inscrutable, a testament to her formidable power. Naruto, reflecting on the unfathomable depths of this world, mused on the complexity of its creatures, slugs, false serpents, and ancient toads, all of whom possess extraordinary capabilities. As the three indigenous titans of this world evolve alongside it, even Tsunade struggles to perceive their true strength, likely akin to my own. Caution is paramount. One must not fall prey to the deceitful words of the loquacious old toad. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of summoning, an aged, red creature resembling a small mountain was breathlessly conversing with the foolish Jiraiya. The typically arrogant and unabashed Jiraiya found himself humbled, behaving like a dutiful schoolboy before this being. He bowed respectfully and inquired, "Great Toad Sage, may I ask the purpose of your summoning?" Beside him, a diminutive green toad, stroking its white beard, regarded Jiraiya and said, "Ah, young Jiraiya, the sage had a troubling dream yesterday, which prompted today's summons." Jiraiya, ever the fool, grew animated at the mention of a prophetic dream, his excitement palpable. After all, Over 20 years prior, the Toad Sage had foretold that his disciple would emerge as a savior. Just then, the venerable sage, appearing frail and on the brink of collapse, spoke. "Ah, where are we? Young man, from whence do you hail?" Upon noticing Jiraiya's toad-like features, the sage furrowed his brow in confusion. You too are a toad? Yet we have none like you here. Pray tell, what species do you belong to?" Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words, tears streaming down his face in a dramatic display of sorrow, lamenting, "Oh, great Toad Sage, you have forgotten me. It is I, Jiraiya. We met just days ago." The ancient voice responded, squinting through the haze of age. "Ah, it is young Jiraiya. Your arrival is fortuitous. I have just had another dream." "What did you dream, great Toad Sage? Am I to be blessed with fortune, perhaps even a romantic bloom?" Jiraiya exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. However, the old toad paid him no heed, its pupils fixed ahead, resembling a towering sage. Its voice, hoarse yet persuasive, announced, "Jiraiya, what I am about to say pertains to you. I had a dream yesterday, in which a formidable youth stood behind you, accompanied by a vast realm, a world 1,000,000 times larger than ours. In comparison, our world appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust beneath his feet. A mere gentle step from him could shatter it. That figure did not seem to be your disciple, yet he is intimately connected to you. The very existence of the ninja realm hinges on his will." Beside them, the astonished Shinsaku exclaimed, "Elder, please describe this individual's characteristics, so we may be prepared." The toad, resembling a small mountain, seemed on the verge of slumber. Just then, Naruto, who had been sleeping heavily, suddenly opened his celestial eye, and with a swift whoosh, a beam of light shot forth, shattering something. He spoke with a tone laced with fury. "Who dares to spy on me? Seeking death, are you?" Far away in the summoning realm, the great Toad Sage coughed up blood, his spirit momentarily waning, which startled the three below. "Great Toad Sage, are you all right? What has transpired?" The great toad wiped the blood from his lips, trembling as he replied, "I am fine. That being is extraordinarily powerful. I was attempting to discern his characteristics when he noticed me. His gaze utterly overwhelmed me. Truly, he is formidable. What was I saying?" He trailed off, suddenly realizing he had lost all memory of the recent events, staring blankly at the three below. "Elder, you mentioned a powerful youth, one capable of obliterating our world with a single step." Observing the elder's dazed expression, Shinsaku felt compelled to clarify. Yes, great Toad Sage. That is indeed what you said, and you also mentioned that this powerful being is connected to me. Yet, my lord, I have no idea who he is," Jiraiya exclaimed, bouncing around in agitation. In the room, Tsunade was awakened by Naruto's voice, lifting her head in confusion. "What is it, Naruto?" "Oh, is that so?" The great Toad Sage's nearly lifeless visage reflected bewilderment, as he attempted once more to commune with the world and discern the unfolding situation. It seemed as if nothing had stirred. He was compelled to adopt a tone of seriousness. "Shinsaku, what on earth is happening? Did I truly speak just now? Yet now, I feel nothing, as if I have never experienced any of this. My mind is utterly blank. It's over. It seems the invincible sage of dreams has departed from me." Jiraiya's face was streaked with tears, as if he had endured the tides of time, experiencing extreme joy and sorrow, ultimately left in a state of bewilderment. As Shinzawa glanced sideways at Jiraiya and then at the great sage of the toads, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead in confusion. Could it be that the old man had truly aged? Just a moment ago, he had appeared so dignified. "Old man, you can't possibly have forgotten everything, can you?" You just reminded Jiraiya that the formidable individual is closely connected to him. With half-closed eyes, the great sage of the toads struggled to conceal his embarrassment. However, his bark-like face, which betrayed no clear expression, served as a perfect disguise. So that's it. No wonder I had some fleeting images in my mind earlier. Suddenly, he recalled something. During his earlier calculations, he had coughed up blood, wiping the corner of his mouth. A trickle of cold sweat formed on his brow. Could this be a warning from the heavens, a backlash against him? If that were true, he would have to refrain from making reckless predictions in the future. The recent backlash had already cost him a third of his power, and recovery would not be an easy feat given the urgency of the situation, since Jiraiya and Shinzawa were already aware of what he had spoken, and the memories that had now evaded them. It would be prudent for Jiraiya to act according to his previous arrangements. With this thought, the great sage of the toads suddenly smiled faintly and spoke to the two below in a halting manner. Young Jiraiya, I have just received a celestial warning. He gestured cautiously upwards. That is why I was stripped of that memory. I suspect the great figure is immensely powerful. So you should remain vigilant of the strong individuals around you. He then sighed, alas. The ninja world may be entering another tumultuous autumn. Just when the situation seemed to stabilize, who knows where it shall lead? Jiraiya felt helpless. The information from the great sage was obscured and vague. Where was he supposed to find the person he spoke of? All right, I will remain vigilant. But I must take my leave now. Great sage, Lord Shinzua. Things in Konoha have not been particularly peaceful lately. Jiraiya bowed respectfully and clasped his hands together. In the next moment, with a puff, he activated a reverse summoning technique and bewilderingly returned to Konoha. Old man, can Jiraiya really find the person you mentioned? After all, the information is exceedingly scarce. Child, do not add to the chaos. The old man's actions undoubtedly hold profound significance. We must strive diligently. Under no circumstances should we allow the conflicts of the outside world to ignite strife within our summoning realm. Understood. I shall have Gamabunta go out to gather information. After over a decade of peace in the ninja world, nations are too exhausted to engage in the rampant wars of the past. As the two conversed, the great sage of the Toads could no longer maintain his detached demeanor. A rare, bitter smile crossed his lips, and he sighed deeply. Do you both think I do not wish to know clearer information? Alas, my predictions have been forcibly halted by that individual. And now I possess no information in my mind. It seems that the existence of that individual has become a taboo. Little does he know that it is not the heavens that thwart his calculations, but rather Naruto has become increasingly cautious, completely concealing his past, present, and future through the chaotic Blue Lotus. The following day dawned early. In the land of fire, the climate is relatively mild compared to other nations, far removed from the incessant rains of the land of rain. Throughout Konoha, the weather is neither excessively hot nor overly cold, making it an ideal place for habitation. It is no wonder that Konoha has always been regarded as a coveted residence by many. Over the decades, Senju Hashirama's extensive forests, created through his wood-style chakra, have matured into a vast jungle, blending seamlessly with the existing primeval woods. To the naked eye, it is impossible to discern which part is natural and which is man-made. In the Death Forest, Naruto leisurely leaned against a nearby railing, observing the multitude of candidates around him, his gaze imbued with tranquility. Yet, an inexplicable feeling lingered in his heart, casting a shadow of doubt across his expression. He cast a fleeting glance into the depths of the Death Forest and swiftly began to calculate with his fingers. What exactly resides within this forest that eludes my calculations? Could it be that this Death Forest was not solely the creation of Senju Hashirama, but rather something that existed beforehand? It appears that this forest is entwined with my fate. Whatever treasures lie within should rightfully belong to me. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, hastily masking the thrill within him. Though his peculiar expression, reminiscent of a monk guiding others and oneself, could hardly be entirely concealed. Indeed, the serpent uncle, who had been fixated on him since his entrance, began to harbor doubts, his gaze irresistibly drawn towards the Death Forest. Confounded, he pondered how someone who had resided in Konoha for decades could interpret Naruto's expression as indicative of potential profit within the forest. Yet, even he could not fathom what could cause such a profound shift in the demeanor of this unfathomable youth. Intriguing, fascinating. This lad from the Lotus family is no ordinary individual. It seems that before executing my plans, I must tread carefully and deliberate extensively. Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips, his face, shrouded beneath a wide-brimmed hat, radiating interest. However, this individual is peculiar. Perhaps it is due to his ambiguous nature, neither fully human nor ghostly, that he exudes an aura of chilling darkness, thus leaving him surrounded only by two subordinates. Should I test that individual? I have never been able to see through him. He possesses no chakra energy and appears somewhat feeble. As he contemplated this, a kunai slowly slipped from his palm. Not far away, a rather oblivious woman could no longer contain herself. This mischievous lad, who is he really? Just a fellow with a lotus atop his head. What makes him so extraordinary? I have been calling out to him for ages, and yet he completely ignores me. Oh, how infuriating. I am utterly exasperated. I shall teach him a proper lesson. Yusuji Azuki was seething with rage, observing the crowd that had begun to murmur. A disobedient throng that darkened her brow. Suddenly, This madwoman erupted with an intensity reminiscent of Orochimaru, her demeanor sharp and formidable. With a swift motion, she closed the distance to Naruto, brandishing a kunai at his throat and seething, "You insolent brat, are you deaf? I called for you countless times, and yet you remained unresponsive. Do you wish to court death?" The rising fury within Yamanaka Ringo intensified. In all of Konoha, none would dare to treat her with such disdain. No, she must make him respond. Just as Ringo's kunai pressed against Naruto's neck, he snapped back to reality from his thoughts of the treasures hidden in the Death Forest. Instinctively, a powerful aura emanated from him. However, upon recognizing Ringo, his fierce gaze softened. "My apologies, I was lost in thought and momentarily distracted. I'll return to the team at once," he declared, casting a glance at the furious Sasuke and the infatuated Sakura. In an instant, he vanished from Ringo's grasp. Such terrifying strength, Ringo thought, her heart racing. He had effortlessly escaped her grasp without a sound. Reminded of the third Hokage's warnings, she suddenly recalled something and glanced at her kunai. "Wait, my kunai clearly pierced his skin just now. How is it that I saw no blood?" Yet, as she examined the weapon in her hand, words failed her. The kunai, once sharp and lethal, now appeared as though it had been scorched by the sun, half of it having melted into liquid, pooling at her feet. This was only because Naruto had reacted swiftly, retracting his energy in time. Otherwise, had that chaotic flame reached Ringo, she might have been reduced to ashes. What a fearsome individual. My kunai is half melted, yet my palm feels no heat at all. Such extreme control is astonishing, but why can't I sense the flames? Unbeknownst to Ringo, not far away, the snake uncle was drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment of flame, he sensed an aura far more dreadful than Amaterasu's. Even a trace of it could spell his doom. Such terror. Why does such a formidable fire exist? The reason the snake uncle coveted the Sharingan was partly due to the grievous injuries he sustained from Itachi's Amaterasu in their encounter. He was a man who sought revenge, intent on eliminating Itachi, and as a research enthusiast, he was particularly fixated on Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. However, the individual before him, marked by the Lotus seal, possessed flames even more horrifying. This only heightened his desire for the Lotus clan. With a sly grin, Orochimaru licked his lips, his piercing serpent eyes nearly bulging with fervor. The scene was unnervingly potent, intoxicatingly captivating. He glanced back at Sasuke Uchiha's position, then turned his gaze to the meditative Naruto, an indescribable thrill coursing through him. How splendid it was. He was determined to take that little rascal with him, no doubt about it. "Ah, my dear teacher, you truly are a benevolent soul. Such a genius, subjected to such treatment by you all. With this, it will be all the more effortless for me to acquire them." Though Orochimaru had long been absent from Konoha, he remained well informed about its affairs, thanks to his collaboration with the old Spectre Danzo. He was aware of Naruto's past defection. It was undeniably ironic that Konoha, despite possessing such immense potential within its ranks, had compelled its talents to flee. "If only they were in my village," he mused, casting a distant glance toward the Hokage building, his eyes dimming momentarily. He recalled the arduous journey he had undertaken to recruit gifted disciples, realizing, almost wistfully, that he could never return to the innocence he had possessed decades ago. Indeed, power was akin to a potion that corroded one's essence. Once addicted, one could not break free. Yet, he thought with a flicker of resolve, everything I do is not for the sake of what one might call power, in my view. The only pursuit worthy of a man is eternal life. Sensing a powerful aura lurking in the shadows, Naruto instinctively turned his gaze toward the figure beneath the straw hat, a smirk dancing on his lips. "Ah, Orochimaru, the man who has survived until the end of the Naruto saga, has indeed perceived my uniqueness. But I am not to be trifled with like those from the Uchiha clan. Beware, lest you provoke me." Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko soon regained her composure from the shock. Casting a complex glance at Naruto, she understood that before such formidable strength, she was undoubtedly outmatched. Although this world boasted many civilized wonders, it ultimately remained an era where the strong reigned supreme. Steeling her resolve, she addressed the still-dazed crowd. "In that case, let us all proceed to sign the contracts, life and death agreements. Each to their own fate." Naruto, observing the paper sailing into his hand, smirked disdainfully. With a flicker of his brow, several glaring characters materialized upon the life and death contract. Ignoring the collective gaze of the onlookers, he strode toward the slowly parting enclosure. Anko, uncertain of what to say, continued to nibble on her glutinous rice dumplings, her soft lips moving with intent. This gluttonous creature never seemed to part from her beloved treats, raising questions about whether her slightly plump figure was a consequence of her indulgences. How audacious of her! The once anxious candidates found themselves emboldened by her presence. "Be cautious, you little rabbits. Do not let yourselves perish," she called out, her words igniting trepidation anew among the exam participants. "Damn it, that insufferable fellow dares to disregard my existence. I am a man of the Uchiha clan. That man shall perish." Uchiha Sasuke glared at Naruto, who had already ventured into the forest of death, oblivious to their presence, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Sasuke, what troubles you? Are you all right?" Sakura Haruno, peering closely, sensed the overwhelming aura of death surrounding Sasuke. Suddenly, she felt as if she had fallen into the abyss. Under that oppressive atmosphere, she found herself frozen, nearly dropping the book of earth she held. That Naruto, truly. We are on the same team, yet he leaves us behind like this. Humph. I shall make sure to teach him a lesson once we catch up. However, Sakura's sincere concern did little to soften Sasuke's demeanor. He retracted his icy malice and cast a disdainful glance at her, uttering with scorn, "Sakura, spare me your words. You are, without doubt, the weakest link in our team. Instead of criticizing others, you ought to devote your time to improving yourself." As Sasuke's words lingered in the air, he felt a slight relief within himself. With a cold huff directed at Sakura, he sprinted after Naruto's retreating figure, muttering, "Damn it, I must surpass that guy. Only then can I eliminate that man." Sakura's expression darkened at Sasuke's remarks, yet she stubbornly glanced at the book in her hands before hastily following them. "What an odd assortment this team is," mused the excited Gaara, alongside Uncle Snake, as they observed Naruto's silhouette darting into the forest of death. "Huh. Don't think you can escape. You are the perfect vessel, and I shall not let you go." Gaara's thoughts raced. "Almost there, mother. Just one more step. Once I enter the forest of death, I can eliminate that man. The taste of his blood will surely please you." "Gaara, are you all right?" Kankuro, his eyes steely, glared at the chatty Temari. "Get away from me. Stay at a distance, or I shall end you." Kankuro could no longer tolerate his brother's demeanor. "She is our sister. How can you speak to her that way?" "Silence. If you continue to prattle, I shall eliminate you too." Temari, taken aback by Gaara's behavior towards Naruto, swiftly grasped Kankuro's arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Kankuro, let it go. We must hurry after them, or something truly terrible will happen." "Ah, you are right. I will follow your lead, sister." A few minutes later, within the heart of the forest of death, Naruto paused, glancing back at the two who were breathless and fatigued. To their surprise, he manifested a special clone of a Jonin, his expression slightly apologetic. Sakura, Sasuke, I have some matters to attend to. This clone will ensure your safety against other examinees." "Huff. What?" Sakura gasped, her expression one of discontent. "Naruto, you are so irresponsible. We are a team. Humph. Why engage in meaningless conversation with him? I have no desire for the protection of this arrogant fellow. I am a man of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha being the most formidable. If he wishes to leave, he should do so promptly. Enough of this. I have no interest in idle banter." Naruto hastens towards the imminent appearance of Snake Uncle, casting a cold smile at the Uchiha, who stands with an air of superiority. He sidesteps and transforms into a streak of light, darting toward the source of the mysterious aura. The dense primal forest seems endless. However, in the presence of Naruto, it is of little consequence. With his current peak cultivation in the harmonization realm, traversing the entire forest will not take him more than 10 minutes. As he approaches the heart of the forest, the strange aura intensifies, yet Naruto feels no thrill of power or the prospect of treasure. Instead, it emanates a sense of threat. What is happening? Was everything not fine before? What truly lies ahead? Contemplating these thoughts, he unconsciously quickens his pace. His flowing hair radiates a violet luminescence, as if each strand were crafted from jade. Soon, he arrives at a patch of black earth, curiously devoid of any trees, appearing instead as a flat, anomalous volcanic crater. Whether it is indeed a volcano remains a subject for debate. Naruto halts his flight, slowly approaching the gaping pit. With each step closer, a searing heat emanates from within, growing ever more potent. Although it does not rival the temperature of chaotic flames, it is certainly more formidable than the sun's true fire. The scent of singed matter permeates the air. What lies within this pit? With a thought, Naruto envelopes himself in a powerful barrier, grasping the gleaming abyssal rainbow sword firmly. The aura ahead poses a threat, and he cannot afford to be careless. As he nears the edge of the pit, a massive beast, charred black like coal, lies lifelessly on the ground, its body marred by burns. At its center, a transparent, glimmering arrow protrudes a mere few inches, presenting a rather tragic sight. Seemingly sensing Naruto's approach, the beast, measuring 5 or 6 meters in diameter, suddenly raises its deformed head, revealing a glimmer of deep supplication. Is this a phoenix? Or perhaps a peacock? Such a colossal creature. Could it be a divine beast? Naruto gazes in astonishment at the dark silhouette of the beast before him. This creature should not be here. Why has it appeared? Truly, it is a mystery. Noticing Naruto's prolonged silence, the pitiable beast opens its sharp beak once more, emitting a sorrowful cry. Am I? Naruto, pulled from his shock, fixes his gaze intently on the enormous creature. Do you wish for me to save you? The creature seemed to comprehend, its weary eyes revealing a flicker of delight, leaving Naruto momentarily speechless. This being possessed quite the discernment, aware that he held the means to rescue it. With no further explanations, he slightly raised his palm, and a small flame of ash-white hue ignited within his grasp, reminiscent of a flickering candle, barely the width of a thumb. Naruto exercised utmost caution in controlling the flame, fully aware that without the binding power of the Chaos Azure Lotus, such a mere spark could breach the very fabric of space, creating a gaping hole of several meters. As the delicate tendril of chaos fire burned, the creature's fiery essence seemed to seek its mother, transforming into streams of searing warmth that gradually merged with the flame in Naruto's palm. In that moment, the ailing creature's vitality began to revive, as if the tormenting flames that had plagued it were finally dissipating. Concurrently, it gazed at the youth manipulating the fire before it, a glint of terror now evident in its eyes. Within 3 minutes, the flames emanating from the creature's body completely vanished, thus preserving its life. Otherwise, with such intense heat, it would have inevitably succumbed to the blaze. Naruto's eyes remained intently fixed upon the flame in his hand. Astonishingly, as he absorbed the creature's fiery essence, the flame, once no larger than a thumb, now swelled to the size of a walnut. This fire emanated a source akin to his chaos fire, significantly amplifying its potency. A smile graced his face, and his gaze towards the creature softened considerably. Having completed this task, Naruto placed his hand upon the creature, awakening his inner eye, which emitted a golden light as it began to explore the creature's body. To his astonishment, it had been utterly reduced to a state of ruin. The most grievous wound was inflicted by a transparent arrow. What manner of arrow was this? It radiated such frigid coldness, a stark contrast to the fire, embodying 2 extremes of heat and cold. Remarkably, this creature had endured thus far without succumbing. With great care, Naruto maneuvered to extract the arrow from the creature's body. The beast let out a piercing scream, collapsing into unconsciousness. Such a treacherous arrow seemed foreign to this world. From whence did it originate? After a considerable time, Naruto infused a trace of the Chaos Azure Lotus's essence into the creature, and gradually its wounds began to mend. Using the essence of creation to heal was a novel experience for him, and thanks to the formidable nature of the Chaos Azure Lotus, he was finally able to restore the creature's injuries. However, the creature had suffered burns of chaos fire caliber, inflicting damage to its very essence. Observing its power, Naruto mused that even at its peak, he might not stand a chance against it. With an excited gaze, he turned his attention toward the dark vortex ahead. The swirling vortex resided within a pit measuring approximately 20 meters in diameter, resembling a black galaxy, ceaselessly churning in all directions. This vortex emanated an overwhelming sense of menace. Should I dare to enter its depths, I would instantaneously be reduced to nothingness. No, this is not the moment for exploration. My strength remains insufficient. However, the great bird must have originated from another realm. Once my cultivation ascends further, I shall return to investigate. With this thought in mind, Naruto retrieved a collection of vividly colored stones from his inner world and commenced the meticulous engraving of intricate runes. He wished to keep this matter from spreading, thus necessitating the establishment of a grand formation to conceal the pit. Upon completing his task, Naruto withdrew the monstrous creatures into his spatial realm and gradually departed. Sensing an unsettling change, a bizarre black hole had emerged, likely a conduit to another world, along with the enigmatic girl resembling Kaguya, Baiwa. What untold secrets does the world of Hokage conceal? In a distant realm, two suns illuminated the sky, casting a bright expanse where colossal celestial bodies were distinctly visible. These stars, dwarfing even the suns, appeared as immense mountains, while the suns resembled golden plates. Under the sunlight, a gargantuan tree flourished with a kaleidoscope of leaves. Curiously, no flowers or seeds were to be found upon it. At that moment, atop the massive trunk, a man with flowing white hair gazed coldly into the distance, his stern visage seemingly never having known a smile. The young man turned, his eyes, filled with swirling patterns, fixated upon two burly men below, their bare torsos exposed. His voice was icy, each word laden with immense pressure, rendering the two figures immobile beneath the weight of his presence. Tao and Jean, have you managed to pursue that beast? Or, like millennia ago, has it slipped through your grasp once more? The young man's eyes, dotted with countless swirling patterns, flickered incessantly, the exact number of the dark spirals now beyond reckoning. The two men below were drenched in cold sweat, their large axes clattering to the ground as they trembled in fear, unable to raise their gazes to meet the young man's eyes. Forgive us, master. That creature is far too powerful for us to contain. It was peculiar, reminiscent of that cursed woman from millennia past, and it leapt directly into the abyss of dark water. A chilling smirk crept across the young man's lips, his voice peculiar and filled with a desire to eliminate the two men at his feet. Excellent, Jean, you have done well. I intended to tame it entirely as a gift for my mother's birthday, yet you have allowed it to escape. With a disdainful huff, the young man's eyes, brimming with swirling patterns, rapidly spun, propelling the two men several thousand meters away. Please, dear master, grant us mercy once more. We shall venture into the abyss of black water and retrieve it. With a chuckle, he mused, with this small mist concealment formation, few will dare to intrude upon this realm. After all, those more formidable than I, even if hidden, must be scarce. Naruto surveyed the vanished scene before him, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his mind. He concentrated, leaping gracefully onto a tree branch. Although his current strength would not allow him to enter the whirlpool, he could deduce the situation on the other side based on the creature's presence. As he spoke, Naruto's consciousness sank into his inner world, releasing an enigmatic power that enveloped the beast on the ground. Through the aura of the chaotic blue lotus, the creature, though still slumbering, began to regain a semblance of its true form. Its body shimmered in a celestial blue, adorned with a tail composed of 26 feathers, each marked with black patterns. Delicate lavender ripples graced its neck, revealing its species at a glance. Indeed, it was a peacock, far more potent than any ordinary peacock of his past life. Naruto gasped in astonishment, his spirit gradually drifting into the peacock's essence. Surprisingly, its energy resembled the chakra of this world, albeit with additional elements. The chakra here was a fusion of physical and mental energies. Even the mightiest sage chakra consisted of these three components. Yet, within this peacock, one type of energy was present, with three sharing similarities to sage chakra, while the final black energy constituted half of the mixed energy. Where did this enigmatic black energy originate? As Naruto integrated his consciousness into the dark energy, he was astonished to find that it neither generated energy fluctuations nor exhibited the vibrancy of the other three types. It bore an eerie stillness. How peculiar! His eyes widened in wonder. At that moment, the peacock, which had been tightly shut, suddenly opened its eyes. Its lantern-like pupils glinted with fierce animosity and hatred, revealing that it had merely feigned death. Sensing the imminent danger, Naruto swiftly formed a powerful protective barrier around himself, feeling the overwhelming strength of the peacock, greater even than his own. Who can tell me what manner of beast this is, to be so formidable? He seethed, watching as the peacock's colossal claws descended. If I had known this would occur, I would have let you burn to ashes. In a flash, Naruto's figure darted, and his sword shot forth, striking fiercely at the peacock's massive claws. Sword technique. With a wingspan of over 10 meters, the peacock now exuded no semblance of gentleness, resembling a bloodthirsty beast poised for slaughter. A resounding thunderclap echoed as two powerful strikes intertwined, producing a violent explosion. Fortunately, Naruto acted swiftly creating distance between himself and the threat. This entity, insatiable in its assault, puzzled him. It should not possess such formidable intelligence. As Naruto narrowly evaded a ferocious strike from the giant claw, The peacock in midair flapped its wings and soared upward. As it hovered, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from its being. What was this creature planning? The atmosphere suggested it was preparing a formidable attack. Naruto stood bewildered on the ground, observing the peacock's escalating power, his instincts heightening with alarm. Surely, it could not be gathering chakra like the tailed beasts? Yet, indeed it was. This wretched bird was far more powerful, condensing a force surpassing that of the nine tails in mere moments. Impressive, indeed. But this creature might not reach me. However, the devastation it could unleash upon this world would be catastrophic. A sense of urgency washed over Naruto as he ascended into the sky, shouting at the peacock. Stop this madness. This is my world, and if you dare to destroy it, I will end you. The peacock paused, taken aback by the audacity of this native life form. Suddenly, a vibrant plume of feathers rose defiantly on its head, its gaze sharpening, causing the black sphere it had been forming to expand ominously. The peacock, feeling its innate pride severely challenged, launched the asteroid-like black orb towards Naruto with a swift, explosive thrust. Naruto sensed a significant change within the massive sphere. It seemed poised to detonate. You ungrateful wretch. This peacock is not worth my efforts. Fury surged within Naruto, awakening the celestial eye on his forehead, where 12 sides spun rapidly, ensnaring the enormous black sphere. With no time to waste, he resolved to relocate it, hoping to cast it into the great vortex, praying that the explosion would not affect the world of the Hokage. Where did this accursed peacock originate from? As the sides whirled, an immense surge of innate spiritual energy erupted from within Naruto. Yet, it was insufficient. He would need to harness the power of the chaotic Azure Lotus. Azure Lotus, grant me your strength. With his command, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged from the chaotic Azure Lotus into his being, empowering him to wield transcendent strength. He propelled himself and the peacock's black sphere outward, shouting, Out you go, foul peacock. With a flicker of his brow, the space of the kaleidoscope erupted violently, sending the expelled peacock hurtling away. While he compressed the asteroid-like sphere until it measured 3 meters in diameter, hurling it into the great vortex. A thunderous explosion erupted from the vortex before Naruto could fully retreat. The earth trembled violently from the blast, its shockwaves traveling thousands of kilometers, felt even in Konoha. Gradually, as the force stabilized, Naruto felt a jolt through his body, and the dense protective energy around him swept away the volcanic ash that had settled upon him. This vortex is indeed formidable. Although the tremors it generates are exceedingly intense, the explosion remains tightly encapsulated within the vortex, failing to cause any expansion. Gazing at the tempestuous whirl, Naruto finds himself filled with a desire to eliminate the arrogant peacock. It seems his earlier decision was prudent. Had he recklessly ventured inside, he might have been torn to shreds. This is nothing short of a black hole. Strangely, since 12 sides manifested in Naruto's celestial eye, the once ferocious and menacing peacock has now shrunk back, trembling upon the ground. Having just endured a heavy blow from Naruto, the creature, already grievously injured, exhibits no trace of anger. Instead, its eyes are filled with a perplexing fear. Is this creature truly afraid? How amusing. It nearly obliterated my world, and yet now quakes in terror. Cowardice begets cowardice, I suppose. With indignation, Naruto strides forward, his overwhelming aura still palpable, approaching the peacock directly. With a swift motion of his celestial eye, he ensnares it completely. I have no interest in your fate, ungrateful creature, since you lack awareness. Rather than waste time calculating, I shall employ the soul search technique upon you. As he speaks, Naruto forcefully strikes the peacock's crown, initiating the arcane process. Indeed, this being hails from another realm. Where might that realm be? From the memories of this beast, it appears that world is significantly more powerful than the world of shinobi. Wait, why does that world possess the Sharingan? Just as Naruto intends to delve deeper, a thunderous voice erupts in his ear, shaking him to his core. Who dares to gaze upon my void realm? With merely a disdainful huff, Naruto is struck by a violent force, blood gushing from his mouth, leaving him utterly astonished. This realm possesses a complete heavenly path? The overwhelming backlash propels him from the soul search state. Beside him, the ensnared peacock mirrors his own despondence, both appearing utterly deflated. What a terrifying power! Without even witnessing its source, I have been grievously wounded. Wiping the blood from his lips, Naruto feels a surge of gratitude for the assistance of the chaotic blue lotus. Without it, that force would have surely annihilated me. I never anticipated that beyond the realm of shinobi lies an even more expansive world, complete with a fully formed heavenly path. Although Naruto could not ascertain the true extent of that world, the fact that a heavenly path capable of inflicting such injury resides there suggests it is at least a middle thousand world. The thought of the middle thousand world ignites a fervor within Naruto's heart. The shinobi world is far too small, offering little of value to pique his interest. However, if he could traverse the vortex to other realms, I must hasten to heal and train. One day, I shall traverse to the other side of the vortex and behold what lies beyond. The wretched peacock is finally on the brink of demise. Perhaps I shall seize the opportunity to claim it as my steed. With this thought in mind, Naruto swiftly forms hand seals, tracing bizarre arcs in the air. And before the peacock can regain its senses, he enslaves it. Upon completing his task, Naruto gazed at the peacock, whose eyes grew increasingly gentle. He spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "At last, it's done." Turning away, he cast one last glance at the region that had vanished from sight and leapt onto the peacock's back, retracing his steps. The impact had inflicted severe damage upon him. He needed to return swiftly to recuperate. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, hidden in the forest, listened with a sinister smile to his subordinate's report. "Is that so? Ha ha ha. It matters not. That fellow dared to obstruct me with a mere clone. Fortunately, I sensed something amiss. Otherwise, I might have been deceived. Speaking of which, the genius of the Uchiha clan pales in comparison before me. No matter how brilliant the Uchiha's light, it cannot mask their ultimate solitude." Orochimaru seethed internally, yearning to instigate the Leaf Village's war at once and seize the bodies of the Lotus clan for his research. Such formidable physiques, eternal youth, and unparalleled power, which seemed to stem not from chakra, but rather from natural energy. It appeared that this notorious scientific madman, renowned for his research, had diligently investigated Naruto and his companion's circumstances. Suddenly, Orochimaru's brow furrowed, his elongated tongue freezing mid-lick in a bizarre manner. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. The prey has arrived. Prepare for the ensuing actions. I shall attend to this personally. What a perfect vessel. I must have it. Descending into the ground, Orochimaru heightened his speed to its utmost, his excitement rendering him unstoppable. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a disheveled figure staggered forward, pale as a sheet and utterly exhausted. He muttered incessantly, "Damn that peacock. I barely utilized half of the soul-searching technique before I fainted. I had hoped it would carry me, yet here I am, forced to walk." Naruto-kun, I have been awaiting you here for quite some time," Orochimaru interrupted, blocking Naruto's path with a faint smile, his long serpentine tail trailing behind him like a mythical being. "You, Orochimaru, what do you want? Do you wish to fight? Let me tell you, you cannot defeat me. If you desire to avoid misfortune, I suggest you leave at once." "Oh, Naruto-kun, there is no need to be so distant," Orochimaru replied leisurely, licking his lips as he gazed at Naruto, his eyes brimming with myriad emotions. What a rich life force. Could it be the cells of Senju Hashirama? It is unlike any other. One might say it surpasses even the interstitial cells in strength. Contemplating the intense radiance of Orochimaru, Naruto mused. "I have heard whispers of your acquisition of a certain secret technique that enables eternal youth. I wonder if I might have the honor of participating in your research. As a ninja who also reveres immortality, I believe that if we joined forces, we could certainly attain everlasting life." Orochimaru's gaze deepened, reminiscent of an infinite starry sky, exuding an unfathomable mystery. "Moreover, I am exceedingly intrigued by the lotus flower upon your brow. While others may fail to perceive it, I sense boundless power emanating from it." Naruto, clutching his throbbing chest, replied with an utterly indifferent tone, "If you wish to fight, do so quickly, otherwise I shall take my leave." With that, he began to stride away, seemingly unfazed by Orochimaru's convulsing expression. In that case, allow me to present Naruto with a gift. I believe there will come a day when you return to seek me out," Orochimaru declared, lunging forward, his four fangs aimed at Naruto's neck. Naruto lifted his weary eyelids and offered a derisive smile at Orochimaru. Though he was still recovering from injuries, he was not one to be threatened by Orochimaru. He slowly raised his foot, the movement akin to a Tai Chi master, and brought it down upon Orochimaru's forehead. Orochimaru, witnessing the leisurely motion, realized he was utterly immobilized. In that instant, he comprehended the sheer speed of his adversary, feeling the imminent threat of being crushed beneath Naruto's foot. Damn it, aren't you injured? You appear gravely wounded. Yet why do you still possess such formidable power? With a resounding thud, Orochimaru was met not with an explanation from Naruto, but rather with a substantial foot descending upon him. As the sound echoed, Orochimaru's entire head was forcefully embedded into the ground. Ah, it hurts. You can actually harm my soul, you wretched fiend. I will not let you get away with this. Feigning fear, Naruto murmured a few words before disregarding Orochimaru's plight and hastening his steps out of the forest of death, his body in disarray, requiring immediate rest for recovery. After a considerable time, once Naruto's figure had vanished, several ninjas emerged from the forest, revealing themselves as Orochimaru's subordinates. Lord Orochimaru, what has happened? Who could bring you to such a state? The sound ninjas gazed in shock at Orochimaru's head deeply embedded in the earth, a sight they had never witnessed before. The once unrivaled Orochimaru was now utterly subdued and immobile. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly extract me from this predicament. The tone was ominously grim. That wretch has employed some unknown technique. I cannot even utilize the substitution jutsu. It is terrifying. Very well, Lord Orochimaru, we shall rescue you at once. Kabuto trembled slightly, then commanded the nearby warriors with a thunderous shout. Hasten. Lord Orochimaru is in dire straits. Minutes later, the group finally managed to dig Orochimaru out. However, at that moment, half of his head was crushed, and blood flowed freely from his body, painting a tragic scene. The Orochimaru substitution technique. It appears this vessel is no longer viable. Ah, yes, that fellow spat blood earlier. How splendid. I must acquire his blood. Such power must possess extraordinary essence. Despite the agony gnawing at his soul, Orochimaru menacingly pushed away those around him and retrieved a small vial, meticulously searching through the yellow leaves scattered on the ground. Stand back. None may approach, or they shall face death. Lady Tsunade, what has happened to Naruto? He returned and immediately secluded himself, and judging by his appearance, he seems gravely injured, engulfed in a pallor of death. In the brightly lit room, Shizune gazed at the closed door with a mixture of confusion and fear. Since meeting Naruto, she had never witnessed him in such a state. In her mind, Naruto had always been an invincible presence. Even the formidable Ninetales was compelled to submit at his feet. Yet now what was this? He appeared utterly drained, as though he had sustained a wound to his very essence. If that were the case, it would be truly horrifying. Tsunade remained silent, arms crossed over her chest, anxiously pacing before the door. Her usual boisterous demeanor had vanished entirely. After what felt like an eternity, she finally lifted her fair brow and addressed the petite Shizune dressed in black robes with a grave tone. Shizune, do you recall Naruto's words? This world is not as simple as we perceive. There are far stronger beings lurking in the shadows. Even the Sage of Slugs, who has always aided me, is now beyond my comprehension. I fear Naruto has encountered a hidden powerhouse on his journey. With a slight inhale, her expression turned serious. It seems we can no longer afford to neglect our training. If we do, not only will we be unable to assist Naruto, but we may become a burden to him. A burden? Shizune, who had always been by Tsunade's side, suddenly recollected her days under Tsunade's protection. Even after becoming part of this family, she had remained sheltered by the others, though she now felt capable of facing any Kage-level adversary in the world. Confronting the forces Naruto was up against would likely be far beyond her reach. Determined to train diligently, she resolved, even if I cannot fight alongside Naruto and the others, I must not hold them back. Yes, I will do just that. With newfound determination, Shizune encouraged herself. What shall we do now? In regard to Naruto, should we directly inform the third Hokage that he will no longer participate in future examinations? Let us proceed this way. Shizune, my real shadow clone will assume Naruto's appearance and continue in the exam. As for us, Tsunade's eyes flickered momentarily before she softly stated, summon Hinata and Sakura back. Just now, Minato conveyed certain information to me that I believe everyone should see. Very well, Lady Tsunade, I shall arrange it immediately. A short while later, in the residence of Naruto, four exquisite beauties, each a paragon of grace and beauty, sat together with a peculiar red fox, attempting to mimic human behavior. As they surrounded the gathering, the Ninetales, who had been engrossed in training but was forcibly taken away by Shizune, gazed at the surrounding figures with a semblance of disdain in his eyes. TCH, these human women are truly strange. My beautiful fox sister is far more appealing. After a moment of restlessness, he inquired, Why have you gathered us all, Tsunade? What is the matter? I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizune lifted her head, her large eyes fixated on Tsunade. Her mind racing with the thought, isn't this gathering due to Naruto's injury? Why is there good news? The absence of Naruto during this meeting felt rather peculiar. As Tsunade spoke, Yugao cast a strange glance around, and suddenly, she seemed to comprehend something. She raised her gaze to Tsunade's weary yet concerned face and trembled as she said, Lady Tsunade, I think we should hear the bad news first. The change in Yugao's expression caught the attention of the others, and they too began to adopt a serious demeanor, their eyes fixed intently on Tsunade. Sighing, Tsunade rubbed her sore forehead with her delicate fingers and calmly stated, Naruto has just returned from the Death Forest, grievously injured. What? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the Red Fox, the Nine-Tails, was the first to react, rising with a growl that bared its sharp teeth, as if ready to devour someone. What on earth happened, Tsunade? Which scoundrel did this? I shall annihilate him. You must know who that fiend is, do you not? The Nine-Tails, deeply indebted to Naruto, now resembled an enraged lion, poised to strike at the first sign of the enemy. Nine-Tails, do not be so rash. Indeed, the one capable of defeating Naruto cannot be an ordinary being, remember. Naruto is at the pinnacle of the combined state. With his full strength unleashed, the entire land of fire would not suffice to contain his wrath. Very well. The Nine-Tails acknowledged its impulsiveness, settling down, as the ferocity in its gaze gradually subsided. Tsunade flicked her hand, and a recording resembling a television program materialized in the air before them. She looked at the gathering and said calmly, You may observe for yourselves. To be precise, Naruto was not injured by a mere foe, but by the celestial laws of another world. Celestial laws? Another world? Katsuyu pointed at the large peacock on the screen and said attentively, Do you see? Naruto has discovered that strange bird, and look at that black hole. It seems to connect to another world. When Naruto utilized the soul search technique to delve into the bird's memories, he was detected by the opposing celestial force. Thanks to Qinglian's assistance, he barely managed to withstand the destructive power of that celestial entity and captured this footage. However, he suffered grave injuries in the process. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. Pay attention to the figure in the image, Katsuyu urged. Upon hearing her prompt, the three individuals and one fox fixed their gaze intently on the unfolding scene. Soon, the screen revealed a vast world, where colossal stars appeared almost within reach, and two enormous suns seemed to be separated by merely the width of a chopstick. This expansive realm was inhabited by many peculiar beings, unlike any humans from their world. Each of these beings, regardless of size, possessed a pair of sharp horns protruding from their foreheads. At that moment, a pair of indifferent eyes turned towards them from that realm, and as the face fully emerged, the entire scene abruptly halted. The Sharingan vanished, and the occupants of the room gasped in astonishment, struggling to believe their own eyes. It must be an illusion. It cannot be real, the Nine-Tails murmured, somewhat incredulous, its expression contorting dramatically. Surely, it's nothing to fear, is it? I recall that you all formed your unique Sharingan following Naruto's method. Why then? Should you be afraid of such eyes? Kurenai inquired, her tone slightly peculiar. Heh, the Nine-Tails scoffed at Kurenai. You speak so lightly. But do you realize that Naruto once told us that for every additional 4 tomo in the Sharingan, our power doubles? As of now, my Sharingan has only evolved to the second 12 stars, with merely 24 tomo. But did you see that fellow from earlier? I can assure you, his eyes contain no fewer than 100 tomo. Against such an anomaly, we are utterly outmatched, and I fear even Naruto would struggle. How can this be? Kurenai exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Indeed, Tsunade remarked, rubbing her temples as she regarded the group. This is the good news I wanted to share, though it is nearly overshadowed by the bad. The good news is that this world harbors even more formidable beings, and there may exist something akin to spiritual roots. If we were to obtain such a thing, the world within us would experience rapid growth. However, with our current strength, traversing that black hole would likely prove fatal within a minute, not to mention the existence of celestial forces and supreme warriors in that realm. Tsunade-sama, it is too early to speculate. We currently lack the strength to pass through, one of them interjected. The most crucial matter now is for Naruto to recover swiftly. With his keen intellect, he must have devised a plan. The others nodded in agreement with Shizune's words. Particularly, Haku, who remained shy and gentle. had not uttered a single word throughout, instead fixating his gaze on the tightly shut door. The gentle evening breeze stirs the shadows of flowers outside the window, while fireflies gather around the quaint villa, dancing incessantly. The entire residence emanates a soft luminescence, resembling a shimmering jade in the stillness of the night. It is precisely this faint glow that instills fear in the hearts of the villagers, leading them to believe that this place is a gathering ground for demons, a haven of malevolence. Beyond the villa, countless pairs of concealed eyes vigilantly observe, yet their attempts prove futile. For regardless of the means employed by those prominent figures, even if they maintain an unyielding watch here, they cannot breach the sanctity of the estate. The moment they approach the barriers set by Naruto, they mysteriously find themselves at the opposite end of the courtyard. The inexperienced ninjas, unaccustomed to such phenomena, are left bewildered. Their duty here is a test of fortitude, and those lacking courage would surely wake in terror from their dreams. Captain, why have you come personally? Lord Danzo certainly has an odd fascination with this haunted house. There is nothing here to observe, and we cannot find any point of entry. It would be wiser to abandon this endeavor and pursue more fruitful tasks, remarked a frustrated figure with Byakugan, casting a scornful glance at Naruto's estate. This peculiar courtyard nearly cost him his life at the hands of Lord Danzo, infusing his words with palpable anger. He could not fathom why Lord Danzo is so fixated on this villa. What does he seek? Ever since he lost an eye a few years ago, Danzo has become increasingly capricious. This old man, known as the Shadow of Konoha, is stained with the blood of countless innocents. However, it must be acknowledged that those innocents, including Hinata, Cloud, and Oil Woman Shizumo present, have not been strangers to bloodshed themselves. As one of Danzo's most capable subordinates, Oil Woman Taki has been a staunch supporter of Danzo, directly responsible for many extermination missions. Cloud, how can you speak in such a manner? Upon hearing Hinata Cloud's words, Oil Woman Taki, as Danzo's most devoted follower, would not permit any disrespect toward Danzo in his presence. Lord Danzo's orders are our mission. We must never defy them. This is the highest principle of our foundation. Have you forgotten? You have changed. Indeed, you have transformed. In the past, you would have remarked that the root is the root of the leaves, yet now, your only acknowledgement is that Lord Danzo embodies the root. With a vacant gaze, Hinata Yun sighed deeply, exclaiming, "Who says I am not like this? The torment of that cursed seal is a sensation I wish to never endure again. Oh, how I long for the words of that departed comrade. There is no redemption in the root, only death and darkness. Even the slightest fragment of humanity has devolved into a mere facade." Having spoken his piece, he turned away, stating, "I must investigate the situation within." "Do not waste your efforts," replied Kigen. "As I have already declared, this place is a haunted house, and we can uncover nothing. Approaching it is a challenge in itself." "Humph, that may be true for some, but for a genius such as myself, this illusion is merely childish play. One only harms oneself by lifting a stone to strike their own foot." Oil Woman Kigen appeared exceedingly confident. To her, the entire estate seemed like land she could trample at will. "Observe my methods. For this mission, I have cultivated numerous nanobots. Once my nanobots completely envelop this area, I refuse to believe we cannot find a single point of breakthrough. The injuries have finally stabilized. Damn, the attacks from Tendo were truly terrifying, penetrating to the very depths of my soul. Were it not for the chaos blue lotus seed, I would have likely turned to mere ash by now." Naruto gazed at the slowly rotating lotus seed at the center of the inner space, feeling an inexpressible gratitude. His eyes then fell upon the dimming blue lotus petals, filled with an unspoken regret. Alas, in its effort to save me, the chaos blue lotus seed has expended much of its essence, resulting in the near loss of the nearly regrown petals. As Naruto regained his senses, he realized his ears were filled with the cacophony of various beasts. Among them, a particularly sharp chirping sound sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him, igniting a furious anger. The peacock he had contained within his inner space was now fully recovered, and it was pursuing the beasts within this realm, striving to establish its dominion. "Beasts, this is my world. How dare you?" With a thought, Naruto forcefully summoned the peacock back. Its ferocity was overwhelming, even after being subdued by Wei Xiaoxiao. Its inherent savagery remained unchanged. From Eagle Beak Cliff as a starting point, the peacock claimed a radius of 100 miles as its territory, forbidding other creatures from encroaching. Should the peacock venture elsewhere, it must refrain from slaughter or face dire consequences. Upon hearing Wei Xiaoxiao's command, those creatures, bloodied and battered by the peacock, began to retreat slowly. However, their eyes burned with resentment toward the peacock. It is no wonder they held grudges. The peacock's brutality had resulted in the slaughter of numerous animals within a 1,000-mile radius. When the peacock finally landed upon Eagle Beak Cliff, Naruto's expression soured. The balance of the food chain among living beings is crucial for the evolution of this world, yet a creature as unreasonable as the peacock, which kills indiscriminately, undermines the natural state of evolution. Thus, he was enraged. In the future, no animals beyond 100 miles shall be slain. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to obliterate your very soul. The peacock, with its head bowed low, appeared fearful and bewildered. Having been encouraged by its first master to kill and grow stronger throughout its life, it now found itself in a perplexing situation. Faced with a master who was outraged by its acts of slaughter, the stark contrast in attitudes left it momentarily disoriented. Never mind explaining so much to it. The individuals outside were exceedingly audacious and perhaps required a show of intimidation. Was it Danzo or the third Hokage? With a sudden resolve, Naruto contemplated taking the peacock out to frighten the opposition. In a swift motion, a gust of wind enveloped the peacock, causing both man and bird to vanish into the inner space. The sounds from outside prompted a realization. Had Naruto awakened? When had he ventured out? And could it be that he returned with some treasure? Tsunade, who had been dozing in the living room, hastily wiped the drool from her lips, her playful and endearing demeanor stirring warmth in the hearts of those who beheld her. Yet, before the others could react, she transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the room. Tsunade, despite being an adult, still drooled in her sleep. Surely, she must have dreamt of something delicious. How impolite. Upon coming to her senses, Shizune ceased waving her hand and stowed away the alchemy furnace, exchanging a knowing glance filled with exasperation with Kurenai and Hinata. The three of them, too, transformed into beams of light and exited the house. Outside the villa, Tsunade and the others gazed upward at the colossal bird that obscured the sun, their eyes wide with astonishment. Kurenai, somewhat stammering, pointed at the monstrous avian and trembled as she addressed Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, is that not the peacock from the vision? It is astonishing that this creature is alive. Indeed, even more astonishing revelations awaited. Shizune, did you see that? Naruto has tamed that gargantuan being. Otherwise, it would not allow him to stand upon its back, Tsunade remarked with pride, her heart swelling with joy as she watched Naruto atop the peacock. However, the recently emerged Ninetales had stumbled upon a dreadful truth. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, everyone, have you noticed anything unusual about this peacock? Huh, what do you mean? Tsunade and the others furrowed their brows, utterly perplexed and unable to comprehend what the Ninetales was alluding to. I am referring to the creature's cultivation level, or rather, the energy within it. I can sense a chakra presence, yet it is far more potent than my own chakra. Jiwei pondered and remarked, I am certain that had our leader not seized the opportunity to tame this wounded bird in a one-on-one confrontation, this winged creature would undoubtedly have prevailed. Such formidable strength left even Bai, who had been quietly embracing the role of a gentle girl, momentarily astonished. Her crescent moon-like pupils sparkled like pearls formed of water, radiating a brilliant starlight. Naruto is immensely powerful, even more so than Zabuza. Naruto has treated me exceptionally well. Every member of my family has been kind to me. You need not worry. I shall strive to be a joyful person, no longer suppressing my heart as I once did. In that moment, Bai exuded an aura of innocence, her delicate, fair visage appearing even more beautiful. Tsunade, observing the transformation, smiled gently, nodding in approval at Bai's newfound voice. From this instant, the tumultuous fate of this girl began to shed some of its burdens, allowing her to embrace the purity befitting her age. Shizune smiled softly and stepped forward, gently grasping Bai's hand, offering her a warm sense of affirmation. Bai, you look so lovely like this. You must continue to smile as you do now. Naruto is right. A smile can take years off one's life. I find myself believing it more each day. Life is akin to a dandelion, drifting wherever the wind may take it. Why stifle oneself? Bai squinted her little eyes, her face alight with joy, and the previously clear sky seemed to shine even brighter. Thank you, Shizune. Thank you, Tsunade. And Sister Hong. Tsunade, upon hearing Bai's words, approached with an air reminiscent of a fierce dragon, playfully delivering a light smack to Bai. Why is it that when you address them, you are so affectionate, yet when you call me, it is always lady? I have told you countless times to call me sister instead. Oh, how unfair, Bai exclaimed, cupping her forehead in mock distress. Shizune, witnessing Bai's teary-eyed expression, interjected with feigned indignation, Tsunade, you are far too rough. Honestly, Bai is such a wonderful girl. Could you not be a tad gentler? Shizune seemed to recall her own trials under Tsunade's guidance. All right, it was not my intention. Bai, I apologize for causing you pain, Tsunade said, stepping closer, realizing she may have indeed been too heavy-handed, and began to gently massage Bai's forehead. It's nothing, as long as Tsunade is happy, Bai replied, her spirit unbroken. Nanny? Jiwei observed the playful banter among the women, momentarily at a loss for words, an exaggerated expression forming on his fox-like face. I must say, you women are utterly ridiculous. We are discussing the creature in the sky, and yet you seem to have drifted off into another universe entirely. How absurd. Inwardly, Jiwei added. But my lovely fox sister in my dreams is the best of all. We must proceed in this manner, and if it displeases you, so be it. Why should you feel discomfort when the formidable female warrior stands by? One should forever relinquish the notion of personal rights in her presence. Nonetheless, one cannot deny their own strength, particularly when compared to that arrogant elder, who now possesses unparalleled power. Beside them, Tsunade observed the anxious expression of the Nine-Tails and calmly remarked, do not fear, Nine-Tails. Since you are aware that the creature, the peacock, is Naruto's. Even if it has the capacity to obliterate this world, it matters not to us, for it is destined to ally with us. The Nine-Tails paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Indeed. Why did I not consider this sooner? How foolish of me. Tsunade, rolling her eyes, beckoned Shizune and the others to stand aside, feigning a desire to distance herself from the Nine-Tails. Deep inside, the Nine-Tails seethed with unexpressed rage towards that detestable woman. One day, when I am powerful enough, I shall pay her back in kind, it thought with a sinister chuckle. Hey, you wretched fox, are you concocting some nefarious scheme? Do you dare believe I wouldn't crush you with a single blow? And no, esteemed Tsunade, you must have misjudged. How could a mere fox dare to act recklessly before you? All my misdeeds are to blame. Your reprimands are well-deserved. That's more like it. Above the courtyard, a colossal peacock spread its wings, each spanning several meters, stirring a tempest that swept away countless nanobots from the area. Then, it unleashed a torrent of searing, azure flames, incinerating the remaining nanobots, before gracefully descending beyond the courtyard's barrier. Is Naruto truly prepared to take decisive action? In the courtyard, Tsunade hurriedly exited the barrier, with the others trailing behind. The Nine-Tails, however, could not reveal its identity and remained within the confines of the yard. Boss, it seems you've ignited the ire of those foolish beings. They lack any self-awareness, perpetually attempting to control others' fates, dispatching waves of surveillance. Who would want to awaken to a landscape teeming with heads? The flames are scorching. What kind of fire is this? Ninjas, singed by the flames, emerged from their concealed states, revealing their furious expressions. Each had sustained varying degrees of burns from the peacock's fire, their eyes ablaze with wrath, hands poised over their weapons, as if ready to devour their adversary. Nine-Tails, from whence did you summon this summoned beast? You must report this summoning incident to the root and permit others to utilize your spirit beast. A ninja from the root observed, his tone dripping with arrogance as he scrutinized the peacock, which trembled the earth with each step it took, following Naruto closely. Indeed, the eagle speaks true, responded the recovering oil girl, raising her chin with an air of superiority that overshadowed Naruto. The overwhelming presence of her shadow-level aura surged forth unreservedly. Nine-Tails, since you possess such a powerful summoned beast, as a citizen of Konoha, you bear the responsibility to safeguard this harmonious village. Under the sagacious leadership of Danzo, our root organization, as the principal force of Konoha, rightfully deserves your assistance with the summoning beast. If you would bestow upon me the summoning scroll, I am confident that Danzo will not let you down. The mere mention of Danzo ignited a fervent excitement within the oil girl, Serene, who would gladly offer her head as a tribute to him. Conversely, another group of figures appeared less convinced. Several reticent ninjas approached, casting disdainful glares at the root ninjas. They urged Naruto sincerely, saying, "Do not heed their words, Naruto. Only the Hokage is the true pillar of Konoha. If assistance is to be given, It must be to the Hokage, who, as a contract holder of the Monkey King clan, can provide you with greater aid. Therefore, do not surrender the summoning scroll to them. Kirine glared at the ninja with unbridled fury, a chilling, killing intent emanating from her being. Yet she managed to suppress the urge to strike. Naruto felt a surge of anger. His previously tranquil heart was transported back to the memorial stone from years past, filled with memories of the warm maternal love of Kushina Uzumaki. His mind was flooded with images of the Nine-Tails turmoil from 12 years ago, during which he lost his parents in a state of utter confusion, marking him as Konoha's taboo, a boy born of the malevolent fox spirit. As these thoughts consumed him, Naruto's eyes suddenly glowed a fierce crimson, releasing a terrifying killing intent and an overwhelming aura that shook the very ground beneath him. Ah, this is splendid. I thought that by choosing to ignore them, people would gradually forget and begin to remember, but it seems I have underestimated the shamefulness of human nature. Greed always seeks to control the fates of others. With a dismissive laugh, he declared, "Do you wish for death?" Unperturbed by the fallen, bloodied figures around him. Naruto's piercing gaze was akin to a sharpened blade, capable of snuffing out lives at any moment. The oil girl, Kirine, and her companions struggled futilely against the oppressive force of Naruto's presence, their bodies seemingly anchored to the ground like boulders. Fear gripped the surrounding ninjas. They had no inkling of the immense power lurking behind Naruto's audacity. Though they dared not criticize Danzo, they speculated that Kirine was nearly at the level of a shadow, suggesting that Naruto had ascended to such heights as well. Nine-Tails, do not overstep your bounds. Remember, this is Konoha. I advise you to cease immediately and hand over the strange bird to us, shouted the ninja, though teetering on the brink of death. They believed Naruto would not dare to act. Alas, they were gravely mistaken. No sooner had the arrogant speaker finished his taunt than Naruto's frigid gaze swept over him, nearly causing Kirine to faint from fear. With a swift and powerful motion, the brazen ninja was reduced to a mist of crimson before he could utter a sound. What a terrifying individual this is. Has he been concealing his true strength all along? It is no wonder that the third Hokage advised us against delving into this secluded estate. Merely observing from the outside suffices. It appears that the Nine-Tails has grown to such formidable heights. Such a chilling gaze. With just a glance at Yamada, he met an untimely demise without any clarity. Nine-Tails, cease this at once. You dare provoke the dignity of Root. Otherwise, Danzo will not spare you. Oil woman Toryun wiped the blood mist from his face, trembling uncontrollably. This executioner of Danzo, a proud fool of Root, finally felt an unprecedented fear under Naruto's brutal methods. Oh, Naruto, upon hearing Toryun's words, paused in surprise, a slight, bloodthirsty smile creeping onto his lips. Approaching Toryun, he playfully patted his untainted right cheek a few times and remarked, "Hey, where is Danzo? I must admit, I feel a bit frightened. How about this? Today, I shall render you incapacitated and see whether that so-called Danzo cares about your survival." Suddenly, Naruto looked up, feigning realization as he observed the anxious and perspiring Toryun. With a sheepish grin, he remarked, "I seem to have forgotten how loyal the ninjas of Root are. Greetings, Danzo. As long as you possess talent and capability, you shall be heavily favored. It seems I have miscalculated. By the way, I noticed some repugnant little insects lingering at my doorstep. Quite disgusting indeed. Perhaps I'll strip you of your ability to control those pests and let you go. What do you think?" Naruto's words poured salt into the wounds of the already terrified Toryun. The members of Root were not particularly well received, despite their self-delusion of being the most loyal servants of Konoha. Countless Konoha ninjas had suffered under their tyranny. Moreover, as a prominent figure, Toryun was far from inconspicuous. Many in Konoha were well aware of his identity. If he were to lose his ability to control the nano-insects, it would spell disaster. At that point, Danzo would surely expel him from Root, and he could only imagine the horrific fate that awaited him at the hands of vengeful ninjas. "No, I am a distinguished contributor to Konoha. You cannot strip me of my abilities." Toryun cried out in terror as he witnessed Naruto preparing to strike. His head shook frantically, and his hands pressed desperately against the ground, attempting to liberate his body from its confinement. Alas, it was not a matter of fate being unjust, but rather the overwhelming disparity in power. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the oppressive aura emanating from Naruto. Observing the grotesque expression of the man before him, Naruto rose to his feet, bursting into laughter. He recalled the scene of his parents' demise, a moment devoid of any rescue, which filled him with profound disappointment, yet also an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. His laughter, twisted and almost tearful, echoed with the memory of his parents, the heroes who safeguarded Konoha. Alas, they had received no assistance during their direst hour, leading to their untimely deaths, while their son was left to bear the burdens of the Ninetales incident. How absurd it was. The young Umbu by the Hokage's side. Surely you harbor some knowledge, do you not? Naruto sensed a wave of despondency, tinged with guilt. As he turned to see the envoy from the third Hokage, one among them bowed his head, visibly burdened by immense pressure, as if seeking to atone for something. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the man visibly trembled, yet remained silent. What is this? Do they all consider themselves paragons of justice? The truth of that incident is known to only a few, but I can sense that you might possess some insights. Speak. Should you utter the truth, I may consider sparing everyone here. However, should you lie or remain silent, I assure you, each soul present will meet a grim fate. I will display their grotesque heads upon the Hokage rock for all to witness. As Naruto's voice crescendoed with fervor, it became hoarse and volatile, as if he would strike down everyone at the slightest misstep. His crimson eyes instilled a chilling belief among all present that he was fully capable of carrying out his threats. Do not kill, please don't, cried a middle-aged man from beneath a cat-faced mask. To Naruto's surprise, this voice echoed from the very moment the Ninetales was sealed within him. During the chaos of that tragic event, it was this very ninja who had questioned how to handle him back then, masked and devoid of any strength. Naruto had been unable to discern his features. The man, now weeping, tore off his mask, revealing a completely unfamiliar countenance. Yet, it was evident that he had endured great hardship over the years to conceal the truth. Yamato, you revealed your identity. Yamato, if we are to perish at his hands, so be it. What is so remarkable about that? Our lack of strength is irrelevant. You need not feel guilty. The middle-aged man wiped his tears, his reddened eyes resembling those of a bullied child, utterly bereft of the image of a strong man. Indeed, anyone would crumble under such dire circumstances. With only a few exceptions. You need not say more. Uzumaki Naruto, he speaks the truth. Some truths must be rectified, lest the living suffer and the dead find no peace. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a slight alleviation of the turmoil within him, the crimson glow in his eyes dimming considerably. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, gazing at the immobile ninjas surrounding him. I am Kobayashi, a ninja who emerged from the ranks of the common folk. Over 2 decades ago, the third Hokage encouraged and supported ninjas of humble origins. I, along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, belong to the same generation. Alas, they now occupy esteemed positions, while I remain a mere captain, lacking in strength. After more than 20 years, I am still a nameless figure, he lamented. As he spoke, Kobayashi sighed inwardly, reflecting on the adage that flowers bloom in pairs, each standing independently. 12 years prior, Tsunade had already departed from Konoha, wandering through the ninja world. Orochimaru, exposed for his inhumane experiments by Danzo, chose to defect. Jiraiya, shrouded in melancholy, also left Konoha in search of his lost companions. In such circumstances, the village had few formidable figures left to admire. At that moment, it seemed to Kobayashi that Danzo and the Third had faded from significance, perhaps due to the Third's actions over the years, which had left this seasoned ninja disillusioned. You speak nonsense. Danzo is the greatest ninja, above stooping to expose a traitor like Orochimaru. Do you not fear for your life when you slander him? Upon hearing Yamanaka Shiro's inquiry, Kobayashi merely scoffed coldly and continued, that fateful night, Konoha's sky was shrouded in darkness, as if orchestrated by fate itself, providing ample cover for the mysterious masked man. I was among those tasked with following the third Hokage that evening. I recall the peculiar restlessness of the third, who kept glancing out the window, as if something in the shadows beckoned him. It was not until half an hour later that the village was shaken by an earth-shattering explosion. I would later learn that a man in a swirling mask had unleashed the formidable Ninetales, the embodiment of calamity. At that time, the fourth Hokage's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, was in labor, and somehow, the masked man had learned of the moment when the Jinchuriki would be at her weakest. This knowledge drove him to launch his attack on Konoha at that precise moment. Kobayashi recalled the events of 12 years past, still gripped by fear as he spoke, his voice tinged with emotion and tremors. The golden-flashed fourth Hokage was the first to detect the enemy's incursion, engaging in a fierce battle with the masked man. As he recounted this, deep guilt washed over Kobayashi's face. The clash was intense. Even in her weakened state, Kushina valiantly held back the unleashed Nine Tails, while the masked man not only seized the newborn child of the fourth Hokage, but also fought alongside him. During the fourth era, though the third had relinquished the Hokage title, he remained a senior advisor in Konoha, alongside Shikamaru Nara and Midogate, controlling half of the village's Umbu. The Root, however, commanded the majority, leaving the Hokage's faction with only a fifth of the Umbu ninjas. As the fourth began to falter, I suggested to the third that we should deploy the Umbu to assist him. As the conversation unfolded, the expression on Konoha's Yohara shifted from one of excitement to profound sorrow, his head bowing under the weight of despair. Regrettably, the orders I received were to assist the Hokage in organizing the evacuation of civilians and to prevent any potential reinforcements from the enemy. Thus, on the battlefield, it was only the personnel of the fourth Hokage's lineage who continued to fight valiantly, while many perished without ever comprehending why their once thriving Konoha had allowed former comrades to watch them die in silence. As for Danzo's Root, their presence was conspicuously absent throughout the ordeal, as if they had evaporated from existence. Yohara's words left the Umbu behind him in stunned silence, particularly affecting several young ninjas who had since matured. At that moment, the once illustrious figures of the third Hokage, Danzo, and other prominent leaders of the village crumbled in their minds. They began to feel lost and bewildered, questioning the very purpose of their loyalty to the Hokage. Meanwhile, Naruto, ablaze with anger, was momentarily taken aback by Yohara's revelations. He had envisioned the third Hokage and others as instigators in that tragic event. Yet now he was confronted with a staggering truth. One of Konoha's most brilliant Hokage, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had only managed to command a mere fifth of Konoha's power until his final breath, perhaps even less. It was no wonder that Danzo appeared unfazed at the moment of Minato's demise, his expression betraying a hidden satisfaction. It was equally perplexing that Minato and his wife, in their final moments, implored the third Hokage to care for Naruto. But did the third Hokage truly fulfill that promise? The answer is painfully clear. Unlike the Naruto of the original tale, this version of Naruto was raised by a stranger, a woman who had lost everything, who mysteriously vanished when he was merely 3 years old. Since then, he had been left to fend for himself in a dilapidated apartment devoid of human presence. Had he not begun to train at the age of 3, he might have continued on the tragic path depicted in the original narrative. Konoha, O decaying Konoha, what darkness lies hidden beneath your resplendent facade? Not far away, Tsunade and her companions halted, their words caught in their throats as they gazed at the figure ahead, mad, foolishly smiling, and silently shedding tears for his parents. Each of them felt their eyes well with tears, though Tsunade had not experienced that turmoil firsthand. Her deep understanding of Konoha's struggles allowed her to empathize with Naruto's inner anguish. It was a conspiracy directed at Naruto's parents. The only conclusion she could draw after listening to Yohara's explanation. Much like her Senju clan, they had vanished from Konoha, some dead, others fled. The once radiant Konoha princess had ultimately become a solitary figure, a stark contrast to her former glory. Beside her, the delicate visage of Hinata Hyuga puffed up with a stubborn defiance, resembling a noble phoenix that would never bow its head. However, the merciless tears cascading down her cheeks bore witness to the tumult within her heart. So, this is how my parents met their demise. Only now do I grasp the suffocating circumstances of their passing. And what of those ninjas from the fourth Hokage's lineage? Fortunately, Hinata sniffled, a subtle smile gracing her lips. At least her parents had perished with dignity, ultimately laid to rest alongside the other members of the fourth's era. Yet, as Naruto and his companions were engulfed in profound shock, the oil-wielding ninja, Yamanaka, flashed a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Clearly, he was privy to many secrets. Yet he stubbornly interrogated Konohamaru, "You despicable wretch, who grants you the authority to slander Lord Danzo and insult our roots? 12 years ago, during the Nine Tails incident, our roots merely sought to retain a semblance of strength in the face of impending threats. Lord Danzo cherished Konoha. How could he possibly refuse to assist the Hokage? He was simply overwhelmed." "Oh, is that so?" Konohamaru retorted. "You certainly think highly of yourself." Having served directly under the Hokage as a member of the Umbu, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. To my understanding, there were unresolved issues surrounding Lord Danzo's involvement in that incident. While I lack knowledge of certain matters, I am aware that after the Fourth's era ended, who would ascend as the next Hokage of Konoha? Upon hearing Konohamaru's declaration, many ninjas behind him regained their focus. One particularly astute individual glanced between Konohamaru and Naruto, as if making a startling realization, and eagerly inquired, "Konoharu, what happened next? Didn't you mention that the Fourth had a child? Where did that child end up?" "That child?" Konohamaru cast a shameful glance at Naruto. "All I know is that the Nine Tails was overwhelmingly powerful, and Lady Kushina could no longer contain it. Thus, the Fourth was compelled to employ a dreadful technique, summoning the Shinigami to split the Nine Tails in half, one half sealed within the Fourth's very soul, the other." As Naruto listened, a wicked grin spread across his face. He approached the oil-wielding ninja, Yamanaka, and with a forceful stomp, crushed 5 of his fingers. Hoarsely, he pointed to his abdomen and mockingly declared to the assembly of ninjas, "The other half is sealed here. However, I harbor no hatred toward him for this. On the contrary, had he not done so, I would not have survived to this day." With that, Naruto turned his gaze to Tsunade and her companions, coldly snorting at the fallen ninja, growling, "I protect only those I wish to safeguard. The decaying Konoha is unworthy of my defense." With a sweeping gesture, a surge of energy was retracted, liberating those who had been suppressed on the ground. However, the oil-wielding ninja, Yamanaka, intending to launch another surprise attack, found that his cultivated nanobugs were no longer under his control. Instead, they swiftly fled from him, as though terrified of death itself. "Damn it, what is happening? The wretched creature before me, have you truly stripped me of my ability to control insects?" The oil woman, Yunuchigen, bore a ghastly expression, radiating an aura of murderous intent. As Naruto turned, his palms slightly opened, a formidable force drew Yunuchigen towards him. He grasped her neck with a single hand, lifting her off the ground as though she were a mere chick, her face reddening from asphyxiation, eyes wide in desperation as she gazed at her feet. Her hands clawed fiercely at Naruto's grip, yet it was as immovable as stone. Naruto leaned in with a frigid gaze, fixating on the ant in his grasp, his tone devoid of emotion. "Do you wish to die? I can grant you that. Cough, cough, you accursed nine-tails fox. If you have the courage, then kill me. Regardless, my powers have been stripped away by you, and a death is inevitable. If I perish here, Danzo will seek retribution on my behalf. For it is a grave affront to the root, and to Lord Danzo for such a powerful ninja to be slain so casually by a despicable wretch." Yunuchigen's neck was gripped tightly, her face turning a deep purple, veins bulging above her collar, resembling a fish on the brink of drowning, emitting a desperate, gasping sound. The surrounding ninjas watched in awe, particularly at the jutsu Naruto had employed. They had never witnessed such bizarre control of power, which even the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan could not replicate. Strangely, Naruto had only utilized taijutsu, a form capable of drawing others in, causing cold sweat to cascade down the brows of those who had never encountered such a technique. Moreover, Yunuchigen, a prominent figure within Root, had not even been afforded the chance to resist, indicating that this peculiar, otherworldly figure before them held them in utter contempt. To him, they were merely a swarm of skittering ants. At that moment, the gathered ninjas trembled inwardly. The recently risen Koyohara's pupils constricted, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. His entire back soaked through. With a stubborn gaze fixed on Naruto, he stammered, "Lord Naruto, I acknowledge that Konoha has wronged you. But you clearly stated that if I revealed the truth, you would spare us all." For a fleeting moment, Naruto found himself at a loss for words, his grip instinctively loosening. Truth be told, even an imbecile like Yunuchigen was no match for him, let alone Naruto, who stood at the pinnacle of the combined realm. "Naruto, I implore you to honor your promise. If possible, I would willingly trade my life for his." "Damn it. Ahem, I do not require your plea on his behalf, nor do I need your assistance. I am a root ninja, and I require no one's pity, for we are the mightiest in this world. If death is to come, so be it. What is so remarkable about that? How arrogant. It seems that root ninjas hold themselves in such high regard. I wonder if others would share in your foolishness." "Humph, foolish ones." Naruto gazes at the panting Yamanaka Ino, who remains defiantly proud. Suddenly, her body trembles slightly, and a profound surge of power ripples through the area, pulling all root ninjas into the air, suspended in a strange void above the ground. As Naruto amplifies his palm's power, not only Ino but all the root ninjas feel an ethereal hand gripping their throats, the sensation of suffocation plunging them into utter despair. Please, don't kill me. Ino, save me. I don't want to die. Let me go, and I will do anything you ask. Ino, please help me. I am from the Hyuga clan. Do not take my life. In an instant, the skies reverberate with the desperate cries of hundreds. These ninjas constituting nearly a third of Root. That old fox, Danzo, overestimates my worth by sending so many ninjas. I wonder how his expression will shift when he learns so many of his Root die here. Naruto observes the various expressions of the Root ninjas, whether genuine or bizarre. These unfortunate souls, many taken to Root at the tender age of 2 or 3, have undergone complete indoctrination, never to return home. They have forgotten how to cry or laugh, truly a cold-hearted and merciless group of beasts. It is no wonder that during many extermination missions, it is often these inhuman monsters who carry out the deeds. You cannot kill them like this. I beg you, Naruto. Yamanaka sobs, collapsing onto the ground. Behind him, a group of ninjas witnesses his despair, recalling his words, and they too kneel, burying their heads almost into the earth, their silent repentance louder than any spoken confession. Oh, the agony. Please, spare me, or grant me a swift end. Damn it, Yamanaka. Do not plead with him. Our Root ninjas possess unparalleled nobility. We shall not beg for mercy. Ino continues to struggle in the void, her tone still brimming with arrogance. This individual is a staunch loyalist to Danzo and is not easily swayed. At that moment, a disturbance arises, accompanied by a displeasing chill in the air. A wizened figure, resembling old tree bark, approaches with a cane. His arms and one eye are wrapped in bandages, his gaze filled with indifference and detachment. It is as if the oil woman has drawn a line, and the once formidable members of the Root have now been rendered useless, akin to discarded timber. Unworthy of a glance. Enough is enough. The Ninetales resides here in Konoha, and the Roots are the very foundation of this village. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you license to act with impunity here. That old relic, moments ago enshrouded in sorrow, now gazes with arrogance as Danzo strides forth, leaving Tsunade momentarily petrified. Is this ancient fool truly oblivious, or is he feigning ignorance? Has he not gleaned any information regarding Naruto from the third Hokage? Or have they all conveniently forgotten the incident at the memorial stone from years past? Suddenly, Tsunade appears to unearth some newfound secret, casting a sly, almost whimsical glance at Danzo, her demeanor suggestive of a spectator relishing a performance. Beside her, Shizune, noticing Tsunade's mischievous expression, inquires with puzzlement, Lady Tsunade, what is it that amuses you? Your smile seems rather sinister. I find it quite unsettling. With her words, Shizune instinctively shrinks back slightly. Tsunade, turning abruptly, unleashes a playful yet forceful blow to Shizune's forehead, exclaiming, You are the one who seems sinister, Shizune. Have you not observed the ghastly visage of that old man? He resembles a monster akin to Orochimaru. Both are deranged individuals consumed by their lust for power and authority. How detestable. I can almost sense my grandfather's essence emanating from him. That wretched soul must have implanted my grandfather's cells. In an instant, an epiphany strikes Tsunade, and she smiles faintly, her gaze fixated on the peculiar elder. She muses aloud in a languid tone. It appears this old fellow shares an extraordinary connection with Orochimaru. Perhaps that fool Orochimaru has been ensnared by this old trickster. Ah, a congregation of ancient souls, merely toying with the machinations of power. Ah, you have finally emerged. I was beginning to think you would merely watch these worthless beings perish, Naruto declares, casting the oil woman aside like refuse, alongside scores of Root ninjas from Konoha. With a flicker of his brow, the lotus at his forehead stirs, and the chakra within those ninjas disintegrates into ash, dissipating from their very beings. Moreover, their chakra pathways have been entirely sealed. They are doomed to languish in decline, incapable of further training, destined for a slow demise. For these merciless Root ninjas, this fate is more agonizing than instant death. As for whether they might succumb to despair and take their own lives, Naruto has little concern. Damn it, you have rendered them powerless. Do you realize they are the pillars of Konoha, meant to confront the ninjas of other villages? You've turned them into mere shells. Danzo's inner fury ignites, and he hurls his staff to the ground, his countenance fierce. His withered fingers swiftly unravel the bindings on his eyes and arms. For this aged man believes that possessing a multitude of Sharingan will enable him to subdue Naruto. In the midst of the commotion, a colossal peacock, standing behind Naruto, noticed the elderly man across the way provoking its master. The magnificent feathers atop its head suddenly rose, and its expansive wings slightly unfurled, its gaze sharp and penetrating, while its elongated beak appeared to glisten with newfound sharpness. Had Naruto not been positioned before it, this combative creature would likely have devoured the elderly man whole. Naruto observed Danzo's rapidly exposed white arm, his brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that this individual had failed to glean any wisdom from his previous 2 defeats. Humph, Ninetales. Danzo scoffed. I once advised Sarutobi that as a weapon, you would be best entrusted to Root. Yet, Sarutobi obstinately refused to hand you over to me. Now, he is finally experiencing the repercussions. Even before you, a younger generation, he must tread carefully. How disappointing. It seems my mentor has been unjust, placing such an inept individual at the forefront. Konoha should be the dominant force in this world, and only I, alongside my Root subordinates, can restore Konoha to its former glory. With lifeless eyes, the old man fervently proclaimed, seemingly unaware of the source of his own audacity, as if he believed the multitude of Sharingan adorning his arms rendered him invincible. Ninetales, the resurgence of Konoha shall commence with you. I advise you to surrender immediately, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As a weapon, you must become indifferent to life and death, devoid of emotion. I trust Root will ensure you achieve this. Not far off, concealed behind the side of a dwelling, a figure clad in blue Uchiha attire observed the scene, his pupils constricting as he recalled something. A flicker of fear crossed his grim visage, mingled with boundless rage. In that instant, within his gaze, a pair of Sharingan spun slowly, granting him clarity of the unfolding events ahead. However, due to his insufficient power, neither combatant noticed this insignificant presence. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his nails unknowingly piercing his flesh, droplets of blood trickling down his palms, yet remaining oblivious to the pain. Not far from him, a sudden puff of smoke heralded the arrival of Kakashi and Sakura. While Sakura remained unfazed, Kakashi, having ascended to the level of a Kage, sensed a pressure emanating from a nearby source that slightly surpassed his own. Hey Sasuke, what brings you here looking so angry? Kakashi inquired, with a disdainful snort. Sasuke turned away, his sweat-laden visage fixed on a few figures in the distance, leaving Kakashi feeling quite awkward, as if he were in a state of utter disillusionment. Reluctantly, Kakashi approached to investigate. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback, silently cursing under his breath. What on earth was Elder Danzo planning? This was troublesome indeed. Naruto found it somewhat amusing. If one were to inquire who possesses the most profound understanding of the Sharingan in the present era of the shinobi world, it would not be the once great genius of the Uchiha clan, the illustrious Madara Uchiha, but rather Naruto himself. From the moment he began to emulate the Sharingan, he meticulously dissected its capabilities and effects. Furthermore, in contrast to the Sharingan, the supreme treasure of the Chaos Blue Lotus, with its unique Hunyuan technique, could evolve into the true divine eye of the human body. However, the concealed and grand world of the Sharingan, unknown to many, presented a different narrative. For even Naruto was oblivious to the extent of that realm's Sharingan. As the Konoha Tsukimi continued to unfold, Danzo was momentarily taken aback, his face, as parched and gnarled as old tree bark, momentarily displayed a flicker of disbelief. It was inconceivable. This individual had clearly been ensnared by his Konoha Tsukimi. How could he still remain standing? With the completion of the technique, Danzo's right eye gradually ceased its rotation, reverting to its ordinary state. The Konoha Tsukimi, a prodigious eye technique possessed by the Uchiha's unparalleled genius, Shursui Uchiha, could completely alter the memories of its victim, even reaching into the depths of their soul. Yet, this technique had a significant drawback. Once employed, a decade must pass before it could be activated again. Indeed, this ocular technique was formidable. Had Danzo possessed Naruto's current strength, Naruto might have found himself ensnared for a time. Alas, Danzo was far too weak now. Thus, his Konoha Tsukimi held no sway over the present Naruto. Old man, you truly overestimate yourself, Naruto remarked with a subtle smile directed at Danzo, this creature of numerous eyes adorning his arms, who was willing to go to any lengths for a title that bore little merit. Is the Ninetales truly unharmed? Have you begun to wield the power of the fox? He mused. Yet even the fox would tremble beneath this eye. Just wait a little longer, and you shall become Konoha's most formidable and secure weapon. After a moment of tension, Danzo's expression, initially grotesque, quickly returned to its natural state. Indeed, he was an old monster seasoned by tempestuous trials. Nine Tails, do not even think of escaping. As a weapon, you must possess the resolve. There is no way for you to flee. Observing the incessant prattle of the old man, Naruto silently cursed, pondering the absurdity of his gaze. After all, he had been standing right before him, even grasping his throat. Old fool, do you truly believe you are formidable? Were it not for Tsunade's earnest pleas, I would have relished the opportunity to crush you and feed you to the dogs. You, shameless and unrepentant, dare to claim that you were not the one who leaked information during the Kyuubi upheaval? Furthermore, Naruto's voice has remarkably intensified, as he gazes coldly through the crystal ball at the third Hokage from such a great distance. That old man, in truth, has always been aware of your treachery, alas. He merely stirs your ambitions from the shadows, providing subtle assistance to ensure a fierce clash between you and the fourth Hokage, a struggle to the death. With a cold smirk, Naruto mused that the old man is far superior to you. He does not directly intervene, but remains a detached observer of others' dramas, reaping the rewards while others fight. As he spoke, the ambition-blinded Danzo appeared oblivious to Naruto's words. How peculiar! You remain unrestrained. Why is that? Danzo, with an impassive countenance, seemingly unfazed by the pain in his neck, muttered curses while swiftly forming hand seals. Soon, he pressed his hand against Naruto, unleashing a torrent of immense chakra that suffocated him, only to utilize Izanagi for restoration. Humph, I refuse to believe I cannot move you. Would release. Advent of the tree world. Danzo planted a hand on the ground, and a massive outpouring of chakra swiftly enveloped Naruto, creating concentric circles of towering trees. These trees, resembling arms, twisted and turned, determined to ensnare Naruto within their grasp. Danzo, have you not always coveted the Uchiha's eyes and the Senju's would release? Very well. Today I shall show you what the true eye of the gods is, and what genuine would release entails. How pitiful it is, you ignorant wretch, to have your body bestowed upon you by your parents, yet you dare to transplant another's arm onto yourself. Truly a disloyal descendant, Naruto taunted, disregarding the multitude of trunks around him. Though those twisted branches were formidable enough to contend with shadow-level opponents, they dared not approach Naruto, who simply chose to circumvent them. How can this be? What on earth is happening? Who can tell me why the two most powerful jutsu cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon him? Haha, ancient relic. Observe closely. This is the true eye of the gods, the most promising eye in existence, Naruto declared, as the lotus on his forehead began to unfurl. In mere moments, a cold, indifferent vertical eye, identical in structure to that of a human, slowly opened. Its black pupil resembled the darkest depths of the universe. It did not emanate any power, yet it imparted a weight akin to a mountain. It bore no expression, yet it gazed quizzically at the world before it, as if it were a separate life detached from Naruto himself. As Naruto spoke, an eerie spatial fluctuation rippled through the surroundings, enveloping Danzo. The space around him began to constrict, forcefully severing his right arm, adorned with countless eyes, from his shoulder. What manner of eye is this? Capable of immunizing against the Sharingan's abilities? Danzo's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded Naruto, unfazed by the monstrous eye that had opened upon his forehead. Indeed, it is no surprise that one who has lived for decades possesses such composure even with a severed arm. It seems that if this individual were to wield power akin to mine, the entire world of shinobi would be plunged into a tyrant's calamity. Old man, are you not afraid of death? Naruto's voice rang out, high-pitched and fervent, as if he truly intended to slay Danzo. Little did he know that Danzo merely cast a cold glance at his severed right arm and spoke with an icy demeanor. Death holds no terror for one such as myself. Since life and death are no longer within my control, I shall face it with equanimity. However, do you truly believe I possess no means to counteract this? As their gazes locked, a suffocating atmosphere surged around them, reminiscent of a divine perspective. Naruto lifted his head, his third eye coldly scrutinizing the void, where, at the horizon of the white clouds, countless Sharingan bore their indifferent gaze into the abyss. So, this is the eye of divine punishment in this world? Astonishingly powerful, with blood-red irises and 365 tomo. It dawned on Naruto why his own progress had stagnated. It was the consciousness behind this world that was suppressing him. This eye was formidable enough that even in my current state, I could not hope to overcome it. Suddenly, Memories of his travels with Tsunade in the realm of shinobi flooded his mind. They had ventured to the northernmost part of the Land of Lightning, the very edge of the world, where a gray mist hung heavily, akin to chaos itself. Yet, upon closer examination, it was confirmed that this was not chaotic energy. Back then, Naruto had been incredulous. Now it seemed evident that the ever-expanding world of shinobi was never meant to be so small. What lay beyond the gray mist? Or perhaps I have misjudged. Perhaps there is nothing at all? As he pondered, his third eye began to slowly close. He glanced around at the others, who felt no pressure, swiftly wiping away the cold sweat from his brow, and then coldly regarded Danzo, uttering in a frigid tone, "Old man, consider yourself fortunate. You may leave, but this is the first and last time. Should you dare provoke me again or harm those dear to me, I shall not hesitate to consign you to a fate worse than death, eternally trapped in the cycle of hell." Naruto, why did you not eliminate that man? He truly deserved to die. After Danzo departed, several women approached, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern for Naruto, who seemed somewhat off. In particular, Hinata, harboring a deep disdain for Danzo, directly questioned him. She could not comprehend why Naruto refrained from executing someone like Danzo, who bore the lives of countless innocents on his shoulders. Hearing Hinata's voice tinged with indignation, Naruto offered a bittersweet smile, gradually regulating his racing heartbeat. He took a deep breath and lifted his once tense right leg. Perhaps they were too preoccupied with Danzo's fate to notice that Naruto's legs were now deeply embedded in the ground, leaving behind a profound indentation. It is not that I do not wish to confront him, Naruto shook his head, but look at the ground, and then at my feet. All will become clear. Oh, why have you grown so much shorter? It is not a matter of becoming shorter, Lady Tsunade. Look at Naruto. Half of his leg is embedded in the stone. What has happened to him? Please pull me out. I am unable to move at all, and it feels as though my entire body is about to collapse. Naruto glanced at Tsunade and the others, his hands stiffly outstretched, moving with a pace reminiscent of a feeble elder, which left Tsunade and her companions greatly astonished. Are you all right, Sakura Ino? Naruto appears to be in dire straits. His spiritual energy is completely depleted, and his veins have suffered severe damage. Sensing the swift movements of the women, Naruto felt a surge of gratitude, yet he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Be careful, beautiful ladies. I am unable to move right now and need to rest properly. I truly apologize. I just finished my seclusion, and now I must trouble you to care for me for a few more days. What are you saying? Tsunade and the others exchanged faint smiles, appreciating Naruto's words of gratitude. Frankly, they had been quite anxious during the time he was in seclusion. Their sleepless nights were filled with worry. Before long, Ino and Hinata had prepared the bedding in the apartment, although they were puzzled. How could Naruto, who had previously held the upper hand, end up in such a grievously injured state? Ino, wasn't Naruto supposed to be stronger than Danzo? How could Danzo reduce him to this? Hinata's gentle face was etched with concern. However, she felt quite powerless in her home, wishing only to remain in this warm environment for the rest of her life. Somehow, she had grown accustomed to a life surrounded by family. After finishing her chores, Ino gazed at the increasingly lovely and gentle girl before her, a soft smile gracing her features. Hinata, do not worry. Naruto will never come to harm. I have always believed in that. However, I do slightly disagree with what you just said. It is likely that Naruto was not injured by that old man Danzo. We both know that. Once he had comforted the girls, Naruto was left alone in the room to tend to his injuries. He had sustained severe wounds this time. It felt as if his internal veins were on the brink of collapse. He knew he had to address his injuries before attempting that endeavor. Hopefully, he would succeed. As the thought of Hongjun crossed his mind, a growing hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. If that hypothesis could be realized, even under the constraints of this realm, he could elevate his cultivation. His theory was to completely merge the alternate space formed by the evolution of the Sharingan with his internal world, and then, based on the wondrous characteristics of the alternate space, gradually evolve it to form the initial Dao space of his internal world. Once the Dao space grew sufficiently powerful to accommodate his formidable soul, he would ultimately separate a small portion of his soul to fully merge with the Dao space. From that portion of the soul, he would begin to cultivate the Dao fruit. Once the Dao fruit was realized, his internal world would transform into a perfect realm possessing the Dao, capable of self-evolution without requiring his constant input. Moreover, at that time, as the heavenly Dao fruit originates from the evolution of one's own soul, he would possess complete dominion over his internal world, thus gaining immeasurable assistance. In contrast, the current internal world, although its expanse surpasses that of the present Naruto world, only allows him to unleash the power of his world, lacking the capacity to comprehend the laws of the world or replenish spiritual energy. Now is the moment to experiment with the potential integration of the reincarnation Sharingan's alternate space with his internal world, a decisive first step in realizing that hypothesis. Naruto's gaze turned solemn as he meticulously contemplated the feasibility of this conjecture in his mind. Although he had deliberated over it countless times, he remained exceedingly cautious. To achieve the fusion of his internal world and the alternate space, it is imperative to identify a point of convergence between the two, gradually merging their dimensional attributes. Specifically, the entirety of the internal world exists on a different spatial dimension than the Kamui space. Naruto's internal world belongs to the true realm of the first dimension, whereas the Naruto world is a semi-real realm that exists above the true world, belonging to the dimension of the second world. Therefore, merging these two disparate spaces necessitates breaking through the dimensional barrier between them, allowing their spatial dimensions to overlap. Throughout this process, not only would the internal world undergo transformation, but even the laws of the Kamui alternate space would evolve due to their fusion. Perhaps the time required for the two spaces to merge would be prolonged. Nevertheless, regardless of whether it is the internal world or the Kamui alternate space, they are both constituted by laws. It is merely their differing laws that give rise to distinct phenomena. One cannot help but surmise that, judging from the situation of the Kamui alternate space, possessing the ability to open space with one's eyes, that original heavenly Tao world likely harbored a formidable being akin to Hongjun. However, the specifics remain uncertain. After meticulously organizing the laws of the Kamui alternate space, Naruto finally calmed his mind. What he must do now is to harmonize the laws of his internal world with those of the Kamui alternate space. In comparison to the incomplete laws of the Kamui alternate space, the laws constituting his internal world are relatively more refined, encompassing 3,000 great paths and 800 auxiliary routes, each present to varying degrees. Once these laws are fully supplemented, Naruto is confident in his ability to cultivate his internal world into a magnificent grand cosmos. However, for Naruto at this moment, that goal appears exceedingly distant, a vision tantalizing yet unattainable. It would be wiser to remain grounded and steadily enhance his strength. First and foremost are the laws of time and space. Space serves as the foundation of all worlds, while time is the premise of all existence. Although the laws of time may be more cryptic than those of space, a fully formed world must possess space to accommodate time. As the saying goes, the four directions above and below are called the universe. The passage of ancient and modern times is termed the continuum. Space precedes time, and therein lies the essence of this principle. As the laws of the internal realm converged with those of the extraordinary space of divine might, a phenomenon akin to white lightning emerged at the intersection of these two laws. However, it was not mere lightning. Rather, it was a spatial tempest born from the resonance of these laws. With the emergence of this spatial storm, Naruto exercised increased caution, for should the tempest swell too great, it could potentially rend the two realms asunder, resulting not only in the obliteration of both spaces, but also the shattering of his own corporeal form. Only a fraction remained, just 1/5, until the two spatial laws would completely merge. Upon completion, the two worlds would begin their integration, and subsequently, with the amalgamation of the temporal law, the extraordinary space of divine might could be transformed into the heavenly realm. As for the other laws that followed, they would require gradual integration, and the extraordinary space would need to be supplemented with previously absent laws. Once the 3,000 laws were fully integrated, the extraordinary space would undergo a complete metamorphosis into the heavenly realm. A resounding explosion reverberated through the dwelling where Naruto resided, a sound akin to the very fabric of creation being torn asunder. Even Tsunade and the others, situated in the living room, were struck by the intensity of the noise. Given Naruto's prior instructions, though anxious, Tsunade and her companions merely furrowed their brows in concern, refraining from intruding. Yet, after several days, a violent commotion erupted once more from within the house, accompanied by familiar cries of distress. Instantly, the women sprang to their feet, anxiety etched upon their faces. Kurina's lovely, round eyes darted about, her cherry lips slightly parted, radiating indescribable beauty and charm. Is Naruto in any danger, Tsunade? Just now, I distinctly heard a scream. What is this blinding light that pierces through the walls? It is so dazzling. As Kurenai spoke, an extraordinary sight unfolded within Naruto's room. A blinding white light burst forth, penetrating the walls and eliciting discomfort among all present. Ah, Kurenai speaks the truth. This radiance is intolerable. Ino, my concern lies not with the light. Naruto is inside. A worried expression adorned Hinata's delicate face, her milk-colored dress embroidered with cherry blossoms lending her an ethereal quality. A small golden lotus at her brow pulsated imperceptibly, drawing energy from the cosmos, bestowing upon her an air of mystery. The chatter within the house added to Tsunade's rising anxiety. Finally, unable to contain her distress any longer, she unfurled her brow, declaring, "Let us enter. Naruto seems well and in good spirits. The lotus within me is releasing a gentle energy. Indeed, Tsunade. I too feel a refreshing aura flowing from my heart, as if I have been cleansed. That lotus seed is truly remarkable. Very well, let us proceed." The brilliance has subsided. Moments later, the door to Naruto's room creaked open, and the previously restless group gathered in the living room stepped inside, their mouths agape in astonishment. Naruto nodded gently, offering a smile to the group. "Please, take a seat. I am perfectly fine now. I am currently in the process of validating a new cultivation method, which is still in its nascent stages and not yet ready to be shared with you." "Is it yet another one of those formidable techniques?" Tsunade inquired, her mouth slightly agape, a look of astonishment gracing her features. The techniques Naruto had previously introduced had left a profound impact on them. Even one of those would be overwhelmingly powerful. "Indeed. It is something I have created all on my own," Naruto declared, a hint of pride lifting his chin. The serious demeanor he had earlier vanished entirely, and he reverted to his carefree and audacious self. "Tisish, Naruto, you fool, always so scatterbrained," Shizen exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she gazed at him. "Ah, Shizen, my lovely little beauty. It seems you have grown even more adorable in the few days we've been apart, nearly rivaling Sakura," he teased, prompting Sakura's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "All right," Tsunade interjected, her concentration on Naruto's cultivation method abruptly interrupted. Her pearly white teeth clenched tightly, her lips twitching incessantly, teetering on the brink of fury. Kurenai chuckled softly before saying, "Naruto, since you have awakened, I must hasten to check on my 3 students. They have successfully passed the first 2 exams, and with only 2 days remaining until the 3rd, I find myself quite anxious." Indeed, Kurenai had always been a responsible teacher. As Naruto watched her retreating figure, he couldn't help but glance at Tsunade, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Once Shizune and the others had departed in boredom, Tsunade approached Naruto with a smile. "Naruto, is there something you are concealing from us? Your demeanor seems rather peculiar. I can no longer sense your presence as I once could, were it not for the fact that I can still touch your hand. I might have thought you were an illusion. You haven't slept in several days, have you?" Tsunade observed, noticing the slight redness around Naruto's eyes. A surge of emotion welled up within him. This was clearly a result of sleepless nights, and it seemed his condition had caused Tsunade considerable concern. The Tsunade of your had always relished her slumber. "What time is it now? Have the outside exams concluded?" "Not yet. The 3rd exam is merely 2 days away. I cannot fathom why you indulge in such trivial pursuits. An exam of this nature hardly befits your immense power. A being capable of obliterating the world with a mere hand should not be engaged in such mundane tests." Tsunade leaned against Naruto's chest, seeking solace as if she had found a home. "Ah, it is not that I wish to participate. Rather, my cultivation has progressed too swiftly. Tsunade, do you understand? Ordinarily, one must toil for a millennium to reach the pinnacle of the combined realm, as the legends suggest. In just a few short years, we have ascended to such heights. Yet I fear that our unstable state of mind may lead to unforeseen anomalies in our subsequent cultivation, particularly should inner demons arise. It would be quite terrifying for individuals like us. As you suggest, we must venture out frequently for training. Otherwise, we might indeed find ourselves facing such dire circumstances." Tsunade suddenly raised her gaze to meet Naruto's eyes. "By the way, Naruto, I've recently stumbled upon something peculiar. I have a strange sensation that we encountered each other many years ago, and it seems I have always known this, yet I cannot recall the details." "Oh," Naruto replied, his expression one of confusion. He had forgotten about such occurrences. The world of Hokage possesses an enigmatic place that can transcend time, and perhaps it is time to explore that realm. There, he might discover a method to resurrect his parents. Tsunade, you cannot treat me this way. Naruto, come out quickly. Ah, these rascals are truly bullying this sage. Just think, as a prominent figure, I personally came here to impart wisdom, yet I am not welcomed. Is it truly so difficult for me? Ah, when did that rascal Jiraiya come to our home? He is out there shouting, Naruto thought, his frustration evident. Tsunade suddenly opened her eyes from Naruto's embrace, her expression furious. That damn Jiraiya. I had just fallen asleep, and he comes to cause a ruckus. What an insufferable fool. I must give him a proper beating. Outside the apartment, Jiraiya, that oblivious fool, had been loitering for over 20 days. He had initially planned to seize an opportunity to enter and take Naruto as his apprentice. Yet despite his endless scheming, he could not breach the apartment's defensive array. To him, the entire apartment felt as if it existed outside this world, visible yet intangible, steeped in mystery. Strangely, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not informed him of the terrifying individuals residing within. Following the events surrounding Danzo, it seemed that everyone present, save for Naruto and a few others, had completely forgotten the incident, never mentioning it again. Of course, due to Naruto's protective barrier at the time, other villagers were entirely unaware of the battle's occurrence. After much ado, with no sign of movement or sound, Jiraiya's throat was nearly raw from shouting. He had exhausted all his efforts, leaving him with nothing but a torrent of curses directed at the apartment. Behind him, a large red toad, with a pipe in its mouth, sat dumbfounded on the ground. Unlike Jiraiya, Fukasaku had grown up in the grand environment of Mount Myaboku and possessed a profound understanding of formations. He mused that if he were to breach the formation of Mount Myaboku, he could do so in no more than 3 days. Yet now, facing the apartment before him, he found himself utterly powerless. What an eerie apartment. What kind of formation is this? Jiraiya, your village has produced an extraordinary individual. I believe that unless the great sage of the frogs intervenes personally, no one else can decipher this formation. Jiraiya chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow. For over 20 days, he had not left this apartment, and now he felt as though he might mold away. One-Tai, you really are something else. Unable to even handle this formation, how utterly useless you appear, I hold you in disdain. Jiraiya panted heavily, attempting to mask his own insecurities. Froggy One-Tai brushed off his pipe and, regaining his composure, gazed at the rotund figure of the white-haired man ahead with a look of contempt. Unable to suppress an urge to raise a middle finger. Jiraiya, you are hardly in a better position. Haven't you found a solution either? Who said I haven't? Ahaha. Soon, I shall gather dozens of grandmothers to berate the apartment. Those individuals inside will have no choice but to emerge. I am eager to discover why those arrogant fellows are so haughty. As Jiraiya spoke with increasing ire, a thought struck him. And Tsunade, that woman. How could she not come out to welcome her old classmate? Oh ho ho, I have made up my mind. My next issue of Intimate Paradise will undoubtedly feature her on the cover. Ha! This notion seems splendid. Tsunade has become even more voluptuous, truly living up to her moniker as the milk cow battle chariot. I must say, your Froggy One-Tai observed the self-satisfied Jiraiya, his eyes darting towards the distance. Unfortunately, this fool Jiraiya could not possibly notice anything amiss. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade had stealthily approached from behind. Observing the small booklet that Jiraiya had taken out, it was none other than the globally best-selling poisonous mushrooms. Moreover, she seemed to have spotted something. The booklet featured her photograph on the cover, with a title that referred to her as a milk cow. It could be said that the book's immense popularity was significantly influenced by her presence. In an instant, Tsunade's already volatile mood soured completely. One-Tai felt the atmosphere grow as frigid as winter. Even he, under the weight of such an overwhelming aura, dared not move a muscle. What a terrifying presence. What has transpired with this woman? And why does she lack chakra? The energy within her seems to have transformed into something else entirely, even surpassing natural energy and potency. How peculiar. Hey, isn't this well written? Quite leisurely, indeed, to read such a book at someone else's doorstep, especially in the very home of the subject portrayed. It must be quite thrilling. Tsunade suddenly lowered her aura, a smile breaking across her face as she regarded Jiraiya, her beautiful eyes narrowing into slits. She couldn't help but lean in to glance at the contents of the book, only to discover numerous indecent illustrations featuring herself. In a moment of vexation, Jiraiya gazed upon his cherished work, buoyed by the accolades of others, as a wave of exhilaration washed over him. banishing the gloom that had clouded his days. Unconsciously, he exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. You speak so wonderfully. Just look at this image, haha. It pairs perfectly with Tsunade. I truly admire my initial decision. You have no idea. Ever since I used Tsunade's picture as the cover, the book's sales have inexplicably surged several-fold. Haha. At present, I am indeed reaping a bountiful harvest. Wow. So you must have amassed quite a fortune. Ha 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 indeed." Suddenly sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to see Tsunade, her teeth clenched in a sardonic grin, and he was engulfed by an icy dread. Trembling, he stammered, "Ah, Tsunade, what brings you here?" "Uh-huh. What a coincidence. I've been waiting here for several days and finally, here you are. Is that so?" Tsunade's nostrils flared in frustration, her fists clenching tightly, creating a thunderous crack, sending Jiraiya spiraling into a sea of memories. "Well, Tsunade, let me tell you something, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you use my picture on such a disgraceful novel? I'll make you pay for your foolishness, you insufferable lecher. Bam! I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Bam!" Naruto, having just exited his apartment, witnessed Jiraiya being tossed about like a rag doll and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the hapless fool. What bad luck to run into someone like Tsunade. Looking up at the furious Tsunade, he realized Jiraiya had likely broken several ribs. "Tsunade, please stop. At this rate, he might actually die." Yes. I swear I won't do it again." "Future? What future? There will be no future." Jiraiya crouched on the ground, adopting a posture of surrender, cradling his head as Tsunade delivered a barrage of blows, leaving him with a battered visage. "Humph," Tsunade huffed, striding over to Naruto's side and glancing disdainfully at the pitiful Jiraiya, her tone flat. "Hey, you there on the ground. I was just about to doze off, and you, fool that you are, decided to shout in front of someone else's door and wake me up. What on earth is your business?" "Uh-huh, what business could there be? Isn't the village about to hold the third round of the Chunin exams? I came here to impart some powerful ninjutsu to Naruto." In an instant, Jiraiya forgot his injuries, brimming with pride as he leaped about. "Haha, behold, I, Jiraiya of Mount Myaboku, am an exceptional teacher. I can surely transform Naruto into a formidable force capable of overpowering his peers in no time." Tsunade shot a glance at Naruto, muttering with displeasure. "Why should you be the one to teach? I am the legendary Sannin. If anyone is to teach, it should be me. Humph. I believe Naruto would be wise to keep his distance from you." Reflecting on Jiraiya's notorious peeping incidents, Tsunade found it utterly inconceivable that Naruto could be allowed to associate with him. "Jiraiya, honestly, with your track record, can you truly guide Naruto effectively? Compared to you, I have proudly taught numerous students," boasted Jiraiya. However, this fellow neglected one crucial detail. Those very students have now become notorious villains in the world of Naruto. And even he, their mentor, has lost the ability to control everything. In contrast, Orochimaru, who single-handedly sustains a village of sound ninjas, despite facing criticism for his human experiments, has cultivated individuals whose names resonate throughout the Naruto universe. "Forget it, Tsunade," he sighed. "This guy seems truly pitiable. Let us return and indulge in some food. My internal space has nurtured some exquisite delicacies that will surely leave you in awe." Ignoring Jiraiya, who was striking exaggerated poses, he grasped Tsunade's delicate hand and turned to leave. "You too." Jiraiya observed the leisurely retreating figures, feeling an inexplicable sense of bitterness. This brat has no respect. After all, I am the legendary Sannin of Mount Myaboku, a world-renowned author. He wondered if the two had lost their manners. Beside him, Fukisaku, attempting to enter the separate courtyard, was abruptly halted by a formidable force. In his previous life, Naruto had relied on the strength of the Toad clan, which had significantly aided his growth. One could argue that the Toad clan played a decisive role in his development. However, the current Naruto was not the same. He had no desire for a monstrous toad to appear in his courtyard, leaving behind an unpleasant odor. Therefore, Fukisaku stood no chance of entering the quaint estate before him. "Give it up, little toad. I do not fancy the scent of toads, and besides, your red spots look quite unsettling," he remarked. Fukisaku's forehead was adorned with sweat as he glanced at Jiraiya, who was mercilessly struck by his oversized pipe. "Jiraiya, stop causing trouble here and hurry inside. He may have barred me, but he certainly hasn't barred you, you fool." "Ah, it hurts." "What did you say, Fukisaku?" "You are truly unbearable," Jiraiya grumbled, though he recognized Fukisaku's intent. Despite often appearing foolish, he was remarkably astute. Otherwise, he would not have thrived beneath the shadows of the entire Leaf Village. Perhaps this was a testament to the wisdom with which he navigated the world. Jiraiya, with a crooked smile and a toad-like croak, felt a surge of anticipation for what Naruto had mentioned. He recalled a recent encounter with Tsunade and the others, where he had tasted a potent spirit that, after only a few sips, nearly overwhelmed him with its ferocious energy. Thankfully, Tsunade had intervened just in time. Otherwise, there would be no Jiraiya today. As he passed through the barrier and entered the courtyard, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, transforming into a super awkward fanboy. Tears welling in his eyes as he gazed upon the dazzling decorations of the estate. The immaculate ground was adorned with pebbles that shimmered like gemstones, radiating a myriad of hues. The flower beds were astonishingly crafted from glass bricks, and the entire courtyard was a tapestry of vibrant blossoms. Even the soil beneath was home to luminescent grasses. Unlike the ordinary grass outside, these verdant blades were lush and vibrant, some even blooming and bearing fruit. However, Jiraiya remained oblivious to the true nature of this extraordinary grass, instinctively sensing that it was a treasure of considerable worth. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the stark contrast to the exterior. From the outside, the entire courtyard appeared to encompass no more than 200 square meters, but once inside, Jiraiya realized that this notion was utterly absurd. The expanse before him exceeded 5,000 square meters, and the modest European-style villa that had seemed so diminutive now resembled a magnificent palace, stretching nearly 3,000 meters wide. What a terrifying power! What kind of ability could manifest such wonders? It felt like a dream. At that moment, Jiraiya had forgotten all about Tsunade and Naruto. Lost in a daze, he stood amid the beauty of the courtyard when suddenly, a refreshing chill surged from his feet, enveloping him in a sensation akin to a revitalizing bath. He felt invigorated, as though he had been thoroughly cleansed without the need to disrobe or immerse himself in water. Wow, I want this ability. I must learn this skill from Tsunade. In his awe, Jiraiya had completely forgotten his original intentions, realizing he could no longer impart wisdom to that fellow. Everything before him was nothing short of divine intervention. As he stared dreamily at the fruit trees and the flower bed, a swarm of butterflies danced gracefully around him, scattering a delicate violet-scented pollen into the air, creating a refreshing and uplifting atmosphere. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Had he stumbled upon a celestial abode? Jiraiya squinted, peering furtively at the house where Naruto and Tsunade had entered. When he saw no one emerging, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, and like a mouse, he stealthily made his way toward a nearby grove of peach trees, their blossoms a soft pink and the size of watermelons. Surrounding him were countless fruit trees. Yet Jiraiya was unaware that even the grass beneath his feet was a manifestation of Naruto's transplanted spiritual roots, incomparable to the mundane fruits of the world of shinobi. In the room, Tsunade stood by the window, her hair adorned with dark lines of frustration, leisurely enjoying the cool breeze. She pointed at Jiraiya, who had climbed the peach tree, and turned to Naruto with an embarrassed expression, covering her face as she said, "Ah, Naruto, please do not take offense. That guy is just a complete fool, a country bumpkin who has never seen the grandeur of the world." Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto's lips twitched, and he coughed awkwardly, dismissing it with a nonchalant, "It's fine, Tsunade. Let him do as he pleases. He can't ruin anything here. Besides, while those peaches may not compare to the legendary flat peaches, they are still quite beneficial for Jiraiya at this moment. It adds a bit of strength to him. This world is shrouded in too much mystery. Gaining a little power might just save his life one day." Tsunade pointed at Jiraiya, her expression one of deep exasperation. Yet she remarked, "But look at that guy. He is even using sealing scrolls to pack those fruits, not fearing he might burst." "Forget it. Let him be," Tsunade sighed. Naruto turned to observe Shizune and Hinata, who were preparing ingredients in the room, noting that Kurenai had yet to return. This aspiring good teacher might miss out on tonight's feast. Naruto gently patted Tsunade on the shoulder and smiled. "Let us go. Tonight's food is exceptionally precious. The creatures in my inner world have grown to surpass ordinary animals, their muscles filled with energy, boasting extraordinary tenderness and flavor that will leave you in awe. As for that foolish fellow, let him fumble about. Whether he catches up to our feast is entirely up to him." Tsunade looked at the self-satisfied figure in the yard, letting out a deep sigh before following Naruto up to the rooftop on the second floor. "Oh, delicious. Crunch, crunch. What an astonishing energy, Jiraiya exclaimed. Seated in the center of the massive peach tree, holding a kiwi the size of a watermelon, his cheeks stuffed as if he wished his mouth could expand to the size of a basin. In that moment, the significance of Mayaboka Mountain and the Hidden Leaf Village seemed trivial. If anyone ever accused Naruto and the others of plotting something within the village, Jiraiya would glance at those fools as if they were mere passers-by. Finally finishing his feast, he exclaimed, "What kind of peach is this? Eating one almost made me burst. And those bright red fruits must be delightful as well. There are also those white fruits. In any case, everything here is extraordinary, and I must take some with me." With his round belly dragging behind him, Jiraiya nervously glanced at the vast apartment, and upon finding it quiet, he fetched a dozen sealing scrolls from somewhere and began to gather fruits throughout the orchard. Yet, he was careful, causing no destruction, which impressed Naruto and the others. Suddenly, a rich aroma wafted through the air, causing Jiraiya's senses to sharpen. What is that smell? It's divine. Where is it coming from? He tucked away the sealing scrolls and began searching around, feeling akin to a curious wanderer discovering a grand garden. A resounding call echoed from the apartment, accompanied by an irresistible aroma of savory meat. Who would have thought that the illustrious Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas and a celebrated figure of the ninja world, had transformed into a ravenous wolf, drooling with hunger? Bewildered, he surveyed the surreal landscape before him and, with a ghostly wail, hastened toward the apartment. "Damn it," he grumbled. "That pesky little brat and Tsunade. With such a grand affair and such a tantalizing scent, how could they neglect to summon me? It's truly disheartening. Humph. I, Jiraiya, shall not allow you to succeed." Suddenly, an unsettling feeling crept upon him. Could it be that the barbecue had concluded? No, he must swiftly enter the apartment. Just as Jiraiya dashed toward the entrance, a melodious bird call suddenly resonated from the sky. Before he could react, a peacock, its magnificent form stretching over 5 meters, descended with an imposing presence. Previously, the peacock had been basking lazily in the sun atop a grand tree at the edge of the apartment. Since its arrival, having witnessed the flourishing flowers and abundant fruits, it had arrogantly declared this territory its own. Except for Naruto and a few others, even the Ninetales had to seek permission from this audacious creature to sample any fruit. This peacock was extraordinarily powerful, having become the most significant figure after Naruto. However, Jiraiya remained blissfully unaware of this fact. To the peacock, any entity lacking the aura of the Lotus was deemed a threat, and Jiraiya's actions had crossed the line. He had ruthlessly plucked a third of several peach trees, an affront that could not be tolerated. The peacock screeched furiously at Jiraiya, yet it refrained from violating the prohibition against using chakra for widespread attacks in this domain. Its razor-sharp claws, reminiscent of gleaming silver steel, swiftly descended toward Jiraiya. This is bad. Jiraiya sensed an ominous presence behind him, the rushing wind chilling his previously warm back. As he turned, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, and an exclamation escaped his lips. What a colossal bird! Why do I sense a murderous intent emanating from it? Oh no, this is trouble. Jiraiya's body trembled as he leaped into the air. In an instant, he conjured a shimmering blue energy sphere that radiated a terrifying aura. The peacock, momentarily intrigued by this spectacle, hesitated mid-strike. However, it quickly recalled the restrictions of this place. Its feathers bristled in a display of ferocity, and it squawked loudly, its gaze darting between Jiraiya and the energy sphere, seemingly issuing a warning. Time was of the essence. The threat posed by this monstrous bird was too great to ignore. I must deal with it first, Rasengan. The peacock, observing Jiraiya's aggressive advance, turned its attention to the surrounding flora, each flower and blade of grass a treasure. Should this intruder wreak havoc, it would undoubtedly face its master's wrath and risk losing favor. The peacock was exceedingly enraged. In a sudden flurry, it darted forward before Jiraiya could react. With a resounding flap of its massive wings, it sent the rotund figure of Jiraiya soaring into the sky, akin to a collision with a speeding locomotive. The Rasengan he wielded impacted against the peacock's wing, yet failed to inflict any harm whatsoever. Impossible. What manner of creature is this? Its strength surpasses even Tsunade's. My Rasengan struck it, and it appeared unscathed. Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Sensing the emptiness around him, channeling his chakra, he executed a somersault mid-air and landed several hundred meters away, crushing a patch of verdant grass that had borne red fruit. The peacock, gently alighting on the ground, was taken aback, It was aware that those red fruits were cherished treasures of the mistresses, prized herbs used in the brewing of spiritual liquor. Now, having been trampled by this intruder, it was uncertain which furious mistress would erupt in rage. Chirp, chirp. Indeed, she will. The peacock dramatically covered its face with its wings, its expression comically exaggerated. On the expansive rooftop of the second floor, Tsunade, sensing a disturbance below, cast her gaze downward. Initially amused, her expression transformed into one of icy displeasure, her bright, beautiful eyes fixated on Jiraiya, the rogue, as if she could consume him in a fiery roast. Tsunade's brow furrowed, and she slammed her chopsticks onto the small table beside her, rising in fury. That scoundrel Jiraiya has destroyed my tianqing fruit. Does he seek his own demise? Beside her, Shizune, who tended to the tianqing trees, regarded the white-haired man below with an accusatory glint in her eyes. Tsunade-sama, let it go. Some were damaged, but several others remain intact. Humph, Shizune. How could you defend him? We intended to offer him a boon, yet he turned out to be a destroyer. Tsunade stood before the railing, her anger ablaze, lamenting their well-meaning plans gone awry. Shizune remained silent, glancing at the patch of red fruits below, her expression one of distress. Naruto, however, remained unaffected, his voice calm and smile serene, managing to temper the wrath of Tsunade and her companions. Meanwhile, the Ninetales, with an amused demeanor, observed the spectacle. Its bright red eyes trained on Jiraiya below, the white lotus on its brow resembling a regal crown. Haha, let that fool be punished. He truly deserves it. And that arrogant bird, high and mighty as it is, ought to learn a lesson too. Perhaps they will harm one another, and I could even applaud. Others stared in astonishment, seemingly unfamiliar with the red-haired fox's exuberance. What are you all looking at? I merely find joy in this. Jiraiya has always been insufferably arrogant, and that foolish bird struts around like royalty. It's only fitting they both receive their due. The Ninetales cast a resentful glance at the unchanging fruit grove below, reminiscing about its own turbulent days and wishing to banish the peacock from their midst. Naruto found the situation somewhat amusing and was aware of the underlying reason. So he deliberately teased, "Kyubi, oh Kyubi, you really ought to step up your training if you wish to defeat the peacock. Moreover, I am currently devising a way to enter the realm of the peacock, so you must hurry. Otherwise, if your power remains insufficient, I shall not take you along to seek treasures." The red-haired fox perked up its ears, excitement coursing through its entire being. "No way, boss. You must understand that I am currently at the pinnacle of the transformation stage and am on the verge of breaking through to the void stage. Aside from Tsunade, I am the most formidable among us. How could such an opportunity to venture into another world for treasure possibly exclude me?" Tsunade rolled her eyes and playfully patted the dejected Shiro, her expression tinged with sarcasm as she remarked, "Kyubi, your words are far from pleasant. What do you mean by claiming you are the strongest aside from Lady Tsunade? We have all been putting in great effort. Yet who could have guessed that breaking through would be so challenging? Well, you all have done remarkably well. At least my training has not been as swift as yours. It took me a full 9 years to reach my current level," Naruto interjected, interrupting their banter. He then glanced at the flabbergasted Jiraiya below and smiled at Tsunade, saying, "Beautiful lady, let us allow the peacock to bring him here. It's not every day he visits our home. This barbecue possesses the fire attribute of elegance, which, if he consumes, will enhance the chakra fire within him and replenish the chakra in his body. It may even significantly strengthen him, providing him with additional means of survival." Tsunade smiled with appreciation upon hearing this. Although the barbecue originated from an animal on the verge of evolving to a primal state, it held immense benefits for them. For a chakra ninja like Jiraiya, it was akin to a vast treasure trove. "Hush," Tsunade smiled and nodded, refraining from further chatter. She placed her fingers in her mouth and emitted a sharp whistle. The peacock below trembled and immediately sprang into action. "Ha ha, that rascal Jiraiya dares to use summoning techniques here. Does he not realize this place has crystallized into a spiritual artifact, possessing its own spirit, entirely akin to another world? Without our consent, not even a flea may enter." Kyubi laughed menacingly. Jiraiya, however, was bewildered, his eyes nearly bursting with astonishment as he stared blankly at the ground. He had never encountered such a situation before. In this world, there had been nowhere that summoning techniques could not be employed. With this thought, Jiraiya suddenly looked up, drenched in sweat as he beheld the peacock charging towards him. "Oh no, I cannot summon the toad. This fellow is utterly beyond my ability to handle." In a moment of despair, he recalled the master of this domain and, disregarding his own dignity, began to shout frantically while swiftly forming hand seals once more. Help me! Help me! Naruto, save me! Tsunade, please! Your giant bird is about to devour me. It's over. Those despicable fiends have surely abandoned me. Damn it, you accursed creature. I will not yield. Wind release. Great breakthrough. After Jiraiya unleashed his jutsu, he realized he still could not vanquish the peacock suspended in the air. He concentrated once more, summoning a Rasengan in his palm, and took advantage of the momentary lapse from the great breakthrough to press it directly against the peacock's chest. The peacock scoffed disdainfully from above, casting a fleeting glance at Jiraiya. Its sharp beak parted slightly, and suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth from its mouth, engulfing both the wind release and the Rasengan, swallowing them whole. Jiraiya felt a sharp pain radiating from his right arm, which startled him immensely, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow as he began to struggle frantically. Hey, don't eat me. I'm just a guest of your master. Boss, don't be so arrogant. If I die, I can assure you, you will be stewed into a broth. The peacock, possessing a high degree of intelligence, almost on the verge of sentience, comprehended Jiraiya's plea with clarity. Its eyes gleamed with a razor-sharp intensity. Had it not been for its master's orders, it would have relished the opportunity to eliminate him in a secluded corner. Indifferently observing Jiraiya's struggles, the peacock flapped its wings and transformed into a streak of light, soaring to the rooftop of the apartment on the second floor. Shizune Tsunade? Jiraiya felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and upon regaining focus, he found himself in the presence of Tsunade and her companions. Observing Tsunade's furious expression, he felt a pang of guilt for his previous actions. Yet, faced with such a terrifying creature as the peacock, he dared not make a move. The toad-like visage, adorned with 2 strokes of crimson paint, betrayed no hint of shame as he fixed his gaze upon Tsunade, shouting, "Tsunade, help me. This creature looks like it wants to eat me. Hurry, my arm is about to break." As she beheld the wind-blown Jiraiya, seemingly lifeless in the air, Tsunade was suddenly reminded of the foolish, naive Jiraiya from their youth. A cold, beautiful countenance transformed, leaving everyone astounded by her elegance. "My dear beauty, I genuinely believe you are truly magnificent when you smile. I dare say, you are unparalleled in this world." Upon hearing Naruto's compliment, Tsunade turned slightly, a faint blush creeping up her neck, perhaps recalling a memory. "When it's just the two of us, I will surely smile more," she declared, casting a fierce glare at Jiraiya, indifferent to his plight. With a cold snort, Tsunade signaled to the peacock, which understood her intent, opened its mouth, and Jiraiya was unceremoniously dropped to the ground with a loud thud, leaving one to ponder whether it was intentional or an accident. With a grunt, Jiraiya rolled over and rose, acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body, akin to a powerful strike from Tsunade. Glancing in the direction ahead, he noted that the peacock had long since vanished. "That scoundrel. Couldn't he be a bit gentler? To act so harshly with someone like me is truly excessive," he muttered. Naruto offered a faint smile. Despite the peculiar aura surrounding Jiraiya, he was, in fact, the wisest individual within the entire village of Konoha. Observing the legendary figures of the third Hokage's era, it was evident that Jiraiya occupied a pivotal position. Having never fallen victim to persecution, his carefree demeanor and unorthodox approach to life contributed to this esteem. During the fourth Hokage's election, he had outright declined the opportunity, choosing instead to leave Konoha. Even in subsequent significant events, he had managed to remain largely uninvolved. One might say that such a series of coincidences had birthed wisdom. "Hey, Pervy Sage, how about indulging in some fine wine? And today's barbecue is rather special. Perhaps it will lead to your breakthrough," Naruto suggested. Initially intending to address him as Lord Jiraiya, yet playfully opted for the eccentric moniker instead. "Pervy Sage? Naruto, you've hit the nail on the head." Jiraiya shot him a reluctant glare, recalling the boy's peculiarities. With a mock deadpan expression, he retorted, "You little rascal. Kids these days have no respect for their elders." Naruto scoffed, having a lecherous elder who frequently peeks into the women's bath isn't exactly a blessing. The others blushed, staring at Jiraiya, instinctively shifting their seats. Now perceiving him as someone to be avoided at all costs, Jiraiya was left speechless. Tsunade, recalling something, nudged Naruto's seat to her left, effectively isolating Jiraiya. She had no intention of allowing Naruto to be influenced by him. Jiraiya, observing the varied expressions of those around him, chose not to press further. Perhaps due to his audacious nature, he casually found a seat, picked up the chopsticks that Naruto and the others had prepared, and began to tend to the barbecue. Curious. Naruto, where did you procure this venison? Its color and aroma suggest it possesses remarkable energy, he inquired, intrigued. Ah, indeed. No wonder you are the old pervert who has traveled the ninja world. You can even distinguish the types of ingredients. Impressive. PSH, that's merely resourcefulness. Do you even comprehend what that entails? Jiraiya, in exasperation, shouted a few times at Naruto before muttering with an odd expression. He thought to himself, that old man truly is something. I have long since assured him that Naruto, this eccentric fellow, would not engage in any actions detrimental to Konoha. Yet he remained unconvinced. Jiraiya recalled the old man's troubled visage and burst into hearty laughter. Nevertheless, that fellow's needless worry inadvertently led to a splendid outcome. Otherwise, how could I have indulged in such a magnificent celestial peach and such delectable grilled meat? With a carefree chuckle, Jiraiya suddenly retrieved a kiwi the size of a soccer ball from his pocket, savoring it alongside the grilled meat, relishing the pleasures of life. By the way, Naruto, he continued, though you have already become quite formidable, I believe you could benefit from practicing your father's renowned jutsu, such as the Rasengan or the Flying Thunder God technique. From his robe, Jiraiya produced a scroll, stating, Behold, this is your father's notes regarding the Flying Thunder God. Ah, perhaps not, he reconsidered. Those techniques lack the potency to pique my interest. The most pitiable of all is the Flying Thunder God, which was originally an application of spatial principles, but alas, it has strayed onto a misguided path, altering the essence of the entire spatial ninjutsu. Oh, spatial principles? What might that be? It seemed to carry an air of significance. Upon hearing Jiraiya's inquiry, Tsunade exchanged a glance with Naruto, who nodded, prompting her to smile knowingly as she addressed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, the methods I can train with now are entirely different, akin to the vast disparity between physical techniques and ninjutsu. Within our training framework, we believe that all phenomena in the world stem from underlying principles. These principles are the very laws governing the existence and evolution of all things. It is precisely because of these laws that life can emerge and the seasons can cycle. After a considerable pause, Jiraiya, still consumed by his grilled meat, suddenly brightened, only to revert to a state of confusion as he queried, Tsunade, if one were to fully comprehend a principle, would that not render them invincible? Observing Jiraiya's naive astonishment, Naruto cast him a fleeting glance before his gaze deepened, becoming profoundly inscrutable. In that moment, his pupils shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars. Ever since the fusion of the Kamuyui's alternate dimension with his internal world, the alternate dimension had seamlessly integrated into his inner realm, becoming a vital component of it. At the core of that space, a fraction of his soul essence, forcibly separated, had materialized into a sphere of radiant, multicolored light, evolving within the depths of the Kamuyui's alternate dimension. When that entity eventually takes form, perhaps Naruto's world will embark on an entirely new beginning. Yet, although the Kamuyui's alternate dimension had yet to give rise to the heavenly path of his internal world, the original instigator, Naruto, had already commenced a gradual transformation. Uncertain of the reason, Jiraiya and his companions found themselves captivated by Naruto's profound gaze, which was reminiscent of the vastness of the ocean, particularly the gleaming sparks that occasionally flickered within it, akin to the tail of a comet. An inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped them, as if the weight of the entire world bore down upon their shoulders, instilling a profound heaviness that was difficult to articulate. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, Naruto offered a faint smile, and the immense pressure that had gripped the group suddenly dissipated. In contrast to Jiraiya, who was drenched in sweat, Tsunade and her companions appeared considerably more at ease, bolstered by the support akin to that of a lotus flower. With a slight nod, Naruto regarded Jiraiya, whose eyes were filled with trepidation. His tone was gentle, imbued with a magnetic resonance, clearly distinct from the youthful naivety of years past. Jiraiya-sensei, you must understand that what we are discussing now is an entirely different concept from what you once comprehended. Jiraiya swallowed the amalgamation of shock and bitterness along with a tender piece of grilled meat, wiping the sweat from his brow in a trembling manner. With a hint of apprehension, he complained, "You could have just said that. You suddenly seemed so profound, it nearly suffocated me. Have a little pity on someone of my age, will you?" Tsunade and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they could still withstand the earlier intangible pressure to some extent, it did not mean they were free from fear. Naruto observed the group, reflecting that he must be more cautious in the future. Since he began nurturing that entity within him, he had achieved a complete fusion with the world inside him, as if he and the universe were one. Thus, the pressure he exerted could indeed be overwhelming for them. I apologize. I shall be more mindful next time. Noticing their nods of understanding, Naruto continued. As I previously mentioned, we are discussing two fundamentally different systems. In essence, the disparity in our understanding of the world is vast. Jiraiya-sensei has previously stated that if the power of a law is cultivated to its zenith, one could become invincible. However, I must assert that the power of laws is fundamentally distinct from the chakra of this world. Moreover, even when chakra is cultivated to its utmost potential, achieving invincibility is beyond reach. As I have said, chakra is an energy that exists within the natural world, and ninjas merely extract this energy from the human body, releasing it instantaneously through controlled methods to inflict harm. Therefore, if a ninja desires to wield greater power, it necessitates the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, with the divine path directly bestowing the power of the world upon them. At this point, his gaze shifted. The power of laws, however, belongs inherently to the realm of celestial forces. Once we comprehend the power of laws, we can directly apply the celestial forces without requiring acknowledgement from heaven and earth, nor the bestowal of the divine path. Upon concluding his explanation, Naruto noted that Tsunade and her companions grasped most of it, yet Jiraiya, who had never encountered such concepts, appeared utterly perplexed, failing to comprehend the situation. It seems quite advanced, but what exactly are you saying? Jiraiya asked, bewilderment etched across his face. Never before had someone spoken in a manner that made him question his very existence. The irony was that everyone else understood, while he, a self-proclaimed genius, remained utterly lost. Ah, how amusing. The Nine Tails could no longer contain itself upon hearing everything, its crimson mouth agape. In that moment, it yearned to leap into the sky and bellow, finally. Someone understands my feelings from back then. I endured for a full 6 years, 6 long years. Back then, Naruto buzzed around me like a pesky fly. And on countless occasions, I wished to swat that little brat with a claw. Alas, I was powerless to do so and could only suppress my frustrations. Thankfully, I have since redirected my training. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the madness that might have engulfed me. Ah, Nine Tails. It's no wonder you clamored for Naruto to retrieve your other half upon your return. It was all premeditated, wasn't it? Well, perhaps not premeditated, the Nine Tails replied, its fox-like visage drooping in a somewhat disgruntled manner. At that time, I understood not a word of what Naruto spoke, yet that woman, Tsunade, after listening, continuously made progress, ultimately reaching a level that even instilled fear in me. Thus, various factors compelled me to act as I did. Just look at my current prowess. I am significantly behind Tsunade, and this disparity is not without reason. Oh, so it was you, that foul fox. Jiraiya finally realized, utterly entranced by the aroma of grilled meat, only now noticing the red-haired fox beside him. The white lotus mark upon its forehead was considerably larger, nearly enveloping its entire head, resembling a white crown. No wonder I felt a red figure flitting around. It was you. What did you expect? The Nine Tails rolled its eyes, appearing far gentler than in the past when it sought violence. Perhaps this transformation stems from shedding the violent aura of the god tree and truly discovering itself. Wait a moment. Jiraiya suddenly recalled something, his arm frozen midair, clutching a piece of grilled meat, his strangely dilated pupils narrowing in disbelief. Did you just say that when you began your travels with Naruto and the others, you could not defeat this fellow? Jiraiya pointed a finger at Naruto's forehead, skepticism lacing his voice. All along, he believed the Nine Tails had been swayed by Naruto and subsequently extracted through some mysterious means. It seemed, however, that the Nine Tails was rather tenacious, insisting on accompanying Naruto. Impossible, Jiraiya pondered, recalling the incident with the spirit tablet. No matter how formidable Naruto was, he merely wielded the ultimate artifact from the land of crafts. Yet, from the Nine Tails' words, it appeared that Naruto was indeed quite powerful at that time. Recalling the moment he was expelled from Naruto's body, the Nine Tails felt a chill even now. That extraordinary swordsmanship. If Naruto had even the slightest lapse in control over his sword energy, it would have undoubtedly torn me apart. It was not merely a contest of power. It was a clash between chakra energy at a distinct disadvantage and the ethereal energy transcending natural forces. Relatively speaking, in the classification of the Naruto world, ordinary chakra occupies the lowest tier, followed by sage chakra, and then natural energy. In contrast, spiritual energy, particularly the most basic acquired spiritual energy, is already equivalent to natural energy. Consequently, should one encounter the more advanced acquired spiritual energy or innate spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow. To illustrate, the Ninetales nonchalantly tossed a sizable piece of roasted meat into its mouth, relishing the slight surge of energy within. It was a delightful moment, reminiscent of when Naruto first entered the sealed space. The entire ceiling barrier, which even I could not breach, was effortlessly cleaved apart by him with a single strike. So, tell me, who is truly more formidable, me or him? Regardless, I am not one to lack self-awareness. Even when I faced the other 8-tailed beasts alone, I remained undaunted. Yet, I must confess, at that time, I felt the looming threat of death in his presence. Aha! Tsunade erupted into laughter, her exuberance causing those around her to cover their faces in embarrassment. No wonder you were like a quail back then. It turns out you couldn't hold your ground against him. A dignified tailed beast brought down by a single strike. How utterly shameful. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had underestimated Naruto all along. The sudden awareness of the truth was indeed alarming. Fortunately, Konoha held no secrets he might covet. As long as no one provoked him, there should be no issues. Jiraiya gazed at the idyllic landscape below, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. If containment was impossible, knowing that he posed no threat was the best outcome. He chuckled softly, acknowledging that although he didn't fully grasp Naruto's discourse, he understood some fundamental concepts. For instance, I perceived the principles Naruto spoke of as a form of higher power, one that, based on his descriptions, surpasses ninjutsu. Jiraiya pondered this, his tone serene, seemingly indifferent to the nature of the power itself. It appeared he had a keen sense of when to advance and when to retreat. Then, Naruto, since you are so formidable now, it seems few could threaten you. Why spare Danzo? Jiraiya's gaze was intense, fixated on Naruto, causing Tsunade to furrow her brow. Puzzled by the intentions of this seemingly simple-minded man, Jiraiya had no extraordinary demands. He merely wished to analyze Naruto's mindset, to discern whether he harbored any vengeful feelings towards Konoha. However, observing Naruto's unwavering gaze and tranquil demeanor, it was clear that this matter did not weigh heavily on his mind. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto felt no fear towards Danzo. Rather, he was deeply troubled by the appearance of the Sharingan deep within the clouds that day. Previously, he had believed that it was the eye of the heavenly path. However, upon closer reflection, numerous peculiarities emerged. Though that I could summon the forces of heaven and earth, the pressure it exerted seemed rather indistinct, suggesting that the heavenly path of the Naruto world was not as formidable as it appeared. Nevertheless, Naruto speculated from the murky energies of the northernmost part of the Land of Lightning that the Naruto world must be significantly more expansive. In such a vast realm, how could the released forces of heaven and earth be limited to the current strength of the Naruto world? Yet, all of this remained mere conjecture, for a plethora of facts awaited verification through his own endeavors. Until then, no one could guarantee that an unexpected twist, akin to the emergence of Chang Yaojin, would not occur. Furthermore, Naruto distinctly recalled that those closely linked to Kaguya were also immensely powerful. Naruto chose silence, but Tsunade, seated beside him, scoffed dismissively, her red lips curling in disdain. Jiraiya, are you doubting Naruto's capabilities? Allow me to enlighten you. If I wished to obliterate the entire ninja world now, it would take no more than half an hour. Her assertion was undeniably valid. Given the current state of the ninja world, there were no super shadow level beings present. To annihilate a ninja village of such stature, she would merely need to unleash a few colossal attacks. The half hour required was solely for the time needed to traverse between various ninja villages. Really? Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly losing composure as he wiped the sweat from his brow. I had no idea you were so powerful. Tsunade, taken aback by his reaction, observed as Jiraiya nodded vigorously, and she cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to belittle him further, but instead providing him with an exaggerated sense of discomfort. Well, I simply want to tell you. What is wrong with me? If you're unconvinced, let us settle this one-on-one. The mere thought of Tsunade in a fighting stance prompted Naruto to instinctively distance himself. Jiraiya quivered slightly, deflating like a punctured balloon, bearing an air of weariness. Come on, we've been friends for quite some time. You're looking quite unappealing like this. After a hearty meal, Jiraiya reluctantly departed from the apartment, but he no longer bore the tension that had previously enveloped him. He realized that Naruto had lost interest in superficial matters. Take this very courtyard, for instance. Its worth surpassed that of 10 hidden leaf villages. As spatial fluctuations enveloped the area, the refreshing sensation within the apartment vanished instantaneously. Jiraiya cast a lingering glance back, catching sight of the excited red toad not far off, and he sighed softly before approaching. Ah, Fukasaku, why haven't you returned? I've been inside for several hours. Fukasaku paid little heed to anything else, his face alight with excitement as he leaned closer to Jiraiya. So, Jiraiya, what was it like in there? His expression turned gloomy as he gazed at the adjacent villa, lamenting the fact that every time he ventured too close, a formidable force would repel him back. This place is truly perplexing. I cannot fathom what hidden matters lie within, as it is exceedingly impolite to bar everyone from entry. Jiraiya contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding to conceal certain vital information. He raised a hand in greeting and, with a faint smile, remarked, "Ah, in truth, I have not ventured inside. I was ensnared by a gust of energy, and only now have I managed to break free." You did not enter? The voice of the great red toad thundered, yet it could not mask the undertone of disappointment. You did not go in? How unfortunate. In that case, I shall take my leave. Oh, Jiraiya mused, surprised by Fukasaku's evident concern. Could it be that Naruto truly is the so-called child of destiny? He pondered, perplexed by the earlier odd behavior of the great toad, finding no satisfactory explanation. Alas, has Mayaboka Mountain also taken an interest in this place? That does not bode well. I can only hope they refrain from taking action. These beings are far too formidable, and if a conflict were to arise, Konoha would surely not withstand the devastation. As he spoke, Jiraiya recalled Sarutobi's stoic visage, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Even that proud elder seemed intent on unraveling the mysteries of this place. I must say, even I find it difficult to comprehend. Naruto, what precisely does Jiraiya mean? He appears quite hesitant, which does not seem to indicate a mere whim. In the room, Tsunade nestled against Naruto. And though such matters would typically be easily grasped by someone of her former stature as Hokage, this individual, now restored to his natural essence, seemed disinclined to engage in even the simplest of reflections. Whether this was a test of Naruto's intellect or a reluctance to act remained unclear. Are you foolish? Naruto gently pinched Tsunade's nose, his affection for her growing. Now, restored to her 18-year-old form, he had also matured into a man exceeding 6 feet tall. This alignment harmonized perfectly with his spirit, which should have been that of a 30-something adult. The individual in question was not one he chose to inquire about. It was due to someone else's persuasion. Are you referring to the third Hokage? Yet, we have not committed any acts detrimental to Konoha. How could he possibly think that way? It is truly disheartening. I had not anticipated the third would be so duplicitous. I assumed his cordial demeanor indicated a degree of understanding. Alas, his actions are indeed infuriating. As Tsunade spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon her, causing her expression to turn cold. With a tone of grievance, she recounted, back in the day, when this man was confronted with danger concerning Rope Tree, he adopted a stance of inaction. Otherwise, Rope Tree would not have met such a tragic fate. Regarding the third Hokage, Naruto found himself at a loss for words. In contrast to Danzo, the third was far more formidable. The corruption of power had clearly taken its toll. He was exceptionally adept at navigating the treacherous waters of political strife. Thus, he maintained control over the strong within Konoha, even tacitly permitting Danzo to eliminate those individuals. It seemed to him that those individuals ought to be completely eradicated. In the past, the 8 colors of Konoha, the Senju clan, later the 4th Hokage, and the Uchiha clan observed Tsunade, who was deep in thought. Naruto smiled faintly and softly remarked, "Let the 3rd Hokage and the others do as they please. I wish to seek out other clues and uncover the hidden powers that lie behind this world." Tsunade turned over, rising from Naruto's embrace, her crystalline eyes gazing at him serenely. Eventually, a gentle smile graced her lips as she asked, "So, Naruto, where do you plan to begin your search?" Naruto chuckled, slightly nodding, his gaze drifting to the window as he meticulously recalled everything about this world. If I'm not mistaken, we currently possess several leads. First, do you remember Tsunade, when I released the Nine Tails at the Uzumaki clan's ramen shop? I encountered that guy, the Grim Reaper. Though his memories were artificially erased, I believe that with careful study, we could extract valuable information from him. Furthermore, I recall that when the Land of Wind usually seals Shikaku, they conduct a ritual to honor a being known as the Wind God. It is said that whenever they seal Shikaku, they receive assistance from a mysterious power. Lastly, we must discuss Orochimaru. I wonder if you've noticed that the small snakes he uses to store souls are merely clones of another organism's cells. Indeed, reflecting on it now, it is quite complex. Tsunade, upon hearing this, regained her focus. She had indeed observed these details, but at the time, she was merely astonished and overwhelmed by her sorrow and anger regarding Orochimaru's self-mutilation, which prevented her from delving deeper into her thoughts. By the way, during my last investigation, I sensed that the white snake housing Orochimaru's soul possessed an extraordinary vitality, and I even extracted some for research. Tsunade said, feeling a sense of pride as she noticed Naruto's bewildered expression. With a sidelong glance, she whispered, "You need not worry. Although my Kimui resembles a scythe, its abilities differ from yours. Besides phasing, I possess another ability to extract bloodlines. Regardless of who it is, as long as their power is beneath mine, I can surreptitiously draw a drop of their blood." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto suddenly realized something. While they had all simultaneously simulated Kakashi's Sharingan using the Heavenly Eye, aside from acquiring a shared Kimui dimension, it seemed that the other abilities diverged. As per Tsunade's explanation, this led him to wonder if it indicated the existence of even higher powers within this world. It must be so. Naruto's expression shifted to one of surprise, and with anticipation, he inquired, "Really? What about Shizune and the Nine Tails?" Among them, aside from Haku and Kurenai, the others have already opened their Kimui dimensions. I am aware of this. I took the time to investigate. Kakashi's eyes possess distinct abilities, his right eye phases, while his left reflects. As for the Silent One, it is relatively singular, that is to say, controlling the flames, which may be related to the fire laws she is currently cultivating. The Nine Tails, on the other hand, can perceive everything within a 5-meter radius. Tsunade pondered deeply, failing to discern the hidden implications within this scenario. Naruto, however, felt differently. After hearing Tsunade's words, he sensed an uncanny force lingering around him. It appeared that an unintentional action had brought him considerable trouble. The divine power of his Sharingan merely evolved from Kakashi's Sharingan through the utilization of the Heavenly Eye. Yet now, he sensed that something was amiss with this ability. It seemed to be intertwined with elements he could not comprehend. For instance, Tsunade and the other Sharingan had inexplicably awakened distinct abilities. Logically, among Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi, and the Nine Tails, it should have been Kakashi alone capable of awakening such special Sharingan powers. However, he did not anticipate that his own Sharingan, evolved through the Heavenly Eye, would also enable Tsunade and the others to awaken unique capabilities. It appears that the presence of celestial laws permeates this world, necessitating greater caution in future actions. Naruto chose not to disclose this matter to Tsunade and the others. He probed his Heavenly Eye for any unusual shifts. To his disappointment, he could not detect any ominous aura, yet he felt an intangible presence watching him. Regardless of who you are, do not even think of causing chaos. Naruto's spirit surged as he summoned the power of the chaotic blue lotus, suppressing his entire being, including the world within him. After completing this, he suddenly felt a considerable weight upon him. However, the shadowy gloom that had lingered in his heart seemed to vanish entirely. The chaotic blue lotus had once again unfurled 2 azure petals, amplifying its power significantly. This was an absolute force of suppression. The chaotic blue lotus was a crucial component of the chaotic blue lotus itself. Once, it possessed the ability to suppress the entirety of chaos. And while it had now transformed, that overwhelming power of suppression remained intact. Furthermore, the current chaotic blue lotus had sprouted a half petal. Although its suppressive strength was but a fraction of its former glory, it rendered that force immobile. It appears someone is indeed meddling. Grim Reaper, I hope to extract some useful information from you. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to obliterate your remaining soul. Naruto gently placed his hand on Tsunade's shoulder without revealing what had transpired. He merely controlled the Lotus within Tsunade through the chaotic blue Lotus, similarly suppressing her entire being. Naruto, what are you doing? You're using so much strength that I can barely move. Tsunade complained, frowning, though she did not express anger as she would with others. Naruto silently smiled and withdrew his hand. As his palm departed, the heaviness enveloping Tsunade dissipated significantly. Naruto, what is going on? What has occurred to make you so vigilant? There is nothing much to speak of, except that someone has meddled with us. I must apologize, Tsunade, the stunning beauty. I have suppressed that force within you by utilizing the Lotus in your body, allowing you to freely wield the Sharingan from now on. Is this what the Sharingan truly is? As Naruto expressed this, Tsunade began to comprehend. She gazed up at the sky, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Neither of them spoke, not from a lack of desire, but because the strangeness of this world had transcended their imagination, and some truths remained unspoken, shrouded in secrecy. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade, with a hint of concern, inquired, "What about Shizune and the Nine Tails? Are we truly unable to escape our fate, just like how it was with Rope Tree?" "Fear not, Tsunade," Naruto interjected, gently smoothing her furrowed brow. "We possess something immensely powerful. I refuse to believe that even the mightiest can surpass it." He pointed to his lower dantian, offering her a reassuring expression. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's previously tense brow relaxed. "Very well, let us seek the Shinigami." "Huh?" Naruto was taken aback. "How did you know I intended to find the Shinigami?" "Please," Tsunade replied, playfully pointing at his forehead with a twinkle in her eye. "You silly fool. After all you've shared in mentioning the Shinigami, I surmise that he might be the closest link to those individuals. Without him, where could we possibly gather so much information? However, we must prepare ourselves. This journey may yield no information at all." "Indeed," Naruto agreed. "The last time I searched through the Shinigami's memories, I found nothing. His memories seem entirely erased. Yet, I believe that even the most smoothed-over stone retains a trace of memory." As he spoke, a fierce determination stirred within him. If he could not extract something from the Shinigami this time, he would ensure that the entity met its demise. In the world of Naruto, a realm of unfathomable mysteries, the Shinigami lurked deep within the earth. This world was peculiarly distinct from the universe Naruto understood. Observed from the outside, the entire world appeared to take on a spherical form, yet its true shape remained elusive. It possessed the oceanic characteristics of a spherical planet, evident in the phenomenon of sailing ships. However, the Earth itself remained remarkably flat, an oddity indeed. According to Naruto's conjecture, if they descended straight down along the surface to a depth of half a small thousand realms, they could reach the fabled domain of the Shinigami, the Pure Land of reincarnation. The term Pure Land is a concept within the Naruto universe, suggesting that the Shinigami's corporeal manifestation among mortals is derived from this realm being summoned to the world. The world of Naruto is also a realm of cultivation, home to beings like Akatsuki Kagaya, and thus, despite its spherical appearance, it greatly differs from the earth of his past life. As they delve deeper into the soil, after approximately 1,000 kilometers, Naruto and his companions approached the outer crust, nearing the center of the earth. At this moment, Naruto stood in astonishment, gazing at the vast geological formations behind him, while before him lay the soft mantle deep within the earth. The temperature of the soft mantle was significantly higher than that of the surface, were it not for the presence of the chaotic fire. They would be utterly unable to withstand such extreme conditions. However, these concerns paled in comparison to what truly preoccupied his mind. The entirety of the Naruto continent should not possess such a profound crust. Even on Earth in his previous life, the crust extended merely a few dozen kilometers. The nature of the Earth's depths was indeed difficult to fathom. Tsunade, awestruck, observed this subterranean realm, her mind momentarily rendered vacant. As one of the most formidable natives of the Naruto universe, she had never before contemplated such an underground world. The region where the upper mantle and crust converged was a vital area for magma production, with temperatures surpassing the tolerance of an ordinary person. Tsunade felt the scorching breath of heat around her. Although she understood that the chaotic fire would shield her from such ferocious temperatures, an innate fear still lingered within her. Unbeknownst to her, the energy within her body began to stir increasingly, enriching the chaotic fire. "I never anticipated that we would be deceived by this world. It should not be of such vastness," Naruto mused, prompting an odd expression from Tsunade. Despite the comprehensive information he had transmitted regarding the cultivation system, There were certain aspects he had withheld. Tsunade, her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness, inquired, "Naruto, what exactly is the crust, and why does it perplex you so?" Naruto turned to meet Tsunade's gaze, his tone earnest as he replied, "Tsunade, you see, crustal movement is an essential phenomenon for any planet. In the Naruto world, technology and ninjutsu coexist, and humanity has long since comprehended much about the elements of the earth." He proceeded to summarize the situation for her. "I perceive our world as a sphere, surrounded by the dark expanse of the cosmos. Descending perpendicularly through the earth, various material layers exist from the surface to the center. I classify these layers as the crust, mantle, outer core, and inner core. Typically, a planet's crust measures only a few dozen kilometers, yet upon our recent traversal, we discovered it to be over 1,000 kilometers thick. I cannot fathom the enormity of this world. Tsunade, do you not sense that the realm we currently perceive bears little resemblance to an authentic world? Perhaps we are merely witnessing a fragment of its entirety," Naruto pondered, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the earth, suddenly ignited by a profound curiosity. "I am not privy to all the details, yet Naruto, as you have suggested, our understanding of this world is indeed exceedingly narrow. It is rather absurd that among the ninjas of Konoha and the various ninja villages, they take pride in their meager powers." Tsunade shook her head slowly, her body enveloped in a grayish-white flame, resembling a wick. The intense flames, rather than being at an advantage, were gradually being consumed by the grayish-white fire. The deeper they delved into the earth, the more pronounced the scorching aura became, further piquing their curiosity. Beneath their feet, each wielded a sharp sword that propelled their bodies with extraordinary speed through the molten substances. For the earth, molten material occupies only 1 to 10% of the upper mantle, whereas here, the distribution of molten material had surpassed 20%. Naruto tentatively extended his perception, which reached only a myriad of miles within the space, halted by a blinding white light. As he ventured deeper, the influence of the white light intensified, rendering him drowsy, akin to the effects of intoxication. How terrifying! Blood began to seep from the corners of Naruto's eyes, trickling down along the sides of his nose, causing Tsunade to become anxious. "Naruto, what is happening? Please do not frighten me." Her voice trembled, uncertain of what Naruto had encountered. Seeing the blood-stained gaze of Naruto, she clutched his clothing tightly. Taking a deep breath, Naruto jolted at Tsunade's words, wiping the wetness from his eyes, then fixed his gaze intently. "Thank you, beautiful lady. Without you, I might have succumbed to an illusion just now." The power of that illusion was something even I could not resist. Simultaneously, Naruto's curiosity ignited regarding the white light deep within the earth, wondering what it truly was, and how it had infiltrated the lower mantle. Could it be that the Grim Reaper resides in such a place? What exactly exists there, paradise or hell? He chuckled wickedly. How intriguing. Grim Reaper. No matter what manner of creature you are, I shall catch you. This left Tsunade perplexed. After a moment, noticing her wide eyes, he suppressed his smile and declared, "Let us proceed, Tsunade, to uncover the whereabouts of the Grim Reaper. However, be cautious. Do not delve too deeply into the mantle with your perception. I sense something dangerous just now. We must approach gradually, stay close to me, and do not wander off, for we know not what dangers lurk here." "All right, you can rest assured," Tsunade replied with a sweet smile, intertwining her fingers with Naruto's. Naruto smiled back, turning to lead Tsunade deeper into the mantle. After they departed, the area they had vacated transformed, generating even hotter molten material, unsettling the region. Yet, such matters were no longer of concern to Naruto and Tsunade. What they remained unaware of was that the distant ground had begun to tremble for reasons unbeknownst to them. In the southern outskirts of the Land of Fire, where the village of Woziguo once thrived, a colossal whirlpool was forming in the heart of the vast ocean. Within a 10-mile radius, an overwhelming torrent of seawater was plunging recklessly into the abyssal vortex. Fishermen who had just landed gazed in disbelief at the immense whirlpool before them, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Quick, build the boat. Run. This place is cursed. If we do not flee, we shall be devoured." One cried, "Father, this is terrifying. It's like the mouth of death, that gigantic maw nearly swallowing the entire coastline." People began to flee inland, believing that such a phenomenon could only be explained by divine intervention. They had left their boats behind, helplessly watching as several large vessels were consumed by the sea's gaping maw. Behind them, a tall ninja suddenly appeared on the shoreline, furrowing his brow as he pondered deeply. Tsunade observed Naruto's cautious demeanor, and her own anxiety began to mount. The sword at her feet felt like a razor-sharp chakra scalpel, continuously parting the molten material ahead. Within the entire area, only the molten substance was suitable for their passage. The other materials, while appearing soft, proved challenging to traverse. Naruto extended his perception. This time, he did not haphazardly seek the distant white glow beneath the earth, but rather, through the suppression of the Chaos Lotus, he infiltrated the depths gradually. His awareness penetrated a bit deeper, yet still remained within the mantle's reach. Even with the power of the Chaos Lotus, he could not entirely dispel the peculiar sensation of vertigo. The two remained silent, cautiously observing their surroundings. Indeed, without sunlight, the area appeared quite dark, and upon reaching the depths, Naruto relied on his heavenly eye to survey the environment. With the aid of the heavenly eye, everything around him mirrored the ordinary world, possessing its own hues. Particularly, the fiery essence within the mantle space had intensified, compressing the chaos fire so that it clung to Naruto's exterior. Although the chaos fire was the most formidable flame within the chaos realm for Naruto and Tsunade, it was merely a result of their connection to the Chaos Lotus. At that moment, the chaos fire they emitted was but a mere spark, necessitating a protracted growth period to evolve into the true cataclysmic chaos fire. As Naruto sensed the increasingly violent heat surrounding him, a thought struck him, causing his forward momentum to halt abruptly. The abyssal rainbow sword rested gently between the molten materials like a trusted companion. Tsunade lightly squeezed her small hand, glancing back at Naruto, her tone warm as she inquired, "Naruto, why have you stopped?" For some reason, Tsunade felt her cheeks flush slightly in response to Naruto's fingers, a hint of shyness surfacing in her demeanor, contrasting her usual forthrightness. Perhaps this is precisely due to their solitude together. The enchanting beauty, the atmosphere here is intensely vibrant. We may absorb the fiery essence of nature. This Tsunade seems somewhat perplexed, for the constraints placed upon individuals in the world of shinobi are quite significant. The prior endeavor to seek out volcanic regions and devour the elemental fire of the earth, if divulged, might indeed terrify many. Naruto surveyed his surroundings, holding Tsunade's delicate hand as he settled into a meditative posture. The ethereal aura emanating from him had intensified compared to a few years prior, evoking a sense of celestial companionship. Tsunade remained silent, though she did not fully comprehend the unfamiliar realm Naruto had introduced her to. Yet for her, wherever Naruto was, that was home. Love, an inexplicable force, ran deep between them, although their bond defied societal norms for beings who had traversed millennia. The mere existence of each other's essence rendered all else inconsequential. Naruto gazed upon her youthful visage, now resembling a celestial maiden, and with a gentle smile that could captivate any heart, he gradually articulated, "Tsunade, you must strive to learn diligently. This world possesses so little, particularly in understanding the cosmos and the human condition. We currently inhabit realms so disparate. I fear that one day, as I tread a path illuminated by but a few stars, I may find myself engulfed in an abyss, unable to perceive your presence." Tsunade nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with resolve. Unbeknownst to her, she had seamlessly embraced this new role, becoming a unique entity by Naruto's side. "Just as the peculiar symbols you imparted to me, which harbor extraordinary power, no matter how lengthy one's existence, even ascending to divinity, one cannot fully unravel their entirety. Until now, I had believed chakra to be the ultimate force. Rest assured, I will exert myself diligently," Tsunade replied. Her skin was exquisitely delicate and remarkably fair. Not merely the pallor derived from the Ein seal, but a genuine radiance akin to that of a newborn, smooth as water, yet unyielding. "Very well," Naruto nodded, positioning himself upon the abyssal rainbow and commencing the practice of the chaos technique. The chaos technique was intricate yet immensely powerful, akin to a seed of law. To cultivate the power of law, one must utilize it as a guiding force to comprehend the laws of existence. Thus far, while Naruto could wield a measure of law's power through the support of his inner world, he was still far from truly grasping the essence of that power, not yet having reached the pinnacle of understanding the laws. As Naruto entered a state of profound meditation, the surrounding fiery essence began to coalesce around him, akin to an invisible stream, gradually forming a luminous membrane of fire that enveloped his being. Tsunade observed this, and, in turn, settled into a meditative posture, channeling the Purple Dream Sutra to summon the elemental fire in her vicinity. The two individuals resembled an unfathomable abyss. No matter the intensity of their fire, it would be completely consumed by them, leaving the entire vicinity devoid of any trace of heat. Under the nurturing embrace of this fiery essence, the small flame before Naruto and his companion deepened in hue, radiating a heat far surpassing its prior intensity. Time seemed to lose meaning, and when Naruto finally opened his brilliant star-like eyes, a glimmer of white light shot forth, as if the chaotic flames before him were manifesting divine fire that ignited the heavens and caused the cosmos to fluctuate. As if in concert, Tsunade beside him awoke, her delicate lips parting slightly to exhale a breath of formless, murky energy. Naruto, the heat here is astonishingly powerful, even more so than that of an active volcano. After absorbing so much of this energy, I feel as though my flames could incinerate several hundred meters of hardened steel in the blink of an eye. Is that so? Then you have certainly gained much, Naruto teased, feigning indifference to his own benefits. Tsunade, irked, spat in retort, aware that Naruto was merely pretending to be oblivious. Clearly looking down upon her. With a hint of annoyance, she remarked, "You insufferable brat, are you implying that you think I know so little? But you must understand, our world is inherently quite primitive. Had it not been for the information you shared with me, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of such powerful beings beyond our realm." Are you referring to Pengu? Noticing Tsunade's slight nod, Naruto chuckled softly. Though he could not divulge his origins, some details were permissible to share. For instance, prior to arriving in this world, he had glimpsed that murky chaotic space and the imposing figure, perhaps a towering giant. Truth be told, I learned of this through written accounts. That image suddenly manifested in my mind. He reflected, then spoke earnestly. "Tsunade, you must frequently contemplate that figure, absorbing every nuance of his movements. For that shadow embodies the closest manifestation of the Tao in the chaotic realm. The wisdom he can impart to us is boundless." "Indeed, I will, Naruto. But what now? Shall we continue our quest for the Grim Reaper? Of course, we must persist. Is this not the very reason for our expedition?" "Yes. Yet I can't shake the feeling that we are inching towards danger. I can't quite discern what it is. Have you sensed the Tao's white light?" "White light? What nonsense is this?" Naruto swallowed hard, gazing into the depths of the earth, haunted by lingering trepidation. "Well, you should not have asked so soon. Tsunade, heed my words. Do not delve deeply into that white light. It is terrifying. It ensnared me in an illusion for what felt like 5 millennia. Yet upon your awakening, I discovered that only mere seconds had passed." Before Naruto could finish, Tsunade, driven by curiosity, had already ventured to sense that region. However, before she could regain her bearings, her entire body collapsed weakly upon her sword. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he had underestimated Naruto all along. The sudden awareness of everything was indeed frightening. Fortunately, Konoha did not possess anything that Naruto coveted. As long as no one provoked him, there should be no issues. As he gazed upon the breathtaking landscape stretching thousands of meters below, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. If he could not contain it, then as long as it posed no threat, that would be the most favorable outcome. Although Jiraiya admitted to not fully grasping Naruto's words, he understood some fundamental concepts. For instance, he recognized that the principles Naruto spoke of could be perceived as a form of higher power, one that, according to his description, transcended ninjutsu. Jiraiya pondered this, speaking with a tranquil demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the nature of such power, as if he had no desire to pursue it relentlessly. It appeared he was quite adept at understanding the balance of action and restraint. "Naruto, since you have become so formidable, I imagine few can threaten you now. Why then do you spare Danzo?" Jiraiya's intense gaze bore into Naruto, causing Tsunade to frown in confusion at this occasionally sensible, often foolish individual's intentions. Jiraiya had no particular demands. He merely wished to analyze Naruto's mindset regarding Konoha. However, observing Naruto's unwavering gaze and calm demeanor, it was evident that this matter did not weigh heavily on his mind. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, Naruto held no fear of Danzo. Instead, he was haunted by the enigmatic presence of the tomoe-eyed figure that had emerged from the depths of the clouds that day. Initially, he had believed it to be the Eye of the Heavenly Path, but upon closer reflection, it revealed numerous peculiarities. Although that I could manipulate the forces of nature, the pressure it exerted felt indistinct, suggesting that the powers of the heavenly path in the world of ninjas were not as formidable as they seemed. However, from the ominous miasma in the far north of the Land of Lightning, Naruto speculated that the world of ninjas must be far more expansive. How could a vaster, more immense world yield only the current level of power seen in the ninja realm? Yet, all of this remained mere conjecture, and a multitude of facts required his personal verification. Until then, nobody could guarantee the sudden emergence of an unexpected adversary. Moreover, Naruto distinctly recalled that those closely associated with Kaguya were also exceptionally powerful. When he refrained from responding, Tsunade let out a cold huff and disdainfully remarked, "Jiraiya, are you doubting Naruto's capabilities? Let me tell you, if I wished to annihilate the entire ninja world, I could accomplish it in less than half an hour." Her assertion was not unfounded. Given the current strength of the ninja world, there were no beings at the super shadow level to obliterate such a ninja village. She would only need to unleash a few mighty attacks. The reason for half an hour was merely the time required to traverse between various ninja villages. Oh, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, almost causing him to lose control. With one hand wiping away cold sweat, he expressed astonishment at the strength before him, exclaiming, "How could you be so powerful? I was completely unaware." Upon hearing this, Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback by his words. Jiraiya nodded vigorously, and Tsunade regarded him with a nonchalant glance, choosing not to belittle him further. Instead, she teased, "Well, I won't tell you anything." In a moment of indignation, Jiraiya retorted, "What is wrong with me? You doubt me? Let us settle this one-on-one." The thought of Tsunade's formidable prowess made Naruto instinctively distance himself. Jiraiya shivered, deflating like a punctured balloon, his demeanor imbued with a sense of weariness. "Come on, we're supposed to be friends. You're looking rather unappealing like this," he lamented. After satisfying his hunger, Jiraiya reluctantly departed from the apartment, yet this time, he no longer felt the previous tension. He was certain that Naruto had grown indifferent to superficial matters. The value of the courtyard before him had already surpassed that of the entire Hidden Leaf village. As the atmosphere shifted, the refreshing feeling within the apartment dissipated. Casting a lingering glance behind him, Jiraiya spotted the excited red toad, Fukasaku, lingering nearby. With a slight sigh, he approached, asking, "Fukasaku, why haven't you returned? I've been inside for several hours." Unfazed by other concerns, Fukasaku eagerly inquired, "Jiraiya, what was it like in there?" His expression turned gloomy as he gazed at the separate estate, lamenting the invisible barrier that prevented him from getting closer. "This place is truly peculiar. What secrets does it hide that necessitate keeping everyone out? It's rather rude." After contemplating, Jiraiya opted to withhold significant information. He waved dismissively and smiled lightly. "Actually, I didn't fully enter. I was ensnared by a gust of energy until just now." "You didn't go in?" Fukasaku's voice boomed, barely concealing his disappointment. "What a pity. If that's the case, I should head back." "Oh," Jiraiya pondered Fukasaku's keen interest in the matter. Was Naruto truly the one foretold? He felt perplexed by the toad's earlier strange behavior. Could Mount Miyaboku also be intrigued by this place? That is not a promising sign. I hope they refrain from taking action. Those creatures are far too formidable. If a conflict were to ensue, the Hidden Leaf would surely crumble, Jiraiya mused, recalling Sarutobi's stern visage, feeling a sense of helplessness. Moreover, the old man, in his arrogance, seemed intent on probing this place as well. It is not merely my impression. Even I find it perplexing. "Naruto, what on earth does Jiraiya mean?" His demeanor seems overly cautious, suggesting that he is not simply acting on impulse. In the room, Tsunade nestled against Naruto, and ordinarily, as someone who once held the title of Hokage in her past life, she should easily comprehend such matters. Yet, this individual, having regained his natural essence, appears reluctant to contemplate even the simplest of issues. I cannot discern whether he is testing Naruto's intellect or merely shirking from the task at hand. "Are you foolish?" Naruto gently pinched Tsunade's nose, and his fondness for her only deepened. Now, with Tsunade restored to her 18-year-old form, he too had matured into a man over 6 feet tall. This coincided perfectly with his spirit, which should have been that of a man in his 30s. The matter at hand was not initiated by his own inquiry, but rather incited by others. "You refer to the third Hokage. Yet we have not engaged in any actions that would harm Konoha. How could he behave in such a manner? It is truly disheartening. I did not anticipate the third to be so insidious. His amiable facade had led me to believe he was more astute." Alas, his actions have indeed provoked anger. At this point, Tsunade recalled something, her expression growing cold as she lamented, back in the day, when Rope Tree was in danger. He should have adopted a stance of inaction. Otherwise, Rope Tree would not have met such a tragic fate. As for Naruto, he found himself at a loss for words regarding the third. In comparison to Danzo, the third was considerably more formidable. It is the corruption of power. For he was exceptionally skilled in the art of political maneuvering. Thus, he maintained control over the powerful within Konoha, even tacitly permitting Danzo to eliminate those who opposed him. To him, it seemed those individuals were destined for complete annihilation.